Chapter 151. Shit. I try to get a hold of the small piece of space fabric tied to the hidden runes in the leather bag of holding, but the tighter my grip, the greater the strain I put after my initial disturbance. After a minute, even with my best efforts, the gold coin I spent goes mostly to waste with very little learned. Luckily, not all is lost as I pull another bag of holding to work with. Though I'm much more careful this time around, exploring the runes and spatial folding in it for over an hour before even trying to properly prod it. Even though there are only a couple of runes I don't recognize, only a single one of them is part of the central formation. The rest seem to be just part of the auxiliary functions of the bag of holding. In the grand scheme of things, the runic formation is also fairly simple, but going through it, I get the feeling that precision is paramount, otherwise the small pocket of space will just collapse on itself as soon as anything changes. The hours pass, as I try to keep the second bag intact and even get help from Merling and a few others occasionally. But as time passes, it becomes clear that going through the normal route will not deliver the desired results, at least not anytime soon. So like most of my more impressive achievements, I will just have to cheat. Fighting a sharp headache on and off, I poke the pocket of space while letting my perception field encompass it. The feeling is strange, but at least I'm not getting flashes from stuff a lot further away than is normal with the even greater mental stress that would entail. During this second phase of experimentations, I pay only nominal attention to what happens to the runes and how they react to my actions. There is a little that I can learn on that front without more information either showing up in my book, getting an extension on the bookshop selection, or a lot more time and effort than I'm willing to dedicate right now. Methodical and careful experimentation had its place, but it was slow. What I focus on is something entirely different, directly interacting with the space. Instead of a perfectly efficient and self-contained unit that keeps a pocket of space fully controlled, I just try to understand how to create a simple space anchor. Smaller than a pinhead, all it has to do is provide a weak point of attachment to a small pocket of space and stop it from floating away like a helium balloon out of reach from an inattentive child. I may be totally wrong, but I had the feeling that the anchor didn't need to be all that strong or even precise if I went this other route. If it was strong enough to keep a balloon in place, it would work for a similar-sized pocket of space. I think. Going through and really testing how much I can work and mold the metaphysical aspects of a space bag like Play-Doh is satisfying. Poking, squeezing, rolling, and all around searching for its limits becomes my world. The hours pass as I compare these in different circumstances. Even something simple like trying to affect it when I'm holding the bag or someone else is holding it determines a lot more than I had expected at first. Though upon further thought, I'm thankful for the difficulty of affecting a bag in someone else's control. This likely is a protection from the system. When a space bag was in someone else's control, anything I try to do is not only harder, alterations were actively resisted, becoming only temporary changes. It is possible that even if I somehow made it inaccessible or blew up the space bag, the system would undo my actions, reform the space. I skip further experimentation in that direction given the limited time frame and keep it always in my control to ease the modeling process and have a less elastic behavior, becoming similar to clay in that sense. I didn't want stuff slowly returning to its original shape when I wasn't available. All of that experimentation requires a level of subtle dexterity that only a couple of hours ago was simply incomprehensible. I spin ether as usual around me, only feeding the barest streams out and letting my natural field accumulate, except this particular task seems to be uniquely suited to me. And progress rushes by faster than I could have expected whenever I find the line to follow. But finding how to progress is what finally holds me back. Increasing my dexterity will help me little if I don't know what I'm supposed to sculpt and make. I can delay it no longer as my gains start to taper off, and pushing my luck a little too hard, the strain bag gives up the ghost. I need to start trying to create these pockets of space, and afterward, I just need to attach them to someone. The problem is that I simply don't know where to start. Tearing my hair out, I try to grab space behind the very air I breathe and twist it into something, anything at all. Try as I might, I find no purchase. This is another aspect that differs from sculpting clay. Trying to bend the space before me, instead of working on one of the bags of holding, is like trying to mold a rock. Without a chisel and hammer, even the most basic of sculpting techniques is out of my reach. Buying dozens of bags and hoping that I can extend their size is not feasible, not economically viable, and worst of all, not scalable. I may make good money on the smith and a few of my ongoing trade deals with other villages providing fruits, runic defenses, and other items, let alone Pando's coin slow but steady growth, But in the end, all the money in the world is not enough. The bags are a limited commodity as the merchant sells a few of them to the best villages around. Look at my inner world. An idea comes to mind, and I start my experimentation. Poking and prodding the space in a way I never tried before, and the results bring a grin to my face. It may not feel the same as whatever they did to the bags of holding, but at least I can find purchase. I find a clear corner of the sky and try to draw it out. Just a 1-meter sphere from an unobtrusive corner. My entire being resists, as something deep within my soul almost gets torn, but I keep going. Pain radiates from somewhere and echoes throughout my being. Not yet overwhelming, but the fear from the slowly increasing stimuli and my upcoming actions are enough to make me hesitate. Caution, however, will not help me this instant, so I gather my will, pull on the sphere, and slice the wart growing out of the edge of the inner world. A sharp cut severs the sphere, even brings along a little more than I tried to pull. A flash of pain, a rippling of the inner world surface, and then it's gone. Like the nerves were severed, and there is no longer anything still connected to warn of pain. Going through it and massaging the wound to the inner world returns it to the proper form. It takes me a minute to gather myself, but finally, I go back to the small pocket of space. I try holding it in my hand, mimicking the physical movements to the effort of my will, but the inner world is too strange and it feels off. I try to move the pocket of space outside the vicinity of the inner world. Dragging it away in a random direction, I don't feel my control diminish for a good while, but eventually, I find disturbances. Pushing through, I keep going and going, gathering all the momentum I can until the bubble of space seemingly pops out in front of me. Still invisible to anyone without a decently developed space/time interaction skill, but I can feel it with ease. Though I still get a distinct feeling that the skill is just the first step, actually getting my head around how all this worked and developing the perception field in its natural form are instrumental steps toward achieving my goals. Today, I just acquired another data point about the inner world. It is not just overlaid around me like other types of special storage, but actually is hidden inside myself, at least in one dimension. Trying to do math with 4, 5, or more dimensions is beyond me for now. It was never a particular interest of mine given their seemingly exoterical and utter lack of applicability in the real world. Now, I'm starting to regret that a little bit. Still, good to have some type of confirmation on this suspicion of mine. Using my senses, including the perception field, I get to work on the pocket of space I took out. Modeling it becomes a little harder than inside myself, but still very much possible. Runes attach it to the physical plane and keep it in place. A small film on the outside keeps the space stable, and finally, I have the barest of useful items working. Letting go of my work, I place it on the ground and it keeps itself stable. I test it in a few different ways, including giving it to other people. Thankfully, the system correctly interprets my actions and recognizes my creation as a space bag, making any alteration almost impossible by anyone else. This passive defense settles my mind greatly. If finding someone with good control of space was like putting your items in a glass display, then carrying stuff in a backpack didn't sound so bad. Still, even when others were in control of the wooden plates tying the space bubble to its vicinity, I still get that feeling that with a sharp pull I could return the piece of my inner world to myself. This, however, doesn't seem to be a weakness, not when it is an inherent familiarity with it, the specific space bubble, and should only apply to myself. If I wasn't the source, destroying it or absorbing any of it would be quite hard, if not impossible. Even if I managed, it's not like I could do it stealthily, not even to someone without a hint of spatial awareness. I work a long while after my arrival back in the village until the sun is again high in the sky, and though I'm making progress, I still don't have what I really want. Refining the same basic concept, tying pockets of space to small wooden tokens, lets other people carry around items and anything else they want. But there is a significant limitation. They can't put or take any items out. That is a break it or make it aspect just to achieve the minimum viable project. Without the ability to access the bag, they would be effectively useless. If I have to help them every time they need to put or take something from their bags of holding, I could just as well carry it in my own inner world. Unless, noted troublesome again. Even if I could operate the bag from a distance, it would also require my attention. In time, someone like Merlin might be able to get himself familiar with spatial/time interaction well enough to open and close it, but he is the exception, not the rule. So far, he also hadn't shown much promise, just barely leveling the skill, but my skill is probably part of my heritage. High physical stats, perception skills, and an innate understanding of space and time. Though those are just a few major things I had noticed were different about myself. These might be consequences of something else altogether, or they can be just a part of the puzzle. I knew too little to speculate more. Shaking my head and coming back to the work, I continued to run through all the possible ideas. Integrating a few more runes in the wooden formation plate, teaching others part of the needed spatial manipulation, and even manipulating the very space so it has a permanent hole to the outside. I try every avenue that seems to have any chance of working, but fail every single time. Each failure, however, teaches a little something. Banging my head against a wall in a near-fruitless search for an answer seems to be all there is ahead, so I stop for a couple of hours to take a break. Passing by the smith and doing a quick round of the village settles my mind and helps ideas flow again, but nothing brilliant strikes me. Coming back to work on the space bag when I should be finishing up my preparations for the class trial may seem like the wrong action, but I'm certain that I can do it if only I get past this last obstacle. I leave the village, this time not flying for the time savings, but running as fast as I can without infusing my body with mana. Pushing as fast as I can on my bare feet in the soil, dirt, and dropping temperature as the sun sets in the horizon. I run for nearly an hour in random directions, just going where my intuition takes me. The problem ruminates in the back of my mind, but I purposefully don't let it come to the surface and become my actual focus. Weaving in and out of the tress in a nearly random course, I come several wolf packs in the night. Most past level 20. A higher level than any other the surrounding villages, and with higher incidence, though we occasionally had to drive away people coming to slaughter them. Just a little over 4 months since our arrival, but I had long pushed so much beyond them that it didn't even seem funny. Very few even had the presence of mind to overcome the barest of their instincts and whatever pushed them to attack me. I think back to my only quest, one that I got right at the beginning and only thought of occasionally, to find out what was happening to the rabid wolves, their desires, and what pushed them to attack so indiscriminately. Still, this doesn't look like it's just a local thing. The system has found ways of compelling many other races like the goblins to fight on its behalf, even the little innocent rabbits, though it doesn't push them to actually attack. They are just cannon fodder for early system integrators like us. There is only one wolf that stepped beyond his mace's mandate and limitations. The only one that had taken a step forward. A being I almost call a friend. Even as the thought crosses my mind, I realize what has brought him to mind. He is here. He is stalking me. Stepping forward carefully and getting deeper in my perception field. A larger wolf than any other, weighing probably about 1,000 pounds and nearly the same head height as myself while on all fours. A large grin comes to my face. More than a month since last I saw him, and that was a very brief encounter as I flew overhead. Who is a good boy? I tease him. In reply, a growl assaults my ears. Looking at him, I realize there is something different about him. Rabid wolf, level 50. The lone wolf crossed that small threshold. Hell, that is my level, though I do have loads of EXP banked. The fighters in the village told stories about a stronger and smarter wolf than any other, but seeing him in person has confirmed my suspicions. He is the same as the one I like to tussle with. Seeing my wide grin, he shows me his long finger-sized sharp teeth and pounces forward. I keep the magical use to a minimum, but even with my higher average stats, he has greater agility and I need a few mana infusion boosts to keep up. Roughhousing on the floor with the heavier beast, I realize that I still have a lot to learn. Nothing that the level 20 wolves moving only by instinct could teach me, but he is in a league of his own. Panting and letting out my breath, we both stop a good half an hour later. My telepathy manages to pick up his emotions even in the briefest of contacts, and he is having fun, but there is also an unmistakable conflict behind that. With me in my back, he gets up, and I trust him enough to not move to my feet. With one look behind, he starts pacing away, but I raise a hand and a few roots in the ground. I see him twitching as I move closer to his back and touch his head. The conflict kicks up another notch, but he has firm control of his actions and emotions, at least when compared to other wolves. I send different mental images, but always trying to convey the same meaning. Can you understand me? Can you understand me? Can you understand me? I get incomprehensible replies all though I hadn't really expected anything different. However, a minute later he surprises me with a clear answer. Yes, understand. Chapter 152. I learn little that relates to the system's quest from the wolf, but that doesn't mean our talk is useless. Now that I think about it, it seems almost strange for the system to give me this quest, especially given how rare quests are supposed to be. But instead of letting that bother me, I just take what I learn with a palpitating heart. It could just be a quirk of the instance for new integrants. The wolves' circumstances are closer to what I had found out about the goblins than I had expected. I don't know the exact details, But the whole rabid disease thing is just another layer on top. That does indicate to me that perhaps I was overthinking things. It's not about me finding out the real scheme behind their desire to kill, but finding the cure for their affliction, which could alter things for us, but might not change the system's compulsion to attack that also afflicts them. Perhaps that was the whole of what the system offered me to accomplish, instead of hiding any deeper meaning, but after touching upon it, I can't let things resolved halfway. The compulsion, even if at first seemed the same, followed different rules from what I had observed from the shaman. Although his instincts push for him to bite my hand off, he manages to control himself as long as I don't push my luck. He didn't need to even pretend to attack me. The whole rabid thing more and more sounded like a particular punishment for something else rather than having to do with their enslavement to me. Still, with a few more clues I might be able to deduce where the source of this corruption comes from, or at least begin to advance and find the answer I was looking for. Even if not quite the larger quest I had built up in my mind, it was still something I needed to do. As I'm about to say goodbye and be on my way, a thought comes to mind. I break our contact and call on the Rabbit Council. In the end, I mostly communicate with Aster, but even if she is the oldest and the most familiar with me, the other colonies need their own representation. The wolf sniffs the air seconds after I open the portal and his hackles go up for a moment. No. Aster sends me. I haven't even asked anything yet. I know you. I know his type. He is not welcome here. The impression is extremely sharp, and I continue to watch him intently as his interest is piqued. You can smell prey, you just can't see it. Can you control yourself is the question? This is a good chance for you to develop your skills in dealing with predators like him, and I would be watching things closely if he wanted to visit or live in the inner world. Ugh. Aster kicks and screams for a minute, something particularly uncharacteristic from the oldest rabbit in all the colonies as far as I'm aware. She's basically the inner world matriarch. But eventually steam runs out, and she settles before continuing. You are right, but I don't like this. He barks wrong, and I'm kicking him out. I understand, and if he causes problems I will make sure he is not coming back to the inner world. But I believe we should give him at least one chance. A simpler image, something without the encapsulated concept of words, closer to what they use to communicate with each other. Agreement. Welcome the wolf. The wolf had been watching the entire interaction closely, and I guessed he understood more than he let on, but I explained it all to him. Now, I like the rabbits, so no chowing on them. They're your seniors in the inner world. Bunny's so tasty. He repeats, with an undercurrent I can't fully comprehend behind it, but I get enough. Stop that. Don't even kid about eating their young, or I will uninvite you. No more inner world. Now, do you want it? Yes, but it is too small. Not living, visiting. Okay. It is your choice. Do you want to come in now? He assents, and I open up a large portal to let him in. I keep my eye out for a few minutes just to see if he doesn't simply go berserk, but for all their initial bustle, their interactions are fairly amicable. Whatever madness the whole rabid thing induces, he managed to rise above it. Even if the disease still pushes his buttons, he knows to keep his head screwed on. It's an incredible achievement to develop himself mentally so much on his own. Interacting with the bunnies should be to everyone's gain. With a totally different outlook, I come back to the problem whirling away in the back of my mind. People need a way to manipulate space along with their space bag. I had one idea pop into my mind to ease the transition, but even after a little while, I'm not sure about its feasibility. Keeping the pocket of space in constant contact with the outside world may not be possible, but something else should be. Making a temporary doorway. Preparing a small section that will be easier to open with whatever method I settle can't hurt. With the last step divided into two, I begin to work on this idea. Interlocking plates, thinner membranes, and zipper-style openings. I test and retest them all. Variations on everything that feels it might work. Progress is quick on each of my ideas, but there is a lot to work on, so it still takes me a couple more hours. As I approach the limits of what I can do with my current understanding and ideas, the creeping tightness from my waste of time right before the clash trial comes back. I took half of the last step, but I couldn't call it now, not when I am so very close. Concern. Aspen's mental image breaks my concentration and I smile. I shouldn't worry the little guy, so I send back the only thing I can, the truth. Trying to create, failing. Not failing, the recipients of your gift will fail. Same difference. Confusion. Aspen and Aster sometimes learn a lot more than I expected, but without a lot longer getting used to the hybrid English-based language we are bound to come across expressions they aren't familiar with, and they will go over their heads. I extend my will and play with the overlapping pocket of space right in front of me. Not trying to do anything yet, just thinking. That's when I see a root poking out of the inner world and Aspen driving it into the space I'm working on. Through our link, I can feel very clearly as he exerts his will. Powerful as it is, he doesn't hit the right note, and space doesn't even bend. Unperturbed, he tries again and again. I help you. He sends to me, which has only one answer. I grateful. I really appreciate his thought, even if he is failing to bend it slightly. He won't be of much help to building better mechanisms than I can, if this keeps up. Even acting as a helper will take a good while. A little bit of my thoughts leaks through our connection, and he huffs in indignation. I can do it. I can help. The barest of twitches of the doorway manifest right in that instant. As I move my mouth up and down, he repeats the feat a second time, a third, a fourth. Right when I think of calling him off, the path I ought to take is laid out before me. Calling on one of the most developed of the seeds that he brought to consciousness in the inner world, I ask, can you imitate Aspen? Move space? With his limited field of awareness and basic control over the root network, it takes him a few seconds to see and understand what Aspen is up to. Then he replies to me excitedly. Try. Aspen is cool, Nissen. How the heck do they learn such random expressions while lacking a lot more basic stuff? I don't talk like that. Ever. Regardless, his understanding and encapsulation of ideas into words are coming along very nicely, and pride blooms in my chest as I watch their growth. Coordinating with Aspen, 100 other small seeds start to work with a similar goal in mind. From the corner of my eye, I watch, trying to understand their strengths and limitations. I look at the only 2 pockets of space I have. They won't be enough, so I go back to the inner world and start cutting more. I will need at least one to experiment for myself, and the others should have a few to practice on. An hour later, completely numb from the severing of space tied to my very being, I go back and start exploring how to work them based on the seed's capabilities. The intervening time gave plenty of ideas. Now is the time to put them into practice. Smaller sustained efforts in a small area are not a real challenge for the little guys. The limitations they face are others. Chief amongst them is their limited mental stamina. That means something akin got a zipper in the last layer should be the theoretical best choices, but their complexity and failure rate disqualify them from running, at least for this first iteration. With more time, it may become a more feasible option, though the zipper becomes a moot point as I have an even better idea. With a simpler design, I make a push button that deforms a thin layer of space attached to it until a hole is open. Or at least that is the theory. Best of all, it is not nearly as finicky as the zipper-style opening would be while generating a small round opening, instead of the weird shape a zipper would create. I start making the push bottom as small as possible, but also as light to push as possible with a long travel length from open to closed and vice versa. It shouldn't activate randomly this way, even going through some type of spatial distortion, and the seeds will still have a fairly easy time working with it. As I get up to call for someone to test, a devious plan comes to mind. A plan that will let others carry whatever they want back to Earth. And from the back of my mind I conjure the reason this had been nagging at me. Why reason I wanted this so bad? The void doesn't affect anything living inside someone's body. So when they go through the long journey back to Earth, the seeds and anything tied to the should survive just fine. I don't have a lot of information about the void, but with the glimpses from my book, I'm tentatively confident in my assumption. For that, the pocket of space has to be tied not to a wooden plate or more likely a fancier and therefore smaller metal plate, but to a living seed, which should bypass this hard rule against taking the instance's items back home. Rebuilding will greatly accelerate if we can carry a few things back. Though it's not like we can just carry back the entire village, nor should we. But smaller items like weapons, armor, and so much more are all good choices. Rebuilding the entire information network and batteries along with other stuff from the village would take time, especially as the people that return later would not be there right at the start to help rebuild it. There was plenty of stuff that without someone like me or Merlin would be outside most engravers' repertoires. It didn't matter that they could engrave 99% of the formation if the last 1% is a critical piece that is missing. Although the very first people going back will have not even what we developed until now, next month a par of people could head back with the few trinkets. Best of all, it won't just rely on me to do all this transporting, but quite a few other people as well. Splitting one of the seeds apart from the main group, I start my work. Linking it to the small root network inside my own body that surrounds my organs, I start to form the runes to attach a small space to myself. I may not exactly need something like this for myself, but I had to get it working somehow before calling people over. With just a few more mana points and a deft hand, the small formation ties the space to my rough center of mass, and then is it the time of truth. Can you open it? I asked the little seed. We'll try. A smile blooms on my face as the tiny tendril of will heads forward. Much more focused and familiar with space than Aspen an hour ago, but lacking the raw strength. It pushes forward the button I made. A centimeter forward, 5, 10, and finally the full travel, 12. The mechanism unlocks, and a small opening hovers mid-air akin to the portals to the inner world. I throw a chunk of dirt on it, and it works beautifully. A handful of dirt splattered all over the inside, just as if my inner world was a tiny little thing like this. I feel his mental effort starts to exhaust him, and I call him off. As soon as his will starts receding, the portal shrinks and collapses. The space inside is closed to the outside world, but a grin comes unbidden to my face. Yes, I have done it. We have done it. That's what I like. Now I just have to polish it up here and there before cranking them out. Chapter 153. The next morning, I'm finishing up the last of the space bags when Merlin shows up. Nash, can you help me with something? He asks. I just nod and he keeps going. Can you put a large mana battery inside my space bag? What are you thinking? Well, I made a battery of the right size for my inventory, but the opening is not large enough for the discs. You could break it up and feed it that way. That will take forever. And if I have any choice, I'd rather keep to a more well-tested design. At least while you don't work out how to make larger spaces and my companion doesn't get stronger. Come on, what you were complaining about. You already got the expanded version. Only you and Alex have them. A nice 4 cubic meter sphere. Absolutely perfect for pretty much everything we are realistically going to be doing in the instance. But as for your idea of taking stuff back home, that isn't going to be enough. I know, but we have time for that. I will see what I can do. About the battery, I mean. Give me just a few minutes to finish up here. Okay. Meet you at the academy. The battery is there. I rush through the rest of my work before heading over to Merlin's Magic Academy. After the brief walk, I move into the dirt field they use for magic training in front of the space allotted to the academy. Right beside the main 2-story building, a 2-meter-wide semi-sphere sits atop a weird wooden tripod. The rush around the place is a small sign of the changes as our population was finally seeing an increase. New students kept showing up as people moved in the village, which caused the classes and schedule around the use of this prime real estate piece to be pushed to the limit, especially attendance for the A class. Working hand in hand with Merlin is not only prestigious, but also a good way of getting feedback that no one else could give. Approaching the copper battery is a huge semi-sphere made from copper discs. The entire thing must weigh about 15 tons. I see the mana tap as it is being recharged from the village's supply. As my perception field encompasses it, I pretty much confirm my suspicions, in not only weight but mana capacity. It is not hand-engraved, relying on the bulk casting method and therefore has less storage, but even then it should hold no less than 100,000 mana. That is dozens of times more mana than Merlin's mana pool. That's a lot of mana. I state the obvious as Merlin approaches me from behind. Yep, with it and a flying vehicle, I can go pretty much anywhere I want. A lightweight vehicle like a speeder only takes about 2k mana an hour. This battery should be enough for at least 2 days of non-stop flight. Closer to 3 days. Without any recharges, that is enough for over 10,000 kilometers in a single trip. With it, if I don't come back in time from the trial, you will be able to power the flying bus. Yeah, that crossed my mind. Wait, you finally gave in? Flying bus. Better than Air Force One or the other half-dozen names people tried to give it, I say, kicking the dirt on the ground, still miffed at the lack of choice for my own stuff. We both go silent, and I start the work, extending my will and connecting with the seed Merlin put behind his ribcage. He is definitely not a squeamish old man, that's for sure. Working through the seed, I bypass the protections afforded by the system and take direct control of his spatial item. The seed gives me all the access I need for me to leverage my raw power. I force open a portal underneath the wooden support for the mana battery and let gravity do its work. Though as soon as the first discs cross the portal, the momentum gain is gone in the absence of gravity. Just a moment later, the last of the discs gives a final loud clang, and I shut off the portal. Merlin grimaces at me with his hands blocking his ears. You could have warned me. He goes over it inside his spatial item and seemingly finds everything in order after the abrupt landing. It seems everything is okay. Thanks. It's nothing. feeling a bit sheepish, but not showing it. It saved me so much work and even increased the storage capacity by a small fraction per unit of weight compared to relying on a more modular design. So, not nothing. Keep pushing magic research forward and give me access to your notes and we will call it even. I already do that, but sure. Though I got to admit, you got us a treasure trove of information, so many interesting new lines of research from all the new runes. It will take at least another month to explore the surface of our new repertoire. Half the stuff we wanted to make now only needs a quick trip to the library and boom, a couple of hours and you have a design instead of taking us days or weeks. Yeah, so many possibilities. I even thought of delaying my departure a little longer, but I'm not going to. I should have headed out already following my original schedule, but I still have a couple of things to take care of. Then I will let you get on with it. Lifting his hand high in the air, he says in an imperious tone, "You are released." I look at him amused before letting out a chuckle. Turning around, I head on my way. First stop, the smithy. Need to take care of that before finishing up my preparations and then heading over to the trial. A few gold coins accumulated over there while getting even more familiar with the fine manipulation of mana. Only reasons to smile. Shifting my schedule mentally, I conclude that finishing everything before sunset is on the table. About 3 hours pass, still, before noon, when I only have one small thing to do. Something that usually consumes a few minutes here and there and was progressing nicely along, but was still limited in nature, and I wanted to get in full working order before I headed over. I pull the smallest chunk of gold from my pocket and start meditating, just whirling away at it as I draw the fragments inside and incorporate them into the thin, long, and flexible root network spread throughout my body. Heading deeper and deeper within myself, I let my subconscious partially take over. Each and every single cell of this beautiful network needs to contain as much mana as possible. A persistent thought comes to mind. Increasing the mass and adding a lot more living batteries throughout my body, even if only temporarily to store a lot more mana, but I don't really feel comfortable increasing it any more than what I'm currently working with. And any time I think of trying to cheat the system even more blatantly, a chill comes out of nowhere. I decide not to push my luck, concentrating on finishing my work with the remnants of the gold coin. Finally, I reach the saturation point throughout my body as I have pushed to the limit for now. And that will remain so while my understanding of plants doesn't improve. I get access to better magical metals to replace some of the silver and gold. If I push more metal into the individual cells than I already have, I would just kill them, instead of keeping the carefully balanced state I found. Still, after so long I finally have almost 3 mana points that I don't think the system will take from me. It probably won't make much of a difference, but at least I will have access to a smidge of mana. Working under these new and different constraints is a novel experience. Usually, I'm only limited by my ability to hold and handle mana, not the amount of mana available. Still, a single magical spark with a little bit of light might make all the difference. Worst come to worst, it should help me in my search for actual control of mana, instead of relying on the system for that. As I open my eyes, I realize I spend longer than I had expected, but still in time. The sun just is drawing down. I open the prompt to glance at the button to take the trial, but as usual, a couple more small details pop into my head to deal with. Resigned to start in another hour or so. I move to the first item in the dwindling, but the ever-present list of tasks. Connecting with the inner world, I find mayhem. The wolf kicking and pushing rabbits all around it. Hundreds of their best combatants surround the wolf, tearing up the nice and previously smooth grass patch in a corner of the inner world. A single instant is all I need for me to start calming down as all that is wrong with my first impression starts processing. There is not a single broken bone, not a droplet of blood, nor any crippling blows. No longer worried, I open a portal right above the wolf's head. You almost gave me a heart attack. Fight. Fun. I get an undercurrent of his current thoughts as mental images as he slows down and the others stop sparring with him. As he gets control of himself, he sends a familiar concept again. Confusion. So I simplify my though and send it again. You scare me. Fight bunnies. Bunnies. Learn. Me. Fun. Good. Mutual. Okay. I will leave for a long time. I believe you want to roam the instance. Later. Now fight. If you don't leave now, stuck for a long time inside. Can't talk to you. His thought pattern goes haywire and he tries to understand what is happening by asking me why, but no matter how long or well I try to explain, our communication is too limited, and he still doesn't understand why he had to choose. However, that doesn't matter. He may not know why, but he understands what. The rabbits don't take any convincing. All of them are more than glad for the new addition after getting over their initial mistrust. They are also familiar with being split apart from me and having a lot of time on their own during the trial. There are even a few advantages they could gather and stuff they could learn in the interim considering the time dilation effect of the trial. Happy with the way things turned out, I tie a mental bow on that situation and walk to my actual last task, the only occupied prison cell in the village. The pair standing guard recognizes me even before I come into full view and open the gate to let me in. This is a sweet gig, right? I ask, trying to gauge their reaction and learn more than I could through simply asking a series of direct questions. Well, not much different than standing guard at the walls. It's unlikely anything will happen at any given day, but good. They are paying attention. Yeah, it is a sensible precaution. He has been a model prisoner so far, outside of costing us a constant stream of mana. Yeah. I move in watching him pretending to sleep. Even a few of his biomarkers on a cursory glance indicate that he is asleep, but I know better. The all-encompassing knowledge that the perception field provides me is not to be taken lightly. Not with someone who understands the human body as well as I do. I could be totally wrong, but the 12-hour sleep cycle he keeps seems to be exaggerated as much as possible. I call him out. Audra. He replies immediately. Opening his eyes, he looks straight at my eyes. I move inside as he turns on a peak and constant thunder attack aimed at my shields. Restraining him so there are no surprises, I touch his head and use my telepathy skill. Do you understand me? Yes. Learning your language. We'll probably be able to talk soon. To demonstrate just that, he speaks aloud. Talk English. I let a small smile as I hear someone running over. A few seconds later, one of the translator team arrives. He woke up? Oh. Nash. Hi. Just wanted to see how things are doing before leaving. He nods simply before sitting in the corner. If you can narrate your conversation, it might help us. I don't see the harm, so I do exactly that. Repeating everything I say and his responses. I will be leaving for a class trial. Class trial? Test to progress my class in level and rarity. He widens his eyes a little. Rare inside here, soon. Expected of you. How long? Unknown. He grins widely. No time compression, correct? I nod, returning a grin of my own. Yes. Useful, under certain circumstances. He looks at the members of the team arriving and then continues wiggling his eyebrows and sending a clear mental image. Idea. Tell me. With the biggest predatory smile I have ever seen from any goblin, he tells me. Invite me and translators in inner world. I rock back before the totality of his statement sinks in. Why hadn't I thought of that? It was so simple. I can't enter my inner world for whatever reason, but other people should be able to, right? We both grin on the same secret. Now I'm done. I could do more, but it is time, and can't delay. I won't delay it any longer. There are probably half a dozen things I'm forgetting, but I had to leave sometime, and now is the time. I should take just a quick glance at my checklist. Full mana in the battery inside my body. Check. Defenses of the inner world. Check. Filled stomach. Check. Wolf and shaman yada yada. Check. The teams of people that took the chance to travel in the inner world. Check. Batteries and supplies inside the secondary pocket of space. Check. Daily meditation for stat increases. Check. A large stockpile of food for the rabbits in the inner world to supplement the slow production of roots and berries. Check. I close my eyes, ready to take the trial when someone comes over in a run. Alex, did you think you could leave without saying goodbye? My God, man. Don't do that to us. Charlie says. Fine, I say. Just half a dozen people show up, but each of them is dear in my heart. They tied me to the instance and humanity in this new place. Even after just a few months, each of them dearer to me than just about anyone else back on Earth. How quickly things change. At that moment, I know. They are the reason that even though I know that living alone has some advantages and hermit mode does wonder for my mental freedom, it is also boring and unsustainable to keep up forever, and so I keep coming back. There is a liveliness whenever I'm around them. A kind of freedom that no distance for everyone could achieve. Merlin and the way magic seems to bend to his will. Charlie and the calmness he exuded, being able to see through people and tell them what they need to hear. Alex's childlike exuberance. Greg and Richard also had their own charms, even if most of our interactions are more transactional. Even the last addition to my inner circle, Burgess, is still a friend, even disconsidering the MRI and the fact he technically worked for me. You. I love all of you. My throat catches and finally, I feel I'm ready. I'm eager to take the next challenge, and I don't delay for another instant. With a simple wave to my friends, I move my other hand touching the system prompt, and I'm teleported elsewhere. Chapter 154. The spatial transition as the system drags me to my trial is noticeable, but much smoother than what the automaton usually did. He may be a robot, but he was not the system. Though even if I can tell I have been teleported, it is a very brief sensation, and I'm not surprised last time I didn't even could tell I had been teleported over. The instant is over and the familiar environment shows up. The very same trial as last time. A simple chamber of cut stone and arches. All that fades from my mind as the system tries to rip my being in half. My health, mana, and stamina are simply gone without a contest as soon as I arrive, which I don't even bother trying to keep. A tug-of-war with the system would not be to my benefit if I was to lose. The inner world also starts to move away, but I will not let go of it so easily. With my greater understanding of space, I keep a hold of it. Like I'm a dog with a bone, the system's efforts just lift my body as it pulls the inner world upward. Pressed against the 4-meter-high curved ceiling in the small chamber, the pull gradually gets stronger, but there is absolutely nothing that will force to let go, even the all-encompassing pain on my body as the system tries to invade it. That resolution is shattered moments later, as ether and something else squeezes my innards with immense strength. A scream comes from the new addition in my chest that fused into the root network of my body. Inuuu. Get away, bloody system. You will not harm him. Letting go of the inner world, I drop to the ground on my back, not even paying attention to it given my physical stats. System, you cannot touch what is mine, what is part of my body. I do not allow it. To make a point to myself or the system, I don't know which, I finish with a single word. Mine. Pain radiates from the seed, Aspen's progeny, and I'm almost overwhelmed through our link, but as much as his existence is pain and part of that translates to me, I keep sharing with him all the strength and willpower I can. There is nothing else that matters more. There is nothing that matters at all, not while he is suffering. I try to grab the space around and simply force out everything that doesn't belong. Pushing against the thick wall, against the mountain that is the system's will yields nothing, but as I'm about to give up and seek a new approach, I notice the change inside my body and I focus all my will there. This is my body. As the words pass my lips, my control increases a little and a pinprick inside my chest. This is my body. This. Doing it, again and again, shifts the effort from impossible to just on the edge of my capabilities. Step by step I exert the monumental effort and push the system out of my core, something I thought impossible just a minute before. Slowly growing the finger-wide sphere near my heart, the seed can catch a bit of its breath, but even if its core is now safe, all of its limbs are still in contention. Leveraging all I learned from the hardest trials of my life, that I internalized every time I pushed myself to the limit and would not accept limits placed upon me. I heave again. An inch, 2 inches, 3 inches. When my will reaches my skin, I stop to catch my breath. My body is my temple. My body is my domain. I repeat this simple mantra over and over even as the system tries to push back. My body is my temple. My body is my domain. Extending this domain further is outside the realm I can achieve, and being strategic, even extending to my limbs would put too great of a strain on my mind for any period of time. So I settle on keeping a firm hold on a sphere in my chest while passively trying to push the system out elsewhere. My leg calls my attention. Twisted into irreconcilableness, the runes are finally fully distorted and a rush of mana dissipates into the air. The bluish gas that normally would take only a moment to fade instantly goes away as the system simply absconds with it. Instantly, I realize that it doesn't care about the plant matter, not even bothering with what is left behind, but continues working on the rest of my body trying to get at the mana it contains. Instantly, I release all of this resource spread throughout my entire body except the little rough sphere in my chest. The seed stops suffering and I grimace. I never imagined that my actions could have done this. If I had known. I even thought of stuffing even more mana in my body. What would have happened then? Would he have simply blown up in an instant? Shaking my head, I start compressing the runes on a smaller sphere on my chest. As I do that, I reduce the space in my control until it is smaller than my fist. The mental effort is nearly gone, at least when compared to a second before, and I start a light meditative session. Fighting the urge to rub my temples and cradle my head, I keep repeating the mantra until the effort becomes second nature. This in specific is a new sensation, but the fact that it is a continuous effort in the back of my mind like what I had in place for the inner world's portals, gravity, and lights makes this new addition something of an old friend. In 1 hour, what had been impossible becomes natural, becomes second nature, almost like breathing, or rather running, given it is still something that takes a lot of effort. Still, I have a little more room to get used to this new mental muscle and improve efficiency even when acting in a small area and under the best of circumstances, but the system doesn't give up or relent for even an instant. So I try to recover my mental stamina even while the confrontation is still ongoing. If the system doesn't yield, I will have to eventually let it go, but at least for today, I can keep this up. An hour of meditating is enough to make me feel mostly normal again, even if I'm still getting more tired. With a quick accounting of the situation, I reach out for my pool mana, but as expected, I can't touch it. Every single one of my resources is tantalizingly out of reach like last time, even if quite close. I can sense them, I can smell them, I can see them from every angle imaginable, but like a kid in a store with all the candy locked behind bulletproof glass, all that I can interact with is the cold and unyielding transparent barrier. Not fair. Still, I have a smidge of mana remaining hidden away. All that trouble for little more than 1 point of mana left, but in the possibility that it may come to be useful is too important for me to just give up. So I get up and spread my perception field to full bloom, absorbing my surroundings and going over the solid stone with my roughly 69 meters perception field. As I step away from the central spot in the chamber, a system prompt blinks and the light is simply gone. No gradual fade of my senses, simply a switch flick. What the trial is up to. As I try to get used to relying only on the perception field, which is fairly easy by now, all the memories taken away hit me like a truck. Disoriented and ripe to fall, I try to keep my balance, but thankfully the sensation fades quickly and everything fits right back in its proper place in only a few seconds. Every single recollection a sliding folder perfectly heading for their own little corner of my mind. Finally, what was stolen is back. I hadn't succeeded in remembering anything before coming back, but this time I'm more prepared and fully aware that the system would try to intrude in my mind. This floor is strangely similar to the last trial, at least in the little that I explored. Extending my perception field to full again after letting it drop during my struggle, I run at a decent pace with my fairly impressive stats. Going through everything again, I try to open the system prompt, and like last time, even the simplest of screens is gone. This time, I can't even summon the Leave Trial Early screen, instead being forced to rely on voice commands for that particular function. Even as a grin is plastered over my face, the rough stone floor vibrates silently, and the imagined burn of my physical effort gets to my brain. All my senses and stuff I greatly rely on are simply gone. Even my running gait is slightly different without the physical senses my muscles normally return to me. I try to reach out for everything else. The space tied to the seat in my chest has a small cache of supplies. But although it hasn't moved away from me like the inner world, it may be out of reach. This pocket of space that overlaps my body is just another layer of reality. Tentatively hopeful, I reach out with a tendril of my will, find the opening of the space, and try to open the lid of my space bag. But as I do so, a hard and painful slap comes buffeting me back. A bloody slap? The system is slapping me? I let out a belly laugh fueled by the absurdity of the situation because I wasn't expecting that at all. I expected something, but a slap? That is new. I reach out to space again to measure the system's response. I try twisting it but don't generate any reaction. So, it is just prejudiced against bags of holding and similar items. Interesting. Without letting the thousands of little details distract me, I start earnestly running with the perception field unfolded to its full glory. So far there is nothing that fails to match my memories of this place. Long stone corridors with no distinct markings. Just like the newly unlocked memories tell me. Though in the first intersection, something different than both of my experiences shows up. I'm greeted by a three-way that splits into options to continue on the current level, to climb, or to descent. And as my memory tells me, instead of the 3 layers from the first trial, this second one will have a few more. The distance between them should be small enough for me to detect something below and above with the size of my perception field. I move to add this first split into a map by folding a few roots inside my body, but even as I do that, the strangeness comes to the forefront of my mind. I think, I know I have done this before. I didn't erase anything but still arrived back on the instance with the roots all in their normal place instead of shaped like the maps I drew. Hell, I didn't even realize this missing piece of the puzzle after the system erased my memories. I also just found out that one of my ideas to take knowledge of the trial outside won't work. With the system's interference in mind, I'm certain its intrusion is far from something simple. It erased a lot about myself that would have questioned the lack of a map or other notes in my route network. Not even the first map that I recall painstakingly drawing had remained. Something I would have likely left behind if the second layer of the trial didn't require this particular skill of mine. Shaking my head and ignoring another frustrating aspect of the system's interference, I keep heading straight and try to navigate using a few of the principles governing both mazes I walked. It won't help me to map the entire place faster, but by following the logic of the place I find the spots of interest sooner, like the central chamber and a pair of places with the sliding puzzles. I leave the bread loaves on the table and return the maze with no plans to rush into eating them. Running at a superhuman level that very few athletes ever reached back on Earth, but keeping that speed for hours and days is natural to me and many other endurance people after the advent of the system. I will probably just slow down later to save the small energy stores I have available. Strategically mapping the place while keeping an eye on the environment is paramount. Soon in my run, I start coming up the corridors either above or below showing up in perception field. They sit at about 53 meters from each other, and just when I'm going to dismiss that number as random, its significance shows manifest to me. That is the smallest distance you can have considering the 8-foot-tall tunnels and still keep anyone with the standard 50-meter perception field limited by their inner world size even when using strategies to extend the range. Even laying on the ground or climbing in the ceiling wouldn't let someone sense the other tunnels being just a few inches too short. But simply extending that range to 51 meters is enough to cross this small barrier. Laying on the ground, you would just reach the ceiling from a tunnel directly underneath, and vice versa. Rapidly expanding the map, I let the simple and fairly tedious task consume me while trying to add a few other exercises to make the most of my time. Inside the perfect environment to train the natural use of mana, I throw myself into it with vigor while conserving my resources carefully. It may never come to anything, but I wanted to be entirely independent of the system, if at all possible, even if just for my peace of mind. Now on to the next step. The soundless and unfeeling slaps of my feet against the floor continue. Even with all the information of my perception field, it is still strange that all my other senses are completely muted. But what could I do? Chapter 155. Some 36 hours after arriving in the trial grounds, when I'm simply too tired to continue, I stop on the stone floor of the central chamber to get some sleep. Having already found a couple of places of interest with the puzzles that I meticulously copy to reproduce in the central chamber is a small relief, along with already knowing where I can find at least one source of water. Without the time or anything that can be used in lieu of a clock, precision is completely lacking, but by now my body is a well-honed machine and my biochemistry is extremely familiar to me, so my estimate will be fairly accurate. Maybe even down to the hour for a time span like this. Struggling to keep up the fight against the system, and without an immediate and obvious use for my last remaining point of mana, I decide to stop. I need to get some sleep, and though I could keep the effort a lot longer, there is an added effort I'm not very familiar with yet draining a decent check of my attention. Keeping the system out of a small space in my chest isn't as effortless as the other things running in the background. Saving myself from a worse headache in the morning, I sit on the ground cross-legged and try to do something fairly stupid. I try to make use of the little mana squirreled away. A torrent of mana slowly flows out from my core, or at least a torrent compared to the drought the system imposed in this place. This thin stream feeds a small flame, and this effort rapidly drains the last of my will. But playing with the smallest of flames is all that it takes for me to run out of the bluish resource in less than a minute. I use the opportunity to get a sense of how to affect mana in a place that actively fights it, but all too soon it's over. With a happy grin, I make use of my position and mental state to try and find a real crack in the place so I can reach for my mana or something similar that was always within myself instead of relying on the system. A cold and uncaring system that takes its gifts away whenever it suits itself. If they were true gifts, the system would have relinquished all hold over them, but there were strings attached, and it didn't let go. Going deeper and deeper, I try to evoke the same emotional shift from when I use my familiar vigor resource instead of stamina. That, like all similar experiments, can only be marked as an utter failure. But even in failure, a sliver of hope shines in my gut. I have finally taken the first step with this experiment, and what a glorious step. Keeping the flame lit for a minute is something I doubt any other human could say even if these trials were more common. With a wide grin plastered on, I lay back in the corner of the chamber as the lights fade, and I'm at least grateful that there are no lights while I'm sleeping. Better for optimal hormonal balance and recovery. Already familiar with the logic and organization of the maze, I push on, keeping a higher pace than even the fastest marathonist throughout the day, only stopping for a few activities like my daily meal or sleep time. All remaining time, roughly 20 hours, are very productive. I map the complex tridimensional shape of the 7 layers of labyrinth begins to build in earnest, rapidly developing with my extended range perception field and monstrous running pace. It takes only a week for me to have a decent blueprint of the map. Even if I hadn't passed through or even seen every corridor, which will take much longer, happiness is simply overflowing from everywhere, and nothing can stand in my way. The mentally low-effort actions like following the lines of the map and searching through every little nook and corner take a lot of time, but leave most of my attention free. All that remaining brain power doesn't sit idle and go to waste. I grind, push and pull against the system's restrictions around mana, and continue scratching and banging on the door, hoping to find an answer to my dilemma anytime now. As the completion percentage of the puzzles approaches the 90th percentile with only 2 of them to go, I can almost feel something in the distance. Not mana, something else, something intangible, for now, but it is all too real. Something in corner of my perception that the occasional stat increase from my daily meditation session provides. This place may not have the same amenities as the instance, but although the system doesn't make things easier and gives more EXP, I do have loads of time in turn. As the thought of the others squirreled away in the inner world crosses my mind, I smile widely. That was an absolutely wonderful idea. Truly a genius level of thinking from the shaman. Even if that was his only contribution, I would happily pay the mana price in nigh perpetuity, though I both doubted the price would be that steep and that no further returns on my investment would happen. Too bad only a few had chosen to take the risk of heading into the inner world. Of course, a few like the Wonder Pair, which were our best spear fighters in the village, purposefully choose to remain behind to fight the HLZ beast roaming the place. So far, we only had a single team capable of doing it without their help, but we were expanding, and as soon as a few more chose a decent class to get past level 100, we would see more of these groups showing up. Technically, a certain someone was supposed to stay behind, but he snuck in with the translator and crafting groups. For all of his age and vaunted wisdom, when it comes to magic, he is a kid. The opportunity to have more time to study, especially in a different context, is simply too interesting for him to pass up the chance. This may very well be my last foray into the trial before I have to return to Earth. I just don't know. I halt my runaway mind. Extraneous thoughts leak away as my will and ether spring up around me in a sharp and concise movement, and I shift my mentality trying to fit the myriad of puzzle pieces in their proper place. Even through my exhaustion and the hypnotic movement of my legs, I notice something missing, something that will tie all my efforts together. I manage to open each and every single one of the puzzle copies in the central room and get the last loaf of bread as a reward from the system. I meticulously map all the places I visit and any in range of my perception field. I even manage to begin the last step in the process that involves moving back and forth a couple of times to the closest puzzle dead ends spread in the maze floors and aligning each of the pieces as precisely as possible until they all lock into place. With a focus I seldom felt, I keep running and running for the longest time as my mind and will whirl away at the chance of something more, something mine, something that. Another piece clicks. I cannot continue to call it just something. I need specificity, not generalities. The perfect idea is to come up with a proper name, a single word or idea to focus myself. Sure, coming up with names is not my favorite activity, but it is necessary. Moments later, even before I really put my mind to it, it just comes to me. Something simple that fits snugly into place and will add the very last piece with a bow on top, almost like a present. A single word meticulously chosen. The epitome of and proof of my naming scheme. Chi. I want to find my chi. I need to find my chi. I will search and reach for my chi. This simple and fitting concept comes to mind, fitting nicely with its twin, vigor. While some people would always find trouble with any idea I propose, the choice is simple. After the word crossed my mind, there was no turning back. Chi. In kinetic meditation, even if that is no longer its name, I run as the search consumes me. Nothing will stand in my way, and all the time and preparation I spent on this makes itself known. Not even the system can stand in front of me now. An hour, a day, or a week passes. Time loses its meaning, and for the life of me, I can't tell how long passes, but finally, The tantalizingly out-of-reach resource gets into focus in my soul as I pull and pull. It builds in my arms. Power floods me, and I put forth my all into a single point to create. Wielding all my skills and experience, everything is in the line. For the briefest of instants, a spark lies up. The saddest and limpest spark I ever saw that wasn't even a proper bright yellow flies an inch before winking out. Even the color is off, being a red faded tint instead of the normal bright yellow. But this is all I want, all I need. A crack, a new way, a new mentality, and lots of ground to explore. Letting the abating exhaustion catch up with me, I lay on the ground right then and there before closing my eyes for the most peaceful and fulfilling night of sleep in ages. "What the hell are you doing, Merlin?" asks the most annoying person from anyone on the translator team. "I'm just thinking," I reply in my usual cross-legged position. No, you are not. I recognize that face of yours. You are planning something dangerous probably. Maybe, but I won't experiment with it now. I'm gonna wait till I'm back and can talk to Nash. Messing with the inner world is too. Never mind. I take a deep breath and answer his actual question. What I'm going to do now? I don't know. Just so many possibilities to follow up on, though I probably keep reading and doing a few small experiments just to get a hang of the use of most of these new runes. Small? Experiments? These are not small at all. God damn it. You are setting off explosions every other minute. It seems you only know how to screw up, complains the tired translator, putting a hand to his face. That's the best way to learn. The most successful people are also the ones who most failed in their lives. The difference? They learned from each and every single one of those mistakes. Managing something on the first try may be satisfying, but the true and deep learning process can't happen like that. And I have been learning a lot. Even without the hints and nudging of the system that we get while we are on the instance, now we have a lot more time to work with, to read, and think deeply about how things are developing instead of coasting on the system's help. The translator pulls his hair out, clearly frustrated with my line of reasoning. Ugh, you're impossible. Just try to set off your explosions in the appropriate place and try to do something to muffle them. There is the testing area, but the rabbits are not keen on letting me go there. Nash tends to set off his own experiments back there with no warning. I don't like how they have a run of the place. It's like we are second-class citizens or something. Nah, I don't think so. This is their home. We are closer to guests. But if the explosion bothers you so much, just build a hut with proper doors and windows far away close. There is plenty of wood around. If you build it around the wooded area, that should also help dissipate the sound. I will also try to keep it only during the day. Don't you think Nash would mind if we cut down his trees? Probably, but he will understand our needs. Just don't be wasteful. As our conversion draws to a close in much more amicable terms, he moves off as I pull paper and pen from my inventory and start scribbling another idea. Even if I don't test now, I can always save it for later. Though even as the lines leave my imagination and start occupying the piece of paper in front of me, a young rabbit shows up by my side and rubs his head along the outside of my thigh. What I wouldn't give to learn the telepathy skill, you beautiful creature. Rubbing the back of his neck, he twists his shoulders in delight. Still, it's not like we cannot communicate at all. I know exactly what you mean right this instant. No words needed. 5 minutes pass on this exercise even as I let mana flow around me while drawing complex runic shapes. Complexity that nobody else seemed to really grasp. What they didn't understand was that for me my meta magic was just a logical extension of smaller and simpler units. Most people just didn't think like that. Even Nash still hadn't quite gotten it. He was always loudly spouting about mine and Alex's talent, but in the rush of the system and the instance, that didn't make itself known to me. Now, without any help from the system comparing my progress to the other mages who were struggling to learn even the basics from all the new books, that is when my talent is making itself manifest in even more impressive ways. I was chewing through the books nearly as fast as back on the instance, and needing only about twice to engrave and set up my experiments, the others. They need from double to triple the time to read and grasp the runes while taking even longer to successfully cast their magic for lesser results. Even their engraving was lousier. The contrast is so sharp that nobody missed it, though the others hadn't mentioned anything for over a week. I had gotten through nearly half of the books while keeping a relatively low pace and stopping to apply in small ways what I was learning as my very understanding of magic shifted. When this is over, I need to find a way to repay Nash. And he better not come up with an excuse. I may have the raw talent, but he knows where to push and how to break the rules of the system like nobody else. His gains are obviously commensurate. In a calm and peaceful state, I rub the head of the bunny going back and forth over my leg. I try to reach out with my ether, to bend my field ever so slightly to connect to the living being by my side. And for the first time, Alex's and Nash's instructions click into place and the world becomes my oyster. I can finally yield ether. Warm. The fuzzy and indistinct image comes, but I can only translate it as that, a fuzzy warm feeling mixed with happiness or something, so I try to send something back. Yes, you're also warm. Chapter 156. Excitement and giddiness find every crack in my will and simply overflow. No matter how much exhaustion drags at me each and every single time I use the slightest bit of chi in this place. It was an extremely important discovery and likely would have taken a prohibitively long time without making use of the special characteristics of this place. But just because there were clearly delineated lines and limits that stopped me from accidentally falling back into using the much easier and more familiar mana. It doesn't mean the system also didn't tie giant rocks to my arms every time I try using even a little of my chi. Its prejudice against it is even larger than my use of vigor, though not quite at the level of mana. Given that I also don't receive the customary help from the system as I do for proper mana usage, the results are even more lackluster than I expected, but my very connection to the formation of this new resource has its own upsides. And I'm not left too far behind. Luckily, the system's restrictions on chi are a little more relaxed compared to mana, and I also don't have to worry about it stealing my chi whenever it suits itself. As I get used to it, it feels possible to get close to the level of my control with vigor, though it still should take a while. That other resource took me years to learn properly. I just hope my experience will give me a leg up because I didn't think I had a decade to slowly train it up instead of the myriad of other aspects. With a skip in my step, the last few minutes of my self-imposed hour-long break pass, and I prepare to let out a single spark again. After a few tries, I can more properly focus on the power and intent, and I do exactly that, squeezing a single and short burst of will into an infinitesimally small spot just in front of my chest and covered by my hands. I fight off the system's interference and bring to life a single spark. A little larger and brighter, almost a proper spark, roughly what you would see when flicking a lighter. The only difference, and the very reason it is still sad, is its lack of friends. The minute shard of chi flies off a couple of inches alone before the air sucks away the heat, not even leaving the smallest of metal shards behind as it would have if it was real flint. Each time I exert my will, I not only get more used to it, but I also learn the differences between both resources. Chi and mana feel and even look similar on the surface, though chi feels it will have a different color. A theory that is hard to prove while I'm inside the trial grounds. I will wait till I leave to test that. For now, throwing out chi into the air would be useless with the limited control I have. Just like the dichotomy and interrelationship that vigor and stamina play, as I use my chi, I feel my mana pool slowly dwindling. At least I won't have to build chi reserves by themselves. I just wonder how they will interact with runes. Is it interchangeable with mana or? I shake my head given I can't exactly test this here without dedicating more time than I want right now and move on. The books had a tremendous amount of information on magic, some foundational things, like proper charts, mapping the more common types of magics, and even a brief explanation on the healing aspect and its counterpart, decay. Though even that terminology was debated. Too bad there was nothing about how to generate or aspect your mana, and that takes that option out of the view for now. There is also not even a hint about resources beyond the system like my vigor and chi. Even if my own book discussed a few aspects related to ether occasionally, even there I find no mention of anything beyond the standard system triad of resources. Health, mana, and stamina are ubiquitous and universal if my book is to be believed. It seems that either these didn't exist in the system or the information was not common knowledge. It might even be highly restricted. And a desire to learn about this isn't what is stopping me, as if the question was just idle curiosity. It is something dear to my heart, and every time I open my book, it is one of a small set of questions burning in my mind. I wonder if I stumbled on something nobody else had before, but I'm distracted by the muted feedback of my body. The more I get used to this second resource, the more I feel something is off. The rest of the day develops, and by the time I'm about to sleep, I cannot ignore it any longer. This isn't like hunger, something that came and went regardless of whether you eat or not. This is walking on an injured foot. The longer it goes on, the worse it will get. So far it is not too bad, just an annoyance that most people wouldn't even notice. A few extra grams on a shoulder, or an occasional rub against my skin, but I feel the imbalance within myself. If I don't take care of it, Eventually, the wart would grow into a tumor and warp my posture and spine into something irrecognizable, maybe so much that even crawling would be out of the question. The only thing that makes sense is if the lack of a third resource of my own to complement both vigor and chi is causing this. Would I have to stop using my chi while I didn't get the equivalent of health unlocked? It took me months inside both trial and even a few long select meditation sessions to working exactly on this outside the trial. Would I be a two-legged stool for months until I managed to unlock the health resource and take a step to achieve balance? I sit and meditate instead of heading to sleep trying to answer this question. With a good schedule, skipping today won't even leave me sleepy or tired, but I shouldn't abuse this. During my usual 3-hour break, I simply explore my body and whatever is causing this feeling. Poking and prodding from every imaginable angle, I cannot come up with any other reasonable explanation for my impression. So far, the change is minimal, if still noticeable for someone like me. Just a fly buzzing around, if even that. But if I let it go on, it will become a stinging bee, then a wasp, and so on until I'm ate or poisoned to death by a scorpion or crushed under an elephant's weight. Wait? Can I even be crushed by just 3 tons? Getting my line of thought back on track and setting aside the curiosity and changes in my vitality, strength, and endurance stats provide for the toughness of my bones aside, I need to come up with an answer soon. Otherwise, I may be forced to stop training if it is the addition of chi that is causing the imbalance. I spend the next 2 days running a trial. I don't even touch it. Although I have the impression that the pressure and imbalance continue growing, it is much slower. Glad that I can at least delay it. I truly start my earnest work on health, the only thing I believe has a real chance of working. As the end of the first month arrives and the last of the large loaves of bread the system provided is gone, my fat reserves start to dwindle. Having gotten a little more for the last couple of weeks and making sure to store all that fat away, I can push myself a little more than usual, but even the largest store will eventually run out. I go back and forth between the puzzle in the corridors and the central chamber while mapping the rest of the place, and everything goes smoothly. In just over a month, the familiar blue crystal shows up atop the table in the central chamber. After that, all my senses return to full bloom while I'm inside the central chamber, but I don't leave just yet, still wanting to complete the map and make use of time. It takes me another 2.5 weeks or so to complete a cool 49 days to complete the map. I have gone over just about every single inch of the place with my perception field. I have perfectly nudged each of the puzzle pieces around until they lock into place, and even my work towards controlling health seems to have had some progress, though I'm still a good way off. I put my hand on the blue crystal, fairly trusting that I won't be simply sent out of the room given the way it worked last time. Class trial, second entry, one with the world. Time, 49D 19 hours 1 minute and 26 seconds, 1D 9 hours 34 minutes and 5 seconds instance time. Congratulations, you have passed your class trial. Passing scores. 2 puzzles unlocked. Class loses 1 rarity ranking. 5 puzzles unlocked. Class maintains rarity ranking. 18 puzzles unlocked. Class increases 1 rarity ranking. Full puzzle unlock. Chance to try the next tier trial. Do you wish to exit or move to the next trial? Note: player protections on the life of the system user will be lifted. Continue at your own risk. Exit next trial. I grin at having achieved a full puzzle unlock again, though even as the feeling bubbles up, there's a hollowness behind it, something incomplete. Before, I hadn't paid any attention, but looking at the entire list just fuels my doubts. Why didn't I just finish the last trial, or at least push myself for a little longer? Could the result just be this? A larger and more intricate version of the first trial, or is there some secret behind it all? This is essentially the same trial I remember after choosing to enter the second trial months ago. The map is not the same, but it had grown to the exact same size and followed the same rules. But as the thought comes to my mind, I start spotting inconsistencies in my memories. At first, just small details. I stopped sleeping more often and for longer, my strength and speed seemed diminished, and I was slowly losing coordination as time passed. Suboptimal movements and decisions puzzle me, and I halt in my tracks. Moving back, I sit on the ground. I know that after spending all the sugar in my blood and liver and running out of food, it is normal to step down my rhythm down given the slower process of breaking down fat into glycogen and other important biochemical alchemy that needs to happen in the body, but not by this much, not even at the end of the second trial. So it wasn't just a sudden weakness that is to be expected under certain circumstances. Walking my memory palace back and forth, I find the yellow striped doors that had been taken from me by the system and analyze their contents for well over an hour in deep meditation. I try to find peace in the frustrating exercise, but each little inconsistency dumps a few calories, heating my already boiling blood. The system hadn't just stolen away my memories, it had rifled through and curated them. This is a whole new level of invasion, something that I cannot put into words. After the initial shock wears out, a cold and simple focus snaps into place. The system is a machine, a cold and unfeeling machine, unlike the friendly neighborhood automaton. My brief smile fades and reality reasserts itself. The system has done this and likely much worse. That is something I will come across in the future. It is not even surprising after learning about what it is doing to the goblin's entire planet. Feeling like myself again, I leave the long corridors of the memory palace and simply meditate, and not just for an hour or two, but for the entire day. With my metabolism slowed as much as I can without lowering my core temperature to dangerous levels, I don't even have to worry about reducing the active time I have in the trial that much with this pause. With a focus on what I'm to do with the information I now have on top of the hints I got from the last attempts, I focus fully on my next actions. I frame the question correctly in my mind. Will I leave things as they are? After asking the right question, the answer is a natural consequence, and there is only one. No. No, I will not. Not in a million years. There is something here still, and even if I only have another 5 days or so before all my fat is gone and my body starts to break down muscle, bones, and organs for fuel, at least if I keep my jogging pace. Getting up, a commensurate increase in blood pressure, adrenaline, and epinephrine accompany me. My blood vessels dilate, my limbs limber up, and finally, energy begins to move around once more. Having lost just about all my fat, my skin went from a thin layer to almost paper thin, and even in the faint light of the blue crystal, I begin to see my bones. All that, however, doesn't compare to my goal. There is something hidden somewhere in this place, and I know the exact place to start. The outside borders. It is the only thing that made sense. At a slow jog, even slower than usual, I head for the closest edge of the map in search of something. Chapter 157. Hugging the stone walls in the dark, I extend my perception field to the limit. At roughly 69 meters of range, I can cover a huge volume, but in a straight line it's not that far away, and so far I found nothing, absolutely nothing. And so I continue making my way along the outside corridor. Hours pass without even any hints of success, not even a whiff. I change my methods over and over, stopping along the way and looking at stuff closely or going faster to cover more ground. But in the end, all I find is solid stone and the void surrounding the trial. Through the vacuum around may not actually be the void. I may just not be able to detect anything there with my perception field. Throughout the trial, besides this solid stone, there is only a slightly different type of stone that composes the runes hidden in the teleportation table, and that is nothing new. Without a lot more mana and metal tools, I couldn't even try to game the system and force the snack machine to spit out more than what I paid for. Whirling the problem away in my mind, I look at the map meticulously drawn with the filaments of roots that covers a wide flat area behind my lungs. Making a mental effort, I try to look at it and translate it into the air right in front of me. I get a hint of a headache, even with the muted feedback this place imposes on my body, but I still keep it up. I look at it from several angles and move the hallucination until I find the perfect view of the entire thing. But in the end, I succeed. I bypass the limitations in my visual cortex and can see the entire map as it is supposed to be. A grin comes unbidden to my face, something that I cannot contain, nor do I try to do so, flaunting it to all, though there is anyone else in range as far as I can tell. Analyzing the layout and the rules it follows, I try to glean anything more than what I already knew. But even minutes later, I'm still stuck, so I keep the idea in the back of my mind and let the effort drop. Coming back to the trail, I decide to continue following the outside corridors, but drop to a walking pace until I learn something new. New information never arrives. A day, then 2. Stops along the way to resummon the map, and my time quickly running out, even without running at the initial insane pace I had been keeping. I even go back to the initial and the central rooms to look for any clues that might be hidden over there, no matter how small, but it is all to no avail. What just changes me? Getting used to the entire map, especially in a much more friendly form, such as the interactive hologram I forced my mind to create, shows me small details about the nature of the maze and intricacies of the rules it followed that not even the combined months in between trials had taught me. Details about how the branching worked, where and when you go up or down, and finding the closest dead end with an actual puzzle and sometimes water source. Eventually, I spot a little inconsistency in the rules I learned about. 6 spots that call my attention. A larger open area of about 200 meters wide without any other access except for a dead end that came a little closer. That in itself is nothing out of the ordinary, but almost like an artist saying that a tree feels wrong in a spot, or the color of a root is off in a painting. I can tell something is wrong with this place. Not in the fact that it is a dead end, the small void, or anything else in specific, but there is no other place in the entire maze that gathers all these factors together, no other confluence with the same feel. If you have only 50 meters in perception field range, you will never see any other corridor but the one you are on and the start of its direct intersections. If you have 200 meters, you can always see something in any direction. Although individually this new section does follow all the individual rules, there is something just off about it, and I'm determined to find out what. Closing the mental map, I increase my pace and head straight over. Each step on my feet takes me closer to my destination and my certainty increases. More inconsistencies pop up, and even the way the surroundings are organized seem to be designed to decrease the chance I would explore the place and instead only rely on the feedback from my perception field while I was either above or below and never actually visiting the place. For the people without even the 50 meters range, it would be a moot point either way. With the greater travel, they would need a lot more time given each trip down a corridor only reveals the very corridor. That would instantly at least triple the miles they had to run and likely making the complete mapping endeavor impossible in the available time frame. There is something stark when compared to what the rest of the trial, but without actual white to compare it to, ice-colored paint might as well be white. The miles dwindle and soon I'm at the corridor, heading in for nearly a kilometer with no branches, again not unusual in itself, but in context. I pass the dozens of corridors around in range that helped me map this one. The certainty of my conclusion comes to a peak as my perception field passes the end of the corridor even before I find anything. No puzzles, no water, no runes, but my legs continue driving me forward, and when my perception field is 51 meters beyond the limits, finally, I find an Easter egg. Yes, oh, bloody yes. Sliding to a stop, not even having noticed my sprinting pace, I drop TP the ground and stare at the single addition to the trial. A chicken egg of dense stone in the middle. Though it is not only heavy in weight, something extremely easy to tell with the perception field, but has another heavy property. It feels heavy in color. Likely a dark gray or maybe a black stone with reflective spots. Too bad I can't even touch it, let alone take it away. I continue covering the small volume in wonderment. At first glance, it feels completely solid, but as I get used to it and let go of everything else, putting my entire focus on it, I find an exciting discovery, the shape carved inside. A small drawing, almost like a single piece of the puzzle. Carefully copying it with my roots, I go over it again and again, but learn nothing beyond that. Hugging the wall, climbing to the ceiling, and laying on the floor yields no new discoveries. The only thing I can detect is this egg well within my inner world range. I give a quick look at the map, and even though all the twists and turns, I feel it shouldn't take more than 20 minutes to get over to the next similar place. After giving one last look at the stone egg, I start running. Forcing myself to slow down a little so I don't exhaust myself, I keep pace on the way to the next spot in search of the same flavor of color, or maybe something new, perhaps even an entirely new shape. Would it be the same puzzle piece, or do they fit each other and only the entire thing would make sense? Coming to a halt with much more control than last time, I look around disbelievingly. I sit right at the edge and send my perception out, scanning through every single inch. But all my attempts are in vain. There is not a speck of dust beyond the tone I can touch. 10 minutes pass before I'm satisfied I wasn't missing anything in range, but I don't quite give up the effort and head to the next one confused. The confusion only increases as I find 3 of the places with similar eggs, though each has a different shape inside. Could it just be simply to increase the chances someone would enter one of the corridors and finding nothing at the end, not bother with the others? Shaking my head in frustration, I move to the central room before earnestly trying to fit the shapes together. At first glance, they don't have anything to do with each other. They all have outer boundaries following an egg shape, and they also don't seem to be runes. As I turn them around in my mind, I notice how the empty spots of one seem to match the lines in the other two. Creating a trio of copies within myself again, I try to slide them into place inside each other. A beautiful interlocking wireframe follows, but nothing else. I look at the wireframe egg completed and something of it pulls at me, but by itself, it is not the whole. I head for the blue crystal to look for any changes, but that also doesn't show anything else. I'm still only on full completion. That takes a little wind from my sails, but I will row the ship by the strength of my arms if needed, and that doesn't even discourage me, though I chose to do something else to take my mind off it and come back with a fresh perspective later. Sitting down to meditate in the light with returned senses given I'm in the central room, I seek to find the improvement in stats from all my physical exertion during the entire trial. The system fights me, but I push through. I may not be in the instance, but I know my body, and after pushing myself like this I have at least a couple of stat points to unlock. If nobody else does this, either because they can't or won't is beside the point. I can, and I will make full use of this capability. I even stopped pushing for unlocking my health equivalent, something that I have yet to think of a good name for. Only my body and soul are in my awareness. Even ether and other resources in particular corners of the void inside are left to their own place. I go down and down, trying to integrate my body and my soul. I'm me, but those are important aspects of me. Breath in, breath out. Letting all thoughts that try to interrupt be released in peace and float away like clouds. Seek what is the very substance of the universe and be one with it. Lessons that I slowly learned throughout my life from dozens, hundreds of sources slowly integrate as I achieve an enlightened state. No mana, no stamina, and no health use for a good while. Peace and quiet, even if not the entirety of my goal for eternity, are very helpful intermittently and help bring out my very being. The egg inside me starts drawing me in the longer I stare at it. Before they were just fuzzy random lines, but together they form something more, still incomplete and subtle, but very significant. After staring at it for what feels like forever, a small piece of the puzzle unlocks in front of me and I know all. I become myself, listening to my intuition not just as conscious effort as I try day to day, but the most natural of actions. After all, not following your instincts is simply anathema, and nobody ever does something like that, right? With ease and speed, I can barely believe, I grow the roots inside my mouth with a thread of chi and form another interlocking egg. The imbalance grows, and I'm knocked off my state, really not knowing what just happened. But even coming back down to earth, I know, I understand, I JRK. Only simple and seemingly insignificant wisdom stays behind. But compared to my normal self, even the obvious before a being like that, is greater wisdom than the best philosophers could impart in their lifetimes. And that being was me. What the heck did just happen? The question fades from my mind as I have more practical concerns, like my lack of a health equivalent resource. That is creating a significant imbalance. I also need something to counterbalance my soul. Besides those nuggets of wisdom, I tuck away more tips on my path forward, trusting that this is not a hidden trap laid by the system, but in some way a reward. I spit out the only physical reminder of my experience. Barely even tired, even after having used a good amount of chi even while under the system's restrictions, I look at the object and note the fact that the system is not trying to destroy it. How the hell did I go from my lesser self to something else, and how can I go back to that? The egg might have something about it, but even as I look at it, its luster, the sense of incompleteness and excitement are all gone. It is still something new, but lesser somehow. I concentrate on the roots in my liver and move out the second copy, opening a small incision to pass my organ walls on the way out. Spiting the small root wireframe puzzle again, the same thing happens, or rather, it doesn't. The system doesn't even care. I don't even know if my enlightened state even had anything to do with the egg, but I let the excitement build again as I realize that the eggs are just fine. I put one of them back in my mouth and add a small root protrusion to the other, though as it grows, the system erodes it. In less than a minute, nothing but the perfect shape of the egg is left. The system doesn't seem to notice or care about the very egg, but even the smallest of roots inside is kaput in moments. Almost in the way it treats ether. It gave everyone a good chunk of the highest quality ether to everyone on day one, and technically there are ether coins, but that is not talked about, almost as if it was taboo. I shake my head and go back to the egg. Okay, this is not a way to evade the system in this place. Still curious about the effects of this thing, I swallow the egg in my mouth, keeping the other one out. Tentatively, I extend my arm to touch the blue crystal, hoping for a change, any change that can come from this, and finally a new line of text shows up in the system, forcing a smile on my face. Hidden Easter egg, 3/3. For how little time the system knew us for this actually shows a decent understanding of our culture. Chapter 158. Passing scores. 2 puzzles unlocked. Class loses 1 rarity ranking. 5 puzzles unlocked. Class maintains rarity ranking. 18 puzzles unlocked. Class increases 1 rarity ranking. Full puzzle unlocked. Chance to try the next tier trial. Hidden Easter egg, 3/3. I continue staring at the screen for a good few minutes, riding the roller coaster of emotions. There is nothing that will staunch or cork the fountain within me, nor do I wish it so. As the changes become normal and reality asserts itself, I ponder over the gains I have made this time around, and what is my next step? Should I stay behind and push for more? But even as the thought crosses my mind, I glance down at my wiry hands. I have only bones left behind, way past the extreme bodybuilder point, and nearly into downright creepy territory. Hell, most people would have tied me down and forced food down my throat if it had been back on Earth, or whatever the medical equivalent of that. There may be other puzzles behind for me to uncover, but I can't just ignore my body. If I want to push the next trial as well, I'm going to leave the surpassing your limits category and head straight to the Looney Tunes bucket of loose screws. Resolutely, I tapped it with only a glance behind the only real option. Next trial. I feel the system pulling me a sharp and simple move like when I was dragged into the void, but instantly I'm in a white room for the next trial. Wait? White room. This isn't a trial. Looking around for signs of something, a prompt shows up. Last time this didn't happen. I'm sure of it. Please wait while the local administrator acquires the needed resources to build the next trial. Trial grounds will be ready in 1 hour 56 minutes and 18 seconds. Trial grounds will be ready in 1 hour 56 minutes and 17 seconds. The ticking clock is relentless. Barely 10 seconds pass as I absorb the information and the dwindling time tries to take over my mind. Purposefully pushing it off for a while, I reach out for all my resources, but find them still partially blocked. Not quite to the same level as inside the trial, but not back to normal. What I really care about happens in another few seconds, like a small rubber band pulling a ship. I watch as my connection to the inner world finishes dragging it in my range. I form a portal like usual to connect with my buddy Aspen, and it is simply indescribable. I missed you. Me too. The brief interaction that happens mostly in feeling and impressions lasts an instant, but just as an image can be worth 1,000 words, a feeling can be worth 1,000,000, and everything that needs to be said is over faster than the shutter of a camera. With a closer look around, I notice a table on the other side of the 200 square meters room, filled with everything I could ever want, in both color, texture, and nutrition. I sprint over and start munching down like a starving dog. Not concerning myself with human etiquette, I try to cram in food in the most efficient way possible considering the 2-hour timeline while considering my limitation and staying away from indigestion. I start on the fruits, choosing a wide palette to give me variety. Sitting innocently in the middle of the fruit piles, I see the Holy Grail. Something that I had yet to see even a hint of, or encounter any equivalent in the instance, a berry. I almost cry, but even as I touch it and my perception absorbs it all, rage comes over me. The berry is dead? They didn't even bother to properly dry them? No. You can't do that to me, you bloody possum system. I ruffle through them with my senses, but all I find are the corpses of the highest form of sugary nutrition. The quick turnaround of emotions yet again unbalances me, but instead of letting that be the reason to give up or struggle uselessly, I just let it fuel me. I spit out the dead seedlets of the blueberry-like food in the inner world while keeping my connection to Aspen. Aspen, absorb them all, even from the dead berries, though I don't think we can grow them in their current state. Grow and experiment with them as you will. Oh, my berries, my dear delicious berries. As my mind settles and my stomach stops bothering me as it usually did once a day, I have one idea for this pause in the trial. A crazy idea that I wouldn't trust anyone else with, but with my friends, maybe. Just maybe I had a chance. I draw out a root of the inner world, but as it crosses the portal it withers in seconds. Not detracted, having expected the system to fight me on this, I put the idea on the back burner for a minute while calling Merlin and the others. They must have learned a lot in the interring, and I need to know exactly what. I can't make proper plans without information. Checking and coordinating with them should help a little bit at the very least. Merlin. I send it over through a small portal. Ugh. What? He jumps and spins around, nearly spewing his notes all over the ground, but as he sees palm-sized portal and a piece of my face on the other side, he calms down. Clearly getting a grip on himself, he continues. Oh, it's you. He says, almost sounding disappointed. What? I say, a little off balance at the underwhelming response. No, sorry, man. I thought it was someone on the translation team interrupting me again. Are we back? No, but I have nearly 2 hours of access to the inner world and its resources, which for now include you. So I am going to make full use of the opportunity. Are you up for it? Yeah, absolutely. Get the others together. I have a few things to discuss, and I also like a brief report on what you have learned in the last 7 weeks or so. Hearing my last phase, he pulls out a piece of paper and moves to hand me, but likely remembering what I told him about how the system destroys everything foreign to the trials, he instead lays it on the ground. I will get going, but read through this list. It is a rough overview of what I have been studying and the developments in the areas. He sprints off, yelling for everyone to gather, while I move the portal closer to the ground and make my way through the page. A lot of the subtler points pass over my head, but skimming the list gives me an idea of what I'm working with. I even see a few small asterisks noting the shaman's help in figuring out quite a few items, though I guess his help is still limited given the communication limitation. Mentally going over at the list he just read, I send my perception to his cell, and just like I expected, he is still throwing a thin and nearly useless lightning stream with the constant trickle of mana regen he has. I note the last line, which has a pair of asterisks beside the space runes line. I got to ask Merlin about that. I'm very interested in any developments in the area. I reach the end to a couple of lines with a checkmark on the side, nor any jotted down notes, and I assume it is respective to what he didn't get to yet. But just the developments he alluded to are already incredible enough. Everyone shuffles to the newly built encampment in the wooded area of the inner world. A wasteful endeavor without any carpenters, or even magic, as the mages had likely concentrated on Melnian's experiments. While this happens, I start work on my first idea. There is not a second to waste. Pulling Aspen's roots through small portals inside my very body, I extend the network and myself a lot. Integrating and letting the sensation become more natural, I reach out for him and ask for him to gather all the sugar and fat he can and slowly infuse it all inside nodules, along with adding a slow stream of the much-needed nourishment directly into my veins. He has a little trouble understanding the finer points of my request, but I go over it with him, and he can follow my instructions to a T, even if he lacks the understanding of the reasons behind my requests. As everyone gets together in something of a fireplace, I start out. I'm going to skip all the pleasantries. I don't have the time. Less than 2 hours before I'm back in the trial, some of which is already gone. Everyone intently looks at me except one person who interrupts me. Can we leave, even just a few minutes? No, I don't think so, I say with finality, though internally I wince at my harshness, but we don't have the time for coddling. And any such attempts could end up in a quick trip back to the instance, or they may pay with their lives. He looks a bit dejected, but his face stands out against most others who are thinking more in terms of the extra time they are getting instead of the time away from the village or other places. I'm going to need everyone's help. Not sure about the details, but I have been looking at Merlin's notes and I have an inkling or two. Everyone nods before I continue. I also want to talk about the 2 asterisks that you added to spatial developments. He leans back in the wooden seat and grins widely. I actually deserve at least one more given all I learned in the area. But in short, the shaman helped me understand what space is and a few finer points better. I also got a few ideas for improving the portals, the bag of holding, and general rune interaction. Maybe even pushing the inner world's boundaries a little further. Oh, even better than I had hoped. Anything of note in the other items? Nothing off the top of my head. Not considering the 2 hours limit. If I think of anything before the clock runs out, I will call you out. Okay, go ahead and organize your notes. I will be over in a minute. I spend a minute or two with the translator team before deciding that their help would be minimal and that they didn't get anything relevant from the shaman that Merlin didn't know. Only the couple with a little magical expertise would be of help to my efforts. But I keep all the others in retainer, waiting for the chance an idea comes to mind that might be helpful for this short time. Going back to Merlin, he runs through entire stacks of research notes over the next 15 minutes as I skim them. Though many of them only contain basic experiments, given he didn't want to break anything by ripping a hole in reality in this place. Though I still believed he was being more cautious than strictly needed, it is not my life he was risking, so I can't begrudge someone for erring on the side of caution. My gut reaction to doing this type of stuff in the inner world doesn't even flutter, and I trust what my intuition tells me. Okay, I think I get the gist of it, and both my ideas should work out. I'm gonna need your help expanding the inner world, but most of that can wait given you have decent control of the roots and Aspen's help. You will have at least a few days with the others' help, maybe even months depending on how the trial turns out. About your experiments, even if you push your luck, I doubt anything bad would happen. The inner world is like me, resilient. He nods without interrupting, so I continue. The main thing that called to me are a few concepts of space and how to improve on the bag of holding. I understand the arch shaman helped you with the runes we found on the space bags we bought. Yeah, even if yours already work. Barely. There are a lot of improvements and ways of reducing the strain that the seeds are under and getting more frequent access of bigger items in and out of our baby inner worlds. Are they inner worlds? I ask, not having it frame them in my mind like that. Not really, but that is just semantics. That is also something I forgot to mention. The origin of a pocket of space matters. Apparently, yours are better than anything we could have hoped for, at least without a lot more levels and experience. Inner worlds are of the best sources of space, period, and I think you can upgrade the inherent value quality of the inner world, unlike other sources. I mean, it is supposed to be part of you or something. He really has been of tremendous help, hasn't he? You have no idea. When we have more time back at the village, we can go over it all in detail. I nod and he shows me dozens of small incremental design changes for the space bag. All of them look appealing, but I see one that calls to me. My very gut can't look away, and I point to it asking him to explain it. That is a failed thought experiment. I was trying to do something, but I don't think it will work. My gut says otherwise. It will never be able to open the bag by itself, but it would be of tremendous help to the seed, and it just gives me a starting point for my next iteration. He looks at me, and I return a mad grin in his direction. Working in concert, he helps me by running stuff in his head and drawing the rune formation blueprints as I push and prod on the outside to fold space into the shape I wanted. Even in this white room, with more relaxed rules about my resources and manipulating space, I still can't access the system's prompts, and my space bag takes a lot of effort to use. I meditate repeating a simple mantra while trying to ignore the system's interference. My body is my temple. I fold and shape the pocket of space to fit entirely within my chest. My body is my own. I mold reality and make it bend to my will. The system will not interfere with my choices. A torrent of mana rushes into the seed in my body as I tie another little pocket of space to myself that I need to knit like dough. Creating dozens of new runes and making full use of the silver and gold in the root's composition, I enjoy the magical malleability and mana storage capability of this new branch. Putting space anchors all around my torso, I tie the space inside myself and focus on an opening overlapping. Something that should only take a smidge of mana to be activated and may be able to be opened from the inside. The only problem is if I could reach and communicate with the seed hidden inside. The first hour comes and goes as I work feverishly getting everyone working, even if not in a user-friendly iteration that I would have liked. Going over dozens of basic copper runic formation iterations strewn over the inner world meant to expand it, I get my roots and start helping, at least before I have another idea on how to improve the space bag inside myself. I reach for the outer wall, bypassing the meter-wide layer of runes made with my roots that form a dome above and below the entire sphere that is the inner world. Each of the plates touches it, and at first glance, none affected, but a closer glance reveals an anomaly. One of them is pushing out slightly. If it had a nice effect like this when made in a rush by an inexperienced pup like the random mage that produced it, what could I and Merlin do after refinement with a properly sized cast or grown runic formation? Throwing myself fully into it, I start growing a slightly altered version in a small section of the current runic dome setup. Instead of pushing in all directions, I just try to make a flashlight to reach a little further in the direction I'm turned to. What a glorious day. A larger inner world with the accompanying increase in perception field range. What more could I have asked for? Chapter 159. I munch on the closest thing to a macadamia seed in the white weight room of the system as the minutes tick down while my options just dwindle. Ideas that can still work dry up as the clock advances and I fail in coming up with anything revolutionary in the meantime, but I can't complain. I prepared as much as possible with the root growths, inner world expansion, another iteration of the bag of holding, and a myriad of small tune-ups, like refueling my stomach, twice. Merlin, try to continue growing the inner world as much as possible, balancing one direction with something more holistic. Don't be afraid to change things around or push your luck. I don't think there is anything you could do to blow it up unless that was your intent all along. Even if you have to lose a bit of range while you are working, if you have a good idea, go for it. He nods and I turn to the others, trusting he will be able to coordinate the help he needs from the other mages and magic users that joined in the inner world. Translator team, keep it up with the arch shaman, that you won't need any more wood. Do we understand each other? I say, a little miffed at the waste in their construction's methods. It is fine to take down the trees, but at least learn to do it right. So much waste. They all nod emphatically after a brief look at each other, and that's when the last second ticks, closing the inner world connection, and I'm dragged away from the white room. This time, the usually near-instant travel takes me a few more moments, and as curiosity hits me, I extend my perception field out in an instinctive action as I come across the first spatial maze ever. Edges of space fold on themselves for a few moments, and then it is over, leaving me standing in an initial room shocked and unsteady on my feet. The system is incredible, a wondrous tool with nigh infinite power available. What it did with space was so much more than I could imagine, even if only to transport me a small distance. The way it moves and the beautiful patterns it forms. My perception field can tell so much more than my other senses, though if it had lasted more than a moment, I wouldn't be left behind with the flash imprint of light in my eyes. Instead, the memory would be seared in my brain as the last thing I saw, along with a massive headache from all the new information crammed into my mind. I need to be more careful with my perception field whenever I'm in the vicinity of spatial phenomena, but they are just so interesting. They tug at my being in a way few things ever did. The second thing I notice concerns the space I was transported through. It is actually the familiar void, and that brings a smile to my face. The brief instant is over as the system withdraws my control of mana and the other resources while moving the inner world even farther away than previously. So far, in fact, that I have trouble even telling if it is still in the direction it flew off, but my ether can just barely brush against it. The system always acts like a spoiled brat and moves it another few meters farther so I don't push my luck. All that quickly fades as my attention turns to my torso and the spatial storage tool I put there, which I need the system out of. But incredible as that may feel, the system doesn't fight me very hard inside my own body. Relieved, I look around at the place. This one is very similar on the surface to the last trial, but that is only a very superficial look for someone without the perception field. For any trial takers, the difference is so obvious it is impossible to miss. This is not the sterile trial under laboratory conditions I had gotten used to, but something closer to a real labyrinth found in a random place put together a decade before. It seems and feels like I was off exploring some ancient tomb of something. Fully extending my perception field out, I twist my torso as the longer range of my inner world in that particular direction straight down the first tunnel. At nearly 80 meters out, I see a lot that is new. Not the perfectly cut stones, but actual tool marks. Not perfectly uniform stone, but the natural layered gradient any geologist or petrologist would be able to recognize instantly in the compacted rock. Small cracks of uniform length, water in the cracks, and even dirt packed in the corners. The void is gone, leaving me inside something of a mountain or at least a giant block of stone and dirt. Though to get to the dirt, I would have to break at least 2 meters of nearly solid stone with no tools and possibly the system's interference. I can even see in the first intersection just ahead, moss in the damp corners. I start walking forward and corridors show up in the perception field both above and below. Excited to be out of the dead trials before, even if they had their own advantages, I pace full steam ahead. Running even faster than usual, I start quickly mapping the entire place, while leaving the last map untouched. Minutes and uber excitement give way to hours and an uplifted mood which stabilizes as I keep finding interesting stuff all over the place. I don't know what the system intends with this, but as I arrive at the first meaningful dead end, I come across a source of water like expected. Extending my perception field out to the full range, I hug the walls in all directions, but I find absolutely nothing. That's different, very different. As my voice reaches my own ears, my own obliviousness catches up to me. My senses, they are not quite fully muted. Resources are still as locked down as ever, and I whirl away at my health, trying to bring balance to the triad after unlocking both vigor and chi, but though sight is still fully gone, my hearing is faint but present, just like my sense of touch. Muted and hard to discern, but still present. Doing a quick assessment reveals that my ears were the only new affected sense, and even then, I can barely hear myself talking. I suppose that I may just lack the light to see and my eyes are back to normal, but for this trial, it might as well be a moot point. A distinction without a difference. Either my blindness or a lack of light, the result is the same. Though if I ever manage to restore my balance and can start earnestly using chi, in select situations even single candlelight might be the perfect complement to my vision where the perception field fails. Even if it seems unlikely now, the situation where I could easily read the books with my eyes but not the perception field just came to show me its current limitations and spurred me into action to improve it. After drinking my fill of water from the wall, I keep it in place for a good 5 minutes, going over the entire volume of my perception field. The sterile environment may be boring on the old trials, but it is exponentially easier to find stuff, You just had to look for any signs of difference compared to the surroundings. Most things simply screamed they were there from a mile away. A black dot in a smooth and crisp sheet of white paper visible from a dozen meters away. If it is printed along thousands of other dots superposed on a complex image, it becomes something else entirely. Still, I find nothing and just keep going, already realizing the differences with this trial are even greater than I initially realized. The very way the map was shaping up had a different feel to it, a slightly divergent set of rules, though I didn't have enough to accurately judge what those rules would be, just that it was moving away slightly from the last two trials. As exhaustion catches up to me, the day reaches its end and I find a nice dry corner to sleep, something else I didn't have to worry about back on the other trial instance, though this is at best a minor annoyance. As most places were dry instead of the entire trial. I hug my starter clothes. The only thing the system lets me have in this place is like the clothes the system gifted us on day one. Finding a comfortable spot, I lay on the ground and slowly drift off, trying to fit the entire puzzle together. Today was a good day, and tomorrow will be even better. 5 days. 5 entire days and a good chunk of the labyrinth map filled, but I still haven't found a single puzzle or the central room. The entire fat reserve I got from my pause is gone, and I start popping the nodules of sugar and fat in my bloodstream that Aspen helped me with. Even with everything else I prepared, if I don't at least find the food I normally do, I will have a couple of weeks less than normal. If I hadn't forgotten. If I had stored fuel inside the root network in the first part of the trial as well, I could have. Never mind. I sigh, releasing the frustration at my own lack of imagination before heading inside. No sense in crying over the forgotten piece of fruit that rotted and molded over after being forgotten a week or 3 too long. Not that I have personal knowledge of that. I swear so with my feet together. Each day I wake up more and more tired. It is not a question of lacking stamina or food, as I still have plenty stored away. I'm also very familiar with how my own body reacts, something that was only enhanced by my increase in the perception stat. It is well over 100 by now. And for the life of me, I have absolutely no idea what is going on or what could possibly cause me to experience this beyond system shenanigans. One thing is for sure, however, something changed from the last time I was in the second stage of the same trial. Comparing now with the weakness my memories hint to me, I'm managing to hold out much better. So I either grew stronger or the system is not quite as enthusiastically piling weight on top of my shoulders. I continue putting my feet one in front of the other and coming up with new ways and new ideas to explore in this trial. The problems whirl away in the back of my mind relentlessly, and I will not let them go. I think of my skills, but except for fully self-contained skills like running, which already hit level 99, I can't even properly use them here. Exploring other possibilities, I reserve an hour to meditate every day along with the day log search, even as the reason behind the change takes a little of my focus away from the health equivalent resource that I'm trying to learn to use. Getting nowhere after another week and with my reserves rapidly dwindling, I decided to focus on the heath equivalent, my own version of the resource. This time the scheme came a lot harder for me. To not only come up with a representative name, but something that will tie well with the two concepts I have to this point. The third leg of my foundation to match in both practicality and power of my old friend Vigor and the chi I have just begun to know. A myriad of names comes across to my mind, and this time I hesitate even considering my awesome naming scheme and proven track record in the field. What is actually stopping me is that the other resources have well-defined parameters, but health was fuzzier. Mana seems like the best of all in its own way, but I was already more used to the finer points of vigor and by extension stamina. With Aspen developing, maybe he would soon be able to help me with refueling my vigor, even if stamina wasn't in his purview. Hitting that narrow edge of both resources that didn't overlap, I would still have a lot more room to navigate with infinite vigor. Health, however, seems another beast entirely. Not a resource per se, but perhaps that is simply because we hadn't learned to yield it properly. A few with loads of vitality points and a few screws loose traded blows with weaker opponents instead of dodging, and if there was a second layer to the strategy and actively using their large health pool, something like that may one day become viable. I, however, do not have the time to wait. The imbalance is growing and seems to be building towards a crescendo. I'm still not desperate, but time will eventually run out. I do not have the luxury to take things slowly. I have to do it now, and I need a concept and word to drive my will behind. Thoughts bounce up and down until there is only one choice. Something simple and unpretentious. Another concept that was tied to me even before the system given will and words. It is risky, but it is my choice, and a choice I choose to take now. I prepare myself and finally give words to it. Life. The faint sound reached my ears and seems to resound in this place even with my hearing impaired. Life. I wield life. A small and deep stirring within myself calls to me. A building of the natural momentum of my ether that, without any action on my part, begins to spin around me. I'm both surprised and concerned as adrenaline hits my veins, so I use all my senses to watch for clues about what is happening. The momentum builds and builds, and I try to make the most of the situation by feeding my natural ether flow with a thicker stream of ether which just fuels the flames. The roiling momentum of the storm is just beginning. Letting go of my fears, I start chanting wildly, leaking ether to be picked up by the tornado around me. Life. 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 I spread my arms fully, nearly touching the walls of the corridor, and spin around. In my mind, there is only this word, this concept intended to replace health and match the other two resources, finally becoming a true and balanced triad, but there is still something missing. I dig deep within myself trying to find this something, trying to align the mental trigger behind this single but expressive word. I have the word, I have an outline of the mental image, but there is still something missing. Everything is life. Everything needs vigor to move. She is the very fuel of external magic. The vital force, the will to move oneself, and the will to move the world. Power from the divine, power from the body, power from the mind. Though some of those lines are blurred, those are simple concepts behind it, the triad, and I continue in search of the perfect match. A myriad of pictures are painted in my mind as I stop running and spinning and cross my leg on the ground in another of my favorite positions. I am a dog with a bone, and this will not escape me. Chapter 160. Relentless in my pursuit and giving my all every single instant no matter the circumstances, I continue my search cross-legged on the stone floor, leaning on the wall of the corridor. A continual search for the perfect mental frame of reference, the perfect way to explain and tie all the concepts in my mind together in a concise way. It took me a long time to find the perception field. Days meditating in a row after weeks intermittently working on it. Learning to use the life resource is no lesser skill. So I treat the endeavor with the seriousness it deserves and don't let anything else distract me. I just make full use of all the nodules of fat and glycose Aspen helped me with as I draw my body's metabolism way down, only keeping my nervous system at peak condition. Time loses its meaning for me in this state, even if I can feel my stores slowly running out. A pressing need in the back of my mind grows as my food stores are literally eaten away. This added pressure all heads straight to my search for health-equivalent resource. Though I hadn't seen anyone actively wielding health, I didn't doubt it was possible for even a moment. Not when I had used the system-provided resource trio occasionally to eke out every smidge of speed from my body. But I doubted health would be so simple as that. That its only active use was in conjunction with both stamina and mana to infuse someone's body. It had to have its own power, its own unique way to make dreams and magic come to life. Even stamina that at first glance didn't have any magical use could be used to infuse the body by itself. I just had so much more mana available that I barely experimented with the concept, but it is definitely possible. I even play with vigor occasionally, but my relatively limited amount of it limits my experiments. I lock all those thoughts away, once again, in a cloud and let them drift before coming back to my goal. Life. How, why, and what won't help me a lot right now. At least not when ruminating on the same piece of information for the 100th time. Trying to reach for even the slightest of enlightened states, I push and prod everything within my body trying to knock something loose. Occasionally, energy discharges and I feel more tired than usual from a seemingly inconsequential task or just the opposite. But even as I treat my own body and soul as a hide-and-seek playground, I find no indices of health or life. All my attempts just continue teaching unrelated things about myself. I'm not exactly wasting time, as I likely would eventually have to poke and prod at every single one of these nooks and crannies eventually, but they are not what I'm looking for right now. I look at the top of the corridor in the darkness as time passes with few ways to precisely measure it. Just a few feet behind me, running water sprouting out of the rock and disappears as it touches the ground. At least I don't have to worry about going thirsty, even if you didn't provide me with a scrap of hard bread. Trying to focus on the life aspect of the triad of all resources and balance yields nothing in my search for the trigger, for the feeling that will let me conjure this new resource. Days, weeks, or months pass. I can't tell which, and through it all, there are no changes. The only real-time measurement is my food supply constantly dwindling. All the while not a whiff of life. When every nodule of sugar and fat is dry, I stop. This is not working. I may just be too far from my goal to succeed in a single stretch, but if I'm to lose, I will do so on my own terms. Running and trying to bypass the restrictions. I start running, for in movement I more commonly found the answers to my problems, even if mediation did hold some of the answers and is easier. A simple pace dictated entirely by my very feet. I don't try to settle on any single speed and just follow my gut and the pace my body asks for. All my doubts that build up in my motionless state are simply gone. Sprinting then walking, wait a minute, and go back to trotting and finish up with a sprinting stretch. As the minutes pass, I tend to go slower as the nervous energy is burned off, and I take the time to look at the space on my torso. A glance there reveals everything I had expected, but I still didn't have a better way of accessing it. Even with all my preparations, any attempt of accessing it could go terribly wrong. Emphasis on the terrible. I talk with the seed in my chest I dragged along for the ride right before entering this trial and get him to try to establish a connection to its buddy hidden inside the space bag. I simply ignore everything, not even trying to control my speed, and let the adrenaline and everything about me flow freely as we prepare. Coordinating our efforts, a sharp pull sends the quick process in motion. The portal mechanisms all act in concert, and the small portal springs to life, letting a small bag of nuts simply shoots out as if my modified space bag was a jack-in-the-box. A fraction of a second later, the system slap comes even faster than the last time I played with space. However, the headache that follows is definitely worth it, and something that will pass in minutes. I grin down at the results of my attempt in hand. A little bag of food. Nothing that will last me for a week or even a single day. Just a nice afternoon snack, for those that liked small meals. But even this little bag is already more than I could have hoped for. I feel the erosion as the system tries to take it from me, and instantly I'm in motion. I put the entire contents of the bag in my mouth, only leaving the lightweight leaf bag outside and in the system's grasp. With a grin simply plastered on my face, I look ahead feeling hopeful. For the next half a day, I take small tidbits and eat them. By the end, I'm familiar enough with the system's response to avoid the brunt of its punishment. Even just what I eat today should have given me at least another week, though eating so much in such a short period after so long is taking up a lot of my concentration to balance my body's responses. I didn't cover a lot of actual ground, but my perception field was extended the entire time trying to find anything relevant around. I managed to keep my trip to mostly new places, which helped add to the map, instead of uselessly treading over the same ground. The only problem is that this third level is even larger than the previous trials, and without a lot more food, I don't think I will be able to complete it. Even considering the depressing prospects of me completing the trial, Merlin delivers on his promise. My perception field is just expanding seemingly without a limit. From a cool uniform 69 meters, I'm now near 80 in a tall ring all around the inner world, and I'm able to reach 95 in a small beam right in front of me. I need to spin my torso to line up the flashlight in the direction I want, which luckily is straight ahead instead of a weird angle. He and his helpers must be doing an amazing job inside with inner world expansion. Tough as the mechanism of using the flashlight mode, I wonder if I can spin it around without moving my entire body or even my shoulders. At a slow walk, I just to let the blood flow freely throughout my body and brain. I reach out with my perception field like I'm grabbing space. I try twisting the entire thing to the side. I move up and down. I push and pull and try everything in my imagination, all to no avail. Still, for some reason I don't think will take me months to succeed. So I prepare to use my full faculties and will so I can get a win, even if it is an easier and therefore lesser one compared to my real goal. Another few hours pass with little success, but I'm relentless. I'm a dog with a bone, a rabbit with its carrot, or a monkey with its banana. I can't quite decide which. As the mental imagery takes me from the track, I laugh and release the tension, before trying yet again with a slightly different approach, another iteration of my experiments. Pulling in a particular way, but with a mental image of something else, then try the opposite. Pull with greater strength for a short time, then push for gradually longer time frames, before coming back and slowly reducing the pull from strength, iterating it through time. After that long process is over, I start it all again, but this time instead of trying to push, I pull, or slide sideways, or attempt anything different. With nigh infinite variations and a seemingly very narrow set of possibilities for me to find, narrowing my search is slow, but I manage to keep making small progress points. Slowly, I manage to twist the flashlight beam a few meters to the side, but it is a very uncomfortable experience, even worse than trying to fit in a suitcase, a far cry from my hopes. But at least finally, I have tangible proof of my goal, and I know that I can do it even now if I'm willing to pay the price. Even swinging it a meter to the side is not the type of mental effort I can sustain for hours. The twist is also limited. If I give my all, I might be able to push about 10 meters against the roughly 600-meter circumference to form a full circle. Barely a nudge in the grand scheme of things, though still useful in very select circumstances. Knowing one of the possible mental contortions that can minimally shift my perception field, the subsequent search is greatly sped up. Tired and with a million things on my mind, I decide to stop for sleep before exhausting myself. A couple of hours later, still with a faint remnant of the tiredness behind, I get up and put one foot in front of the other. A slow pace, not to hasten the end of my supplies too much, but I feel I need to move for this before I'm back to the normal meditation schedule, if I'm to go back at all. Movement feels so natural. Still, the reality of the situation is that I have limited stores of food, and meditation will extend my stay a lot and give Merlin more time to work with. I contort my mind into a facsimile of the previous day, trying to bend not as much and get my limbs in a position with less pain and more leverage. Recharged and with fresh eyes, the search heads smoothly. Ideas start coming to me and I put them into practice. Each success not only fuels my drive and excitement, they also teach me something about how little strength and limb bending I can get away with. I even start finding more ergonomic shapes to twist my mind into that retain more of my strength. With all my efforts, days pass and I just keep going, narrowing down upon lines for the optimal combinations of considering timing, strength, angles, perceived effort, number of points to affect, the spread of said points, and all the data I can think of. But as this second puzzle starts to form in my mind, something calls to me. A familiar convergence, a mental image of a star. A multi-pronged stellate shape with about 100 sides. A small core surrounded by really long needles. I try to plot it all into a graph, and the resemblance is uncanny. I test and add more and more data points in my head, moving closer and closer to the tips, and slowly find better reference points and more specialized applications so I can choose which competence I want to employ. For anyone that has a lot of strength and no dexterity, or vice versa, there is a star point seemingly made for them. But even as I continue to map the extreme edges, something calls to me, the place of balance, the core. The place where theoretically everything should even out, and as soon as I have a few more of the very tips dialed in perfectly, I use a bit of trigonometry and head there next. A balanced approach sounds much more up my alley, so instead of having to choose if I want better leverage while giving up comfort, minimum pull for long-term slight twists, or the myriad of other aspects of the possible ways of dealing with my perception field, I head to seek the average. What I find after heading deeper and deeper is an easier time with not the enlarging in the base of the pyramids, but hollow triangles with more and more sporadic points where I can still work. Heading even further in my experiments inside the core, I look for the point where everything perfectly balances. Once, twice, and then 1,000 times until I find it. I move back and forth, trying to ascertain the exact spot and get better references on the edges of the stellate Distiachys triiconahedron if my memory serves me right. A small detail that I would never have remembered back on Earth without my massive intelligence stat increase in the memory training I have started. I push and pull, twist and spin trying to find even the barest budge. It takes me a while, hours tinkering until I finally succeed. With an easy push of my mental finger, the entire perception field shifts to the side. I wait for a moment as it slowly gains momentum, but I stop pushing after a couple of seconds. The perception field, however, doesn't lose speed, nor does it gain any. Like a planet spinning in a vacuum. I may spin slowly without a lot of force to initially push it, but it will spin forever. Like a gigantic and lightweight Ferris wheel, the inner world moves coming full circle after 5 minutes with barely a push. I grab it to break its speed, but instead of a slow and gradual stop, I drop my jaw. A sharp jerk. Not like I try braking my bicycle by putting my foot down and absorbing the momentum, but loser depressing a good brake lever, with the enormous mechanical advantage that would entail. This is incredible. The barest of arm pushes is enough to send the entire thing spinning, and a finger pulls instantly stops it. A stronger push, but even that can be slowly built over time with no concern about inputting too much power in the system given the amazing stopping power. Balance is not only the average of all in this case, but it's the sum of all, and it is way more than I could have dreamed about. Chapter 161. Even after I learned how to spin the perception field around myself, I still keep training with it in my slow and steady run, though after that breakthrough any improvements are marginal at best. But even if the improvements are small, An entire day playing with the perception field like it is a fidget toy teaches me the limits of my mental stamina, how quickly can I get it moving, and a lot more about my limits with it. One small trick I learned is pressing the brake lever. Though it is just wasting the energy I input into the system, not working like a regenerative brake is the easiest and fastest way to stop at a particular spot. Even if the perception field is wildly spinning, a firm press on the brake stops it in barely a second against the minutes continuously pushing it to get it at that speed, though while the effort is lesser. It is still a new mental muscle and requires a bit more mental flexibility to do it correctly than to start the spin of the perception field. After a good 2 days on this new project, with my mind clear and relaxed, I'm ready to go back to my original goal, trying to find balance. I sit on the ground, now no longer restless from all the pent-up energy simply bursting out of my muscles, though the last 2 days hadn't been anywhere near close to what is needed to physically push me. This endeavor deserves to be treated with seriousness, and I do my best. Finding and learning my own version of the system's resource trio is not slapping a hamburger together. It is a true form of art, and anything but my very best foot forward is a monumental mistake. I take a deep breath in through the nose, filling my lungs in every single minute, aureole inflating it all from my diaphragm all the way up to my clavicle. Hold, wait, release it ever so slowly. A minute. Again. A minute and a half. Again, and again, and again. When I'm approaching 3 minutes, about my limit without cheating in this simple exercise without feeling short of breath, my mind is open to the possibilities of the world I reach out and to grab, to match the perfect concept to the idea of health. As before, the main point stopping me is the feeling of the deep and nagging impression that health and now life is supposed to be more, to do more. I don't know what health is capable of, nor I have come to believe that focusing on discovering it will be actually helpful. I need to track my own ground. I need to trailblaze. What the system had discovered and made available is all about the already made discoveries, but that doesn't make them the best triad, or even the best in any single category. Now that I come to think about it, although my concept of chi is still more fluid, vigor is an old friend, and though I have been learning more about its tangible effects on my body, its core effect is in the imaginary world. A metaphysical effect that directly correlates to my physical exertion. That is so very different from stamina that focuses not 60-40 mental to physical. Stamina feels to be 0 out of 100. Though I know it is probably closer to 5/95 or October 90 given it does have slight but meaningful effects on the mind even if only in helping achieve the simple chemical balance the body needs. So if in the end life ends up further than I had expected, it doesn't matter. I only needed to be in balance with its brothers, chi and vigor. Its cousins were not even in the equation. As I voice the thought in mind and concisely put it all in words, I see a path ahead. Slight openings in the brush of the forest that I can walk, sweep aside, or easily cut down as I pursue the path relentlessly. An opening in the formerly impenetrable wall before. Tying together the concepts to build something more, a base that I will rely on for eternity as I muddle through and struggle against all the injustices that the system allows, all the wrongs that it engenders, and the evil it protects, and all the hate and callousness that it teaches its users. Entire races enslaved with its people punished for not following arbitrary and unfair rules. Even my friend back on Earth has suffered from this. I can only imagine Pando fighting horde after horde of enemies and a myriad of smaller, but still significant slights from the system. I will not remain silent before all that. I will not remain powerless before that. I will seek more knowledge, understanding, and wisdom, so I can protect, help, and shelter all that I can. And this is perhaps my first real step outside the system. Maybe stealing all that knowledge classifies along with the natural version before the system's skill of the perception field, but all of that was just things that came to me while others are expected. If you can, who wouldn't steal all the Info Bureau's books? This is something else altogether. This is a shot in the dark. I always speak of other talented people, like Merlin, Alex, and even Greg in his own way. All I knew how to do was cheat, the system in small ways. I wasn't even a proper progenitor or whatever name early ether wielders like me get. I got to the party too late to make any significant difference, but this isn't cheating at all. This is my own thing, something that the system shouldn't interfere with. I'm treading my own ground, and even if perhaps strange, this is my path of power. The way that I will push forward beyond anything that working closer to the system's resources would forever limit me. The system is important and has a lot that I can take from it, but I will not rely on it to the detriment of all else. It wasn't written in explicit terms, But the council only concerns itself with the rules and laws of the system and the ones they can get away with on their own courts in their domains, because to do otherwise always come with the threat of losing power. I'm not sure what form that takes, and most power losses seem fairly temporary, but the threat is all constant. What the system give it could take away. Are there many people who pursued the same path as me? If so, what are the downfalls? Even as those questions flow through my mind as I sit cross-legged, I laugh. Yes, of course, people had tried it. I may have a few talents of my own in the area, and got lucky in the cosmic sense, but given that our entire galaxy was considered a small backwater place the sheer size of the system. But if that is the case, why didn't the council ignore their loss of power? This seems like a straight power-up with no downsides. Did they fail midway, never achieving the highest levels of power with this other resource and coming back to using only the system's resources? With all questions and no answers, I head forward, for I'm not going to falter. I will not find a section of the mountain that is too technical and hard to climb. I will suffer no impediments in my path. I climb the mountain. I will do it barehanded. And I will build a sky tower reaching for space. There is nothing and no one that will stand in my way. Beside me, Aspen, Pando, and all my other friends, each with their own unique perspective to contribute. Though I can't change anyone else, and this is my dream, my goal, I believe that it is parallel with their own paths. Life. 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 The word echoes in my mind louder and louder until it is no longer a chant but a scream against the heavens. There is nothing that will ever stop me, nothing that will make me give up, and this is the step I need to take now. I reach inside myself and grab hold of my life. I hesitate over my only idea, thinking I should cradle it and forever keep it in a box, but that would mean failure. I take the plunge and pull at the roots of my soul, at my very life. A turning sensation of pain is quickly followed by explosive growth. 100 tendrils try to make their way out of my body, and a few even succeed as I try to catch my breath. Pain like I just managed to tear my very being in half comes. That, however, is nothing before my achievement. I watch and wonder as not only do the roots poke out of my skin at the base of my ribs, not a drop of blood comes out like they were always supposed to be there. As the seed I added to my chest wiggles its new limbs back and forth, I grin. They are moving blazingly fast, at least when compared to any non-magical method of movement for plants. They are even comparable to using proper nature mana and about as fast as a human finger, and they don't seem to be using the herd up to do that. Damn. Another fact catches up with me. The system, it's not trying to erode the roots poking out of me. Though as I look closely and focus on my perception field, I can feel another reaction taking place. Life is slowly leaking from it, and as it does, the faint perception of the system tries to poke its head in. Damn, not quite the miracle I had hoped for. Not if the price for a few minutes of safety is this pain, but it may come into use in select circumstances. I think over that. Just this single action taught me enough about the final leg of the triad, and the building imbalance is simply gone. No, not gone, just much fainter. I can barely tell I was a limp two-legged stool till minutes ago. I look at the stone ceiling and do a quick assessment of my body and situation before preparing for a night's sleep. Perception field. 2 more meters in range. Food stores, dwindling, but I still have another month with my own fat reserves if I keep my running pace slow. Chi is full, vigor is full, life is recovering, though more slowly than health did. I used just a few % of my stores, and it seems it will take me about half a day to fully heal. As exhaustion takes me, something calls to me, and I realize one last thing. The system didn't even try to hinder my use of life. Merlin's POV. Are you sure this is wise? Asks one of my most annoying assistants. Man, you are persistent if nothing else. This is nothing really new, it is just pushing the same boundaries a little further. I don't have the instinctive connection that Nash has with this place or with space, but he wouldn't tell me I could experiment if he had any doubts about our and the rabbit's safety. I know. I just worry. And that is fine. Just keep it to yourself before voicing it 50 times. Also, don't get in the way. It wasn't that many times. Well, at least 10 or 20 times. But a single look at him is enough for him to realize what he was doing, and he purposefully shuts his mouth. I look at my other helpers, which include a pair of rabbits fitting the last copper piece together in my grandest runic working. A wide band surrounding the entire inner world, fully charged with mana and ready for the test. It all leads to a 3-meter-wide 12-ton copper focus and a smaller, but even more important 10-pound silver runic wire mesh. Over 1 million mana in the back and thousands of man-hours, all for a brief instant. to test this single application of a quickie of the space around us. It took me a long time to begin to understand how the runes really interacted with space and how they pushed the boundary outward. Nasc may understand space almost instinctively, but I'm Merlin and I bear my forefather's name proudly, adding to his fame, not retracting it. Runes and a deep understanding of how they interact with magic are in my blood. I even got the runic language skill only a few minutes after Nash. I may have even gotten it before if it wasn't for all the ether bullshit he can pull. I walk behind everyone after the last adjustments are in place in the short tunnel and head for the middle of the inner world, the safest place I could think of. Goddamn it. Nash shouldn't have left you in charge. You were crazy, says a familiar voice amongst the translator team. I knock on the wooden runic formation and thick walls I formed with my nature meta magic to protect us. This is the strongest shield with a thick wall behind, and we are in the safest place in the entire inner world. There is nothing to worry about, but just as a precaution, I build this. This is stronger than the mana shield of our village. They look as unconvinced as ever, so I just wait a few more minutes for the thousands of rabbits streaming in along with the ever larger wolf. Though it had increased in just one level, reaching 51 inside the inner world. Its physical growth seemed to be settling at around Greg's height, but its intelligence seemed to have no limit. Getting to his side feels closer, like standing beside a talking unicorn, rather than a common wolf. Though even as it has become friends with the rabbits, it grins at a group of younger bunnies who madly scurry off. I sit in the limited space, while the remaining rabbits climb in the tunnels underground and on the platforms all above us. Aster, however, just stomps over and hits her paw against the wolves in a chiding tone. I wonder what will be its response, but what I see instead halts my mental track for a moment. He actually lowers his head. Bloody hell. I didn't expect the wolf to be that meek. I burst out in an uncharacteristic squeak. Oh, so now the high and might Merlin doesn't know who really runs this place? Shut up, I say, tired from all the crap from him. I just want to experiment in peace. Before they can say anything, I connect to the runes and pulse the mana. I skip all the lesser tests, going for a full-powered blast as the strongest shield I ever conceived comes to life around the control room. Torrents of power flood the entire ring band, dividing the inner and outer side of the barrier, keeping us in the inner world. A power build-up starts on the opposite side and slowly but surely heads all the way around. The two opposing waves build and build, guided along narrow channels. They arrive at the mouth of the tunnel and enter the screw channels, twisting around each other. They spin crazily, and in a flash, they burst out with a monumental wave of power precisely timed to coincide. You madman. I do my best to ignore the ramblings of the actual madman distracting me. As both pulses of spatial energy collide, they push the barrier forward. The tunnel corridors contract and expand, destroying a part of the equipment over there. The 5-meter-wide corridor has its walls in and out, wildly crushing most of the wood holding the intricate and precise inscriptions over there, and the waves of spatial energy had already built their momentum. I glance downward at my instruments, trying to gauge the reaction, but I'm interrupted as something hits the edge of the shield, draining a good 100,000 mana from it. On the edge of my mana sense, I felt something akin to the space interaction I have come to study, but even as I look at the other instruments, nothing was damaged, at least not in our bunker. The corridor will need a lot of work. The cries behind me go unanswered as I look at what I want to know. Peak range, 121 meters. 100 milliseconds range, 120 meters. 1 second range, 107 meters. 5 seconds range, 98 meters. I analyze the range over time graph, trying to glean as much as possible, and then begin to grin, laugh, and let loose a mad cackling at the successful experiment. The spatial distortion that could have torn a line of people apart is just an afterthought. Now I know about it for the next time. Just moving the bunker a dozen meters to the side, and we will be able to avoid any mishaps altogether. The important thing is, I succeeded. Chapter 162. A wave of dizziness hits me, and I nearly fall from my trotting pace. The perception field goes all wonky in its flashlight region. It expands for a good 20 extra meters for a split second and then collapses. I take a deep breath and try to find any changes, but the ripples surrounding the edges of my perception field are gone, and the inner world is far from my purview, so I can't even check what is happening. One thing is for sure, Merlin has been hard at work. Even if what I witnessed is all he can ever do, adding about 20 to 25% range to the perception field for a second is an invaluable skill. I wait a minute with nary a change, not even a single disturbance across the perception field. So I just go back to my run, keeping an eye out for this new phenomenon so I don't get knocked back on my feet again. At an even more conservative pace, I keep heading in the rough direction of a likely new source of water. They may not have any puzzles as usual, but even lacking that feature, I start getting used to the logic of this map with algorithms and logic I developed in the previous iteration. Knowing exactly where I'm at all times, I can always spend an hour going back and taking a short rest, but I'm still good for another day with no water intake in the region I have to search and find the way into its center. To get at yet another dead-end corridor. This one spouting the stuff of life. Slowly but surely the rest of the day passes and I continue growing my map. Each corridor I penciled down is one less I have to search through and another clue revealing the outline of that section of the maze. Especially on this third layer of the trial, with even more floors, so far 11 in total. Sometimes I even find a corridor that takes me all the way across the maze without branching off. Other times, 5 corridors all conjoin and 200 meters later again. Learning to minimize long dead ends and migrations to the other side of the map is an absolutely essential skill. I just hope future trials don't start with shenanigans like moving walls. Another day passes as I'm too dehydrated, but right as I'm about to turn back, I find the right place. Already so thirsty that all propriety has left me, I suck each droplet of water from the wall until I'm full and then I sit to wait. Instead of remaining idle, I imagine a pull on the water in my stomach and guide it throughout my body, which, strange as it may seem, speeds up my absorption. With a couple more pounds of weight and much of my strength back, I start drinking again, though much more slowly. Each gulp of pure water is like ambrosia. Strength refills my arms and legs and even my slouchy posture fades. Next time, I won't push so hard, or even better, I will get a water skin or something for the micro-inner world hidden in my torso. I find a fairly dry spot nearby to get some sleep before I'm too exhausted in this other fashion as well. Some 3 hours later, I wake up feeling amazing. The only points of contention are the system's attempts to make me tired, something I have only faint memories of, and my empty stomach after having eaten the last of my stores just a day ago. On the second account at least I still have another week at my current pace, and if I go back to meditating full-time, I could extend that severfold. I spend a long time inside both trials, but I can spend a year inside, and that would only be about 10 days for the others in the instance. I reach out with my perception field, barely 4 hours after I stopped last night, and the results surprise me. 104 meters of range in front of me, though no change in the other directions. That's a rather sudden jump. I wonder what Merlin has been doing to manage this sudden increase? Shaking my head, I head back to drink more water, already planning my day. Though as soon as I lower my torso, reality catches up with me and I notice something, a tablet in the middle of the ground 100 meters ahead. Similar to the puzzles I found on the corridor walls, but different in its own way. Buried in the soil, I mentally clean it up and go over the lines, coping everything down, though it is missing some of the marks I was used to. It doesn't seem like I will find the same 3x3 grid pattern in the central room, if there is even a central room at all. It looks closer to a complete picture with no splits that will inform me of something. I think over my course of action, but even as I sit on the ground the range drops back to 99 meters. Oh, he learned some way to sustain the extra range for a few minutes at least, but it is probably costly. I hope he uses it repeatedly. I need this extra couple of meters. I look at the part of the map that has the highest chance of containing the central room now that I already have at least one puzzle. I have a few decisions to make. Should I go back to all the other places or head straight to the central room? With how it was set up, even with rough estimates of the area to search, I will need days to find it, which eats into all of my safety margins. I could stop to meditate, in hopes that Merlin will slowly improve, but that just delays the problem and takes the agency for my success from my hands. It would also have been more effective at the very start, not now. In the end, the hundreds of permutations of my actions pass through my head, and I settle on a slow and very efficient walking pace for the time being. I make my way to the section that feels to me has the highest chance of containing a path to the central chamber if there is such a thing, with only a small detour so I can pass by another water source. 2 should be better than 1, and it will barely use up my fat stores to stop for a little while. I start to make my track back, but after I arrive the range is still just a little bit too short. About 2 meters too short. I think of heading on, but instead, I sit down and start meditating. Focusing on the space before me, I just wait with all my other senses already drawn down as I double down on my perception field. The moment it comes, I will see it. Even if it is another long range but shorter duration test, I will be ready. I absorb the entire volume of my surroundings much more deeply than anywhere else in this same trial. But as the hours pass without change, I start noticing small ripples on my perception field. Nothing that I would normally notice, barely a millimeter in amplitude all over the middle band, which has easier access to everyone but Merlin, who could move the roots, and though he couldn't meld his consciousness to them. The inner world was small in the grand scheme of things. The ripples keep happening, as an afterthought to whatever they are doing inside. I can guess all day long. They seem to be doing something like messing with more rune configurations, trying to find the perfect match, but even that is just speculation based on what little I know, though these waves are more subtle than usual. I concentrate on absorbing all this information even while going back to my new and oh so exciting resources. Bigger stays for later as I continue testing chi in life. While working with life, I don't try to actively use it. The pain is too great to actually use it regularly, and I'm no masochist. So instead I focus on my new resources, trying to fix the imbalance that was slowly throwing me off, and even now it is not totally gone, but luckily it is so muted that I barely notice it. Though even if it's not causing problems right now, I do so want to keep them at more similar levels. I also know that to reach the level of vigor which I had grown used to for over a decade with Pando might take me a while. I light up the smallest and weakest of candle flames. I can barely feel the heat nearly burning my skin, and I imagine the light it produces. The ionized gas particles shifting to higher energy states, which is the very reason heat emanates from it. But little to none of that is within the grasp of my normal senses in this place. Even the slight pain from the light burn on my skin may be more psychosomatic than real. None of the light photons hitting my eyes are visible, not even while putting the flame an inch from my eye. The system fights me every step of the way, but I'm starting to grow used to it. Though as I use my chi, I feel something else draining from me in the background. I could keep a flame like this lit for a long time on the outside, but the system doesn't let up, and I add this small action to my exercises. I wonder what I could do, and if it would be worth it to burn my resources like this. Breaking the stones and getting access to the soil behind is possible and a possibility for later, but it is also dangerous in its own way. For all I knew, messing with the structural integrity of the maze would collapse the tunnels and smooch me, or even just close that path permanently. The memory of the system's warning about the second layer of the trial not being protected hits me like a truck. Something like this may be the real reason for its warning. It is not about someone going hungry and passing out. It is about them doing something stupid and getting themselves killed. If I had full command of my powers, I could force the issue. No, I would force the issue. But with the system's interference with my use of chi, no roots and lack of access to the inner world make any such attempt a much more dangerous prospect. I didn't have enough life to rely on the roots I grew on the spot, not enough to support something like a tunnel, so the only choice left is not to risk it at all. Things may change in the future, but for now, I'm happy with my decision. Ideas about what else could help me start to flow. Although many that might be selectively useful show up, none highlights themselves to me. So I start some real experiments with chi, instead of only working on my base dexterity and control of it. Does it work inside my body? Definitely, and as I find out, even better than outside, as the system's normally inexorable pull that can only be avoided or bypassed, but inside my body, inside my domain, I can ever so slightly push it back. Does chi work with runes? Yes, though a few interactions are strange. I just chalk it up to normal variations to test later. Ideas continue to flow as I get a feel for this new resource. Each time I spend a little bit of it, not only the normally impossible to reach mana is drained, something is happening in the background, though it is too faint for me to know what it is. Though it faintly feels like a pool of willpower of a flavor that is uniquely tied to my mana. That will have to wait for us to leave this cursed place for me to make full use of. One idea strikes me, the perfect idea. I don't have the chi to use it for long, but if I make the runes inside my body, and considering my lower weight than normal, the range would be even better. I forge myself into a flying bicycle. Excited, I start work. The first step is to grab a little bit of my life and poke a hole through it instead of yanking the whole thing like I did last time. Slowly, like a pinprick on a tire, the air leaks out while I gently guide the power to select places across my body. I make a large repulsing rune in my chest and interlink it to the extensors across my legs, knees, hips, head, and arms. With a simple but functional design ready, I lay ONT ground and send a few points of chi into it. I start levitating, just 4 or 5 inches of the ground, but that is enough for me. A massive grin comes to my face, but it gets stuck and warped into something unrecognizable as the ground begins to shake. Concerned at the change, I drop to the ground and get to my feet. But the earthquake is instantly gone. My chest goes a mile a minute in the unnatural stillness, and I get confused. What? A minute passes, then two, but nothing changes. Shrugging, I continue my experiments by powering the rune once more and sending power to my feet. Though the lower length acting against the ground limits my height, but it is still enough for most of my tests. As expected, I float only about an inch of the ground, then two before settling at just over 2 inches and no more. It is not like I have boatloads of mana or chi available to use the normal design that could levitate me higher. My thoughts grind again as an earthquake starts building again. What? Oh, I finally get what is happening. Anger builds in my gut and chest. Letting it all out, I continue. I can't cheat like this. Otherwise, you are going to drop the mountain on top of my head? We will see about that. I call your bluff. Chapter 163. I lay back on the ground and turn on my creation. The repulsing runes bounce off the ground back to themselves, until the pressure is enough to overcome my weight, and suddenly I'm pushed off the ground. The propulsion activates at the same time, trying to push me forward, but without a proper aerodynamic shape like the bicycles and other flying vehicles I should top out at some 60 kilometers per hour while maintaining a decent mana economy. Behind me, I leave a quaking wake, but the few seconds the system needs to build it to alarming levels mean I'm already dozens of meters ahead, and the wave can never catch me. Chi flows into the runes just like mana, and I speed along the tunnel. I can almost feel the system's attention on me as it tries to force me to bend to its will as it tries to build the waves around an instance, but I never stand still with the engine on idle. For every traffic light, I turn off the gas and let the engine die even before I have come to a full stop. I don't even stop to test it properly, just going full bore up and down and even making 180 turns when I find dead ends, which are some of my most dangerous maneuvers, but even that goes relatively smoothly. Each mile my smile grows as my confidence that the system won't just drop rocks on my head when I'm sleeping increases. The system is nothing if not predictable in following its own rules, once you learn them. I can easily a lot of ground, but even with all the improvements and even choosing the most chi economical design possible, I'm still limited by my regen rate and pool size. Still, chi only recharged a couple of points every day. A few seconds moving without spending my own limited energy stores would be very much welcome. Where my chi and mana got their own energy from I had no idea, but it wasn't from the food I ate. And for now, that is all I care about, saving my limited energy stores. I keep staring at the changes in my perception field, a mirror to the inner world. Changes come and go, gaining a few inches here and there, then losing them in double. A pointier flashlight area, then a wider one. I try to make sense of it all slowly, but there seems to be no rhyme or reason for the logic of what is happening inside beyond that they are testing things. As I'm ready to head to sleep, something quite significant happens. The flashlight portion of the inner world starts fading in jerks. First, it loses a meter, then 2, 3, and beyond. After becoming smaller than the rest of the band around the inner world, I start getting worried, but I just shake my head and head to sleep. He can't make an omelet without breaking some eggs, right? Hopefully, things will have worked themselves out by morning. For the entire night, I toss and turn, though the stone ground fights me as it doesn't wield against my movements as a soft bed would have. The system couldn't let me have even that? A proper bed to sleep on? After getting a full night's sleep, I finally let temptation seduce me and extend my perception field to its full range. I managed to restrain myself the entire time I was supposed to be asleep. Now it is gone. Extending my perception field fully out, I discover exactly what I wanted. A steady 101 meters of range and a small stop in front of me, just enough for my purposes. Merlin must have taken to heart what I said about the ranges and that from 50 to 51 meters there was a jump in possibilities on the trial and pushed to extend the range to at least 101 ASAP. I had been so far away from the full 100 meters that I didn't even consider or discuss anything with him, but I'm grateful he took the initiative. I inch forward until my forehead is touching the wall just a little to the left of the track of water in the wall. I don't even have to look for it. With the small volume, as soon as I come into range, even as the plate is surrounded by dirt all around, it shines in my view. I make a miniature copy of its shape inside my body with the roots. Comparing both, they have similarities but are distinct enough that I don't even try to only make a masking layer to register just the differences between both and instead make a new one. After an amazing night's sleep, and having finally gotten my perception field up to the next level, I finally can head to the center with a clear conscience. Inches from the ground, I feed the runes inside my body with chi and start flying around in search of the next place, the central room. While I have chi, I can cover a lot of ground. My chi, however, lasts only some 40 minutes. I feel the joint pool of chi and mana emptying, and the duality of the resource still makes my head hurt, but I just leave those questions for later. I get to my feet and start walking. The search continues, as I hug the walls alternatively, trying to get any other corridors from my current position. At 100 meters, it often happens that I just can't see the current intersections and the ones 50 meters away, but occasionally I can make out places at 100 meters, and that saves me even more time I would have needed to retread. Even for those corridors, I need to walk more than once to search the network they connect to, and that number is greatly reduced compared to going in blind. Meanwhile, as I explore, I don't waste time and effort as I try to find something else I can do with life. Especially if I find a solution that doesn't involve ripping a chunk of myself. Yeah, definitely prefer any route that avoids all the pain. As the days pass, I go back to an old skill, something that I usually didn't pay that much attention to, but with the current limitations, it is likely worth it. The kinetic aspect of my meditation skill. It may no longer be named that, and its bonuses don't even compare to a deep meditation, but going from 11 hours to fill my pool to 8, 6, or even 5 is very much worth the mental effort it takes. It is not the sub 2 hours recharge rate of a proper meditation session, but it is much better than nothing. Given that I can go about 40 extra kilometers every 5 hours or so, the amount of ground I'm covering more than doubled my walking pace. Though that is only worth it in conjunction with the slow pace I'm keeping, compared to running at full speed. Flying in these circumstances may actually be slightly slower. Playing with both my new resources goes smoothly, though I take care of life so I don't drain myself doing something stupid. Even as I get better at using chi, I realize the number of similarities between the familiar vigor and the new life resources. Not in effect or even their feel, but the logic and mental effort are so very similar once you get past the very surface of my thought patterns needed to use each of them. Doing my utmost the entire time, I notice small changes in the perception field as the days pass, though the larger range of the point in the middle does change. Instead, Merling expands the band about it slowly. By the end of the week, I'm approaching 85 meters in diameter, though that is still only for a narrow band barely 10 meters tall instead of the complete sphere, or even just one of the domes. I follow yet another long corridor that crosses most of the trial's grounds in a single pass, in search of the central chamber. Without finding it, I will have to give up. My energy stores dwindle and all my fat starts disappearing. I feel the press of time as the search goes more slowly than I hoped for. I pass around the likely place of the central chamber half a dozen times, but even with over 100 meters of range, every single time, I just continue reading through a long corridor traveling much more than I needed. Frustrated at the change in this new place, and the difficulty finding it, I tuck my shoulders and plow on. Though as the last 3 days arrived already a much further given the reduced energy consumption from my periodic flight, I grimace. Sitting on the ground, I start meditating, trying to go as deep as possible to recharge my mana/chi. That should extend how long I last at least a little. In less than 2 hours, I'm on my way skimming the ground at about 60 kilometers per hour. I only slow slightly in the intersections to make the corners, though I feel I'm losing my mind from the gnawing hunger as I scrape the bottom of the barrel. A day, 2, then 5, and still no change. On the very last day, I can remain without going so over the top that I'm risking my life. I find a different corridor. A corridor I had hints of but had yet to find. A long twisting snake. The longer I stay on it, the more certain I'm this is the right place. At first, I was simply unaware, but as I cross the trial grounds and twist back without any way out the very first time, I know I have found something and maybe the right place. Pass by known and new places rapidly filling the map all around with the hundreds of corridors and intersections on the edge of my perception field. The tunnel extends for hours, a dozen times longer than any other with no end in sight. Doubt creeps in as the end of my time is fast approaching. If this is not the right place, I'm screwed. The darkness is all-encompassing, something that was almost natural by now, though that makes itself to the forefront of my mind as I hope to finally see the central room. To find even the barest scrap of food and have the energy to keep going, even if only for a few more hours. To be able to see with my eyes again. I never let it bother me, and as that thought crosses my mind, I realize there is something else manipulating my emotions. Something coming from the outside. So I push out a wave of my will overwhelms a black fog of depression trying to make it into me. The system really doesn't want me passing this trial yet. I fight off and keep my eye on the nebulous prize in the middle of the maze. My chi runs out and I stop again, possibly for the last time while keeping an eye out as I meditate. At least assuming the tunnel's twisting turns continue to follow a similar logic to the rest of the trial grounds. Meditating and trying to draw in the mana, I go as deeply as possible and watch as the intangible power and its pool refills itself. I can't even use mana and it behaves as if I wasn't there. Well, if chi and mana were different and occupied different pools within me, I may have a greater total adding both, but they also would likely require stats of their own to determine the pool size and recharge rate. At least that is the only thing that makes sense to me, but I still knew too little about the system, and the interaction between these two resources is too new for me to speculate too much. Less than 2 hours later, I plop forward while turning on the runes and rushing ahead. At well over 500 kilometers in length so far, this had to be the longest corridor ever. At least if you discount the open corridor atop China's Great Wall in its prime. My mind wanders off, except, not to the usual places, but randomly, and I struggle to keep myself on track. Soon I'm gonna start hallucinating, and not on purpose. As my chi pool is only fumes again, the thought of imagining things that aren't there is in the forefront of my mind, and I see a light in the distance. Rubbing my eyes in the face of a mirage, I approach the end of the strange tunnel and push myself to my feet. The overwhelming light after so long in darkness will take me a minute to fully get used to, but I have finally found the promised land. I just hope my fingers won't pass through the feast laid out for me atop the familiar thick stone table. Chapter 164. I run to the feast, a dozen loaves of bread neatly stacked atop the table without even getting a proper look around the place. Nothing else seems to matter besides getting my fill. While stuffing my face with the simple, but filling and decently nutritious food, it takes me a moment to fully come back to myself, but come back I do. By now, I'm fairly used to the taste of these loaves of bread, though even visually if they are just about a perfect match for Italian bread, their taste and actual texture resemble a hard honey biscuit with nearly no sweetness to which to tell the truth has its own charm, especially if you either have more variety or if like me you have started to fight hunger pangs. Considering how much abuse I'm putting my body through, I have not been feeling any lack of the basic nutrients from this single source. Shrugging my shoulders, I munch away as I turn my head around me. A similar high stone dome to the other central chambers covers me, a good 35 meters high in its peak, with a 40-meter wide diameter base. In the middle, that same stone table in the neat spot where the blue crystal will show up. There is not a single other exit. They have door frames and puzzles spaced in the same fashion as both my trials before, if at a greater distance given there are only 12, but all other 11 are fully covered in solid stone, with no hint of runes to power a portal or anything of the sort. As a matter of fact, the only runes in the entire trial until now have been the ones hidden inside the table. 12 doorways and only one has a corridor. What could that mean? The puzzles also went from 18 to 12. It takes me another few minutes to finish up my meal and I don't start the next loaf, instead preferring to savor them. I could eat a lot more, but that wouldn't be very efficient given my digestive system's limitations. Walking to the walls, an action that is not strictly needed, I touch one of the puzzles and go over it. It's similar to all others before, but it forms a 5x5 grid, leaving a lot of space in between each of the pieces. They also don't seem to form a picture I can just guess from themselves. I look at this first one for a minute, not sure what to do, nor if I will even get anything for solving it given the 12 loaves already atop the table. Well, 11 by now, but my point stands. Looking at every single one of the puzzles, I try to find one of them that has at least some similarity to the ones I found, and not to my surprise, I find a trio that matches all 3 copies grown in a clear space under the muscle layers of my hip. I move 2 puzzles to my left and start. It takes me a minute, trying to work out the logic, given the different rules, but using the missing piece, I move the other 24 all into place, leaving the back layer to fill the gap right in the middle. As I do so, I feel something showing up behind me. A brief and seamless spatial transition powered partially by the runes. I had never gotten enough of a look at the process to understand how it worked. Even this time, even my muted mana sense and the perception field provide enough clues that together with my understanding of the very runes I'm observing and further spatial awareness, I finally know what happened. Although it was absolutely awesome to know that was happening behind me, I'm also left disappointed. This is just a passive transport pad. It may help the process, but given how space folded in its vicinity, even if very subtle, has obvious reasons to me now. The best I could do is improve the current design slightly and help the other side reduce the mana cost. I could also stop any teleportation altogether if it relied on this pad to work, but I can't initiate the process from this side. My hopes and dreams of pulling the lever of the slot machine and forcing it to give the prize any time I wanted were dashed, but I couldn't complain too much. I had managed to bring dozens of pounds of food hidden in the pocket of space in my torso. Even after all I did, that is how my days in the trial turn out. For the next couple of weeks, I just go back with a greater understanding of the logic of this particular trial and use a minimal amount of energy to occasionally run, relying on my chi to fly around most of the time. I cover more ground than ever by flying while using less of my energy, something even more glaring as I actually stop and meditate for less than an hour and a half to refill my pool entirely after running out. Pages and pages of mental notes and wisdom are left behind, which I note down as this rhythm develops, and I seemingly enter and leave meditation every other minute with the neck-jerking such mechanical use meditation induces. I get all 12 of the pictures hidden just within my normal perception field range and compare them with the puzzles in the central room. Each one has its particularities, and considering the direction it has started to take, the next trials may be even more open-ended. Mechanical movements and requirements were easy to grasp, but to rely on my artistic sense, even if I wasn't completely devoid of it, sounded a little more unreliable. I knew to trust my gut, but this particular variety was not quite my strongest suit. As I finally find the last one, nothing changes on the trial. They don't lock all into place as in the last trials, though I haven't precisely shifted them back and forth. But considering how things developed and the subtle under notches to produce a soft lock, I doubt that particular last step is the way to go here. These may look similar on the surface, but I look beyond the surface. They are conceptually different. Not pieces roughly arranged in a 3x3 grid that moved fractions of an inch in the 4 cardinal directions, but actual sliding pieces that needed to be rearranged and even switch places like a 15 puzzle with more pieces. Their size against the backdrop and the lack of distinguishing features also stopped me from assembling them with just the information on themselves, requiring a completed picture on the outside box of a jigsaw puzzle, instead of trying a few iterations until I find the right one. The pieces are nearly independent of the background image and have few if any indications about their placement. Nonetheless, after finishing this last round, I sit around and ponder over it. I play with life, chi, and even vigor, trying to learn more and get used to their quirks, but the puzzle on the wall never leaves my mind. I return to one of the picture plates and make a larger copy. Coming back to the puzzle, I start fiddling with it, but not only I can't detect any shifting allowed to perfectly align the plates. Try as I might, neither this idea nor anything afterward shows any success. I keep playing around with them and extending my stay as long as possible so not only I, but Merlin and the translator team have as much time as possible. There is a lot I can't do here, but the options I do have are all useful, like training with the perception field and my new resources. Even if I still don't know how to do anything that could help me in this place beyond flying and possibly a high investment of life to grow a few roots. Bringing a few mana points seemed a sure way of giving me an unbeatable advantage, but now I realize that hope was naive. I rack my brain and dig deep trying to find anything on the source, but this is one time I don't pull the rabbit out of the hat, for I do have neither a rabbit nor a hat. Trickery can go a long way, but it always falls apart in the end. Time inexorably marches forward. The cycles advance and I grow older, though only for about a month. The entire time, even my more fanciful attempts to extend my stay, like getting inner-world access and acquiring more food through other means, prove to be complete failures. It is not a complete waste, for I get a little more used to the new runes and experiment with chi on new and old designs. I also start a few longer-term projects that I normally wouldn't try back on the instance. I finish the preparations for my departure just to make sure I don't forget anything important. I don't know when I will come back here, so extending my stay as long as possible is extremely important. I have yet to see the blue crystal, but I know it's time. The food is long gone. I have gone and explored all the uncovered ground I can in the time available with my perception field. Even if Merlin continues to expand it and grow the entire dome to match the 103 meters he built in a small spot, it wouldn't be enough. If it was a Kilmore, I may push a few days more. I don't even have control of the 130 meters burst capability of the inner world, nor any realistic chance of extending that a lot over the next couple of days, so I finally throw in the towel. I wish to take my rewards for the trial completion I achieved. I may not have the complete trial finish, but at least I did have the 12 puzzles, and that might be enough for something. Though I shouldn't cry too much, this is actually the second layer of the trial. We are only expected to beat one layer at a time, not two or even more. For me to even get this far, I needed humongous levels of cheating. A presence hits me for an instant. The uncomfortable pressure of the system judging me and trying to understand what I just said, but even as I open my mouth to repeat it or clarify it, I'm whisked away. I'm teleported back to the instance with all the familiar sounds and smells inside the village covering the unnatural artificiality of this world. Finally, I'm back home. Merlin's POV, inside Inner World. I sit back to take a short break in a small wooden chair made with my nature meta magic. I had loads of time and managed to expand the inner world in my own skill in different venues throughout the entire time I was expanding our base understanding of magic and even learning more about space. It was slower here, but the advantages of the instance are not worth compared to the sheer amount of time we lose, though that calculation changes when comparing a long stay in the instance compared to someone's lifespan running out on the outside. We had hints of increased lifespan as our levels increased, but no concrete numbers just yet. I have gone as far as possible without Nash's help to make the bulk and the more complicated maneuvers in increasing the inner world. But even with his help, it will take a while to get it to pass 100-meter range in any direction. That doesn't even take into account the need for soil to fill the larger volume and other similar considerations. A few other experiments I have should also benefit from his help. I have a deeper understanding of runes, but his instinctive approach could spot a dozen patchwork solutions in the time I solved one or two things properly. I press the button for the 100th time, and a small trio of spatial distortion spins in a straight line heading straight for the end of the corridor. Now only some 10 meters farther away from the center than the main band around the inner world. The work of a few hundred mana collides with the barrier and expands it. There is something I can almost feel, like something on the tip of my tongue I can't put into words. I wait for a few seconds. Everything recharges, and I press the button again. The 20-meter-long straight cannon shoots again, extending the range by about 5 meters to a total of 108 using the closest measure of an actual standard meter with the help of the system's quicks. It might be up to about 0.5% up or down, but most other villages around us were using our standard, and that is all proper measurement units require. The system may not have given us strict measurements, but we could do our own math on known distances in the instance and convert them. I hesitate before putting my finger on the button again. Doing the same thing over and over expecting different results is the definition of insanity. Einstein's famous quote comes to mind, "Even if I don't believe it applies here, I'm not going to learn much if I just keep pressing buttons like a monkey and observing the results." I need to take direct control. Doesn't matter if I fail or if I'm more likely to blow myself up than to succeed. I have to do it. To paraphrase Nash, I will succeed and I will do so now. I pull my own limited stores of mana. Though they are quite a bit larger than most other mages, only a few higher-level ones manage to surpass me, though even that is the work of my unexceptional class choice the first time around. With all my mind, I grab the idea of the runes, shape the very mana inside them, and wrestle it all with my entire willpower. I don't even bother pressing the button, and just make a direct connection pushing forward. My senses start to spin along the rune tracks. Over 100 runes spin at once in my head with the help of the runic framework around my will, and my world becomes the mana before me, the mana that is becoming space. I can only affect the mana, not directly poking space through some bullshit method like what Nash can pull, but even that is enough. My brains unscramble as the spinning triad hits the barrier, but then, fireworks go off in my head. I fall to my knees, not in actual pain, but in the sheer overload of my senses. In my dazed state, however, I can feel my muscles stretching my lips from ear to ear. I managed to control space. I actually managed. My control is brief and subtle, achieved only through a myriad of superfluous runes. But who am I if not the metamage? That single instant is enough. A ding calls my attention, something important from the system for its warning to be so pronounced. I open my stat sheet and see the number 1 inside an orange balloon on the class icon, indicating a surprise for me. Oh. Did I unlock something nice, perhaps even the class I have been holding out for? Chapter 165. The system teleports me back to the same spot I left down to the millimeter as far as I can tell. The spot of my goodbye party. I take a deep breath, inhaling everything in the village, the food, the steel, the wood, the pottery, and so much more. I may be ravenous, but the mixture of smells tells me I'm back where I belong, and each and every single component is an integral part of the whole. Looking downward, I half expect to see my translucent bone-thin skin, but like after my last trial, I'm back to normal. Instinctively, I reach out to Aspen, and we become one. Ether links our minds and hearts as I had long grown used to doing with Pando, but as not only my chi but life and vigor come into play, they all act to strengthen this link, from a service road to a highway. At this pace, I will have trouble telling my body apart from Aspen even when I'm with him on the edge of perception. I took another step with my own resources, and I finally can do without the system's sublayer that mana and other resources have. A lot more can happen without that aspect of the system's interference. The worst of all, the system doesn't know when to stop helping. It gives with one hand and takes with the other. With nary a will of effort, I'm a miles away even while my physical body is still in the village. Aspen reaches for the roots in my body, and I let our connection fade to the background. I had to take care of something else as my stomach growls, but I stopped myself from simply rushing over and do one last thing. Something I had been preparing for the last few months to do. I look at my memories. I'm missing nothing, absolutely nothing. I walk the memory palace back and forth and compare it to the small hidden clues I left throughout my body, but the longer I stare at it, the stranger it seems. I didn't just head for a new trial, and I actually managed to complete the second one, so the system isn't messing with my memories too much. The Freudian slip lights a giant warning sign, and I re-examine everything with a hand loupe, examining it down to the thread and scratches it has. The longer I compare what is in my memory palace to the notes I made, the more clear the picture becomes. Much of the alterations have to do with making me forget that the second layer makes me unnaturally tired. I have no idea why the system would care, why it seems so intent on making me forget it, and even a minute later I'm still stumped. So I put it all in a box and leave it for careful analysis and consideration later. First things first, I move to the nearest restaurant at about 26 meters from my spot. Even before I have a chance to sit at one of the tables arrayed outside, the waiter says, "Nash, you are back." Everyone around turns and I hear a few cheers, but I don't let anything distract me. Food. My caveman mentality is still in the vein if the system returned my body to its normal weight. Even if I have meat on my bones again, I hesitate to trust any gift from the system to be what I want. What are the hidden costs of relying on it to mess with my biochemistry, my carefully and meticulously balanced self? If I had any choice, I would rather do it myself. Next time, I will prepare a lot more and try not to come back needing so much help, just in case. The fact I have a hidden space bag is already a tremendous help, and that doesn't even take into account that I need a lot fewer calories to get around the place if I can fly, and my mana regen and mana pool are only growing. As soup gets to my table, I finally open the long-anticipated stat screen and skip the stat sheet for now. With so many changes, most of the information will be entirely useless by the end. Class trial. 1 with the world, second trial. Time. 75D 12 hours 16 minutes and 18 seconds, 2D 0 hours 58 minutes and 49 seconds instance time. Passing scores, second trial. 2 puzzles unlocked. Class loses 1 rarity ranking. 5 puzzles unlocked. Class maintains rarity ranking. 12 puzzles unlocked. Class increases 1 rarity ranking. Note: failure to discover an aspect of the trial resulting in the class specification being demoted to subclass. I read this first screen before the class screen even shows up properly. That is strange. What does it mean? Downgrade to a subclass? Does that mean I can slowly upgrade them as well? All of them? If that is the case, even with a 50% penalty to their bonuses, subclasses are just as important as the main class. I open their list to explore a bit and to see a message right at the top that fades just after I read it. Warning, you can only upgrade your lowest rarity class. Choose. Pando's Carrier. Uncommon, 50% effectiveness. +1, 5% all stats plus 0.05 all stats per level. +2, 5% connection to Pando. Creator. Uncommon, 50% effectiveness. +1.5% to all stats plus 0.05 all stats per level. +2.5% connection to your creations. Bonus can apply to other people's creations variable. I look at both of them for a good minute before going for Pando's Carrier. It is unlikely the bonus special will increase, and they are equal in the amount and type of stats they will provide, so it is not even a hard choice. Pando's Carrier, scarce, 50% effectiveness. +2, 25% all stats plus 0.075 all stats per level. +2, 5% connection to Pando. A small but not insignificant bonus that will slowly add up. I look to the side and see Alex approaching. Oh shit. I forgot the people inside the inner world. I instantly open a doorway-sized portal near the middle of the inner world and flash a couple of lights to call everyone's attention to it. After warning we are back in the instance, I go back to my stat screen. Though as I see Alex sitting in front of me, I raise a root shroud around us and write it outside. Come back in 15 minutes. He just smiles and says knowingly. You want to finish seeing your stat screen, right? At a simple nod, he continues. Good to have you back. Don't mind me. I'll wait for the others. Glad that he is not trying to take me from what I wanted to be doing right this second. I dive in again looking for what I can wring out of the system. I don't like relying on it, but it is an immensely useful tool. If I had to extract each and every single one of these stat points out of my body myself, I would do it, but it would take forever. Even as the butterflies and giddiness try to make me forget what I'm acquiring, I mark that I cannot count this as my own power. It is simply something borrowed from the system, and everything it gave, it could take away. So was it really ever a gift if there were strings attached or simply a way to control us? Knowledge, real skill, and growth are so much more enduring. I should never just blindly follow the numbers and ignore more fundamental aspects of my own agency. My desire, will, and power to act. I move to close the prompt but halt myself. Damn, I almost forgot. How could I leave something so important to the wayside? My third subclass, if there is such a thing. I already had 2 amazing subclasses and barely enough time to really concentrate on developing their skill sets, limited as they had been until now with only a single skill each. But that doesn't change that I need to choose something now, even if just for the stat bonuses. I tap at the bottom at subclass selection and behold the options, delighted at the fact I even had any options this soon after getting to level 100. None one else even got more than a single shitty subclass. Even Greg's last update was still holding out for a better one before picking the class he wanted. Manusmith, rare. Bookworm, scarce. Aviator, scarce. Internal Mage, rare. Spatial Architect, epic. A single glance is all that it takes me to hone in on the last option. Finally, some luck. No hard choices, just the most badass class with the highest possible rarity. Though I do my due diligence and go over the description of every single one just to see if there isn't something hidden. I search for any connection to their descriptions, but they all seem fairly straightforward. All are decent choices that I might have taken under other circumstances. Even the run of the group, Aviator, has its charms, but in the end, Spatial Architect is just plain all-around better. It would also go a long way in helping me shore up my stats. The improvement in rarity of my main class and the fruits of all my labor in the trials together will bring a transformation even beyond that I already had achieved. Maybe, if I was lucky, I could even become physically and mentally fast enough to contend directly with the HLZ beasts. I likely wouldn't be soloing them anytime soon, but just being able to dance around them instead of having to hide behind a mana shield would be a large step up and finally give me enough of an edge that I likely could improve my fighting skills with them. Tussling with the wolf and the fighters back in the village had their place and was fun, but I needed danger to push myself to the next level if I wanted to come close to some of those people. With a grin plastered on, I give one last glance at the option I choose before confirming. Spatial Architect. Epic rarity, 33% effectiveness. You have developed a nearly instinctual and aesthetic sense of space. Where most mages rely on the cold and unfeeling math, you mold space into beautiful shapes, though never forgetting to keep the more structural aspects in place. Plus 3% to all stats, plus 0.1 per level. To all stats. Plus 1.7% connection to the fabric of space. Reading the prompt again, the choice of words just seems apartment. I never imagined that I would be an architect, generally thinking of myself as more of an engineer, but I don't have the math and cold facts when working with space, so I go with my gut while sculpting it, and the system took notice. Calculating the stats I gained from it, I noticed the reduction in effectiveness compared to the level 10 and 50 subclasses. So, not quite perfect. In turn, I'm also not limited to the unusual rarity subclasses as I had thought. I forego the option to select the subclass's skills, wanting first to finish the main thing. I want to see what my level 100 main class upgrade changed. One with the world. Epic. Main class level 100. 1.2x multiplier. Plus 5% to perception, plus 0.25 to perception/LV. Plus 6% to all stats, plus 0.2 to all stats per level. Plus 5% better perception of the world. Finally, I got the level 50 unlock multiplier from a class. I just stand there in my chair staring at it before coming back to my stats screen. That is a profound change. I nearly doubled my stats compared to just a month ago. Even ignoring the stats I got by training, I'm close to an 80% increase across the board. Even Soul, which only increased once in the last month before the trial, went up by a whole 6 points during it. If I want to fly without any equipment, considering the slightly higher efficiency of using mana while outside the trial, that will effectively double my pool effective regen rate. Adding the larger pool and regen increase, I will more than double my range. If I manage to meditate while moving, I may already be capable of flying indefinitely without any equipment, just my body. With a few improvements, meditating inside the trial may be enough to never need to put my foot down, though with the number of twists and turns my meditation would be frequently interrupted. I'm a lot closer to most level 100 mages focused on intelligence or wisdom, though I won't let that get to my head. If the levels of the strongest beings were in the 1000 plus range as I guessed, their strategy of focusing on single attributes and using subclasses to shore up the supporting stats would pick up steam. Soon enough, the mathematics of the situation determined they will far surpass me. Even if I pushed hard, a level 1000 mage would have at least an order of magnitude more intelligence and mana than me. As their engine scales, I will be outpaced, even if I surpass them up in levels and class/subclass rarity and my slow grind for stat pints outside the system. But my path is another, and I will make the most of it. It is not about seeking raw attributes, it is about utility and having a large tool set. There are plenty of small details I could analyze in this single sheet, like my soul stat, my new skills, and so much more, but that is all for later. Opening my eyes, I say to Alex, "I'm done." I look back, though my perception field already tells me all I need to know. Small groups dribble out of the inner world after organizing their stuff. Many, however, are still deeply entrenched in the inner world, having spent months and only getting a warning about the end of their time some 15 minutes ago. If the average person moving houses, or even just leaving the hotel room at the end of a vacation is any indication, a few will need hours to get ready. Behind them, however, comes a strange group. Merlin walks up to meet birds waiting just a few meters off, followed by another inhabitant of the inner world, the wolf. He was a majestic creature even with his disfigured skin, but he has started to heal. A thick coat of gray fur completely covering the imposing figure shocks a few of the closest people that are not familiar with him. A creature that is becoming rabid only in name. Atop him, in sharp contrast to his ferocious demeanor, sits a trio of white furry things. Aster and 2 other colony heads watch the village as the wolf sniffs around before finding an open spot nearby and sitting. Most of the spectators uneasily stare at it, though they tentatively trust that it won't simply start attacking at random. However, a pair turns a corner and grips their weapons tightly, ready to act. As they take a step forward, I call out, "Wield your hand against him at your peril. Even if he couldn't defend himself, he is under my protection." Already jumpy, they spring back and turn around. Instinctively, one of them starts. "But I never asked you to pet him or even to get close." I'm also not just gonna stand still if he starts attacking people without provocation, but he spent a good long while in the inner world and beings I trust more than you, and they vouch for him. So that is where I put my trust unless he proves undeserving of it. "He is all right," says the lead translator, stepping out of the inner world portal. "Even the bunnies in his inner world are like this. Just take a look." He points to the back of the wolf. Having noticed the confrontation but treating the threat lightly, the wolf has his head turned to more interesting views. I know better. The perception field is trained in the whole area, and he is ready to spring into action. I can feel it in his very bones and the way his arteries expanded to help the blood to pump. I call out aloud, "Aster, if you please, peek your head out." It takes a moment, but she does even without knowing English. The duo finally sees a whiny white head behind the neck of the humongous wolf. They say nothing, simply retreating deeper into the village. Moments later, they turn around and move out of the village through another path. Well, that is done with. I look at the pair of mages heading all the magical research in the village. Burgess is a lot more ragged, as he likely had to cover some of Merlin's duties after he snuck out with me, but he is just happy we are back. "Let's go. I want to see what you learned, except this time I want to know everything," I say, anxious to get to it. "Well, you always called me a meta mage. That is exactly what I'm, officially." "Class?" I ask, to which he simply nods. I look to the other side at Alex and speak. "Let's get your stuff out of the way first, You are probably not very interested in our discussions about magic and its finer points, I say. Oh, no, I am also very interested. I took the time to learn the intricacies of wielding my mana this last couple of weeks, and it has slowly come to fruition this last couple of days. Interesting choice of words. What can I say? I'm a wielder. I connect with myself, with the part that I reach for whenever I seek to improve my stats a little, though I don't have any significant improvements to make considering I didn't put off this meditation while inside the trial grounds. I even got about 100 stat points from that exercise alone. That is nearly one stat a day without dedicating more than a few minutes to it. Letting it come deeply from within, I try to use my own resources and ether to remove the scratches all over the glass surrounding me. Using fine sandpaper, I start my work. I make the effort, trying to impart my will behind it. Not like the bored and mechanical movements of a tired worker simply washing a window while he curses his own job, but closer to the efforts of a master craftsman hand polishing the main mirror for a telescope scheduled for orbit. I burst out laughing. Though hand sanding was more common for smaller telescopes and tended to produce better results than the very best of machines, as we increased our dexterity and discovered new ways of using magic if we ever start making telescopes again. Doing it by hand would not just be the better choice, but likely the only reasonable choice all the way from the cheapest knockoff to the most accurate and precise instrument. Unless magic also brings a marked improvement in quality and price to the mechanical polishers. The mental image of me sanding the protective glass like I'm making a mirror is the perfect choice, both pliable and helpful in my work. Though I wish I could take a sledgehammer to the glass around me, I have the distinct feeling that would be a bad idea. The system didn't need to scuff the surface and make seeing anything outside harder, but that doesn't mean the glass is just junk. It may not even be the system's creation, and the closer I look at it and play with it, the more it feels like something else, something from time immemorial. The mental image of the glass as a protective barrier seems accurate. There is no other way to describe it. Though this seemed to be around my very mind and being instead of being something I can touch the longer I interact with it, the more real it seems, like the very fact I gave it an image made it real and tangible. But in the end, it is just a way to interact with it instead of being an accurate representation of what it is. Even with a lot of elbow grease, it is still not perfectly clear, but the effort was not wasted. I need to find higher grit sandpaper. 10,000 is not enough, nor is the polishing paste I turn to at the end. I either need a better polishing paste or another solution. 2 days of tireless work gave me a marked improvement, but I also find the limitations of my current tool set, and that is when I stop. If I'm to stop using mana, at least directly, I need to have chi stores, real droves of it, or maybe a way of converting mana into chi. I could use chi along with mana while relying on Aspen or Runic works to handle the mana, but without my will behind the mana against the HLZ beasts, the effort becomes nearly useless. In an emergency, it is fine, but not as a routine thing. If I need to use my will, a few hours polishing the layer between me and reality afterward doesn't sound so bad as the cost of saving someone's life, my life, or somebody else's. I begin to test how I can use mana without completely marring the glass casing around me, and to my surprise, Aspen can freely wield mana as I wield my chi in conjunction, given both resources are fairly similar. Can he use chi? I send a thin stream to him, but even as he grabs it and it seemingly melds with him, the feeling I would have gotten with mana being taken from my purview never arrives. Instead, I just watch it slowly floating freely, curious about what it will do. Its behavior is similar to mana, but after it spreads and swirls like splotches of ink through water, it just floats back to me in my pool. Perhaps with a little more training, he could do it, but it doesn't feel likely. But it may be just too much to expect him to wield chi the very first time he comes across it. It might also be something so individual that it's not even worth teaching him to use it, and he would be better served using mana or making his own version of the resource to suit his own way of thinking and skills. Sometimes our connection is so deep that I forget that we are two different beings. Shaking my head, I start work on a chi battery. At first glance, it looks easy. Just make a mana battery and modify it until it works for chi. After all, if all other runes work with it well enough, why the capacitor rune would be any different? How wrong was I? Any chi heading inside cannot be contained for more than a minute, as it shows its impatient and kinetic nature spins and meanders through every corner of the battery, finding all the cracks until every droplet is on the ground. The yellowish pearl color coalesces into solid smoke and rolls on the ground until it is back in my pool. I didn't see this on the trial, but it makes so much sense. Anytime I use mana, I'm borrowing something that doesn't belong to me. I'm converting my will into mana, which belongs to the system. But with chi, it is like, I'm the system, and any unused mana returns to me. If I transform chi into another form of energy, like heat or kinetic energy, the story is different. But my pool is the natural place for chi and to where it wants to return. Entropy will always bring it back, with the possible exception of when the system actively interferes. I went from simply a user transforming raw ingredients into something beautiful and into the realms of creators bringing to life something that didn't exist before. In reality, it is all just shades on a spectrum, but I'm cognizant of the profound and fundamental shift that chi has for me. This large step up the color spectrum just fuels my desires. How can I cheat the system even more with this new tool? I start experimenting by extending a tendril of chi and nearly emptying my pool all at once. My connection senses a powerful sucking force that pulses the system's mana faster than usual and effectively increases my regen rate. As it enters my body, it is transformed into my energy, and I leave it as it is, or I can transform into chi as I use it. The specifics are still fuzzy even after months under the system, but watching my pool refiling faster than ever without even needing to enter a profound state of meditation brings it all into perspective. I just discovered at least 2 benefits to having my own resource. A larger effective pool of energy, as it takes only a modicum of attention to keep a lot of chi cycling out of my pool, and the regen rate increases if I do things the right way. After all, it wasn't just about emptying my pool, but doing it very quickly and continually pulling to keep momentum up. This is the power of free will, of decisions of my own without the interference of our benevolent rulers. Now I just need to figure out the intricacies. Wolf's POV. Run wildly in the suddenly small area around the two-legged's village. Something bothers me, this unconscious limitation put in my mind. I had nights to think and plan, and now it's time to act. I pass many other wolves, lesser wolves. Not in their core or being, but lesser in body, mind, and understanding. Their concerns are limited in scope to their immediate vicinity and the present, not concerns about all who howl and tread this strange land. My race is so instinctive. They don't have the mental awareness to change their environment. They are only used to making the most of it while leaving the 2 legs to their own endeavors. There is nothing wrong with instinct. It is an amazingly useful tool, but it is only one tool. I saw the white furry things that look so tasty inside the strange place. I spent moon cycles with them, even if there was no moon to count them. It is clear that wolves may run as a pack, but a pack is tiny. I need more. I need to alter my environment for the puppies to come. I need to call out to the world and claim my place. There can be no doubt, for I'm Onyx. My predecessors may no longer roam the earth, having long become a part of it. Something no other even recalls, if they knew of it in the first place. But I hold the blood of giants, and it was time to rise above it all, to come into my heritage and maybe, just maybe, step beyond the limited boundaries set by the eye in the sky. The ruthless eye in the sky. I climb atop the highest peak around, barely an anthill, but it is what I have available and prepared. Other endeavors were nice, but I can always play with the tasty bunnies later. I arch my whole body, raising my maw and call. I call once, twice, thrice. Wolves start to surround the base of the hill, not even guessing what I have really done to them. They want to approach more, but reverence and fear fill their very being under my gaze. They don't know why they are so drawn to me, nor do they realize that I add more in my skull every moon cycle they have in the totality of their abstract experience. But neither do they care. The minutes pass, and increasingly tired wolves begin to pool at the base of my domain. I need to pay attention to the muscles of my jaws and tail and keep them freely swishing around as I stand imperiously trying to hide my surprise at the ever larger group. I knew my call was always stronger and reached farther than others in the pack, but this is no pack. Hundreds have already arrived and thousands follow behind. If this is the very first of my attempts, perhaps I can help them free themselves of their own chains. This is my horde. Chapter 167. I spend the rest of the day just playing with my chi, trying to understand it a little bit better. I find that no matter how quickly I withdraw it or what techniques I use, the quicker regen sped is only effective while I'm below 10% in my pool, but that is barely a problem as long as I have proper stores of chi elsewhere to call upon. I ply with it, trying to get the most out of the technique, but a tenfold increase in my normal regen rate is the most I can do, which is not that much more than the roughly 8-fold increase of my deepest meditation sessions by themselves. Best of all, both increases stacks on top of each other. With a normal meditation, I managed to increase this 10-fold factor to about 13 times, skyrocketing my regen rate, and I can probably get around 15-fold if I train the simultaneous deep meditation with cycling chi out of my main pool. That is less than an hour to fill my pool if I could sustain it the entire way. I keep growing the chi I'm cycling inside the inner world. Though as I find out, it is even easier than mana to control it, taking an even smaller sliver of my concentration. I already had to keep in mind the entire time, like the inner world's gravity, lights, and other aspects like projects and small experiments I run continually, and even the runic works that I grew every spare moment I had to store data. Growing the power of the village or the size of the inner world. With all that already on the pile, any reductions in the mental load are very welcome. The storage runes are a failure. Even trying to bypass the problem entirely by storing my own mana away and then refilling my pool with it seems to strip it of the needed qualities to transform it back into the base state that can be made into chi. Given the impression I get from chi, I feel that even developing a rune specifically for it wouldn't be enough. Trying to contain it is worse than working with hydrogen. It may look and feel like mana, but it has its own particularities. Now I just have to find its advantages to make up for stuff like this. Any small crack that any other liquid and most gases would not even notice becomes a highway to penetrate, corrode, and escape. An atomic-sized threat that cannot be contained, only mitigated, just like hydrogen. Trying to create a space that has a natural pull doesn't work, and simply sealing the surroundings with runes, no matter how precise they are made and placed, all prove to be fruitless endeavors. Chi-like movement, and even inside my pool, it has yet to transform into actual chi, with the resource feeling closer to mana, though I believe it is a protonic form of my own will ready to be transformed in whatever resource I desire. I test all the mana regen potions I have helped make and occasionally put a few minutes into them to see if there are any easy gains to be had increasing their potency, and like I expected, they work just fine. I eat one last parsimon with my meal just so I can enjoy the mild, if not insignificant increase in regen speed. What I settle on in the end is to leak the power into Aspen and make the path to return the most tortuous and long that I can. If I lose control of it, it will just pool around me and stop any future regen, but otherwise, this will just create a long loop where a constant stream of chi is coming back to me in a perpetual cycle. Through it all, even in my failure, I still leave with the biggest grin I can muster. This is finally mine. A power I can call my own that goes way beyond the familiar vigor. Though I could probably find other uses for vigor, especially as I learn more about the whole triad, but this is outright external magic, and I can wondrous things with it from the outset. The system doesn't interfere with it. Maybe it can't considering its rules, at least not directly. But even if it stops subtly helping similar to the way it does with all mana, its control of my resource is very much limited. Its attempts in the trial were pathetic compared to its control of mana. With this already mostly taken care of, though I will come back to it often, I think of what to do next. I go through my usual list noting down a few more items as they come to mind, but from its very beginning, the thought of trying to use chi instead of mana on the blacksmith doesn't leave me. It might not work at all, given that it is a different resource and the system is the one artificially reading and allowing the smith to show a little more of his skill. But if it fails, I will have wasted all of 5 seconds. There have been plenty of new developments with him, but even if it was interesting and I was going to do all I could to progress over there, what kind of druid would I be if I just spend day in and day out banging metal? I'm no druid. I'm one with the world, and becoming one with nature is just an aspect of the whole. Though I got to admit, it is a dear facet of my powers. I get up to go to the village and set aside the next hour and a half or so. Getting there, things start as usual as nobody else even looks funny at me simply heading to my spot just as Mr. Blackwood is starting the next weapon, and even that coincidence. That happens nearly every time I come over is not enough for them to take conscious notice of my actions. The familiar ash and steel smell hits my nostrils, bringing back memories from all the time I spent over here at the very start, and the decent chunk I sprinkled over the weeks and months since. Though that assumed that I was in the village, given that the root network doesn't transmit smells yet. Remote work may be convenient, but there was no substitute for being somewhere physically. As he finishes his work and puts a pair of steel billets ready to weld in the fire, I send my chi into the plate. For an instant, it hesitates over the loose pool of energy, but after a brief halt, the input plate decides what to do with it, and I go with the flow, replacing the mana with chi. I need a few slight changes on how chi interacts with the runes and the couple spots where stagnation threatens to activate its desire to space the runic work, but none of that should affect his work. At first glance, I even notice that the smithy seems to have a little more freedom in movement, only a slight jump, but I reduce my perception field all the way down and come back and pay my full attention to the mana input plate. I draw a smooth and linear flow of chi and let that become my world. Then, as I had grown used to do, I push the middle of the pond in a rhythm, making and letting the chi flow like that. I repeat it every time the lowest point passes, building and building the resonance and giving greater amplitude to the waves, to the perfectly smooth waves. Only they exist in the world, and any time anything else there is to rear its head in my thoughts, I simply encapsulate them into a cloud and let them float away. Push. Hold. Push. Hold. With a channel precisely cut, I only have to disturb the flow of water, and my will is no longer part of the equation in getting the chi to the input plate, just a conduit. Before, I could do something similar, but with mana the channel upstream. Now, I have complete, if still infant power over chi, altering the height, so it perfectly matches the input plate, or even if I desired to, pushing it higher child's play. All I need for my chi to leak is to sustain a channel of such depth and breadth to get the flow rate I desire. But for my purposes, I keep both at the same height with a simple straight channel connecting the plate to my own chi pool. The height of the wave by itself determines the output at any one instant, transporting itself as I just pay attention to producing the waves. With nearly half of the work gone, much more attention can go to the main part of the job, and the results really show themselves. I'm not very used to this way of doing things, so I chose not to head too deep in the meditation session for the first weapon, but even then I can see that Blackwood's moves are more fluid and free. The minutes pass and my control slowly improves. I make fewer mistakes getting used to the constant draw. That doesn't have to be forced in any one direction, just naturally flows as it wills. Thinking of it as the water is the perfect mental picture, at least while it is inside my pool. The rhythmic pounding is precisely my push, and therefore the low point F the waves. A strange synergistic field forms, and everyone else moves away from the increasing fires just on the off chance that it will help our efforts. The pounding of metal reverberates in the relatively small shop, and the smith seems to grow into something larger than life. But even as all that begins to build, I find balance and let go. I simply let go of the reins, trusting my instincts on how to proceed while completely surrendering myself to the task. Li Wei's POV. I watch as Nash simply obliterates my every concept of what is possible in an instant. The task he is undertaking is not actual smithing, and even Merlin without any skill for metals comes regularly to work on his mana control along with a developing horde of mages. Nash can actually forge decently well, but nothing like this. Even with little practice, I doubted his works would be any worse than mine and Jack's. I look at my buddy, the one person without which even keeping up with Nash's skills would be too hard. We were still stuck at level 50 given we didn't want to choose any random common class, but even without a single subclass for smithing he continues doing the impossible. And what he is doing right now, in front of us, it should be impossible, at least so soon after his level increases. If it took him a couple of days to do this, what could he do in another week or month? My magical senses are more refined than Jack's, but even he can tell, Nash isn't using mana. He is actually using something else, and the result is astonishing. I pay close attention to the smith's movements, without missing a single muscle twitch, trying to not only learn the actual moves but the very intent behind them, searching for clues on how we can improve in our craft. The small blacksmithing mithril-priced book I read multiple times gives me context, but this is learning in the practice, and witnessing this is reality changing. Sooner than I would have guessed, the spell is broken as the second finishes before Nash opens his eyes. Goddamn it, boy. You have done it again. He looks confused and dazed at the smithy, who looks at him meaningfully and continues. From every single one of the possible ways you may have to cheat the machine and get the max level sooner, I never thought you would go this route. Did I already? Nash replies as I hold my breath in anticipation. No, not even close. But believe me, you will get it. I can pretty much guarantee it won't take a year if you apply yourself to your new thing. Another week should push you a couple more levels, but it will plateau soon little after that. Reaching plus 20 will take longer. Just know, reaching the higher levels will have restrictions of their own, but you don't have to worry about any of that for months at the very least. I find the undertone of his voice strange, but he never lies to us. If we could unlock the real knowledge behind the weaponsmithing. Thanks. A little hint. Be careful. One resource is fine, but two causes conflict. Only move that way when you are confident you will get the third one at the same time. Why? Nash says a little high-strung. Long answer short, so you won't pop like a balloon from the imbalance. Nash gives the strangest laugh I ever saw, like someone is choking him just after he saw a kitten die in front of him. It is an unnatural sound that gives me shivers. Too late. He burst out almost unintelligibly. What? It is no longer a concern, Nash says with hidden meaning, and Blackwood stares at him before relaxing and smiling. You bloody boy. You really like to play grenades, don't you? I don't quite get what they are talking about, so I just turn my mind to my own business as I let the excitement build from what I'm about to learn in equal measure to frustration. Ugh. Why does he get all the luck? That's really not fair. I watch him leave with a pocket full of money. 2 weapons, a +9 and a +10. That's over 3 gold coins. And that is much money as he can make every day. He doesn't even bother to stay for the explanation. Though a scribe is coming to write down everything Blackwood is saying, and that slightly mitigates the tragedy, it feels like he doesn't care. Though my head knows that his time is more useful in other endeavors than spending a whole day here, my gut reaction doesn't change. He shouldn't be taking this apprenticeship, even if my head saw no reason for him to reject it. Just because he focused more on magic and half a dozen other things doesn't mean that he isn't stupidly talented in his own way, nor should I be envious of someone else's position. I need to find my own way into the world. The smithy seems to heat up even more even if the actual temperature is dropping, as Blackwood starts making a +8 weapon by himself. Something even better than our previous best. So I let this field forge impregnate me. I absorb it all, even as I try to release the remnants of ugliness at the unfairness of it all. It doesn't matter if he is blessed by the very heavens. I know that I can eventually reach the same heights and likely even surpass him, at least when it came to smithing, and that is all I care about, smithing. Pushing things slowly is not enough. I won't wait for my skill to slowly increase. I will build it at a breakneck pace. I look at Jack ready to call into my side, but I see the same determination that is perfusing me reflected in his eyes, and with a simple nod, we throw ourselves into the work aiming for the stars. We are not going to be outdone in our own field by a casual. That would be too much of a shame. Chapter 168. Alex's POV. I stare at the beast just on the other side of the HLZ. 50 meters between me and the wolfkin with nary an obstacle between us. All at my disposal was my trusty spear and the best armor we had available. My spear is supposedly inferior to the cutting-edge stuff the smithy is cranking out after Nash's mana control improved again, but I won't trade at this weapon lightly. It was molded with me in mind, and it's plenty sharp enough to skewer any beast foolish enough to stand still before my blows, especially with my main skill active. I need to do this. To prove. I can say I'm a wielder, but that doesn't really encompass it all. Nash had his trials, but I had yet to prove I'm a true wielder, and while I didn't take this last leap, I will be forever stuck in the precipice. Stuck at level 50. My current skills, the focus I can draw to a single task and so much more is so beyond the world before the system. The closest I could ever get to this would be LARPing, and for as fun as that may sound, it didn't involve actual combat skill, only imagination and maybe acting skills. I'm stronger, faster, and more flexible than the best athletes back on Earth. I dance around my opponents like the greatest of ballerinas, and nobody with similar stats as me can even hold a candle to my battle prowess. But I'm still stuck. Stuck with a skill at 100, I would not pick any upgrade. I already took the easier half of the step to surpass level 100. 2 other people managed the same, but no one has gone beyond it. Some even say that it is impossible, but I don't believe that nonsense. I could give up and accept a lesser reward by progressing in my class early, but when Nash said that I shouldn't rush to acquire more power by crippling my potential, he had no idea how much that resonated with what I had been taught by my dad. My mom loved and worried about me, but my dad saw things farther than I ever dreamed, and his wisdom was timeless. I just wish I had more time with him. A sliver of my sadness leaks out to my spear as it occasionally does, but this is different. I realize the change that just took place. If I had brushed the spear against a beast a moment ago, it would be a goner. That knowledge is as real and vivid in my mind as the grass around me and the opponent just a few paces in front of me. With power, ether, and emotion, I know that this is the path forward. Many auxiliary things made a difference, equipment, stats, and even proper opponents, but all that was secondary to the real path forward, skill. A properly leveled skill couldn't be compared to anything else. Fellings, the intentional leaking of fellings into action, is the path. Steeling my heart, I walk forward until I reach a precisely calculated distance, close enough that the beast will take the initiative in trying to end my life, far enough to give me the beast chance in combat. 17 meters and change. I hold, not moving a single inch but managing to build momentum. Not an actual kinetic energy, though that should come soon enough, but building it in my heart and turning over my emotions purposefully. I blink once, twice, 16 times. The crunching sound of someone launching itself through the air reaches my ears. With a wide grin, I rush in all alone. Dogging to the side in the very last instant, I position my spear and leave the beast with a skin-deep scratch. But that is the last easy mark I will make. With power and mana, the level 142 beast, the lowest level I found in the HLZ, rushes straight at me. This time with way less distance for me to react and prepare. I need to choose, either dodging or doing damage. Normally, I would choose damage, but this is not a level 70 mammoth or tiger that can only bruise me through the armor. A single blow, well-placed blow, would cost my life. We dance around each other for minutes in dozens of exchanges. I keep my mana circulating through my body, pulsing it along with each of my moves and ether spinning around me while I try to impart my emotions into each of my actions, but it all feels artificial. I can't just summon feelings at will. I'm no robot where a certain input will always have the same output. Each time I do something, it will be different. It will have its own emotion intrinsically attached to the action, and it will resonate with me for different reasons. Or it won't. That is the point. I don't hate or love this beast. I'm not sad or happy for its possible demise. I don't even have a particular interest in ending its life, except that managing it is the first step I'm taking to protecting my friends, myself, and in a roundabout way, all of humanity. Billions of humans is a mind-boggling number to think about, and even after I prove to myself I'm one of the best fighters in the instance, I also know that my situation is likely not unique across the instances, regardless of what my high-tier title may imply. Odds are that I just got lucky and reached the particular threshold before a dozen other people did the same. That doesn't even count all the other weapons out there. If I had just gone hunting on a ground a little farther away, got injured the day before and skipped it altogether, or arrived at another village, this opportunity would be simply gone. I would have been late and somebody else would have gotten the spear wielder title. There is even a chance the title may have gone to waste if the person didn't fit the criteria after getting their spear skill to level 50 after a lot of dedication and stamina potions or some such artificial, and didn't fit into what the system thought of as wielder material. I push extraneous thoughts away and just relax into my routine. Even while fighting for my life, I try to impart into each of my moves the very reason that I'm here. To protect myself and my friends. To learn. To grow. I chuckle as I start sounding like Nash's descriptions of Pando's thoughts. Even that mirth leaks into my posture and emotions, but it is quickly replaced by movement, the desire to do more, to be more. Each of my moves, as beautiful as they may seem from the outside, are incomplete and very clearly not what will get me through this self-made trial. Dodging is an important aspect of any fight, but not the focal point. I take a breath and advance, trying to scratch the Woken. Its hide, with little fur covering it, receives the scratch which surprises it, but I don't draw a single droplet of blood. Perhaps a sharper spear wouldn't hurt after all, but I will not just pick a random one from a pile, especially given the cost. Each of our steps is powered by mana, though my stores are quite a bit larger considering the battery I'm carrying. The earth gets ever so slightly marred from the sheer strength and mana explosions with each of our steps and turns, though the system protects it from becoming full of fist-sized holes. Luckily, this little amount of damage won't get in the way of our fight. I advance and retreat, trying to go deeper and deeper in my well of emotions, trying to find a good way of mentally picturing it, a good way of describing it, even as my moves turn more and more aggressive. But in the end, the square can only be populated by 4 concepts I hold. Myself, my friends, learning, growth. I impart from the warmest of feelings to the desperation as I try to protect everyone. Each step is a little closer and each of my spear swings is a little more dangerous until finally, it all comes into perspective. I dive in without hesitation, with no thought of what else is there in the world, aiming straight for the Woken's throat, knowing that it will try to dodge as it has each time before, but I'm too close for it to escape entirely. And unless someone interferes, I just won the fight. The dodge never comes. My entire weight drives my spear inward straight in the middle, and his clawed hands reach for me with absolutely no care for his survival. A suicidal move, a decision taken in a single instant, with no preparation or hesitation. A hit across my head with his right monstrous hand, and another across my chest, digging under the metal plates and through the leather. I'm dazed but have control over my movements and a little of my wits, which I promptly use to abandon my spear. My balance is off, but the beast is no better off with a foot-deep wound at the base of its throat. I reach with my arms, instinctively feeling the tip of my fingers touching wounds and torn leather on my chest. This is too deep to ignore. I don't have a lot of time. but with a long pole stuck at the base of its throat. Its movement. The color drains from my face, and I see it simply snap the spear's wooden pole with a single move. Its nails just drive into it like a wood chipper, and the meter-long pole poking out simply falls to the ground. An insane smile comes in my direction before it charges. The beast doesn't have long with his injury, but unless you chop someone's head off, they can still move, for death is not instantaneous. Even back on Earth, even being poked full of holes by a machine gun, still see people with the strength of a bull for the next 10 seconds as adrenaline let them ignore it all. It will take time for all its blood to leak out, and this is a large beast that has only a single significant injury while I lost my favorite spear. Desperate, I take another weapon from my mini inner world. My old +5 hand-me spear from Greg. The beast presses forward, and I make no pretense of trying to fight it, just doing my best to hold on. I retreat as much as I can or close to it every single time it advances on me. I tap my shoulder and send a few points of mana to activate the emergency beacon. But even if gravely injured, the beast doesn't care about its life, or even if it will manage to feel its teeth sinking into my flesh. He just maneuvers to extend the fight and stop me from resting and taking care of my wounds. Its chances are slim at best to survive, and it continues to trade scratches with me. But scratches are not all it can do, so I keep my toes on, watching for another similar gambit. Deep cuts mar my entire armor, slowly covering me in my own blood as strength starts fading. No technique or power seems to be enough, and I curse myself for my overconfidence. I should have known that the HLZ beast strategies had another layer. I also learned a lot during this outing, and I finally cracked the skill cap, but that is not enough to overcome the base stat difference after my injury. Strength fading and the stuff of life comes out, we both go to the ground. In the last heaving effort, the beast's entire weight falls on top of me, but it doesn't even have the strength to close its maw around my head. Letting its own momentum drive my spear inside its guts, I feel as it goes fully limp. Even without Nash's incredible perception field, I know it is dead. I won. I finally won, but even as I try to push it off, weakness overcomes me and darkness consumes me. Nash's POV. Something comes from the network. Something is wrong. A wailing child, desperate for help. An all-encompassing desire and fear mixed into one from someone powerless to effect change. I reach out with my entire willpower, spreading my awareness miles around in bare moments. There is a slight pull to one side. I hesitate, unsure about what I meant and if there is danger involved. I never felt a pull like this in the network. But as another wave gets to me, and like it was the cries of a human baby left in the cold and dark, my attention hones in the direction of the HLZ, and movement is not an option, it is a biological imperative. I push through, ignoring the claustrophobic feelings from being compressed in a thin, long tube, and move out faster than ever through the network. The sound, the feeling only gets stronger until it is all around, compressing me. But even then I can tell its direction as I struggle to retain my sanity. I arrive in the eye of the storm. There is no calm, so the epicenter, and at its middle, a tiny seed pouring its heart out. It takes me a moment to overcome the pure waves of grief and agony. Feelings even stronger than what Aspen puts out, but a single pulse of my perception field is enough to get an idea of what happened. My heart aches at the young seed's plight, but I purposefully ignore the noise and ruckus to focus on the root of the problem, dousing the fire at the base of the tree, not the leaves and branches. A bleeding, ether-wielding warrior is holding together only by his unconscious will, and the little seed crying in his chest. Reaching for my very life, I drag it out with only the barest of pauses to blunt the blow and drive it forward, the right into his wounds, not knowing how effective it will be, or even if it will have any effect. It worked on plants, but nature mana also worked on plants. I had a lot of conjectures, but I hadn't gotten to testing this particular application just yet. Even as the golden-hued scarlet light drives into his body, he gasps. The worst holes in his torso cauterize, staunching the worst of the blood flow. Even in the very spot of his main injuries and the place I focus the mass of life, the whole thing is a bloody mess, but at least most of the improper leaking points for the blood are plugged. He wakes and gasps, clothing up droplets of blood, but I move to continue the seed's work and finish pushing off the beast's body off him. He manages to roll back into a more comfortable position. With a little more breathing room to work and no longer the extreme urgency, I send a pinprick of life in a constant stream, focusing on precise spots that are injured. Each of his cells supercharged in a very similar way to filling them with vigor, but it has more tangible effects. As the thought crosses my mind, I use the opportunity to send over half of my vigor as well, as its particular characteristics let it be absorbed easily by anybody, unlike my chi. My efforts don't exactly heal with this impromptu dumping of life, but his body accelerates the natural healing process and blood instantly coagulates, stopping him from bleeding out. After I plug every single hole, I stop the outflow. Just this effort drained a good quarter of my health pool, but I don't regret it for a moment. With proper meditation, the time to refill it should be lessened a lot. Coming back to full force in a couple of days is entirely possible. Letting my attention be dragged away, I finally push Chi at the runic calm formation and answer. Nash here. We were calling about Alex, but I assumed the healing we saw was your work. Yep. Is that it? Could you go pick him up? No, wait. I think there is a pair of scouts closer. Do they have flying vehicles? I ask. Nope, but one of them has a space bag. Does that help? Yeah, I think so. I let the connection drop and send a little of my chi, paying attention to the proper flow so I neither pull too fast from my pool and get a headache induced by emptying the chi in my pool, nor too slow, which will cause me to start accumulating the returning chi given how much cycles back to me every second. I haven't even built enormous stores of it just yet. Leaving the bulk of the work to Aspen, who has a lot more mana to work, I concentrate on the rune work, and we set out on growing a 3-seat runabout with cargo space for the Wolfkin's body under it. I can fit the space bag with a battery grown on the spot, and that will reduce their stops a lot. Don't worry, Alex, you will be home in no time. Chapter 169. Got him it, boy. Couldn't you have taken a couple of people with you? Richard spouts out as soon as Alex comes into view in the tri-speeder. Leave him be, Richard. He has been through enough already without your negging. I say in a normal tone, but with a desire to strangle the idiot. Couldn't he have given warmer welcome while Alex was injured and chastised him later? I know, it was stupid, Alex says at the admonishment, though in a low volume, taking care not to shift his chest and aggravate his injuries. My life resource is a miracle, but it only cauterizes the wounds. It didn't actually heal much of the tissue. That second part is Ludmer's domain, though I don't need the perception to notice that he is not okay, not yet. Each jostle of the speeder in the full central yard and close corridors to the Ludmer's new office seem to drive a spike deeper and deeper, even if he doesn't wince and my perception field detects no actual pain spams from him. I continue watching him being taken before walking past the town hall to my second home, the little root hut in the village. Well in range of the entire proceeding with all my senses, including mana since extending my range through the network, I just sit to observe it all closely. Last time I knew a few runes in the way man was shaped, but I simply had no context, nor any equivalent resource to the healing aspect mana that he is wielding. Life likely won't work the same, but if I learn even one thing from observing the process that I might have missed otherwise, I'm calling it a success. Maybe next time I could have healed Alex myself. The operation starts out tense, and I wince even when he doesn't do that himself, but the next 2 hours see slow and steady improvement in his tissue. The boy really was too reckless for his own good. Alex seems to injure himself more than most, doesn't he? He needs something to mitigate that besides growing a head on his shoulders. I ignore anything else for the moment and go back to watching the thousands of mana points heading into him slowly cycling under the system's myriad of runes to make it more effective. Similar to my own life, healing aspect mana by itself is not very healing. Not that it doesn't help the body, but the few leaks of mana from Ludmer's lack of experience allow the healing aspect mana to work unaided. And I'm shocked to realize that it works very similarly to life, supercharging the cell's natural healing. I pull a few paper sheets and make sure to note down anything interesting to gather with my last set of notes and the ones that Merlin and a few others had added together by watching Ludmer's work. I simply don't understand his reluctance to simply try and teach a few other people his skill. The system tended to put people with similar personalities in the same village, even if sometimes that personality manifested in different ways, but once in a while someone like Brad and Ludmer completely broke that mold. He was mistrustful and tended to assume you were stealing his pen if you so much as borrowed it to jot down a quick note without asking, and that just engendered a certain distance in all our dealings, only reinforcing his status as an outsider. I may be something of an outsider to the village by choice, but that was just because I needed a little physical and mental space to develop, and the fact that being too entangled with the politics of running a village is not my cup of tea. Nobody in the village even cared that I said I wasn't part of the village, and that I kind of founded my one-person village. They treated me as one of their own more than even most new additions. He had no physical space separating him from the others, but nobody would miss him if he went away, except for his healing. That we would miss dearly. With the wounds more than halfway to recovery and much more superficial as the muscle and tendons were completely taken care of, Alex gets up and walks out on his own feet. Even as Ludmer cracks his knees against the floor and heaves after the long and arduous use of mana, I move my perception field away. My thoughts, however, are firmly back on him. He is not all that bad. He is just brusque. But you can't force someone out of their shell by force. The best you can do is to be there if they ever come to you. I add a little note on another piece of paper to remember to tell Charlie and the others about what I know of him and make sure if the time ever comes, we don't drive him away, even if only for what he can do for the village. With a clean conscience and proud of my stupendously magnificent conclusion, I get up and head to meet Alex, something made extremely easy by accompanying him with the perception field. "Hi," I call out as he heads roughly in my direction on the central square. "Oh, Nash, thanks. I forgot about thanking you for the help before. I'm not sure I would have made it without you again. Don't worry about it. Your little companion was worried sick. That is how I found you so fast." "Oh," I thought. They called me after I was already on the way, metaphysically speaking, though it only worked because of the root network. If you were outside it, or anyone but me had found you, you would be dead. Even the places within comm range, but no roots would be a death sentence as far as my help is concerned. He shrugs at the intricacies of the system, instead concerned with his new companion. "Was Spike worried?" "Spick. Don't tell me you named your seed Spike?" "Huh, okay, I won't." I chuckle, letting the air rush out of my nose as I silently laugh. "You have ether. Try and connect with him. Even if it doesn't work at first, just keep trying. He has come from Aspen, so he is familiar with ether. He should also be able to learn your mental patterns. Just be careful. You are a lot stronger than he is. As a matter of fact, I can tell him you are okay. I think we both know he realizes that. He has been spreading himself thin for the last little while. I also think that the exercise of learning each other's languages would be helpful for our relationship. Look who is trusting their gut. I say like the cat that ate the canary. None of that creepy smile. I always listen to my gut. The last couple of days just amplified this a bit. Well, what are you going to do now? Get my spear fixed." He pulls out of his inner world one of the spears hidden inside. A splintered mess with a chip along its cutting edge. The spear wielder's spear. Basically a gift from the smith to him. The very first +7 weapon in tatters. That will not do. I reach with my fingers and right before I'm about to touch it, they twitch, but I push through and absorb the remains of the magnificent weapon. There is. Holy moly. Ether. A faint but present ether field fully fixed to an object and nothing like the ether of coins, but a fully formed ether field, like the spear is alive. What the hell did you do? He gives his characteristic boyish smile and breaks all reality with his next words. I got a level 101 in my spear-wielding skill. Half an hour later, I'm still disbelieving even as we make plans for his next weapon along with Blackwood's input. Except as the same weapon, it is just being reforged and we try to decide what to sprinkle in. Proper runes, a living piece of what is its shaft, silver and gold in the very head to connect to the runes behind it. I still think that the buffing runes you were discussing with Merlin can be put in. Likely, but while they sound amazing at first glance, there are severe limitations. Without a lot more mana and larger runes, they would be all but useless. Mana is not that much of a problem for me. I have a battery. You just need to figure out how to miniaturize the runes. Not when I have become a mini-you. You can't really end something external like that to carry you, especially given that you are not storing your mana but relying on other people for that. And even your battery is not enough for a long fight. If you rely on other people's tools to prop you up, it will come to bite you in the ass. They are bloody useful. Even a rune that buffs everyone in the village for a 1% regen rate or speed can be invaluable. But for now, I'm leaving Merlin and Burgess to figure out how to use them, and I hope you will forget that idea until they manage to come up with something that is not just a mana sink. For now, I got other projects in mind. I say, pointing out the very notes and pieces of his spear strewn over a workbench that Blackwood rarely uses. I let the comforting pounding of steel behind me act as a metronome, and even my very thoughts get in tune with the working of metal. I dive in again, trying to make the perfect plans for tomorrow's efforts. Another hour passes and Alex's initial enthusiasm is simply gone. ACI get to the more technical aspects of the build. His will and desire to act, to move, and contribute more than the little he has to offer at this junction make itself manifest. Though I stop soon after with little to do myself. With an already well-outlined design, I leave the shop for the second time in the day. Too bad Mythos is so outside the realm of possibility that it doesn't even merit much of a deeper study. After Alex mentioned the faux inner world he carries, I start to think about more use for it. With the right modifications, a properly set up suit of armor, integrating both leather, metal, and wood could become a formidable defense, and that is a platform that might be able to power the buffing runes he is talking about without wasting 90% of the mana. But even as those thoughts try to encroach and consume my existence, I stop them from going wild and get on two more urgent things and maybe even more meaningful in the grand scheme of things. My inner world size and new subclasses skills, which is where I start. There might even be a skill to help me in my inner world expansion or something else. Having taken care of everything of immediate concern, I fly on my very first speeder, a tiny thing only meant for a single person, laying down almost like an F1 cockpit by itself, but with a much more aerodynamic design. Coming to think of it, I think even F1 drivers sit more upright than me. The nearly 20-minute flyover back to my cabin is over in GIF, where I find a nice place to center myself and make very important decisions like which skills to choose. As I open the prompt, I head straight for my last subclass, the one I was so excited to acquire. Spatial Architect. Epic rarity, 33% effectiveness, 0/1 skills. Upgrade skill, Space/Time Interaction, level 10. Create Inner Space, level 25. Spatial Maze Sense, level 50. Upgrade skill, Space/Time Manipulation, level 75. Damn, I had forgotten about that. Still, even as I take a second look, the rough math begins to work out in my head. Considering how the current progress has been, I will only be able to choose another skill for this class when I get to level 126 or 151, depending on when I unlock the 6th skill. Two are very similar, interaction and manipulation. But as I pass my ether, I feel that they aren't different branches from a base skill or even different skills altogether, but manipulation is simply a rung up a ladder compared to interaction, which is the same word I currently have on my skill. So somehow I bypass some of the restrictions even under the eyes of the system and can take 2 steps in a simple choice. It seems clear to me what I should choose, but this is in many ways like the perception field of my main class, just an inferior version to what I already have, except that is not certain. And the very fact of acquiring and playing with a system-gifted skill has its own benefits. Still undecided, I go over the other skills. Creating Inner Space sounds a lot like my inner world. Though it might eventually grow into something beyond that or just a different sort of space, even poking and prodding at the system screen with ether doesn't reveal anymore and is too uncertain for my taste. Moving to the next, the maze skill is even vaguer if that is possible. It is too open-ended, and its capabilities and any benefits are nebulous at best, so I end up taping the last skill without further hesitation. Upgrade skill, Space/Time Manipulation, level 75. Your skill Space/Time Interaction has been upgraded to Space/Time Manipulation. That is interesting. I run my fingers over the last message. Something nobody else had gotten, a quirk of the system being ever so slightly different from all humans. The last time upgraded the perception field, I didn't receive this message. I just shrug it off, but instead of dismissing it, I take a minute to explore the screen. I run my fingers over it, exploring it as I try to spin a little ether around me and through the screen. Most of the time, the faint impressions were no better than my best guess, but this time I take my time with it. My gut is telling me this is significant, and I mentally bounce ideas off myself and absorb the implications of this message. Okay, I get the skill has changed on a fundamental level, but that change didn't just occur along a single avenue like with my Tier 1 perception field that got upgraded to Tier 2 along with my main class. There was a fundamental limit removal that happened this time. Even as the very thought crosses my mind, something that Alex told me about his experience breaking through level 101 in a skill comes to the forefront of my mind. Class skills are easier to push through the boundary? Nobody else felt anything, but now that I think on it, both of the others go to 100 with class skills. Even Alex broke through with a skill directly linked to his class, if that makes any difference. I grab a strip of space and try ripping it apart. I pull and tugs, like always, barely budging it, but it does budge. Not even a full millimeter, but I sense the warping. Manipulating it is not suddenly easy, just a little more familiar and, most important of all, possible at all. My natural skill approaches the system and class skills. Perhaps this change in the nature of the skill just made it easier, not guaranteed that I would manage to break level 101, but it is a step in the right direction. Alex may just be cheating in his own way by breaking through a skill cap without even it being a part of his actual class skill, and if that is the case, perhaps I can break that same limit soon enough. Chapter 170. I go to my next subclass after the very first choice. I could probably sit here in my clay hut in the middle of the forest and meditate all day long about the implications, but I had stuff to do, important stuff. Pando's carrier, scarce, 50% effectiveness, 1/2. Nature connection. Skills. Level 25, animal control. Level 50, plant growth. Level 75, avatar. Just like I expected, I have to choose another skill. I went from 2 unlocked to 4, and I can choose one more. I read through the list starting at the top with all the seriousness this decision merits, but as I come across the first skill, I burst out laughing. The one I didn't choose the last time around is not even a consideration. It may even have a different understanding than the normal meaning of control, but that is the furthest thing from my and Pando's mind. The very skill's name puts me off. Even animal handling wouldn't be very appealing, let alone control that implies a lot more guidance. Something like friend to the fauna would be more mine and Aspen's speed. Amongst the real contenders, things are different, and I need to use my judgment to make a proper choice. Unless there is some fundamental shift in how I work with the help of these skills, they are both stuff I'm already capable of, so they are likely to only help me in furthering my control. I can substitute plant growth with truckloads of mana, and as for avatar, I just need to be in the range of my network for it to effectively work. I could be totally wrong on how these skills are supposed to work and their limitations, but I don't believe I'm too off the mark. Plant growth is likely to be the same as my mana control range, which just increased to 80 meters, or at most like the nature connection skill that extends that number a little. I could maybe cheat that a little further with inner world shenanigans, but even then it will have a sharp limit. The other skill, however, I'm not so sure about. Avatar likely has range restrictions amongst other limitations, but I don't feel like just 80 meters would do it justice. I stop and try to pass my ether through the system's window and interact with the prompt in every imaginable way possible, but there is no more information available. Even my book, as I open its last page with the question burning in my mind, proves to be no help. Everything that my ether reveals is a logical extension that I can easily guess. Once in a while, the system randomly throws out a lot of information to an ether user, like me, but it really doesn't like to let us know what skills are all about. Hugh? That's something to note. I come to think deeply about what is proper development for me. The growth skill could be amazing and had its own benefits, but I could always take it later if something else amazing didn't pop up. Avatar has a chance, however small, to be more. It was more open-ended, and so it becomes my final choice. Raising my hand and tapping its skill like the final keystroke of a particularly heavy piano piece, and I take a deep breath and wait. New knowledge streams into my mind. A novel sensation I only heard about until now. Thoughts that are not my own stream in and invade my very being. They're ever present in my mind, and then in an instant, it is over. I breathe deeply and try not to curse. I have come so far, and it has changed nothing. I can't change what happened, and it is not the first and likely not the last violation the system is likely to commit against me. Creator. Uncommon, 50% effectiveness, 1/2. Create. Skills. LV. 10. Imbue. LV. 50. Sculpting. LV. 75. Create. Upgrade. I look at the two additions and realize there is no contest, not for an instant. Imbue has a chance that it's going to be good, and sculpting feels like it isn't just limited to static art pieces, perhaps even integrating with other skills nicely, but upgrading a skill like create. Even if I still hadn't found its proper use, nor increased it in level enough to make full use of the possibilities I already had come across, is the right choice. I even sensed a bit of envy from Blackwood when he found out I had it, though it was quickly overshadowed by his happiness for me. Create is such a broad skill that it feels almost like cheating, but I also didn't take the proper time to learn about its use. That is going to be added to my list soon enough. Again, I tap the skill with the meaning and gravity the situation demands, embrace for the system's invasion into my mind, but not even a hint comes my way, which after a moment's hesitation is not that surprising. This skill may be awesome, but the system had made clear the price for such a skill. I had to figure it out all by myself, just like all the others before. Last, I go to my main class. Though there I don't have to choose anything, as I will get all the skills, not just half or a third of them. All main classes just assign people their skills instead of giving them any choice as subclasses do. Without wasting any time, I open the screen, and what I find also leaves me no choice but to put on a smile. Now we are talking about it. Perception Field, LV, 10. Perception Field Upgrade, LV, 25. Hunter's Concentration, LV point 50. One Step Towards Connection, LV point 75. The first two skills are old news, but the other two, the very feeling my gut gets as I even glance their way, is different. They are not just sitting idly there. They are important pieces of the puzzle that I may not have gained actual knowledge of like I did with the Avatar skill, but my body had already gotten used to their existence and knew them a bit better than my conscious mind. I try to draw on what my intuition is telling me on how to use Hunter's Concentration. The world draws down into a narrow focus, and my perception seems to expand for what is right before me for an instant. The sharpness I get with my eyes surpasses the realm of plausible and heads straight to fantasy land. I stare at a blade of grass meters from me, and it is like my eyes just turned into the hybrid of a microscope and a telescope. The light of the sun shines through the blade of grass, and I see the strands along and structures that seem to be walls from cells, if not quite the individual cell structures. Without me being even fully conscious, I'm drawn into it, mixing my vision with the perception field, drinking in the moment and the information that this single piece has to offer. Through it all, I don't even pay attention to the slight filter of the world still present. I just let this sliver of nature become a part of me. The state seems to last forever as I reach for connection, for understanding the small and seemingly simple glade of grass, but it comes to a close as my thoughts start racing again in my mind and the sun moves down enough that the light is no longer directly hitting. I'm left with a silly grin that hides a true understanding of the life before me. It is in a protonic state. It likely has no chance of ever becoming more than a single blade of grass amongst its dozen of brothers sharing a single root. But it is content in the smidge of knowledge of its existence and the simple purpose engraved in its very DNA, simple as its thought processes may be. I look to the sky and wonder, are there beings that could look down on me and say the same, or is the very fact I consider the question proof of the epitome of my arrogance? Proof that I consider myself superior? The seemingly simple questions have no easy answer, and I have no time to ponder and debate philosophy for the eons that it would take. Such a fundamental question goes to the back of my mind as I continue cross-legged on the ground in the middle of my hut, just thinking and meditating, not in a forced or mechanical exercise as I sometimes put myself through, but reflecting on the nuggets of wisdom that the skill I was just taught, however incidentally, left behind. And for other questions, I'm lucky enough to find answers. The system may be cold and unfeeling, but its roots, its original purpose sometimes shines through. However mechanical the system is still a thing, a construct that in its inception seemed to have been designed to lift sentient beings. I just need to make the most of it without being tied to its orbit and powerless without its grace. I could be wrong given all my conclusions come from inference instead of actual facts, but the origins of the system beget a wondrous work of engineering and magic beyond any single being in scope and depth. It may lack its own consciousness, but if the capability to develop one of its own had been the plan, the Council's efforts put a firm nail in its coffin. What could I do to change that? What chance did I have before a gang of grave robbers that were alive for eons and ruled entire swathes of the universe? The best I could do is to help protect my little corner of the galaxy. If I managed to shield Earth and possibly a few additions, I would already be content. Even that is not something that I take lightly. That will require every smidge of ingenuity and cheating brain power to accomplish what I have available. I give one last glance at both skills, unwittingly having used both when I was just trying to use one of them. They are perfect for me. Hunter's Concentration would take all my senses, including the precision of the perception field, to the next level. I have never felt so close to becoming one with the world. I not only observe the world passively, I feel it down to my bones, and I take one step toward understanding. Even when my consciousness was spread miles wide with aspen and the roots surrounding the village, I still didn't really feel part of nature and the soil, just another being inhabiting it. This is the first real step to a change in my mentality, and it is quite a significant step. I move to get up and test out my last two skills when I remember one last thing to do on my stat sheet. My stat points. I just increased 50 levels, so I should have 50 free stats. Compared to the hundreds, no, the near 1,000 stat points spread over my stats accumulated from several sources, these 50 seemed almost trivial, but are still a good chunk, and with the percentage multiplier they will add up quickly. I could spread them around, or put it all on a single stat. Either option has its advantages, but the remnants of my connection to the blade of grass are still fresh in my mind, and I don't hesitate in my search for more. Plus 50 points in perception. I tap the button to confirm my choice, and my total stat jumps well to over 300. nearly doubling my average, which is already monstrous. But as expected, it doesn't change my resources a bit. What does undergo yet another change are my senses, each ever so slightly sharper with the instinctive knowledge that I will have an even easier time using my main class skills. Stretching my top muscles from the couple of hours sitting down, I walk out prepared to test the limits of my new skills, and I want to start with Avatar. It doesn't seem all that complicated, and it was even the first skill with proper knowledge of how it's supposed to work that I gained from the system. Though even this skill is very light compared to what I heard the others got. Though that is not a hard rule, most people tended to have weaker skills if they all came with detailed explanations from the system and slightly weaker with basic explanations, but that was just a general trend. I also didn't relish the system invasion of my mind, though most others probably couldn't feel it so keenly against it. All that doesn't matter. This time, I will have a little help, and it should be a good skill. I reach with the part of me that controls plants, looking at first just for the system skill, and then mentally connecting with it. I pull on my chi unsure of what exactly will happen if I use it, but to my surprise, the skill takes it in greedily. It is almost like the system had been designed with some accommodations in mind, not as a crutch, but of course, the council had to come and screw it up. I shake my head and put my mind back on the task, slowly growing a body for myself from a single thin root on the ground. With meticulous detail, from my bones and muscles to the smallest of organs, they are all replicated in precise shape before me, or at least as precise as my roots can get. Harder and inflexible ebony and the supplest of green roots mixed to form a body worthy of even Pando if small in scale. Not that he has ever shown any interest in becoming one of us moving beings, but others were a lot more eager to move than he, even if only occasionally. The very first formation comes so naturally, like I'm drawing by simply putting curved rulers down and tracing the steps with little dexterity needed. But it doesn't seem restrictive, but proper guidance, and without my memories, I could swear I have been doing this my entire life. Deep in my gut, something tells me I should make the most of this first time because most of the help will be over after this first formation. I try to absorb not only the movements, but the intent behind them, just like watching Blackwood working, but my own body, though thankfully the system is not working against itself and its teachings. As the last layer of skin forms above, a sense of connection starts to form, a pull to my very consciousness even as something else is taken from me, but I ignore it and let myself be dragged inside the avatar. With nary an effort, I float while keeping my mental arms wide for my mental comfort, but that proves to be an unnecessary precaution. My senses change, with the perception field still showing me the same things, but my eyes stare back at my old face. My human flesh body. I panic for an instant, spinning and moving the perception field around, but that shows me everything is right. I'm still in my own body. The skill is just tricking me into thinking this is my actual body with my normal senses, but it can affect my natural perception field, my ether, and likely other stuff that I will find if I look for it. I let the fears fade, concentrating on the possibilities. I try to extend the perception field out, not the natural version, but the system's one. There is a duality as both skills go online, but I only have one mind, and it cannot cope with overlaying the views. Oh, I'm liking this. But how far can I go before losing control? With the simple thought in my mind, I sprint off, ripping the little root used to grow my new body to the ground, and not to my surprise, it doesn't feel like a drill losing power after unplugging from the wall, but closer to the slowly dwindling of a battery running out from a cordless tool. Now I just have to find its limits. Chapter 171. I push my new body nearly as much as I push myself normally, and although it doesn't quite match my physical attributes, it comes close to my former level 50 stats. That is worlds better than my previous root avatars that were molasses slow, if fairly strong, but the real change is the construction of the brain and how I connect with it. At a superficial level, it doesn't seem anything special, just a poor imitation of my gray matter. But the way it folds and twists, hypnotically drawing me in, and the ease the skills hold on the body, providing a fully immersive experience, is out of this world. It is not quite transferring my consciousness over in full. After all, the natural perception field is still limited to my body, or at most the root network, though it comes as close as possible with nearly all my skills working just fine. There is also a new sense right on the edge. A sense of connection to the plants around me usually takes a moment when I'm simply walking. It comes not only from the skill and avatar, but the skill's interaction with my main class. I swing from a branch with too much strength and it cracks. A scream and a vivid picture of its insides are thrust into my mind, fading nearly instantly as I'm startled back in my real body. I walk with my real body, closing the 90 meters a little and re-establishing control of the avatar. It takes some mental effort, but as I do so, the nuisance is gone, and I don't feel anything special about the tree. Instead of moving off and testing the range limits of my new skill, I walk with the avatar while sitting on the ground again and touch the tree. I try to extend my chi, and it comes from my main body with ease that I never felt with mana. With ease and speed that nearly gets me dizzy, less than a dozen points head into the tree and do everything they need. Pulling the fiber strands back together as I transform it into nature chi, and the wood heals to its original form. The effort is no effort at all even without any runes to guide the transformation, though larger works tend to make the few extra moments of preparation to save this smidge of mental stamina for my chi pool worth it. Let alone when I worked with multiple times my chi pool. I finished the job using only some 60 chi, so I start playing with the remaining 40 or so points. I pull from my gut, steadying my power and trying to bring life back to the tree, not my resource life, but as strength drawn from the ground and a little vitality. It comes sluggishly in the stagnant ground. A simple being nearly incapable of thought and like all its brothers stunted by the system simply was put here with no rhyme or reason except to be part of the scenery in our particular instance. I let it all wash over me. But as the brief impression that I knew this tree forever pass, I'm left only with more questions. I knew its stage of growth, but not how old it was, how deep it went, but not what the path it took to get there. I even knew that it was healthy again, but not if it had ever been injured before now. All of that is not about talking to a tree that can't answer, even if I developed my telepathy skills enough. This is about the depth and breadth of my new skill. I already had a special relationship with plants, and connecting to a tree is infinitely easier than doing the same to a rock. But if I didn't learn to properly use this connection skill, all that knowledge, as impressive as it may be, will also be limited and sporadic for a long time. I send my avatar to the 90-meter mark where I start to feel the strain on our connection and then purposefully make it march forward. He walks 97 meters, 98 meters, 99 meters, and then the connection snaps with prejudice. A sting of pain comes my way along with sending the avatar too far, and it falls to the ground in full glory of my perception field. After playing with it for an hour, my skill had settled down at level 25, and making a few assumptions that is pretty much smack dab on my mana range with a 25% addition to it. Before I get up, I try something else. I reach out with my perception field and open two portals, one in front of my hand and another with the other side right above the avatar with a small gap between them inside the inner world. If my hand could pass through the inner world, I would be able to poke the avatar, but it doesn't even twitch, so I start playing with the portals and my chi. I'm a bit surprised at its instant jerking as I pass a continuous tendril of chi through both portals and touch the avatar with it. It springs to life, and the only reason I don't jump in surprise is our significant distance. The perception field had an immediacy even at the maximum range, but after developing it, my understanding of distance and direction is as good as my own eyes. I don't even have to evoke anything that is missing from my lizard brain, and I'm thankful for that. If I went jumping around every time someone made a brusque movement in the 99% of the cases that it isn't anywhere near me, I would go mad. My heart would stop beating for about a tenth of a second, returns to its rhythm, and everything is right with the world. I play around trying to ascertain the limits and even push that beyond this range. Adding about 100 meters to the normal 100 doubles my effective range, but I need some way to do the same through the network. But all my attempts, my initial success, are straight failures. Even extending a tendril of chi the full 80 meters I can reach and circulating it out of the portal on the other side is futile. In a desperate attempt, I try to use mana, but even that is worse than useless. Even with the greater help the system provides on my use of mana compared OT chi, I'm not the source of it, and my range actually shrinks a little. In the end, the total range of my avatar skill stays smack dab on 101 meters, which is the perfectly mathematically correct answer for a level 27 skill, giving me 27% extra range. At level 99, I would probably be able to extend to about 160 meters plus my inner world range, which was just over 100 meters, which is about 260 meters. But any more increases would not come easily after that. In an emergency, I could press the spatial distortion generator, aka SDG button, and extend the range of the inner world for a few moments. But even that is only useful in very select circumstances, and it is an expensive prospect given the tremendous mana use for just 20 or 30 extra meters that lasted less than a second. As that thought comes to mind, the changes I didn't check with the inner world come to mind. I just upgraded my class and level, Why didn't the normal range got extended with it? Or I just missed the memo. I move to open the screen, but behind me, someone approaches my hut, and I look back. Nash. The messenger clad in their typical garb and barely winded calls out. How things change. He ran for miles faster than even the king of sprinting. Mr. Bolt could for brief seconds without even a sheen of sweat. Hi. Are you busy at the moment? Go ahead. It is no trouble. You haven't added anything from your book to the network. You were away for a few days, and since you returned, you didn't call for a scribe. Oh, I didn't realize. I probably have that noted down somewhere, but I will put that in order first thing. Did you come all this way just to ask about that? Nah. I was returning from another assignment through here, and I remember Richard mentioning something. You probably just didn't see him. Thanks anyway. I will get to it when I have a spare hour. He moves off at their typical jogging pace that looks closer to a flat-out sprint, but that I could sustain for days, and I don't even fully specialize in agility and endurance. I shake my head at the brief interruption, but I'm thankful for it. I need to move on, and the next time on the list should probably be my inner world. I open the stats screen and tap the inner world option. Inner word diameter. Modified current range. Min 82 meters. Max 105 meters. 1,400.20 meters maximum achievable range option. Lowest stat. You have modified the spatial and structural integrity of your inner world. Chose when to apply the following bonuses. Plus 50 meters permanently to current range, level 100 unlock. That is it? Just 50 meters, not a doubling? Still, I shouldn't complain. I was expecting a percentual increase, not a flat one, but it is better than nothing. What should I do? If I increase the size now, would it make the further development even harder? Or was this free range like the base 50 meters used to be? It could also be something in between. I hesitate, but instead decide to put it off until the entire inner world is as large as I can make it without waiting for months. With the preparations I have in place, that might even be today, but a few more days to prepare won't hurt anything. Merlin had helped both before he left the inner world and during our brainstorming and studying session in the following days to my return. I had everything prepared, all the structural placements and runic plans to make it in one go, all without removing the gravity of the large wooden dome. I even started modifying the internal capillaries of the roots and branches making up the main structure and gave it the capability to raise water to a higher altitude. Trees supposedly can't reach higher than some 125 meters in height, but that is following the normal rules under Earth's gravity and the normal physics. I still were not changing much, just adding a ladder reservoir. That should nearly double the height and was entirely possible for any tree that did the same. It is still not strictly needed, but it is going to come up eventually, and I was starting to prepare. I look at my world inside and call everyone to return to the protected building in the middle. Interlocking plates ready to slide behind each other and small but meaningful silver/copper alloy runic works of a few critical points in the tunnel. My entire knowledge and instinctive understanding of space melded with Merlin's capability for a deep understanding of the nature and utilization of runes, along with a little more practical knowledge that Burgess contributes and so many more small ideas from the others that I wouldn't know how to attribute them all. The result is all for my benefit, but the effort was larger in scale, and I don't mind putting credit where credit is due even if I can't name the concrete contributions of each individual person beyond the first 3 or 4. The preparations are complete. I'm centered and rested. The rabbits are all hiding in the central room, and nothing important remains unprotected. I stop sending my chi out to cycle slowly and back and instead push to actively use it. At first, a thin stream comes back to me, but soon that increases and increases, until I'm nearly drowning in it. But when I'm up to my neck and chi nature runes take it all as I threw them. It's now or never Aspen. The usual gentle and slow process is not going to work this time. I have new ideas and they may not work at all, not considering the larger size and my lack of patience for this endeavor. All the new plans are rolled into one simultaneous effort. The entire thing may be a quick one and done or take days and force me to rely on droves of mana to finish. Mana from the batteries and Aspen power the runes and the roots pushing the barrier out. Like a giant wooden armadillo that is growing in size, roots shorten like muscles, and the entire structure starts expanding. Thousands of pieces slide over each other and move outward. My calculations say that I can reach a little further than normally possible with my strategy. I just hope all my efforts won't be in vain. Even without having to touch, the thousands of mana a second push space out quickly, and it all starts closing up. In minutes, the whole thing is nearly in place. The plates all come into place melding with each other, but my cheek can't let up, and the thousands of points just continue rushing out as soon as they arrive in my grasp. We pass over and join all of the seams, not relying on the interlocking mechanisms, but on making the entire dome one piece of wood. A few more runes split into parts amongst the various pieces come into place, and the edge of space gets even further out as it is powered by mana. But as the entire upper comes close to ready and connects to the band around the place, the real test comes. I slow the mana passing through the runes and helping extend the inner Wollard even further out. From over 1,000 mana for an extra 3 meters, then 100 mana a second drops it to a meter, 10 mana a second and 15 centimeters. 1 mana a second just 2 centimeters out. No mana. Pain hits me for an instant, but it's a sharp and brief thing as Aspen loses about a millimeter or so of the precisely positioned runes and would along with the outside edge. Luckily, nothing important goes missing, and besides a few creature comforts and redundancy, the entire thing is done. A little over 86 meters all around the entire dome. Now I can work on the underground slowly, given the easier time given gravity is helping instead of hindering me. If my calculations are correct, I would be able to push nearly 110 meters out permanently, along with a low mana cost version of Merlin's range extensions, or a few meters short of that for the static version. I lay back, trying to go back to cycling the last drags of chi coming back to me as I get ready for a good and long night's sleep. Chapter 172. The next morning, I get ready to go and meet Alex, but I remember 2 small things. My book and the source of the pounds upon pounds of silver fueling the more intricate parts of my inner world expansion. I can't blame my delay all on the trial. It lasted months, but only about 4 days passed for everyone else on the outside. Even counting my delay afterward, barely 10 days passed in total. That said, people were already starting to worry and it won't take long, so I sit and pull out my book. I quickly leaf through it, find the last transcribed page, and start reading the actual information added to it properly instead of the bits and pieces I sometimes pull if I have a burning question that I think the book may answer. Each page in its proper context is like a different teacher imparting their knowledge to me. Even without my direct intervention, the thousands of transcribed pages from the network updates feeding my book were doing their job even better than I hoped. It seems the library guys managed to increase not only the quality but the quantity of information and consequently the outflow of high-quality information. My endless book is bursting with new info, but I don't want to spend the time typing it all up given that is slower than simply reading it, a difference that only magnified as my willpower, intelligence, and perception increased my reading speed. My very perception of the flow of time was altered. But that is a trivial challenge with an equally trivial solution, scribes. The knowledge, properly organized in my head by a continuous read, starts to make more sense than the bits and pieces that I snuck once in a while. Answers to questions I didn't know I had unfold in my mind. Instead of letting consume me in all my time, I finish the book and start on the next item on my list. Extending my perception and will through the network. I find the thickest and shortest path to the HLZ, and the work begins in earnest. The uncomfortableness of my task is ever present, but as the minutes pass, I manage to relax again, especially as the ever-thickening multiple paths forward link the HLZ in the ring of villages. As I start feeling myself again, even as my mind is hundreds of miles away, I extend the perception field out fully before realizing the imbalance my half-job created. Above there is a large dome, but below there is a cupola 15 meters smaller. But I don't need that much attention above, just below. With a single twist of my will, the entire thing starts capsizing. With it at maximum range, and many if not all the characteristics of my natural perception field, I use Aspen's sense and start pushing forward. Kilometer after kilometer I eat through in record time. All the exercises I did help, and my higher stats were the icing on the cake to prevent the headaches that pushing too hard causes. I reach the thin tendrils, sometimes kilometers inside the HLZ, but mostly keep to the outside ring. I plan how the scouts can help me. Getting a few of the largest seeds and sending teams out with cannon-equipped speeders might be a good option. They had done a wonderful job laying a perfect mesh for well over 100 miles of our village and laying the spider web connecting most of the villages in the instance. A few stopped the advances of my network with their mages stopping the root's advances or simply requesting to remain outside our range. But even them, I was only a mile or tree from their territory. The HLZ, however, was not a free place, and entering it, even for a few minutes to throw a few seeds out, is too dangerous. Unless I wanted to dedicate a lot of my or Aspen's attention to it, Growing quickly with just mana/chi-fueled growth is too time-consuming. Still, in many places, I could see well over a kilometer past the border. And silver mines were everywhere. They were not evenly distributed, not even in the way we grew used to seeing them around the villages. Sometimes there were 3 mines within 100 miles, other times 500 miles stretched without a single bent rock that smelled of silver. By the end, the roughly 12,000 miles circle reveals a full 116 mines. Most of them with the same familiar metallic and sterile taste that only silver had. 3 of those, however, did have a similar cold and sterile taste, but it resembles more stainless steel than silver, or so imagine given the lack of that particular steel anywhere, or even chromium and nickel. I go back to one of the mines for a more thorough inspection to confirm my suspicions. I find the place, send a few points of chi over, and start growing a single tendril in that direction to get a better look. My new resource, seeing what is around it, buckles and pushes the root at an amazing speed, but it is so eager that it nearly becomes unwieldy, but I manage it just fine. As the chi runs out and the root tendril is more than close enough for a full look of the mine at only some 50 meters out, I stop moving my perception and drive my full attention to it. I reach out to mentally touch the nodules of the small cave, though larger than what most silver mines had available. Around 15 meters long instead of an average of less than 10 for the silver mines. The walls and nodules were also a lot thicker and more pronounced. As I mold my reality around a single piece of ore and let it become my world, I mentally split apart the rock. Sediments from 2 different types of rock, a smidge of organic matter decomposed, and plenty of metal. Iron, carbon, and something else. Steel. Deep steel. We finally have a proper source for deep steel. And oh, we have 3. Each of them is just over a kilometer in, and that only comes to show the need for me to push deeper in. When Alex recovers, he can teach a couple of people how to break the level 100 skill cap, or at least give some guidance on that, and soon enough, we will be the ones rushing into their territory. Though we also should push as fast as possible and not take our time preparing. The beast's average level was slowly but steadily climbing, and was just about to break the 150. Alex's find of a level 142 wolfkin was actually very lucky. I shake my head and put that all off for later. A few jotted notes that I put in my inner world and a final look at a few iterating spots in the expanded network don't reveal anything beyond what I expected, so I message Alex. I'll be in the smithy in 20 minutes. Trusting that the Masager service will find him in short order, I close up my little hut and activate its security measures before taking flight. The trip goes in a flash as my mind concentrates on my actual goal, what we are to make. Or rather, remake. Aspen in the back of my mind stopped everything else, and we toil away on a little surprise. It probably won't make much of a difference, but one day it might in a heated battle like the one Alex barely survived. The miles end and I land right in front of the shop to find Merlin already inside and getting ready for us to try a new technique. After his own growth inside the inner world, he may even have been ready to take the +8 step and maybe even +9 soon enough. But with Blackwood already making +8 swords, given that I didn't go from single step to single step in the ladder, but rather jumped a whole 3 steps, our reward is to enjoy his work at an even higher level than if I had done it slowly but steadily. Nash, he interrupts my thoughts. Merlin, are you ready? Definitely. He says, putting his hands on the plate, and I start the session with him. I let go of everything else as I move around trying to reach for the deepest kinetic meditation possible. The world continues moving around me, and I try to hold a conversation with Blackwood as he finishes sharpening a simple short sword, likely an expert item with a hefty markup given our apparent distaste for the flexible, but an unimpressive class of weapon. Just to check, commissioning your help to reforge the best weapon possible will cost us 5 gold? I say, still trying to justify the expense in my mind. Yep. All my expertise and dexterity up to the +8 level are unlocked along with anything extra you get if your crazy experiment with Merlin work. Do remember you are providing the materials. That is more expensive than a custom +8, I say, still dissatisfied at the limitations. There is a reason you didn't choose that option, or even just sitting on the mana plate and help make a common +10 spear. I keep the tread of chi in a wave pattern intermingled with Merlin's mana as he starts heading deeper and deeper into the meditation session and walks to the metal cabinet. Opening its simple doors, I'm greeted by the familiar sight. A lot of deep steel ingots on the bottom shelves and lesser amounts of all other metals above. On the very top shelf, there is only a single bar. A small bar that I have yet to get the courage to even touch. The absurdly expensive bluish metal that cost an arm and leg of an entire army of people. Mithril. The entire ingot is likely not enough metal to forge even a stiletto dagger if not alloyed with anything else. Less than half a pound of my perception field could be trusted. Given our impoverished state, using that metal in its pure state for more than an earring or a ring anytime soon is just a pipe dream. I start moving downward when my perception field sees a grave flaw, but a flaw that I might be able to exploit, and a sliver of hope blooms in my heart. Tentatively, I reach out my fingers. Tapping the mithril bar to the side reveals to my eyes what my perception field already saw with crystal clarity. Blackwood purposefully turns to me but doesn't say anything. I stare at the thin crack in the ingot. Induced by what? I have no idea, but it is there. I tap my finger against it and a fingernail-sized chunk splits from the ingot. Well, would be bending the rules, but seeing as it is just a little bit. I can sell you this sliver for just 10 gold. About 2 carats worth of mithril. It is just enough to push a light spear like this a step above, and is probably better than the others metals you were thinking about. A lot more compatible as well. You guys still don't understand the metallurgy very well, at least not the systems. You have a decent grasp of normal chemistry from before your integration. Just be aware that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It's only by chance that I even have this sliver. 10 gold is a good price. The ingot may be cheaper than actual mithril coins, but not by a few percent. Mithril is not like gold where a gold coin can buy you a small ingot of the raw metal. This is almost suspiciously good luck. Nobody else even noticed before now, I say cheekily. Yeah, it indeed is good luck. Very good luck. We both laugh it off, but he doesn't even hint that it was his work again. Last time I felt it the mithril bar was in one whole chunk. What could ever have damaged it? Not expecting a real answer, just thinking aloud, but he does address my question. No idea. I decide not to pry. He must have caused the crack under the system's nose through some miraculous method. Regardless, I'm thankful, and it will definitely be worth it. As I move in to start assisting Blackwood with the work, Jack and Li Wei, the other wonder pair of our village, step up. We would like to help. For the first time, I noticed them. Their determined and focused demeanor, the lack of acid buildup in their muscles from hard work, and the low reaction times from someone with just the right hormonal balance. Relaxed and fully focused on the task ahead. I look each of them in the eye, deeply trying to determine what is happening, and if that is a good idea, but the more I think, the more certain I become. Letting them take the lead is the right choice. No, it is the only choice. Finally, blocking a good chunk of the sun, Greg looms behind the guest of honor coming just to supply his ether as we try something we never had before. With everything in place, Blackwood steals our thunder and says, "Let's begin." Chapter 173. I sit near the input plate for the forge with my eyes wide open as the process begins. The formation of the weapon is an endeavor that deserves a lot more thought and preparation than what one day of work from a couple of people could provide, but that is what we have, and it will have to do. Jack and Li Wei stand beside the main anvil as Blackwood holds the head of the spear. The entire smithy seems like an oven as the large 100-pound bag of enchanted coal is somehow burning without any detriment from all the wood underneath it and heating the air outside beyond what humans should be able to survive unscathed. But we don't just survive, we thrive. Alex reaches for the budding ether in the remnants of his spear and tries to rekindle it. I think of helping, but his control is getting good enough that I choose to save my limited stores and concentrate on my chi and other aspects of the forging. Perhaps I will feed ether to my own field, which should speed the process up and improve our chances. My avatar steps out of the inner world to nobody's surprise, and through him, I extend my will as he holds the nearly finished spear's shaft. Oh my God! Alex cries out. This is not normal wood. He touches his own ether to it, and the wood imbued with my very life and grown into something even harder than ebony. What we will do in the next step had taken me a lot to decide upon, and I even thought of not adding metals to the spear's head given our limited understanding of the system's metallurgic processes and the fact we could be limiting our future options. But mithril is the perfect choice no matter what direction he intends to go in the future. With Blackwood's help, the small chunk barely the size of a cocked bean is further cut with the very saw I nearly broke soon after our arrival in the instance. The brittle mithril wire cuts the flexible and soft mithril nugget we bought for a bargain, just a king's ransom, instead of an emperor's treasury that the entire ingot would have cost. Li Wei finishes taking the splinters of wood as Blackwood effortlessly holds the head like a vice, and I unfold my creation skill, sending a thread of chi and pushing it to the limit through my avatar. I leverage everything I learned and even spin my ether to reach for my skills, not even bothering to be subtle about it. I still don't trust myself to go about using ether full-time, but I have begun to find my footing as I discover who I'm in the system. If I'm careful, I shouldn't warp myself into an eldritch creature, not from just a few minutes here and there. A decent stream of ether spread over the smithy overlaps Alex's field in a rough approximation of my natural flow as I learn how to push my creation skill to its limits. I drive my perception field trying to see what I'm doing, and even my avatar skill comes to the forefront of my mind as I try to go beyond the wooden robot, little more than a remote-controlled toy. I want my avatar to become a true extension of myself and my will. Chi and all my resources flow through his strange green veins with sap flowing in place of blood and power him as I give myself to the endeavor. With an expertly aimed driving force, I trust the shaft against and Blackwood's hands don't even move. In a single motion, it becomes whole again. He twists the spear, and I let go instantly. Driving the head into the fire, I see two new tricks. A single mithril shard that popped on top of the spear's spine like he is a magician doing a trick. He trusts inside the brightest coals burning no longer yellow, but a searing white that would melt even tungsten. Hotter than an acetylene torch running on pure oxygen, something that should be impossible for even pure carbon burning under a similar oxidant. But that is magic for you. Right behind the metal head, the second surprise. A pristine wooden pole, not even warm as it is shielded by a mana barrier worthy of envy. Something that doesn't seem to take a lot of mana, but is even stronger than what Merlin could produce. He brings it back to the main anvil and Jack takes his own hammer, a medium-sized deep steel hammer with a short expensive strip of leather covering the handle, and after a good whack, somehow, the mithril shard doesn't go flying, but imprints into the steel, sinking a 1/16 of an inch. Leeway gives the second blow, and moments afterward my avatar gives the third. Then my avatar takes the handle and we wait for the master to give his own strike. He strains and strains, as even the swaying of his arms with the hammer at his side seems to be restrained as he mentally prepares. His muscles bulge outward, and the very inception of his movement seems to have meaning deep in his soul that simply overflows to the world. Space and reality warps to my perception field, now fully engaged as the system forcefully tries to butt its head in. Thousands of mana points flow in the formations all around, and I can see the impossibly complex runes under the smithy fighting off the system for just a brief instant. Before I react, he teleports from standing nearly still to having his hammer striking the steel and rebounding. A booming rung, sparks, power, energy, ether, and all the system's resources mixed into one explode as Thor's hammer, Mjolnir, hits the strongest shield ever conceived. Sky drops and all the defenses are nothing before the system. Thunder falls, boring a hole through the solid stone ceiling and hitting Blackwood. I'm surprised, nearly shocked into a popsicle, but even as I assume he is dead for the briefest of instants, I hear a bellow from his throat that strikes a primal fear into my bones. A sliver of his real self shines through to my natural perception field, and I see the mane of a two-legged lion. Blackwood's POV. This is bullshit. The system doesn't even let me wield a % of my actual skill for a single blow. This is a proper weapon dear to a true warrior's heart. Let me give a proper start even if I need to pound it into scrap afterwards. But those thunder strikes hurt. I try to hold on against the damage to my core, and all my curses go unanswered as I watch the others beautifully take over. Liwei and Jack have finally taken responsibility for their growth as craftsmen, to discover not just the heart of their hammers, but to actually put it to practice. They stop being reactive to my prompts and are seeking to improve not just a little, but aiming for the stars. It would take thousands of years banging metal day in and day out for them to even approach my experience, but they had a deep-seated talent beneath their boyish and inflexible ways. I almost regret Nash even being here and my having offered him an apprenticeship. But the system's measurements and the fastest way to improve was not in actual blacksmithing, but the quite arbitrary decided mana control. Important for real blacksmithing, sure, but not the heart of the craft. The council hadn't corrupted everything, but most aspects of the integration instance were warped. They had a chance to reach the needed level in blacksmithing for me to adopt them as my apprentices through the actual shaping of metal. But they would need a lot more coin than was available in the tides every end of the month. In practice, they only had a shot if Nash pulled another miracle to extend their stay. I pay Nash good coin and that number would only increase, but as weapons got more expensive and they stopped buying the ones I did produce, my treasure chest would slowly dwindle until I didn't a bit copper to pay. Even emptying every coffer in the instance may not be enough, let alone just the ones that they can realistically tap into. I stand back recovering my organs, after the punishment that would have killed even a cockroach like Nash 1,000 times over, and just watch as they start to make something even beyond my expectations. My first blow was precise. With Nash's and Merlin's mana input at the mithril, the system would let me just barely forge a +11 weapon, but they were going another route. If I could have struck just 100 of these blows, no, just 13. I could forge a spear that could cut without even having to touch the beast. But the cost would be dire. Each subsequent warning from the system would be stronger, and I didn't want to risk my life just for a half-formed spear. I would be patient. Even as I nearly regret my first strike, hope blooms in my heart. I thought it was impossible, but the system is not interfering with them even by withholding its help as they work around my first blow, not destroying it, but enshrining it as the work of a master craftsman. Their very movements imitate my innate and executed will. Each of their hammer blows works the metal back and forth, leaving only the single flat spot that I hit without any changes. The familiar and ever-present flow of Nash's creation skill kicks up a notch, and his avatar expertly turns the spear for the successive blows as my smile just widens. If hit the right mark, they can rise above all expectations and make a weapon that is worthy of a true warrior. They have begun to put into practice the correct use of helpers in the forge. The person holding the piece is just as important that the one actually wielding the hammer, and that would only become more clear as they improved. If they can split the job with no downsides, they can gain a small edge in producing better weapons, even if each will be more labor-intensive and therefore expensive. The learning opportunity and marginally better items make the effort worth it. They need this edge if they hope to revive this named weapon to its full glory and push it further. The funniest thing is that if the system hadn't interfered with such zeal, I would have destroyed the work of my first blow, with only a memory of it left behind, barely an imprint of the true weapon's potential in its memory. Now they are working around my rough, but masterfully rendered first blow and drawing its power with impossible capability. What they are trying is dangerous in its own way, but if they can make effective use of it. Considering the small chunk of mithril I cut off from the bar, most limitations placed upon their craft lifted by Nash's newfangled chi and Merlin's expertly wielded mana. Along with the talented smithies, even as the three who have access to ether all spin it freely. They have a chance. Admittedly, a small one, but they can push this weapon even further than I could by myself while in the instance. Each hammer blow melds the soft mithril over the nearly melting deep steel, even as the smallest of flakes are slowly absorbed into its structure. Jack carefully extends and folds the edges on themselves until it approaches the sharpest it be made. A work of art beyond any I have ever seen from such young people. Not in magnitude or in actual power, for in both of those criteria any random product of mine far surpassed anything they could do. But in their youth, the lack of black canvas, with pure gold and mithril oil paints or expensive unicorn hairbrushes do not hinder their art. You only need your intent to begin the path, the pureness of purpose, and that is how they are slowly bringing this weapon to life. I extend a tendril of my will out, heading for the spear, something that I purposefully keep in check to not affect the environment usually. My eyes widen, and I nearly fail to restrain myself, but the shaft is actually alive, similar to the way the weapon had been brought to life by Alex, and it is connected to the small sentient plant in Alex's body. Damn, Nash really doesn't leave anything to chance. He really wants the protonic form of ether to assimilate and develop. In the future, there is a chance. I stop speculating. Better to keep my hopes down. Even if they succeed on everything going through my head, doesn't mean they will do so on their first attempt, let alone their first millennia. Nash's POV. An hour and a half later, I'm still part of the mesmerizing scene. A beautiful orchestra in which I may not be the maestro, but my role should be around third, just after the concertmaster. Though there is no perfect chair to represent my place in this. Creation flows through my veins, guided by my ether, as I expertly yield my avatar that perfectly twists and turns the spear on the anvil for the next blow, and the next, and the next. The powerful and meaningful strike from backward sits undisturbed and ever so slightly warped by moving the grain of the metal to its proper form on the rest of the spear. Mithril has melded over well enough to form its rough diamond shape, and that is when Li Wei and Jack move over to the whetstones and take turns, even as me and Alex release our physical hold over its shaft. But our other ways of connecting to it just have a larger gap to overcome. As the very front edge, two melded mithril pieces form a V shape and take it all the down and sharpen the very edge into an even finer point than the best steel could hold. Razor sharp is simply an understatement. That is not even counting that weapons tended to be blunter edges than the best sharpening possible for practical reasons like protecting their internal structure. But the pure mithril piece, if hard to sharpen, could probably hold a line only a few atoms wide with no problem as long as it didn't come across another mithril weapon or something equally impressive. Even as the edges are polished and the mithril dust is carefully collected, the first blow sits without a single pass with the corners meeting the shaft as the dull ball of gray of steel contrasts with the polished edges. Finally, Liwei gets a sheet of paper for a final test of the edge. Simply putting it against the spear, the very weight of the paper drives it downward. Our ether reacts as Alex and I realize it's finished, at least this iteration of it. That is when the system recognizes the weapon is finished. With nary an effort of will, the system seems almost insistent. We all gaze at this creation that my avatar sees. Spear of the Wielder, 1 reforging. Attack plus 13. Agility plus 13%. A named weapon made for the wielder of the spear. That's the very simplicity of the whole thing, in the briefest of explanations, tells me a lot, if not quite everything. We pushed a lot further than I could have ever hoped. I step forward and touch the silver-laced runic handle, and turning around, I put it in the hand of the starry-eyed spear wielder. Even the loose ether from our village in the air just builds its own momentum and commands all to show respect for the last piece of the puzzle for our warrior comes into place. Alex takes a step back, contorting like he was a ballet dancer, and with a sharp moment, turns around, swiping at a single wooden log standing ready for the fire. The cut is sharp, his arm barely slows, and the pieces don't even move knockover. What is visible with my perception field, however, shocks me and can't help but to exclaim. That is a perfect cut. Like anime swordsman perfect. Chapter 174. As I walk along the main road of the village, plans swim in my head. So many pieces deserving of time and attention that I need to fit into my schedule, and I can't tell what to relegate to the to-do later box where so often projects go to die. Alex's new spear and the deep connection he was quickly developing with this other manifestation of Spike, the seed in his chest, help push his skills forward, even if not altering their actual levels. While I could probably help him even more, I wanted to neither become a crutch nor did I have the proper time to help him. Adding this new facet to his powers with his incredible ability and now a spear that was the closest thing we had to a monomolecular blade springs his battle prowess and opens up options. Confrontations that before were hard-fought would still be dangerous, but if he wasn't attacked by multiple beasts at the same time, he can probably dispatch them in seconds with 2 or 3 crippling blows. And even the stronger beast he could probably handle well enough. Heading in alone in the current state of development is still an immensely dangerous prospect, but with the right people along. A platoon of level 100 soldiers all yielding the +8 weapons and +5 armor with a couple of people wielding the +10 weapons that came would be enough of a buffer and force distributor that Alex could probably stand around without worrying about much, especially with Greg as a tank. Even then, any confrontation would be limited to a few beasts. More could overwhelm our standard 25-people platoon at their current strength, let alone the slightly weaker fighters at the edge if we pulled more people. But as dangerous as it may be to run into surprises, our level of power is enough to think about rushing the Chelsea. My expansion underground in the area is all and well and good, but as long as we didn't secure at least a couple of the mines, our pace would always be slow as molasses. Even with a little over 100 silver mines, we didn't have enough remote equipment and people trained in their use to tap even a tenth of my discovery. With physical access, a single silver mine would produce our current output for all the mines in operation while requiring fewer workers. That would also force us to process the silver nearby, given that transporting silver measured in pounds is a negligible effort compared to or measured in tons. I see the main smelting furnace at the end of a corridor. Through no steam nor smoke leaves its exhaust right now. It was seeing less in activity given that most smelting was taking place near the mining sites and being transported by scouts with faux inner worlds similar to the way I imagine would be best with the silver. In a single day, my space bags eliminated hundreds of jobs as a more streamlined process came into existence. Transportation used to be the most time-consuming aspect of the entire metal supply chain. On the other hand, it's not like we were lacking in work and all the people laid off from the mining jobs could either go to another area within the mining industry or choose another amongst dozens of options. I reach my decision. I'm the only one, and I need to choose something, so this is one of them. A few seconds is all that I need to find Stuart, the head of all our mining operations. A short and stocky fellow that fit the less fantastical versions of dwarfs and is an endless source of amusement as his 5-foot muscled frame organizes hundreds of people masterfully. The closest thing we had to a leading maestro. Even Chalai was more a person that knew people's strengths and delegated well. Instead, Stewart understood his craft and would not accept anything less than anyone's best efforts until the whole machine was running smoothly. I walk in the direction of the nondescript building, and then I notice not only the two others talking in low tones but the tightly barred doors. Shrugging my shoulders, I knock on it and wait as the people inside jump in surprise and stare at the door. Oh, how I love the perception field. Who is it? UI, it's me. I say with the image of a stereotypical farmer in mind before my tone turns more serious, and I hold my laughter. Nash, I'm Nash, and I think I should join your meeting. Stewart opens and beckons me in, and I lay my actual eyes on the others. Both are seemingly hard-working fellows that I only occasionally saw in the village in passing, though with a more refined demeanor, not the rough edges of physical workers. No real calluses on their hands nor a chemical balance in their muscles that would suggest otherwise. Even the slightly misaligned fibers of their tendons lean more towards managers that only did the minimum to reach and maintain about 18 in all physical stats. Stewart, one of them calls out. Weren't you just talking about secrecy? Stewart interrupts him. I trust Nash implicitly. And if he was against us, we would have no chance to hide anything from him, not now that he took notice of us. If he hadn't shown up, we wouldn't even know that he had taken an interest in our activities. I look at him intently, but he doesn't elaborate, so I just shrug. So, you set up this secret mining council? One of the others gasps even as Stewart closes the door. How did you? The fellow to the left turns away from me and continues. Stewart, did you tell him? Our name is a little on the nose. It is just a coincidence. And yeah, I founded this secret mining council. Our efforts are bearing fruit up to now, but if we keep this up, eventually we will run out of mines. Unless we want to station people nearby to protect them. We already lost 8 mines. Even if they haven't taken more than a pound or 2 of silver, each of our trips is longer and longer as we are forced to move further away. I don't think stationing people is a bad idea under the right circumstances, but it is not the time yet. Soon, though. I also want to send an expedition in the HLZ, but that is another story. Just so you are informed. Wait. Before I continue, trust them? I ask, to which he nods emphatically. Yes, I do. This isn't just a hoax or a diversion. It is the real thing. Just checking. So, I completed the circle around the HLZ and found in total about 100 silver mines and 3 deep steel ones. Oh, that opens up possibilities. We didn't have a good supply of the deep steel or that any higher-leveled weapons are going to use. You didn't know? Anything plus 8 and above needs deep steel. Technically it can be made with bronze, but the durability would be dog's hit and a single blow against leather would be enough to dull it down to a +1 or +2. Even our best steel is not good enough with people's growing strength stat. Yeah, that makes sense. If he moved to a more expensive material that we didn't sell him, he would turn into an even larger money sink as the system tries to stop us from accumulating too much coin in hand. Exactly. The way things are now, we can mostly balance the efforts. And we have the option of just selling him the steel and not buying the weapons later, or buying a small percentage and money would continue flowing our way. Most other villages are only 2/3 filled because people couldn't keep up with even a few silver coins at the end of each month. If we don't step up, we are soon going to be in the same financial hole. Yeah, I agree. Now that my piece is over, what did you guys have in mind when you called this meeting? I ask. We have a few ideas on how to structure our mining conglomerate so that it won't be full of bloat and spies. Guessing your plans for people to enter the HLZ and mine over there. Our efforts only seem more important. Now can we get to it? Stewart asks, eyeing all of us. Definitely. Echoes through the room. An hour later, after meeting with Alex, I'm left with a blank look to my question. Rushing the HLZ. He said absent-mindedly. Now, there is a lot we don't know about the beast's habits, and at first I would definitely pick somewhere with at least a good coverage of my route network as we tentatively invade their territory. Keep going. I already talked to the Mining Council, and an excursion like this would be tremendously helpful in both figuring out how much force we actually need and what to watch for in any endeavor mining inside the HLZ. If we left today, I believe that you could hold at least half a dozen beasts simultaneously with enough support. The main squad? You, Greg, and Merlin? Yep, that is what I mean. I'm counting on untested growth from me, you, and Merlin, but I'm fairly confident about the league we are now in. I'm no longer stuck in place beside Merlin. With my stats, I can move around a lot more freely. Every single one of them crossed the 100-point boundary, by a lot. Okay, And we don't need to dive for the Mariana Trench on our first outing. We can just dip our toes in to measure the water's temperature and go from there. Exactly. Also, fighting with the beasts may help other people break into the 101 level for their class skills, or at least improve their coordination and push other skills in their classes/subclasses choices. Yeah, I agree with most of that, though I'm not so sure breaking the skill ceiling will be that easy. Why? So few people even reach 99 with a single skill. I had like 5 by the time I broke my spear to 101. Hell, with the amount of ether I used. I doubt anyone else is going to break it anytime soon unless they find the proper way to do it. I scrunch my face at the thought of overusing ether, especially with the disparate way I tended to use it changing tunes every 5 minutes given the breadth of my skills and how many areas they cover. Oh, I didn't realize it was that hard. Still, I think I follow your thought process. Not sure I agree with it. I got like a dozen stuck at 99, though not one reached the half step of 100, but you, sir, are the exception, not the rule. I wonder if anyone else also got to level 101 in the instance? Not before me. At least in this instance. Not sure about the rest of humanity. It is always nice to upgrade my high-tier title. Spear wielder. Yeah, that's not fair. I did a bunch of crap and I never got a high-tier title. I say trying to sound more myth than I actually am. Like I said, you're the exception to the rule. And most of what you accomplished was by cheating. So, do you really expect to be rewarded? Yes. We continue making plans for our excursion. From the high-minded and philosophical intent down to the nit and grit, though we ask a few of the other fighters to join in just so that our plans won't clash with their schedule and require drastic changes. The day goes smoothly as I take the time to relax and prepare. I have another 2 days before we head over, and if I wanted to be ready, I needed to both train with my new powers and make a few improvements to our equipment. An hour before sunset, I enter the smithy. A familiar place that I so often skip beyond the quick stop for the 2 daily weapons if I was in the village. Most of the time, however, my work was by remote. Though this time my goal is different and a lot more oriented to the normal progression of a proper craftsman, if not quite a blacksmith. I get there at the perfect time, as Blackwood is finishing with a plate of metal to fit on a shoulder armor that Jack expertly holds in place. His precise and sharp movements tilting the curved piece is an art of its own. Usually, each person would simply wield a hammer with one hand and hold the piece they were working with the other, but the tandem working mode seemed to have taken off and everyone was imitating their approach, even considering the suddenly slower pace of production. We had tried something similar in the past, but 2 clueless people were no better forging than one. A marginally better piece that took double the number of people and usually suffered from the lack of coordination turning out worse than normal is simply unacceptable. Now, that reality changed. I just wonder how far Liwei's and Jack's works will go when they manage to meld perfectly. They each have their strong points, with Jack being impulsive, more of a mad scientist that loves his experimentations, while Liwei is disciplined and methodical. They also both have mild talent in magic, though that would take a while to come into fruition with the short amount of time we had available unless they took considerable amounts of time from their efforts in the forge. Not everyone was like me and could juggle to achieve minimum standards in a dozen different areas simultaneously. Most just kept to 1 or 2 and drilled down until they strike water or give up. Each of Blackwood's hammer blows comes down and I see his usual struggle, even more easily than normal. The very way that Jack shifts the piece in his hold trying to increase the quality forces Blackwood to constantly shift his strikes to never surpass the limits set by the system. A strange game unfolds before me as Jack waits for the last moment trying to trick Blackwood into hitting the hammer perfectly instead of the slightly offset angles the system forces him to use. But he is too experienced and Jack fails each and every single time. But at least he learns something. I try to taste the ether in the air, and I'm surprised and enchanted to find a thread underneath the large work of the whole village. A smaller but stronger meeting of the minds surrounds both Liwei and Jack just hours after the last time I saw them, and their developing partnership is head for the moon. I originally came in intent on working alone, but if I can get them to forge a suit of armor as I take care of the engravings and wooden parts, maybe it will turn out even better than I had hoped. Well, it's time for me to stop being the voyeur and join in the fun. Chapter 175. I'm exhausted to the bone, but I keep pushing. Just 3 hours later, we continue after hours. A thread of ether and chi as my skill create starts to make a little more sense. The literal meaning of making something come from nothing may be impressive and even useful, but it is also far too expensive to use regularly, and the short-lived nature of the material makes it all but useless in its current form. Perhaps as it grew in level and I learned more tricks to improve it further, that would change. But for now, it is all but useless. As my perception was pushing ever forward, and I continued to try and understand this new skill, an advantage of it becomes clear. Tying multiple pieces of a single work together. Not in the physical sense, but in the metaphysical one, which, like it or not, is extremely important. Especially when talking about something like a suit of armor. If it was made factory style, with a dozen different people riveting something together in a rush, it could never be just as good as one handcrafted with specific measurements in mind. It would have no chance to come alive and become more than the sum of its parts. I channel the skill with Greg in mind and my memories of him inside the perception field which causes the very world to shift. Each of the pieces that the duo makes fits like gloves, in that narrow sense are even better than what the system allows Blackwood to make, though by a narrow margin. As the last sheet of metal is near the end, I know there will be no adjustments, no cuts or repounding of metal as a part came in too large or too small even if they haven't measure it once. Their work not only increased in quality, but they also had to stop much less often to check how the pieces were coming together, simply increasing the workflow. Something that would have taken half a day normally with all the stops to carefully measure up and all the rework for everything to fit together perfectly simply comes into place on the first try in little more than 2 hours. It is like they had been doing this for years. All that didn't come without a cost. Create, I learn, is a misnomer. It is a skill based on transformation, to take from somewhere and transmute it into another form, hopefully, a more useful form. I could feel as each of their thoughts about measurements came and went, draining my stamina. I try to only affect the work before me, but even the others nearby got the edges of my field, occasionally. They didn't have direct access to my thoughts or my perception field, but simply standing in my creation field, for lack of a better way to describe it, let them unconsciously tap into information normally only I had. The only problem is that my brain is only supposed to comport a single person, me. Adding 2 other unconscious minds constantly retrieving information drains me in a way I haven't felt in a long time. I take the piece so I can finish inlaying the runic working with a silver and gold alloy. The last drags of my chi help me to fix it all in place with heat and pressure. I deliver it back to Li Wei that expertly rivets the shoulder piece, and I poke the 100th hole in my life container just as the last drop of chi finishes the internal runic formation. The roots, the strongest I could make, meld with strips of HLZ beast leather. At least the strongest roots without spending months going over every single cell. With an underlayer of supple and comfortable roots, covered by thin plates of lightweight wood and thick plates of the best abyssal steel, it is done. It is finally done. Abyssal steel had come down to its normal price after I helped Blackwood make the first +10 weapons, but a gold per ingot is far too expensive for me to stomach often. It was also a poor choice for weapons given the fact it didn't hold a better edge than deep steel, which is cheaper, a lot cheaper. For armor, however, its toughness and damage resistance against blunt weapons is definitely worth that extra cost. Its main drawback is the fact that it can't be alloyed into anything else given that is already a carefully balanced metal. As my chi exhausts itself, I hold my creation, our creation, or rather a transformation, but I don't let the semantics drag me down. I feel like the very gaze of the system seems to take a quick snapshot of the finished product, something that has my very mind imbued in it and my life flowing in the roots veins. One of the greatest works I have brought into reality alongside Alex's spear, though that is not exactly repeatable anytime soon. Mithril is expensive, very expensive. Even without me opening the prompt, a simple glance is interpreted as me inspecting it, and each line of the blue screen just lifts all our grins a little further. Living abyssal armor. A creation that is rare in the early integration of the system. An expensive piece of armor that takes the best aspects of leather, abyssal steel, and living wood and draws them out. The active defenses, the capability of partially healing itself at a slow pace coupled with enormous durability make the armor suitable for sustained medium-level encounters and even high-level encounters if spaced apart. The lightweight addition of wood and leather creates the strongest possible defense for this armor class. Defense +6. Weapon dulling effect. By the end of the explanation, I'm dumbfounded. It can heal. It is talking about just the wooden parts, isn't it? I imparted the armor with life so that it can connect to the seed that Greg carries, but regenerating the steel wouldn't make any sense. I'm grateful for the +6 achievement. A recognition of our work, though even matching the +5 of Blackwood's best armor works continues to be a struggle without anything better than deep steel. At least soon we will have a nigh unlimited supply of the metal. The very last line, however, doesn't really surprise me. Adding effects like that take a lot of work, but they are definitely worth it if a little circumstantial in usefulness. Backwood's help and teachings as we unlock higher levels or weapons have been invaluable in figuring a lot of it out. At least it is better than a poorly slapped together +1 or at most +2 attributes to a single stat that the basic weapons usually got. The active shielding is just a simple mana shield that won't be all that useful in HLZ beast encounters, but for anything without mana disruption capabilities, it will be a powerful defensive layer they will need to repeatedly get through. Even as we are finished, I let the tiredness catch up to me and I move to my little hut. Walking seems to be too much of an effort, so I simply connect my battery to the runes in my body and levitate, pushing my body forward, kicking the ground like I'm cruising on a skate. Passing in front of the inn, I stop myself. It has been a while since I last slept in one of their rooms. I need to figure out if there is anything that I could get from it. With that in mind, I step inside, pay the innkeeper perfunctorily, and quickly head upstairs to collapse on top of the thick mattress. It may look closer to what you find in medieval times on a cursory glance, but feels and acts just like a proper mattress from back on Earth. I let go of everything and fade into the darkness without even caring about my experiments and figuring out if there is anything beyond the placebo of a proper room and bed. Innkeeper's POV. Nash already spent his 8 hours. He should be getting up any time now. He usually sleeps just 2 or 3 hours when he stops by. I'm gonna charge him extra for making me walk upstairs. Well, that is it. I'm waking you up. This is not your mother's house. I turn around to walk up the stairs. What? Someone interrupts me. Gah, can't you just let me work in peace? You all flaunt the rules of the place. Nash has slept too long. 8 hours already. That is all he paid for. I'm going up to wake him up. Ah, don't do that, I said. Ah, here, I will pay for him. The sitting craftsman, a low-level adventurer, then tilts his head and asks, wait, you know his name? Of course, I know his name, I say like he is a mentally challenged person. It is harder not to know the name of someone as prominent as him in the village. What? Do you think I'm just a dumb NPC? I huff. He just shrugs as I count the coins as absent-mindedly, given that I know exactly how many he put in my hand. Enough for both his food and the room. Now I just have to wait for this Nash that is occupying my room to take a hike. Bloody humans, I curse under my breath. I wake like never before. Pando is going to be happy about my mood. The world is just so bright as I stretch in bed even before opening my eyes. My muscles feel powerful, like I can lift a truck and not even feel the strain, and my limbs seem more flexible than rubber. I feel amazing, and I let everything come back to me slowly. Did I get a new comfy mattress? I open my eyes to find myself in a wholly unfamiliar place, and suddenly I can feel the blood pressure pushing, like my arms and head are balloons being filled with each heartbeat. Memories flash by. The inner world, the system, my powers, and the dozens of things that I stopped doing tonight that I usually kept a track of even during my sleep. I start going through my mental list, starting with the miniature runic formation data storage in the inner world all the way to the very gravity and air replacement in the inner world. The largest smile this week comes to my face. I have finally done it. Gravity, air, and light are running fully on automatic. My autonomous system has simply taken over, and I finally prove my brain is my own to mold as I please. Keeping this minimum is as natural as breathing, with self-regulating mechanisms just like any other normal body function. I don't know how my gut knows all that, but I don't care. One thing that is not automated is my chi pool just surrounding me all around. And although I don't want to give up my restfulness, I add the chi cycling back to my docket. It is like I just formate my computer, but instead of leaving things well enough alone, I'm about to manually add all the bloatware that made it slow in the first place. No bloatware. I need to take my time and make all my actions purposeful. If I fall into an automated rhythm again, I'm liable to just repeat the whole enchilada. I will always let other concerns become small drag chutes that I'm carrying even as I try to win the Tour of France. I should be eliminating all that I don't need with ruthless abandon and possibly setting time apart for a few purposeful actions instead of trying to do everything at once. One day, I learned to actually split my mind into two or something, but it is not here yet. I can probably find better solutions to half of the stuff that I have been doing myself if I simply look at them, while the other half need a long and hard look at how important they actually are. I sit in the middle of the bed and start a light meditation session. The inner world is a beautiful orangey color, quickly giving way to yellow lights. I finally have at least a few things on automatic. Holy shit, light. Light is entering the inner world. I rush to the wooden window and throw the rough sackcloth curtain aside. The shallow angle that I expect just after sunrise hits my face. I slept a whole 10 hours in a single stretch. I was probably accumulating a lot more exhaustion than I thought. I should be even more diligent with my plans to eliminate everything I don't need. Chapter 176. The next 2 days rush by in mad preparation. I presented the first armor to Greg as it was made to his exacting body size, and it fit better than any other armor in our village, including Blackwood's occasional custom jobs, which is not a knock on his capabilities, just another system limitation. Even as Jack, Li Wei, and I worked tirelessly improving and learning a lot, the nearly magical state we entered that first time while making Greg's armor was never the same afterward. No other armor reached that same cohesion, even the one I made using abyssal steel for Alex. The quality of the metal helped push it to a +6 defense rating, but it is a much lighter armor intended for an agile fighter, and something was missing. Still, given that it is much larger than a spear, I managed to add something Alex was crying for. A simple enchantment that could apply to a +2% speed buff on himself, or +1% for people up to 2 meters from him. It was mana expensive, and any such fields interfered with each other, so it is not like we could stack hundreds of these on top of each other even in fixed placements. The runes are so restrictive that even different kinds of buffs don't stack. If we could somehow bypass just this second restriction, I can just imagine 20 different effects covering the walls during the attacks, each adding +3% to something. That would be nearly as good as doubling our complement of people. Blackwood grunts as we discussed it were not very encouraging, but I wouldn't give up so easily. This is exactly the type of stuff I'm suited to cheat on. There was something on the edge of my mind. A path may be hard, but is possible. But even after a couple of amazing nights of sleep, I still failed to bring it into the world. So I stopped prodding and let the answer come naturally to me like it is a skittish animal. One step in their direction sends them 2 steps back. I just have to wait for it to come to me on its own. Even with more space to work and a larger mass budget on armor compared to a spear, the best I could do was this. Nearly 100 mana a second, and it took between 2 and 3 seconds to fully power up. We make our best work together even if we fail to enter that nigh magical state. But each time we get closer, and with practice, we may be able to repeat it in the future. My creation skill was fast becoming a part of my every action, every movement in the smithy as I learned how to use it and how to filter others' people access to my knowledge, or just the opposite, letting everything out that could be useful. The real challenge is the balance where I don't overwhelm anyone, nor do they get less than they need. A limit that is both individual and contextual depending on the nature of the knowledge, even for the same person. The first time I didn't play with the skill much, but even if I didn't pay attention to that, but walking my memory palace, it is clear the subtle nudges of the system in my first real use of the skill that perfuses much of our actions in the instance. Once in a while, it did something nice like this, but I should never forget. Cold. Unfeeling. Machine. After every use, I grew to realize the differences not only in powering the skill with chi instead of mana and how much broader the skill was now. Chi was coming to affect just about every single one of my skills and capabilities. Life and vigor had their place, and in time I would deeply explore them, but chi had an appeal all of its own, and it was a superior version to mana in just about every single way imaginable. Even connecting with Aspen using chi is a far deeper experience compared to using mana. I look out of my hut and return the bed the innkeeper was so unwilling to part with to the inner world. This time, however, I don't put it inside the central protection building instead of letting it sit near Astor's colony. Barely 5 seconds later, dozens of rabbits nearby rush and climbing their legs and occupying every square inch of it so they can take a nap or just feel the amazing softness. Too bad the cost was prohibitive. If it had only been measured in gold, I would gladly pay the price, but his request is just stupid. I'm not going to spend days of my time working there. I climb atop my speeder and fly back to the village an hour or so before our departure time. 2 fighters are already in place waiting in meditation while the dozens of others are still elsewhere, probably preparing. I join them and go over my preparations. Everyone got upgraded armor and at least +8 weapons, and these people already have +10 spears. I'm rested and in my best condition while everyone is already familiar with the plan. Plans for the future are all in place with scouts already moving around the HLZ with small cannons and shooting thousands 5-inch long seeds to help the expansion. It can't quite reach as far as the forearm or watermelon-sized seeds, but the finger-wide seeds can reach some 3 kilometers with their long profile and aerodynamic shape. That should make a lot of difference in my expansion. As the minutes pass, I continue expanding my inner world, this time downward, but growing the runes and instantly filling them with soil stored on the surface for just that purpose. Most of it is not the pure high-quality soil that the herb shrubs grew on, but with an ever larger inner world, even keeping a good top layer is going to be harder and harder. If I insist on filling even the depths with the best, I would need to dedicate a lot more time than I was prepared to the endeavor. A few minutes before leaving, I give one last look at the mines that were stolen from us to find the same people that were there yesterday, still trying to get access to the silver, and I finish convincing myself. They take a minute from me every day just to check and stop their progress. Before we were struggling to just keep our efforts hidden, but with the enormous expansion of the 100+ mines they don't know about, I can probably simply ignore their efforts. Yes, they did steal from us, but to continue pouring in resources just to spite them will lead nowhere. They have shown their stubbornness. And if after I stop harassing their efforts, they continue trying to get in the way, I can always escalate as well. So instead of collapsing the building tunnels, I reinforce what is already built with the roots nearby and let their golem move back and forth, digging inch by inch. When they have access to the silver, we will be swimming in so much that it won't even be funny. I open my eyes just as Alex gets to the central square to see his smile plastered on his boyish face. Ready? Yes. Guardian of the World Tree. I just shake my head at his reference and pull the original flying bus out of the inner world. The gang enters the familiar craft, though a few people are different as the original members move to leadership positions in the B squad. The last 5 people squeeze into the corridor and find their seats at the back. Every one of them is a trusted miner handpicked and given the chance that we find an opportunity, or at least to help plan with their experience in the area. They know how mining duties were handled and how they could be adapted with a closer look at the conditions on site instead of working with second-hand information. It was risky business heading inside the HLZ, but everyone knew what they were singing for, and soon we are taking flight. The hours of travel pass with nary a word except what we need to communicate back to the village and the occasional remark or question that someone missed about our entry in the HLZ. Everyone's eyes are deep set, and there is no doubt in their mind that we are not only entering the HLZ, but we are also claiming a piece of it, even if only for a few minutes. As we are about to arrive, I call out to the inner world and warn Aster about what is to come, though even as I do that, she sends back. Call the silly wolf, he likes battling. Oh, too late, I say regretfully. Though even if I had, he would only be able to show up at night. Still, this first outing shouldn't be about gaining levels or anything of the sort. It is about learning what is on the other side and how much we need to grow so we can start earnestly taking territory and how much force and construction we will have to dedicate to the endeavor. With the sun high in the sky, though that mattered not at all inside the HLZ as far as we were concerned, we take a step forward. Our group forms a diamond shape with Greg and his gleaming reddish abyssal steel armor at the very tip, with the spear wielder everyone else waiting and ready to poke holes in anything that he tanked. Almost there, Greg says a good 100 meters inside the HLZ before we get to a larger clear spot where we have enough maneuvering room. Hold. I extend my chi along with Merlin, though he doesn't focus on the roots underground, in one of the densest underground networks in the entire HLZ. Instead, he starts with his meta-magic shenanigans powered by much greater intellect and mana pool than the last time I saw him in actual battle. Aspen just floods the area in mana and makes a wonderful job of not only activating but nearly actively driving all the roots to slightly thicken up and grow more tendrils, an impressive feat without the help all system users seem to get while wielding magic. I use a thread of my attention on that, but focus mostly on other aspects, like my muscles nearly shivering from all the energy pent up. Clad in a wooden armor twisted with HLZ beast leather strips. Armor that is covered in runes and directly connected to specialized batteries in the inner world. A powerful mana shield fully envelopes me, similarly to every single one of the other warriors around me. Even the miners hidden inside the inner world are clad in adapted full plate +4 armor sets, just in case I kick the bucket or something goes wrong. We wait for the single beast from this territory as Pando and I begin preparing the territory and pulling pylons and walls of roots from the inner world to help shield us before the Black Panther and its friends show up. Throughout, everyone else can't actually do anything and their trepidation just increases. A minute, 2, 3 minutes pass without even a cricket chirping, not that there are any in the instance. I don't even notice the beast anywhere, as they somehow never pass in the vicinity of my roots. I could probably find them with the perception field if I could extend it in multiple places simultaneously, but they always sense my roots underground and avoid them whenever possible. Suddenly, on the edge of my vision, nearly a kilometer out, I feel movement through my connection to the roots. A few seconds later, my perception field heading in their direction. 5 beasts, the perfect number for our squad. They are heading straight for us nearly at a full sprint. Bearing 310 degrees. Just a single beast more and we had agreed we would be turning back. But either the plan was always to bring 5 or the system was pushing us as hard as it could without driving us away. Everyone is already familiar with this notation and turns precisely in their direction with not a further word. Though we shouldn't assume this will be the only group. I try to split my mind, keeping a small field around the beasts, only a dozen meters wide with the help of the network, while trying to extend my perception around my physical body. This is an exercise that in one form or another had consumed a few minutes of my time here and there these last few weeks, but each try is like the time spent doing maximum deadlifts. The exercise may last a couple of seconds, but the result from each brief session has lasting consequences for both good or ill. Consequences that I feel in full as the adrenaline and cost of failure drive in my mind, and I've finally managed to tear my consciousness in half. Though like I'm wearing a 3D glass with different streams going to each eye, the beginnings of a massive headache develop even as I have trouble understanding what is going on. I keep my eye on the prize, through the pain and confusion, the simple exercise, keeping an eye on the flat-out sprint, and checking for movement of someone sneaking by. I face their direction so the higher range portion of the perception field is turned in their direction, and even before the perchine bubble merges back into my perception field, I drop the second part of my effort. No longer splitting my brain in half, I gather my wits after unlocking this skill in a fairly inopportune way. One last breath and my gaze trains in on the beasts matching everyone else's. With everything that took me the last couple of days prepared, I step out from the middle of the path by flooding my body with mana and chi levitating for just long enough to come to the side of the main formation. A loud crashing sound hits my ears as the beasts break the pillars powering the large shield surrounding us, with their characteristic mana disruption skills simply passing through the shields. With a large hole and a lot of momentum, they close the 10 meters to the outer line without even circling us once. My feet dig into the ground and I explode forward, pulling both vigor and chi to reach speeds that even hundreds of points of mana would have failed to deliver me, and I rush straight to the action. With a pure abyssal steel staff in my hands, wooden and leather armor, my new resources, and high stats and everything, this is the closest I have ever come to even ground with these beasts. Now, I can only pray that it is enough. Chapter 177. A black blur, moving incredibly fast even for who it is, swipes its tail at me. My staff is entirely in the wrong place, so I block with my arm and try to increase the power of the chi shide in the moments before impact. Flesh compresses and bone bends. Though, as the shield breaks and flakes of my wooden armor fall to the ground, the momentum of the attack is gone. A scary prospect, but no actual damage takes place, but with my high health and vitality. The initial confrontation messes up our neat lines, but everyone manages to surround the 5 beasts that remain together. I try to power a freezing formation underground with the mana Aspen is yielding, but even as he powers it up, the beasts break in unison out of range. If I could make enormous plates that covered hundreds of meters and could freeze anyone in range, battles like this could be either avoided or become all but trivial, but things aren't so simple. The plates were enormous just fine, this one reaching a good 30 meters in diameter underground, but barely a tenth of that was its effective range. Even then, the edges of this barely 3-meter circle don't approach the restraining power in the middle. And while I had slowly increased the power and my understanding making the binding stronger, the enemies grew ever more slippery. Alex concentrates on a single beast, the Black Panther. Following the mostly feline makeup of our instance's HLZ beasts, he can barely keep up with it in terms of speed, but Alex's sheer talent and skill make up for a lot of that, allowing him to slowly inflict wounds on the panther. Each scratch seems to be aimed at my heart, but I steel myself at what I'm helping perpetuate. Heedless of the danger and needing to take my mind off it, I plunge in and start swinging my own weapon in the direction of the beasts, in and out trying to find any unprotected spot. But with the seemingly supernatural capability of communication and instincts so sharp that their minds can rival Alex's spear, all our efforts only match them. We don't even force them to trade meaningful blows with their skin against our armor. But as the seconds pass, I know that this can't continue. The beasts seem to be pushing as hard as they can right out of the gate, and while the panther's slowly accumulating wounds would eventually cripple it, but that was taking too long. Alex didn't manage to skewer it in a few seconds. About 20 seconds passed and nothing significant yet. People's main skills will end, taking away their extra speed and coordination. Their spears that currently shine a path forward will return to the bare dull metal, and even with his prodigious mass and expertly wielded spear, Greg can only tank one beast at a time, and even that is a dangerous prospect without skills and support for any length of time. My head spins and spins in place as every single second tick. Each second that passes is another 1,000 opportunities lost. What the hell can I do? If nothing else works, go back to the basics. Fireball. Chi floods out of my pool as I drop my staff into a portal to the inner world. Its bonus can be helpful, but I want to feel the magic at my fingertips, and I hadn't tested my chi magic through that particular set of runes. I ignore the reflexive judgment of my own actions. Even in desperate struggle, putting away my weapon properly was not a waste of time, just preparation should need it again. 2 fireballs grow in the palms of my hand as I not only input a lot of energy, I focus them in a space as small as possible, trying to imitate the focus Merlin can display with his magma balls. In the very instant I shoot out my attack, a trio of magma's balls hits the beast. It blocks 2 with its claws and dodges the third, but the sheer heat remaining behind still scorches its skin. My entire will goes drives my attack as I aim at its belly, pushing the spheres of death at impossible speed like I just shot a hand cannon, so fast I can barely feel it moving. Even my perception field, with all the powers I do possess, and the over 300 perception points, only notices a line. Barely a moment before my attack hits, I can almost feel the anger wafting off the beast trying to dodge. The characteristic muscle movements, the tightening of its jaws, a near imitation of a human gesture, in its attempt to twist out of the way. Even if it dealt well with Merlin's attack, I catch it off guard and without time to change its direction. Both my attacks hit its torso, one on the belly and the second in the ribs. I can almost see the mana pulsing its back legs, but even if it had managed to control the multiple streams of mana simultaneously, it wouldn't have been fast enough. As my attacks bore a hole of burned flesh is when I realized something. Each of my actions is slow and deliberate. My body is no faster than usual, but everything isn't piling on top of each other in combat. Another benefit of high perception and mental stats. Along with the subtle undertone of the system's skill, I'm connected to the world and what is happening, but this is not the time to ponder over it. Everyone else is moving and reacting faster than anyone could back on Earth. Even the slowest long ago surpassed the best athletes, and the agility-focused fighters shine even above that into superhuman levels of speed and reaction. But even if I can't match everyone else in raw speed or power, every grain of sand is clear around me, and I can keep track of everything instinctually. As entire streams of thought are formed in the split seconds, the beast seems nearly to move slowly as it waits for its feet to reach the ground with the constant pull of gravity. Too bad nobody else is in a position to take advantage of that. I start building another 2 attacks to use somewhere, but my attention continues mostly on the leopard. It takes a split second, as the interminable instant after a monumental happening, the shock fades, and as it tries to sprint forward and reality catches up to it. Its mana-fueled movement is slower than usual. Only by a hair, but the wince of pain and the slight imbalance in its intercostal muscles throw off its balance ever so slightly and hinder its movements. 2.5 seconds for the next volley. Assuming Merlin continues at his usual pace. But as soon as I think about it, my perception field instantly tells me the formation of the next trio of magma balls is on track. This is our chance. I have found the path that will give us a small edge. We need to tip the scales and overcome the beasts. I put another 100 points of chi in each fireball and shoot. Once, twice, thrice. I managed to shoot 13 more times, helping the others slowly whittle down the beast before their skills enter the normal cooldown period. 14 pairs of fireballs faster than anything in the instance, each carrying enough punch to bore into their tough flesh, and best of all, displaying near immunity to mana disruption. A minute into the battle, the only remaining beast is a tenacious and incredibly strong panther, taking all of Alex's attention. Even without help, my old HLZ friend, the Black Panther, won't be taken down so easily. I lay my gaze on the other 4 corpses, all with burns, cuts, and several deep holes they gained soon after they lost their mobility. My head and my heart sing at each other in dissonant tones. The sound is overwhelming, like a toddler bashing a piano or the teeth-grinding sound of wire brushes scrubbing sheets of metal. My head knows that even if we invaded their territory, we weren't pushing them out. We only wanted resources that they don't even use. My heart, however, still cries loud as ever, for my hands brought death to their doorstep. A wrong twist of his paw and Alex's spear cuts the panther's Achilles tendon. Everyone pauses and retreats. I should try something, I say. Everyone turns to me, and that is when I realize I spoke aloud. Go ahead. Alex encourages me as he joins Greg by my flank. I open a large portal just underneath the Black Panther. The group takes a step back and forms a perfect circle, just inside the inner diameter of the shield the beast breached initially. I grow the portal until the beast is stepping on it. But gravity doesn't do what it's supposed to. The beast pants with its 109 visible cuts on its skin seemingly floats mid-air. Why the hell it doesn't just fall inside the inner world? I reach out with the thinnest of tendrils and touch an uninjured spot in its back paw. It twitches but doesn't step away from the tendril as its gaze turns from Alex to me, tilting its head in curiosity. I reach with my mind and drive my telepathy skill as hard as possible. I open another portal just an inch from my hand, and with both of us outside the inner world, I can't touch him. I will the tendril of root to become a piece of my body harder than I have ever done and bridge this small gap, screaming in my mind and hoping he can hear me. Friend, friend, friend. Lie. Hurt. Two-legged. You hurt. We hurt. Everyone hurt. Why? You evil. The eye in the sky is evil, not we. As I try to formulate how could I continue, something about my mental picture sets him off, and he seems to teleport to me with a feral snarl that belied any of the intelligence I had come to expect of it. Even fully prepared, I can only block with my staff as it throws me back like it just bulldozed a ragdoll. Maybe a sturdy ragdoll with well over 100 points in vitality fully encased in a cheese shield, but I hit the shield pylon some 8 meters back from where I stood a moment before, and I can't shrug the blow off like a stuffed animal. I have bones and nerves to feel the pain. Even as I try to come to terms with what would be needed to try and find a way to keep at least this one alive, it is no longer a choice. I keep my eyes closed, watching the scene before me. Both Alex and Greg formed an X with their spears through the panther's heart in their attempt to stop the beast from bulldozing me. After that, even 1,000,000 points of life would make no difference, not with an uncooperative being like this, considering I didn't have any healing skills. I had so many skills on day one, but I barely gained any after that besides few from my class and subclasses. But none have anything to do with healing. I open my eyes, just so that it will see my gaze. The curvy and muddy picture that arrives at my eyes makes no difference inside my perception field. Its attempts to break the spear shafts or to injure someone else are feebler by the second. It gets one paw pinned to the ground, then another, and another. Just 3 seconds is enough for most of the energy in its body to fade, and its heart is not in condition to pump any more blood that is pooling in the ground. The formerly majestic creature, a creature that I would have liked to call a friend, is splayed on the ground, not preening as a cat should. My mind whirls for any option possible, even as Greg and Alex take backup spears from the inner world and advance again to finally put an end to it all. I say, leave it. Their momentum is gone, and they realize that the beast is no longer any threat. I pick myself up, groaning from the tackle, and walk forward. A tread of life flows from me uselessly into its body, but I can do nothing else. Try as I might, all my grand and lofty ideas have left me. For some reason, the beast isn't falling through my portal even as it starts losing consciousness. It isn't giving up. The best we can do is to leave it alone, but a second or minute of life won't change the outcome. I try to heal its heart around the spear, but nothing happens as even the last sliver of its own life deserts its flesh, and the final twitch exhausts all the energy in its limbs. Even shocking it wouldn't cause a jerk. Whenever I see something like this, I always feel contrived in my displays of emotion. Why should I cry when I didn't even know my enemy and he had left me no choice? But this was no attacker that had come to our doorstep and we killed afterward. This was an old friend, the very first HLZ beast I encountered. I shake my head, surprised at everyone suddenly standing in a different spot, but then I realize I just lost another few seconds. The pain in my heart contrasts with the decisions in my head and forces tears to freely flow. I put on a grim smile and move to get up, but I sense ether in the air. The barest of threads extending from the beast and being absorbed back into the system. I cannot do anything for you, but I will honor you, and if I can, I will carry on a sliver of your legacy. I reach out into the air and try to drag a little of it back, but the system fights me with a vehemency that is hard to believe. Each tug with the strength of a finger gets a response as brusque as a donkey's kick, but I don't let that discourage me. I had stolen the automaton's ether. Why wouldn't I escalate and get some of the ether from these beasts from under the system's nose? Stepping inches from the beast, I hear a small space, even as action drives the sorrow in my heart a little deeper and the tears dry up. Sitting cross-legged, I return the wooden armor even as the others prepare to leave. I let the direct skin contact of the corpse with my back be our connection, and some of the very ether the system is drawing from the beast has to pass through my body before switching direction. My peaceful state is simply gone. Rage and adrenaline infuse my blood, being pumped with the strength of a horse's heart. My entire body is flooding with more energy than is natural, like I'm high on blue crystal. The desire to attack everyone around me is all-encompassing, but deep within my mind, I can tell that all of that is external. A little corner of myself is simply above the fray. An island of peace that lets me gaze at the cacophony of my soul and mind that clearly shows me the contrast. I know anyone else would have simply let their baser instincts out and attacked everyone around, but I'm somehow different. I see that peace is possible, for I have a peace that is calm and silent within me, even while noise that would drive the wisest of men mad sounds around. I reach for the island, tucking in as much of myself inside the only real place of peace amidst the turbulent waves contaminating myself. Tucking in under the protective blanket, the contrast becomes obvious, and I realize I was nearly gone. Even with this, to help me, most of my will and consciousness was unprotected, and only a seed of myself was here by chance. God damn it, I was pulling chi to form something, and I didn't even realize that. I extend tendrils of my will out, and the contrast is like being in a magical soundproof room, but putting my hands out of it with death metal vibrating my very bones but not my ears. For this is not music, it is chaos incarnate with just a hint of order to make it as unsettling as possible. Ether raging and trying to warp me into something I'm not. I grab whole chunks of it, though in total it merely makes a fraction of my own reserves, and start stuffing it inside a self-contained bottle similarly to how I stored the automaton's ether. After sealing it up, I will be back to my normal self. Now I just need to find out if all this rage is the direct result of the system or just indirect. Though I have the feeling this may be another question that will go unanswered for a long while. Chapter 178. I continue pulling threads of ether. It bucks and tries its best to aid or control me or escape my control, but inch by inch I reel it in and cut chunks of it, stuffing it all safely away. In the end, I gather a portion that is a fraction of a % of my Dinling ether stores. It all goes into a bottle using their very ether I take tied together, so that I only need to make sure the last thread is not pulled, which would unravel it like a crochet sweater. I let a sigh of relief as my vision comes to fruition, and a wisp of my will keeps it in place. This time something even easier than doing the same with the automaton's ether that doesn't seem to have a will of its own. That was just stupid. Why did I ever try to meld my ether into his? I stopped using ether for a while exactly because I feared that contamination of my thoughts, and then I tried to mix my ether with someone else's. But even as I walk down memory lane, the impressions from the island of calm amidst the storm keep coming back. I never knew I had something like this within me, and even as I seek it out, I can only rely on memory to guide me to the eye of the storm, the little patch of safety that let me keep my sanity. It doesn't feel like it has anything to do with the system, simply another piece of the puzzle in figuring out what I could have accomplished before the system if I had the time and will. This either saved my life or my sanity, as it stopped me from going on a murderous rampage, and even without knowing more, I'm deeply grateful. Even after a minute, I fail to notice even the slightest difference compared to the enormous area within myself that I consider my mind. But the real world catches up to me and I realize where I'm. Better to leave this for later. Ready? Asks Greg, who is tentatively acting as our leader given Richard opted to stay behind to deal with other matters, only joining through the comm network for the combat and the aftermath. I nod, instantly opening up 5 portals to the inner world, and this time all of the beast corpses drop in without a fuss and we all march out of the HLZ. We finally have a little experience of it to work off, and the next outing will be all the safer for it. As soon as everyone spears, a frantic message arrives thought from the village. Holy shit, you are not going to believe it, the comm operator says. What? Asks Greg. The map has changed. It's no longer green for LLZ, yellow for MLZ, and red for HLZ. There is now a gray area a couple of kilometers wide. It is about the estimated territory of the 5 beasts you have slain. So we can remain inside and nothing will happen? Yeah, it seems that way, at least for the time being. Greg looks at all of us resting and patching the small wounds accumulated in the battle, but his doubts are soon wiped away and a plan visibly forms in his face. Nash, keep an eye out. I want to stay a few meters inside with everyone. If you and Merlin can raise some fixed defenses, I would greatly appreciate it. I simply nod as I begin the 100-meter march, pulling the little cocoon that was saved from Max's attack in what seemed a lifetime ago, and I invite Merlin in. Combining our capabilities, we set out to build a double-layered defense that would take even a dozen beasts a good few seconds to pass through, which is enough time for everyone to prepare for battle. No sense in tempting fate and doing a poor job considering we are so close to the HLZ. Metal banging to fix the small dents on a few people's arms. Resource fruits and even a potion or two speed up everyone's recovery. The rest take these few minutes to meditate and gain a little mental clarity. Just 15 minutes later, everyone can do nothing else but twiddle their thumbs or meditate and wait for their slowly filling bars. Noticing that, Greg asks everyone to form a circle and calls the village, relaying in more detail what happened to Richard, who only had limited to work with during combat. Everyone else adds quite a few details Greg either forgot or didn't notice in the heat of battle until we all have a good idea of what went down from start to finish. Look, we can divide most ideas in two camps. We either head as deep as we can or to move nearby a mine and take over that territory. We can put all the toppings and fluffy cream on each idea, but any of the workable ones fall in one of these two camps. Greg cuts through the mess of ideas being thrown out. Heading in deeper sounds like the more dangerous prospect for little gain. Richard calls out from hundreds of miles away. I agree. If something goes wrong and we are kilometers into the HLZ, we would have an even harder time getting to safety, such as it is given the beasts can roam outside of it, blurring that line a little. And we can always do that later if playing it safe is not wielding the results we want, says Alex. The debate goes back and forth, and while I interrupt once to add a detail or two, my mind spends the time grinding at the problem. We really don't know enough, and though there are possible advantages to going full bore at once, Alex is right. Why should we risk it at all? We can simply train ourselves on the outside borders, and as we grow used to the beasts, and then if we choose, we may choose to head in deeper. With a clarity and sense of purpose, I say exactly that. But I don't think that is the case. A fighter in our group that is also part of the Scout Corps refutes my argument. We are not really risking ourselves by any meaningful degree above just staying on the outside edge of the HLZ. It makes no sense for heading in deeper will be any more dangerous given that the great territory is now ours, and the potential gains from exploring a place you haven't reached with your roots. Maybe, but I don't feel it is worth risking it, even if I felt as sure about the permanence of this territory. I'm also not quite as optimistic as you about the safety of deeper layers of the HLZ. For all we know, as soon as we start engaging, new ones may be dispatched to close our retreat, or maybe it takes a few hours or days for respawn or migration to occur, and this hasn't become our territory, just empty land until then. I say to him, I just don't want to waste our time dipping our toes in the water when we could be actually swimming. But we are not. We will need to clear a couple of mines eventually. Might as well start now as we slowly and carefully poke our heads in. I could be wrong, but we don't need to take this risk. I say, and even without me having tried to come up with words worthy of a speech, my intent and the thought process I followed drag everyone to my camp, with everyone nodding by the end. Fine, have it your way, he says, relenting after seeing the others' reactions. On we march, Greg concludes, and soon we are all in the slightly cramped flying bus given the 5 extra people inside. I started meditating on the flying bus during the 2-hour-plus trip, heading for the closest mine whose location is still a mystery to our enemies from Walter's villages. So, did you like the inner world? Asks Alex out of the blue in the direction of the miners talking behind me. I hear from one of the miners. I mean, we didn't explore too much. We only had some 30 minutes inside, but man, those rabbits are smart. They're doing magic left and right. I even saw one of them that was engraving or something. Alex's eyes shot up in wonder at the thoughts that must be passing in his head. All you have to do is ask for a visit if you want to come inside. 5 minutes later, as the most outspoken miner finishes regaling everyone with the tales of my inner world, Alex then asks me, "Can I visit it?" He asks, his voice small like a child that fears being denied a trip to the candy store. How can he be our strongest fighter? Have some dignity to represent our village in instance. Hian, I suppose I could make an exception, I say, making it clear that I'm joking. As I open the portal, everyone turns their gaze inside, including the scout driving the flying bus. I grin widely and say, "Yeah, everyone can enter." Well, everyone but the designated driver. I'm sorry, but unless one of your friends wants to trade places with you. He just nods dejectedly as everyone heads in. Now, this is such a good way to transport people. I can stuff thousands inside and spew them out after a quick flyover. That would even save mana. Time passes quickly, and I don't even close the portal given that every 5 minutes one of them takes a break from playing in Bunnyland. I just hope I haven't shot myself in the foot allowing people inside. This won't come back to bite me in the ass, will it? I can't enter the inner world, and now I have just made it something of a destination. Even throughout all the pilot shift changes, the craft keeps its heading perfectly straight, and no one deviates from our precise course along the danger line. Arriving at the mine, I connect more fully to the network just to confirm that there are no enemy scouts nearby, and then I call everyone back out. Most leave reluctantly, having enjoyed the time to stretch their legs or train their skills in safety, feeling much more comfortable than the cramped quarters of the flying bus. But after their mind is back on the task, it barely takes a minute to get their serious face back on and venture inside the HSE. We don't follow the access tunnel, given that it is circuitous and ends up some 2 kilometers down the road. We follow what would be the tunnel if we didn't have to worry about people stealing our minds, the closest path. Just a 190-meter march to the mouth of the cave, and then we wait. Like last time, nothing comes for a couple of minutes. Not a single hint of an enemy. My root network sometimes gets a little vibration, but it is too faint for me to know if it is real or imagined or just the wind. Nearly 4 minutes in, however, from the edges of their territory, I find the group coming to defend their territory. This on quite different than most neighbors on the edges of the HLZ, though we already had an inkling. Like we expected. 5 enemies, 2 Wokens, a bison, a leopard, and the last one it pulled was from the territory to the right, not the left. A massive gorilla. With the predominantly feline inclination of the HLZ beast we knew, this was a rare occurrence, but instead of despairing, the focus and drive that took over the last battle quickly finds its pace again, and we are fully ready even before the beast cross half the distance. But there is something different this time. The lumbering gorilla stands at the back, at a slow march, not because it can't move quickly, but simply because it doesn't want to rush. I train my perception field fully on it and start analyzing its muscles down to the fibers. It seems a lot more inclined for toughness and strength rather than speed, but while it may lack agility, it can still throw surprisingly fast blows. This is the beast with the highest strength and toughness I heard from in the HLZ, and the perception field nearly confirms it. "I'm not liking this," says someone amongst the fighters. "Don't worry," Richard calls out through the comm network. Greg then completes what imagine are Richard's thoughts. "It's something new. We should keep our eyes open, but no need to retreat yet. For all we know, these are just the quirks from a gorilla." With my perception field trained on them, I call out. "I can't sense anything out of the ordinary. Last scouting put him at level 154 2 days ago, and what I'm seeing doesn't reveal anything the people prodding it haven't found out." I keep my eyes on the gorilla, a different experience to the agile feline beast through the HLZ. The very way in which its bones are structured also emphasizes slower movements with higher base strength. The way that each of its moves leverages its muscle power differs a lot, but it was the same for real gorillas back on Earth. I widen my eyes a little, trying to recall when I ever actually studies the musculoskeletal system of gorillas, and nothing comes to mind. If I spend a day or so in my memory palace, I may be able to recall something, but it could have been on the summer I took to studying human anatomy, and I don't care about this particular question as much as a dozen other more important things. I open my eyes to stare at the enemies just 20 meters from us showing such unique behavior. With a grasping hand, the 10-foot-tall beast punches the ground a couple of times, loosening a foot and half rock. I try to extend my roots from the ground to ensnare this slow-moving enemy, but as soon as I do that, not only do all the others move away, it simply rips the thin roots. Its lumbering steps take it forward faster than a sprinter back on Earth, but now that seems so very slow. The huge rock that it dunks at the shield clad in the mana disruption skill, however, is a lot more pressing. The whole shield bangs and cracks with a loud noise from the ponderous but extremely powerful attack. Stone dust flies off, and the mana batteries take a deep hit. The beast moves to enter the hole it expected to open, but there is no breach. A genuine smile comes to my face as I see it halting its move halfway in confusion. "Take that," Alex shouts, echoing everyone's pride. "My Chi-Along and Merlin's special touch are too much even for the gorilla," I say. "That attack drained 213 mana from the shield. That is less than a tenth the normal amount with only weak-willed people empowering it." Merlin finishes off. "We finally got to even footing, even if we need a numerical superiority to take advantage of that," says Greg. He is right, we need more people, but have finally come to a balance with the HLZ beasts. Now we just need to hope we have enough stamina to last the battle. Chapter 179. In the following minutes, as we stand in the forest behind a mana's shield, things do not go all in our favor. After the gorilla failed to get through it in one blow, it simply struck again and again, until we decide to drop the shield and allow it inside. It is not like we can effectively target it while it is outside without other people distracting it. And though the cost of mana is manageable, chi is a highly limited resource. I watch as the dark brown furred beast lumbers forward through the opening in the shield, though I know that is just its preferred speed. Proof of that was all over its movements for anyone watching its punches. Close, 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 yells Greg. I hesitate a moment, not having thought about cutting the other beasts off, but even they launch themselves for the hole. I meld my will with my chi to close the as fast as possible. Aspen already has his own will spread over the entire network and mana rushing in the formations around. So we join my effort as Merlin turns and starts on his magma attack. The hole we open seems glacially slow in its closing, and one of the four beasts behind gets entirely through. As the shield closes just as the second beast jumps inside, I cinch the shield around the chest of the leopard, but its momentum is too great to halt it. Right as I think we will have to deal with three beasts simultaneously, its hip catches with a jerk as the shield form fits around its midsection and squeezes. The leopard tries to extend its legs again and push in with its front paws, but its momentum simply is gone, and I get ready to deal with it while ignoring the other two beasts inside. I just need to trust the others to protect me. I dip into my chi reserves even deeper, and it all rushes to the shield around the beast. Chi may be annoying in some ways given it cannot be stored in runes, but its speed of movement is nothing compared to the sluggish mana. Usually, I don't even need to push, just allow it to rush out and guide the shape like I'm pointing a Tasmanian devil at my enemy. This time, I take a direct hand pushing it forward and squeezing the ring. With mana disruption, its two front limbs scrape off the shield. Most of the surface mana going out is dispersed, but melded with that mana is my chi providing support, and like a butter knife trying to cut carbon-reinforced jello, only the surface of the is harmed. I stare in disbelief at our luck even as my mind comes to try and hold on to this buckling fish. I grow the shield to fully surround the beast. Magma. I can out, and heading my advice, Merlin prematurely shoots the trio of magma balls one after the other, all hitting the exact same spot under the leopard's throat. I can nearly feel the pain receptors spasming with my perception field, and I can certainly see it contorting, but I swallow my bile even as the other two beasts pound blow after blow on the shield trying to free the leopard. I try to split my mind in two, though this time to do something much easier than using two perception fields. Simply extend my left hand out, adding to the shield control. I aim a stream of fire straight at the charred mess at the base of its throat. Generally the closest thing to a weak spot these beasts have. The bison, after a large step back, drives its tiny horns in the shield and finally overwhelms, passing its head inside. It nearly manages to get its whole body inside, which destabilizes the runic matrix and drops the shield entirely, but it is too late, for the stream of fire has done its job. It bores a hole through the tough leather covering the leopard and reaches its heart. There is no playing dead before the perception field, and I trust more in my judgment that its life has been driven fully out than the pronouncement of the best doctor there is calling the time of death. I look to the side, and while the tall gorilla is a handful and probably one of a handful that could rival the former Black Panther, it faces a bad match for its skills against the dancing form of Alex. But not all is rosy, for even if his skills are well suited to deal with a beast like the gorilla, he is just slightly out of his reach from the overall power of the beast. Even with an amazing weapon and increased stats, the gorilla's power is not to be trifled with. Though in the end, even with the beast's combat sense and overwhelming blows, Alex can dance around slowly withing it down as the seconds tick to his skill cooldown. At least while they are active, the wide light arcs will always leave injuries that are more than skin deep. With the mithril-enhanced spear, and with the edge and speed that Alex has, he can leave a lot of cuts. With one beast down, I concentrate on closing the shield just behind the bison, keeping the last beast outside, a wolf in. With less raw power and no way to get inside, it tries to keep my attention on it by swiping at the shield, which usually would be a masterful maneuver, and it shows intelligence in not poking its head in the small openings I leave after seeing the leopard's pitiful demise, trapped and with no chance to even fight. But the wolfkin's impression is mistaken in assuming it alone could overwhelm the shield if I blinked, for I have a partner. Seconds afterward, I basically deliver the entire effort into Aspen's hands after opening a larger portal and connecting a couple of extra mana paths should he need them to guarantee that the beast would not be able to enter. That frees all my attention to the fight inside. I push my chi inside 2 concentrated fireballs and wait for any misstep by either the bison, the first wolfkin, or the main opponent, the gorilla. Less than 20 seconds into the fight, and we already eliminated one beast while another can't affect the battle inside. We are suddenly in a much better position. Greg takes the lead, acting as a tank against Bison, and with his maneuverability and tough armor, can mostly hold his own, while a group of some 8 people tries to surround it. A pair of agile fighters move to distract the gorilla and create an opening for Alex, and while they manage it slightly, it is only a slight edge they give him. All the remaining fighters battle the Woken inside, trying to eliminate it as quickly as possible so they can help either Alex or Greg. Pushing harder than would be wise most of the time, they trust their improved armor even against the beast's higher level, and though a few are knocked to the ground, none of them even break any bones. A mad scramble infuses the Wolfgan, which manages to break a pair of spears, but each of the overreaching moves that normally allow a couple of scratches turns it into a porcupine with 5 spears sticking out of its back. The Wolfgan hesitates as the sudden ferocity of over a third of our group simultaneously attacking it, including the hulking form of Greg and I, that is when see my opportunity. Without even turning my hand and doing a dramatic pose, I just open my palm and let my mind take over, shooting the fireballs like cannons. Even my enhanced eyes only notice a streak of light. The claws covered in the warped mana that disrupts our own mana attack skills don't even blunt my chi-powered attacks. Fire reaches bone, and I almost cringe at the pitiful cry as the beast puts its injured paw on the ground. But what can I do? How I could ever avoid this harm without growing so powerful that I could simply ignore the blows from a horde of you? How can I call myself good if I turn into a pacifist given you are bringing violence to our doorstep? Or when you deny what we need to survive in this new world? I have no real answer, but the search, while essential, is no reason for inaction, for allowing humanity to die would be even more tragic. The split second of distraction turns into a moment for me to gather my wits and take a deep breath, centering my mind for the next attack. I see Merlin landing a crippling magical blow on the other beast. A constellation of lights hit the Wolfgan, and like they have strings attached, wrap around it. A howl of pain is all it manages as his muscles bulge outward, breaking the weak stunning spell. But that split second immobilized is all the fighters need, and the fight is over for this beast. In tacit agreement, both groups head full bore to Alex's defense, and suddenly there are not 2 people distracting it, but 24 weaving in and out all around it. I call out to Merlin. Open shield and trap. With a turn of my eyes hiding from the beast behind us, he understands my meaning. Before he even nods, I weaken the shield by withdrawing chi, turning the bulwark into a windscreen before the beast's claws. It cost me a good 25,000 points of mana just to keep this single beast out for some 15 or 20 seconds, along with maybe 1,000 chi in the back of my mind, but each pint was worth expending. The second Wolfkin, seeing its last friend about to keel over, rushes and madly trying to skirt both me and Merlin right behind me to rush to its aid. I, however, push out my 4 main shield projectors and drive them with both chi and mana, nearly instantly springing shields at half power, before the formation has time to really coalesce. The beast's options are dwindling, and without support behind me I wouldn't be risking this much, but I close all the shields except a narrow slice behind me. It tries to repeat its feat and break the shield, but it finds no flaws in my chi, and that is exactly what I intend. Caught between trying to circumvent or pass through me, it turns to me mid-stride, giving me time to fully power the shields and mold them as I wanted. Its desperation, while understandable, is its downfall. I could never accomplish this on my own. But after its misstep with Aspen's and my defensive capabilities, and with Merlin's support in dealing damage to it, we have a chance. I hold my newest staff in hand and I feel my chi pool. Just under 1,500 chi, with a steady stream recharging me. The luxuries of my own resource. I spend chi like it is water in the ocean, not because I don't care for it is dear to my heart, and each droplet is as precious as pure water in the desert, but saving my chi forever is not the right answer. With my entire will body and mind in sync, I drive my metal pole with all my power on its head. The Wolfkin dodges, explosions of speed and power rivaled only by what Alex and a few other agility and dexterity-based warriors can achieve, though lacking a little of the grace and accompanying skills people that actually train day in and day out could achieve. Each of my steps takes me some 50 chi, way more than my recharge rate, but the beast doesn't leave any room for me to take it easy. It drives at me like I killed its entire litter, all its friends, and even the nice grandma that lives in the cave by the river, which, for all I know, is not that inaccurate. But I can only see what is before me in the rage the system is inducing on it, is similar to Wolf's desire to simply eliminate us with a dark fervor. The wolves' situation is not the same, but the similarities are striking. When we were not planning on taking territory from the beasts, I could almost call a kinship to a few to the beasts. Now, the Black Panther was gone and nothing I could do would ever bring it back. Each of my steps is only just barely enough to hold it back. My personal chi shields stop any glancing attacks from becoming dangerous injuries, even when they do pass through the hybrid armor I put on. I exert my pole mastery to the limits, but it is all I can do to hold on, though I improved enough to stand atop the sparring mat instead of being forced to scramble away every step of the way while barely surviving. No shield trickery to make its movements more circuitous, not making use of terrain or completely unfolding of routes to make it more suitable for me. Just a being's meeting on equivalent terms. It still surpassed me in both raw speed and power, but what I lacked in agility and strength, I had in droves when it came to all the other stats. Each of my moves was at their base more dexterous, with plenty of leftover power for the next blow from my stamina, and my body didn't fall apart nearly as easily as most other fighters in the range of 20 to 30 vitality. That was all before we even talked about my perception and the way time seemed to alter when my life is on the line. I may not rush the HLZ alone like Alex, or even have the option to save the lives of the HLZ beasts. But if I could do this after just a couple of confrontations and a little training with wolves and other MLZ beasts, what could my skills do after properly training them? Mad with rage, the beast charges repeatedly until it makes a mistake, and through the small holes in the mana's shield, Merlin shoots out a large magma ball. Greg and Alex rush to my aid. Well in time as my chi starts to scrape the bottom, and I simply open all the shields but the one stopping it from ruining in and out at high speed. With their skills on cooldown, they drive in at a full sprint. Greg's hulking mass, the dancing form of Alex, and 3 blows are more than enough to effectively finish it off, especially as the last one nearly severs its back foot. The rush of adrenaline starts going down after our lives are no longer at stake for the moment. I open a portal to the inner world so the others can take care of everything. Come on, I want to see this mine, calls out the most experienced miner. Even with the numbness from all the death and gore, a faint smile comes to my face. Yeah, I want to see what we fought for. Chapter 180. Walking inside the silver mine is both a novel experience and an old habit of mine. As far as I know, this is the first time anyone has seen the entrance to this particular cave with their own eyes, given that like the other entrances to the mines it is hidden from the outside of the HLZ. Even if I'm not the first stepping into it, the experience is a doozy as I follow the miner inside. They move around like rabbits wanting to explore everything at once, but I know each and every corner of the tiny space after having explored this particular mine a couple of times through the route network, including a few minutes ago. Even after going around it, the miners simply cannot stand still. They are all nearly twitching at the chance to be the first explorers and mine the much-needed silver with their bare hands. They are worse than mice on a pure sugar and cocaine concoction, not knowing what to focus on and instead of trying to do everything at once. I simply let their nervous energy wash over me and remain a harbor amidst the storm as I walk the short corridors, thinking of the logistics based on what I hear from them. We have 390 meters of open ground to secure after inside the HLZ. Unless we just make the mine a secure shelter and transport the ore through tunnels or some other method. I can easily put on multiple thick layers of roots and tree trucks around the whole place and shape them into runes for some of the strongest shields possible. The beasts can chew wood pretty much like humans chew raw cauliflower, but put enough of it for them to chomp down, and even the HLZ beast would quickly develop indigestion. Even if we overestimated their actual defensive capability, a few extra seconds can be the difference between throwing a party after narrowly escaping and a party wipe. I start thinking more and more in practical terms, listening in on their ideas, trying to fit my frame of reference to a few of the pre-discussed options. For a full day of work, a single miner with good stats can occupy a mine like this and extract about 10 tons of ore. That is way more than the daily regen of the high quality ore that we were focused on before now. We could probably fit 5 such miners per cave without overdrafting the maximum output the mine can sustain. At least assuming the silver mine is in the same neighborhood as a similarly sized copper or iron mine. Heated debates inflame again, informing my line of thought, and I just let the proper arguments settle. Sure, with a 5-person team they could extract all the high quality ore in minutes, but leaving and returning so often just increases the chance that we will be discovered and give us headaches if we give Max's and Walter's people ideas. Also, just moving from one mine to the next will take forever. Transporting all that will also require a lot of trips, so it's a moot point. Maybe, but the situation has changed slightly, and though extracting the lower quality ore would mean more work, the total output of silver will skyrocket. Even with a bunker, at least at first, we would need a few good fighters to hold off any attack and allow retreat. With a straight line back to the safety of the MLZ covered in roots, people could relatively safely retreat. All this, however, would be instantly visible to anyone passing by. Could I perhaps use illusion runes to hide it all? Probably, but only if skip the protection corridor. Allowing someone too close to what I'm trying to hide is a dead giveaway. My mind whirls at the problem, taking the ideas around me and adding to them with my knowledge, but it is a combination of unrelated ideas that call my attention. The baby of a flying craft with a cannon. With well-made defenses that could hold a few beasts off, someone could get into a torpedo and be accelerated to top speed and beyond, and they would just need to stay inside for a couple of seconds to leave the HLZ. The closest thing to an ejector seat, except this, would be mounted to a stationary position. I prepare to start work without cementing this as the solution. Plans may change slightly, but this is the right path, and the first step is to call out a certain rabbit in the inner world. They were the ones that actually used this rune extensively and effectively in the past. I find him digging the dirt in the shape of another rune, and I shake my head. Without the help of the system, that is just about useless, but at least you are having fun, right? A few meters off, I not only see the dozen other formations, but I take them in for an instant, and my eyes widen. What? You can. I thought you needed the system, and it didn't ask you to make this. No designs, but they are runes, properly engraved runes. I push my chi through the most recent one, and as expected, I see the small holes in the ground simply disappear, blending in with the surroundings seamlessly. A small improvement even when compared to the original designs. Instantly, a furry little head, mostly brown with a white splotch over his right eye, looks at what I did. I open a portal inside and press it against his skin and send with my telepathy skill. You have grown, runes here and runes there, runes everywhere. Merlin is a good teacher. Yes. Why come to me? Need help. Illusion to hide hut/defensive bunker. I try to convey not only the size, which is a lot larger than the fist-sized holes they usually hide, but also the shape and purpose. He stares into the air thinking, something that I only get an undercurrent of through our bond, but even that is enough to tell is going to agree. The momentum builds and his excitement comes in a simple wave of agreement that cannot be encapsulated in words. I send a trickle of my chi to the inner world to accompany Aspen's mana and start on the overstructure that I will get for the mine. Before it gets too heavy, it will be easier than trying to have it already in place, given I don't want to be planted in place. I travel the surroundings, uprooting trees as needed, not only a grow solid structure, but put actual mass behind it to make it an effective defense. I rework and reshape it much faster than growing from scratch. Even after pulling it out of my inner world and dropping it on top of the entrance, I continue dragging more mass to it by the dozens of trees. It takes me less than 2 hours to form the 10-meter wide covering that may look to be a single very wide and gnarly tree, but that is only for the superficial look that eyes provide. Dismissing the thin branches and leaves covering the top, the mass of wood and runic defenses form a near dome, absorbing it all with my perception field. Several layers of trunks, the thinnest of which is like my leg overlaid on each other, ignoring the pair of near-solid layers further inside. Even the underground has some decent defenses as I shape the roots of the uprooted trees, but I had not seen anything too significant on that account so far, and I don't overly concern myself with it. Moving back and forth reaching for perfection, I grow thin branches and refine the foliage until it matches the surroundings. Finally, I turn on the illusion powered by a trickle of mana through the network. Now you look like a proper druid, Alex teases me. I may be the world tree's guardian, Pando's solid defender, but though I have grown to love it, connecting to nature is not exactly something that runs in my blood. If I hadn't met Pando, I would probably be an engineer or something like my grandfather. He looks at me. I can see the crazy scientist hat on your head. You are almost as bad as Merlin. He pauses and then asks, do you know if he made it? I shallow a dry lump and drop my next line of banter and instead say, no, he died years before the system came. If only he had managed to hold on for another decade. He would absolutely love magic. Hell, even another couple of years may have been enough if I had noticed his health declining as I learned to use vigor and ether. That would definitely have lit a spark in his eyes. The system may be a meat grinder, but entering it at an advanced age has little bearing on performance as far as I'm aware. I crack the tension out of my neck. Maybe. No, it is not to be. There were a few things about the respawning of enemy troops, but the limitations seemed quite fixed. The very system cast that magic, and for all the advantages and protections we had, the system wasn't casting it on us whenever we went to battle, so it would have the option to bring us back afterward. Not that it is that much of a boon, given that being respawned never brought the person fully back. There was always something missing, and the HLZ beast seemed to get the worst of it. I stop my wandering mind and prepare to leave when I hear a loud sound from one of the scouts, repeated over everyone's comms. Enemy spotted approaching. Distance, 1,700 meters. Heading, 350 degrees absolute direction. My mind goes on full alert. I drop to the ground, pull a few test runes from the inner world, and become functionally invisible. I send out my perception field in that direction in a seamless transition, in part because I don't try to keep two fields at the same time. For people, lithe runners with light steps and a decent gait right on the edge of the HLZ. Approaching along the HLZ dividing line, 3 scouts bearing Max's village flag in their chest, and one that seems to be from Walter's coalition. I call out on the comms. They come closer and closer, and I hope everyone hiding behind the trees or in the bunker got to it in time, but they don't seem to be looking straight at us. A minute passes as their pace slows until they stop just a bare 500 meters from us. With the same methodical approach we used to take when entering the HLZ, they put their hands across the line, and I hold out the last bit of hope that they will miss us. A minute passes, then 2 as their confidence soars until they take a step in to explore the anomaly. Shit. I hear from one of the fighters before Alex sums up my thoughts neatly. Well, at least now we got proof that their remote communications extend this far, and that they pay close attention to their map. I just hope that we would have managed to keep this hidden for a little longer. I pout. Walter's POV. I look across my desk in my simple office at the hulking barbarian that usually pretends to be a lot dumber than he actually is, but we both know what is up. We shouldn't have antagonized them. Now you're getting squeamish? I ask. Max's gaze sends a chill down my spine, a slight one that would have made a lesser man fall to his knees begging, but I remain seemingly at ease even under the sheer intensity and power of this person. He is way smarter than he looks, and he plays into it masterfully. No, not squeamish. We made a strategic mistake, he says, not bothering to even hide his keen mind as he might have done if there were other people around, but as he grew his influence, he became less reliant on the brute force and sheer intimidation that his large frame can induce in others and double down on his wits. We still failed to produce a 100-plus fighter that isn't embedded in another village's military. And not only has Max already surpassed all of our highest levels warriors, my spies tell he has 5 more, maybe 6 already. Maybe their potential may be hampered by rushing ahead with suboptimal classes, but the power advantage in the short term is hard to beat. I stop my mind and go back to actively listening to him as he opens his mouth. Why are you arguing that our efforts were successful? The days pass and our tentative allies are driving into the arms of our competitor so they can get their own people to level 100 without having to rely on the mind-numbing tasks of killing off low-level mobs, which is only compounded by the lack of respawning on places with too much attrition already. No, our strategy failed. Nash doesn't even bother to sabotage our mining efforts, and now this. I shake my head until I hear the next sentence. Should we join them? I freeze before looking at him. He really hid more layers underneath than anyone knew. He is not just smart, he can swallow his pride on a turn of a dime, though after signing the last contract I shouldn't expect anything less. Maybe. Do you think they would even let us in? I ask, wanting to get his perspective on it. Charlie isn't stupid. The very fact we are joining would limit our actions, and he may even want to force a contract that will remain in effect after we return to Earth. If my sources are correct, the couple of months we are spending here will be a short breeze compared to the decades we will have back on Earth before the invading forces. Max says, well, get your lawyers to create clauses that you can drive a truck through like you did last time around. I guffaw. They are well aware of my tricks. I can probably include a few impossible escape clauses and later make sure we fulfill at least one of them for when we are back on Earth, but I doubt outwardly antagonizing them will ever become a real option again. Not unless we come a lot closer to even footing. As foolish as their plans may be, protecting humanity and all that rainbow and sunshine bullshit attracts the fearful, and they manage to pull so much ahead with their people. The only advantage we had was our numbers, now even that is eroding with their breakneck expansion speed. That is not even considering Nash's contributions. The hidden space bags are his sole work, and I hear rumors that they will be able to take stuff back to the village. Something that is supposed to be impossible. The people we sent back to prepare the way for our expansion were not that well prepared. Nash, how are you dealing with your lapdog? Brad? Nah, forget him. I will handle him. He may have learned to hide his intentions a little better, but his hatred of Nash still blinds all his actions. I shouldn't. He catches himself and just trails off, unwilling to mouth off about the idiot even after all that he had done. The little piss ant was neck-deep in this latest conflict, pushing us into an impossible situation when he stole Charlie's mines. I don't have proof, but I didn't need any to curse him. I walk to the window and look out from the tallest building in the village. At an incredible height of 40 feet. So much lower and less grandiose than my own building back on Earth, and to grow any further the path ahead was by playing nice with Charlie. But I had swallowed my pride before working with my competitors. The further I climbed, the more essential that skill became. I just need to keep my eye on the prize. Ruling Earth, or at least a good corner of it, with this mutant by my side. A mutant that worked tirelessly and kept growing stronger and stronger at an unprecedented rate, even without Charlie's village resources. Let the game begin. Chapter 181. 2 days later, with a lot more kills than I ever wanted under my belt, I zip along with the sky on a modified flying bus alone with the designated pilot. The green canopy blurs some 50 meters down at the sheer speed we are keeping at the highest altitude this particular craft can reach. The formerly wide and tall flying bus lost a bit of comfort while keeping the same length to sustain the same altitude ceiling. All its seats are reclined in a single row with no corridor to walk upright on. With the same mana output, it could now be concentrated into pushing air out of the way, and a few gains in the aerodynamics made along with a generous allotment of my silver-twisted wire around the roots made for a slightly higher efficiency propulsion core. The 210 kilometers an hour with a constant fuel consumption of 10 mana points a second is worth it and comparable to a single-person speeder, something only possible because of my incredible inner world. The very way my soul is structured seemed stranger and stranger to me the more I explored this substitute for the very basic space bags that the merchant sold. Out of the several lights at differing distances within my soul, the first one was barely 2 meters away, and the next was dozens of meters after that. I let my mind settle and I come back to my soul, meditating with a slow breath, just following the waves. Simple rhythms that I follow until my mind is fully settled. Even if I fail to accomplish anything right now, each time I inch forward and make progress. A journey can only end after you take all the thousands of millions of steps needed. I absorb the way my mind interprets the core of my soul. My body standing amidst a black void floating amongst the stars. Except these stars are light bulbs only dozens of meters away instead of being pinpricks impossibly far away. A tether ties me to the center of this place, or rather something closer to gravity, and there is nothing to push off against with my will. My body itself seems to have grown ever so slightly. But even though the entire space seems to be my soul, I can only influence my body and possibly my immediate vicinity, and even that I can't prove. If I ever grow like Gulliver, I will be able to leverage a lot more of my soul, for whatever benefit that may provide, but even the steady occurrences in the soul stat didn't reveal anything yet. I try to swing and will myself away from the central point in every imaginable way. I try to grow my body and shrink it. I even try to split myself in two, or to spin crazily, trying to impart momentum in another form, counterbalancing the pulling force to the middle of this space. None of these ideas are particularly new, but perhaps with the right outlook, they will work. In the end, the closest light seems ever so slightly closer than the first day with my growth, and I could probably reach it at around 3 meters away, instead of the 2 that at 2, but this is much, much farther. I think of heading deeper in meditation or using ether, but the next light sphere is so far away that it won't even matter, not unless I spend months, maybe years improving, and even then it is a dubious prospect unless I learn a lot more. Better to invest most of my time into something that will pay dividends sooner. Before I even get to my list, a pang passes through my soul, knocking me off and back to my body. I could probably weather it and ignore the protests of my latest ether egg, but I don't do that. Reaching for Aspen, he almost instantly fully melds with me. The roots in my body and the smallest amount of tree sap running in my veins as my blood slowly cycles in his roots, an experiment that seems to only be confusing us even more. But even if I'm not going to drop everything else from my nature's side, they're a powerful part of my tool set. I add his senses to mine, giving the best on what is happening that is possible. The unruly 12th edition is even wilder than the first. The Panther's ether was stronger, but after it was encapsulated and no longer in contact with me, it calmed and became all but passive. This edition after the last battle, however, is full of bluster if lacking in the real raw power of its seniors. Another 145 leopard runt that I could probably have held back on my own for a minute or so, a sharp contrast to the Black Panther. It was even weaker than the average beast. Even as I think of what to really do with all this ether, I discard simply using it as raw materials to make coins or something. Not that I even know the technique, but while I may forcibly take what the dead no longer needed, I would try to respect their remains. It is the bare minimum I can do after slaughtering them. I take strains of my own limited ether and pooling on a little of the beast's ether to form a small cage. A way of keeping it in place that is different from trying to make it hibernate on an egg. Disgust washes over me at my actions. How many people have I judged from even having a bird in a cage with a locked door? My only excuse is that this is not alive. It is no more than an echo of its former self. And even its former self, the system, the council. I swallow my bile and push through, sealing it within a larger space, before forming a layer to filter out its screams. The remnants of its emotions and what it once was. Tying a bow on the whole situation, I ignore the way my own ether seems to have changed after interacting with another's. The way I seem to have grown callous and just push forward. I'm not going to absorb it. That would be the epitome of stupidity. For the rest, it is just what I needed to do. I can probably think of a good way to handle everything eventually. Swearing off the whole endeavor to deal with later, I get on with the last few things I wanted to settle during the trip. There will be a next trip. Another change for my whole body to be drenched in blood. But for now, I'm back, and I can focus on better pursuits. And next time, we may not even rush into more danger, but rather just dip our toes in. I need to absorb all the lessons, improve my pain points, and take care of the pans in the fire and loaves in the oven before heading back. The others are probably trying to improve so they can build a safety cushion, as smaller and smaller groups are likely to explore the HLZ, even if not confronting the beast over there. It is a dangerous prospect, but likely necessary. I don't even try to empty my mind as I switch mental tracks, just letting the next thoughts fully push out the previous ones. I start playing with the growing repertoire of plants that Aspen has at his disposal and the puzzle that the automaton gave me. Just about every single species of plant, including a pair of finds from inside the HLZ, are stored in this memory or DNA for me to reproduce. What calls most of my attention, however, are the revived plants from the trial's White Room. Most of them were in a bad state, biologically speaking. The pears, all the nuts, and the single berry available were all dead with no recovery. At least I now had real bananas, real avocados, and half a dozen other fruits to complement my persimmons. The different palates of the instance may be novel and interesting, but the absence of entire families of food was a tragedy. I play with the ones less familiar to me and grow them mixed and alone to get a feel for how they interact. To my horror, none of the plants from Earth can't be mixed with the ones from the instance without causing conflict, at least at my skill level. So I end the wonderful experimentation and start on the next task, something I'm anticipating. My avatar. I leave it in the inner world, and through it, I grab the staff, slowly spinning it inside before doing a quick drill just to limber up our connection. Speeding up until my mind can push this body as far as the strength of the wood making it can take. It needs only a minute or so, and I keep riding the edge on a plateau for another few minutes total, trying to get in sync with it. Not because I want to concentrate on increasing the skill level, but simply because I want to make this my own capability instead of overly relying on the system, for even if the knowledge of how to make an avatar has left me, the nudges of the system while we are in the instance are a lot more pronounced when I'm using the skill. In the right circumstances, just a few avatars would be more useful in combat than my own body. I doubt I would be able to control more than one at a time effectively anytime soon, but it is a direction I want to develop. I pull on all of my related skills, from creation to nature connection, and finish with the very skill at the center of all the fuss, avatar. Only relying on my memory and instincts to guide me, I try to grow another avatar, but I don't know where to start. Not really. Nature aspect chi pools in my hands, and I just take the plunge. I may not know what to do, but standing still will just make it harder. Action, movement, and learning will be my teachers. I begin with a skeleton, trying to follow my own as closely as possible. That seems like a safe bet. Just growing strong wood pieces joined by slight and flexible tendrils, imitating tendons. Little by little, nutrients and water flow from the ground, becoming something new. Muscles, skin, organs, and even hair all get their own unique tweaks to best suit their use in this new machine. For while it is alive in a small sense, it has less intelligence than the average tree. Last, I work on the hardest aspect, the brain. A small but highly complex structure that would take this hunk of wood, just a sculpture of myself, and transform it into a vehicle that I could use. I finish in just half an hour, a veritable copy of me. The exact same height, roughly my weight. The main difference for someone looking at a distance would be the color of its skin, a translucent white color with hints of brown and green just beneath the surface. With trepidation, I reach out to connect with it. At first, it all seems to be going smoothly as I slide my consciousness inside its brain that is so much more than the mold of a brain. But while there is a hint of something similar to the main avatar, nothing else happens. I narrow my eyes. So, even the most basic of connections is not quite as simple as I had hoped. Luckily, I didn't risk my first avatar in battle WTH the HLZ beasts. Not that it would have been particularly useful, but it was an option. I had to go over both brains and compare their differences. The rest of the body is in night-perfect order, and I could only make slow improvements with time. However, the brain is missing a fundamental piece. Its shape closely matches the one of and perfectly matches the one of the first avatar. But even if the type of wood and everything I can think of are precise copies, its presence is only a fraction of the original. I understand only form, not function, and my skill is no help with this. I see the challenge, and I take it on. Time to grind. Pumping brains out, over and over until I succeed, or I shelve it for later. But I'm hoping to suck. Chapter 182. Focusing on growing avatars that are basically just the brain and a few basic functions to house it makes the whole process a lot quicker. But after a few dozen attempts, the sun falls below the horizon, and I admit defeat for the day. Better to head home on my flying bicycle and get a good night's sleep. Inside a fully encased flying coffin, I reach for the wooden roots around, reshaping them into an even pointier and longer vehicle, making it all resemble the modifications of the flying bus. The small exercise and amount of mana pouring in the runes push the craft until I reach just under the current speed record, a little over 230 kilometers per hour. The improvements in aerodynamics and runic language, along with better materials, would help push either efficiency really high, making these speeds possible at manageable mana costs, even as the system was doing its best to stop us from exceeding this barrier. The problem wasn't even the drag and size of the vehicles in itself. It pertained more to the limitations of the propulsion runes. Nothing else we tried could ET around them. Tenfold that mana output wouldn't push us much faster than 240 kilometers per hour. Compared to the world of cubed exponent drag as we had grown used to on Earth, these limitations are so much beyond that they chafe at every corner of our development. I woke up nearly 4 hours later around midnight with more energy than I could have dreamed even after the system. Many changes it brought are amazing, but just because you could forego sleep for a lot longer and only stop for an hour or so here and there didn't mean that you should. I spring out of bed ready to put it all into any project that interests me, and it all goes unceasingly into making a better brain. Chi flows out slowly as I measure it and growing exactly as the system guided me back then. I walk the memory palace while simultaneously pushing for the perfect formation, trying to recapture what I did last time around. I don't have any meaningful guidance besides the occasional nudges of the system that seemed fainter around me than the others, though that is only because I'm actively working with one of its skills. Anything I did with my natural perception field or with other skills that were not part of the system meant I got no help. The one notable exception was that after getting Chi, the system still helped me cast spells with it. Help that Aspen didn't have, which is a major factor to his lousy mana efficiency, and that for someone else might have cost them their capability to wield magic altogether. Though this help is probably just something that the council just couldn't retract. Maybe I was wrong about everything I thought I knew, but instead of despairing, I just throw myself even harder into the work before me. I fold back and forth, taking care to pay attention to each of the instinctual pieces of knowledge left behind in the formation of the first avatar's brain. But those are just the mistakes the system saw me making at the time. Each time I will need different guidance. Each round around a track, I stumble upon different places, but I try to let the intent behind it all, if not the actions, guide me. I seek a path, forming a mental picture of the folds and twists of the brain. A puzzle that I won't just solve if I can see progress in the first few minutes, but something that I will ceaselessly work on, back and forth, laying down the foundations until the building stands taller than a mountain. On the 100th attempt, I blink my eyes, realizing I lost myself in the work. Damn, I didn't think I would have spent so long working just on this. Looking out the window, I guess the time is around noon. So 12 hours of work without a single pause for a break. Just like old times on Pando. I look at the corner and think to light the small stove to prepare some food, but instead, I reach into the inner world and pull a few bananas along a small assortment of foods meant to be eaten without cooking. Barely a minute later, while munching away, I look back at my work and analyze it. The twisting folds of the brain, just as I feel myself getting dragged into it. A kaleidoscope disorienting me, so I pull myself back with a small jerk. Oh, damn, I succeeded. I look at it indifferent from my expectations. What I find is not a better copy of the first avatar's brain or even a copy of my ever so slightly different current brain. Instead, I feel the flow and ebb of the copy I made. Small deliberate choices throughout, not to copy, but to try and achieve a level of internal cohesion like the entire thing was one long track. A Mobius strip that takes you anywhere along with it if you only follow in a random direction for long enough. I quickly grow a rough body around it and try to fully connect. Extending my will, I let myself be dragged inside again, but when I do, I find the space cramped and not very comfortable. Half my senses are still back on my body and each of my movements seems hindered. Still, I get up and do a backflip with mild success. Pushing off the ground is hard and dizzying, with me nearly landing on my wooden face, but it is still a tentative success. I think of what to do with this avatar. All the others are about to become fertilizer or give their mass for new growth in some other form, but it seems disrespectful to destroy my first success. I relax for a second, absorbing the information from all around until something calls my attention. Bursts of communication crowd the network inside the inner world, seemingly telepathic and a little stronger than the last time I paid attention to it. I reach out for the seeds there. Even after gifting so many to others, I still had a good 50 of the original left, that is not even counting the younger generations, most of which were planted just before the trial, which meant they had months to develop. Could they? I call out and ask using the characteristic mental imagery that they are used to. Would anyone like a body of their own? Every single one of them stops instantly. I feel as even Aspen, in his lumbering steps compared to these seeds, halts and pays attention to me amongst the quorum of his younger brothers. A second passes, then 2, 10, 20, and still no response. But I can feel that they are just thinking. Tentatively, a braver one amidst the group that had asked to be bonded to another human asks, "Seed alone in a body?" "Yes, not riding shotgun, just you to control the roots." That sends a cacophony and 1,000 questions arrive like I just said to a class of first graders that they would be getting an infinite bucket of candy and free reign over the school grounds for an entire weekend. Like headless chickens, they fire back and forth faster than I can follow, but unlike children, soon their exuberance begins to manifest in other ways, more mature ways, and I clearly see that while most do have an interest in a body, that is not what all of them want, nor are they sure of what they will be giving up. I pick the one who spoke first after it dies down a little. Drawing the nodule, a seed smaller than an olive's, I guide it out of the inner world and into my hand. The entire being, that doesn't even have a proper brain, is so tiny, but in the same sense, a being this tiny can develop so much. I know of no human that could do 1/100th of this with a brain the size of this seed. Though life doesn't seem limited exclusively to the physical and involves other realms, the main one that I know is the formation of a consciousness tied to a physical form. I have no idea if this will work, but with trembling hands, I walk to my second avatar and touch the back of its head, creating an opening in its skull. I could probably grow a seed inside and transfer over its consciousness through the network, but why do it the hard way? Barely the seed touches it and a reaction starts. Something that is not the subtle shifting of ether that I felt when I helped Aspen split and generate dozens of seeds simultaneously. Barely it starts, it is over. My finger has been fully encased, so I slowly pull back, allowing the gray matter of this new being to close up. The little seed takes control of the avatar and closes the hole without any mana. It extends out, exploring throughout the new body, and I keep a tentative connection to it in the ether realm, but I don't even dare to push my chi at it for fear that it might affect the process. Something terrible and wonderful happens before my eyes. The brain seems to melt slowly, becoming a goop, but as I reach and ready to help, a small shape comes out of the soup, forming around the seed. One by one folds solidify, growing a new brain, though a strange protonic spheric form of a brain. In the next few minutes, something even smaller than a cat's brain comes to be. A work of art that I'm tremendously lucky that it formed with such ease. Its thoughts seem to limber up, and any limitations I attributed to trees are simply gone. Their consciousness was always entirely based on another time frame. Now they have the hardware to really make use of all their experience in a way that made sense to humans. Aspen. I saw. I want one. I want a dozen brains. I think it over for barely a split second, But instead of just pushing out a dozen brains to sit around the watermelon-sized seed that Aspen became, I replay. Better idea. One large brain, one very large brain, at first. Yes. The all-encompassing and pure thought that I as a human have trouble even coming close to replicating tells me all I need to know for work to begin. Burgess's POV. Are you certain? I ask Merlin while we stare at the latest iteration of the portal. I mean, this was a lot of work, if it blows up. I may not be like Nash when it comes to manipulating space, but not just the main portal needs to be pure silver. This whole area here benefits from the smidge of gold alloyed more than anything else at our current stage, and the rest is good enough to not melt under the mana load. He says, pointing at the diagram. I would have thought that the center should have the most attention. Ordinarily, yes, but silver is plenty for our purposes there. Being more precise with the address will be what actually had the most benefit. Even Nash agrees that it is the most critical point without even having to deeply study it. I just don't see how the address of the portal can still be wood. Only this other permanent part is a gold alloy, but I will trust you. That part is the decoder. It is the only critical part in aiming the portal, though it is not a hindrance on that particular part of the build. It is actually helpful eliminating the need for a highly complex design that would allow us to have multiple addresses while still making the portal dialable. I shrug and take a few steps back as preparations are finished and the rush of people gives way to the anticipatory feeling of our attempts. I should probably keep closer track of this project. Can't be missing something so basic as this. But while Nash has been pushing the portal really hard, the other dozens of projects still need managing. Connecting to instance number 5. Without Merlin's talent and not nearly enough time studying the last iterations of the portal, I'm confused about a few of the specifics. But I still sense the mana rushing for the portal and a prickling of space on my tongue. Enough that my level 2 space-time interaction skill would eventually level, but I didn't have the time to make proper use of it. My eyes, with 22 perception points, can still clearly see the pinprick-sized portal stabilizing, though still not quite enough to send even a grain of sand through. The same 22 points, however, are not enough for me to see what is on the other side. That is what the cameras are for. A blurry image of a basic wooden shack in the direction is pointed that no longer exists in our village. A few seconds later, the entire thing just shuts down. 7.2 seconds. The main operator calls out triumphantly. Goddamn. We are on the right track for a nearly perfect portal. But those 7 seconds emptied both original batteries and the new bank. That is nearly 50k mana. And another 700 points or so from the recharge rate. He calls out perfunctorily. Merlin has his face scrunched and says, I think the formula for how much energy we will spend for a fully stabilized portal in the right place is wrong. I say before I catch myself. I look at Merlin and wait for an explanation which comes seconds later. The mana cost increases exponentially with how precise the portal is aimed, though we can't send anything through if it is not to the perfect spot. Before we didn't have quite enough to make a good guess, and I was more optimistic than I should have been. We will not need just double or triple the mana for a small stable portal. Even the tenfold increase that our worst-case estimates indicated is very optimistic. I need to do some calculations, but I think it is closer to 100-fold. What? Calls out one of the full-time researchers in the portal team that is around 1 million mana a second. And the current setup is not up to that monumental task, not yet. We won't just need a few pounds of silver for that. We will need literal tons of it. And even that is a big if, given we also need precision, not just raw muscle power. Make the runes too large, and they begin distorting things, which will, in turn, need larger ones and redesigns that push the original projections through the roof. That is why I predict 100-fold mana increase. It is the same problem we faced with making mana shields handle the absurd mana outputs for large-scale attacks, but much worse because we still need precision. Well, I guess we don't need to call Nash just yet, I say. We don't have anything to really show him. I disagree. We have quite a few developments to show him. Hopefully, him not even knowing there is a box to take ideas from means will give us something we didn't explore to keep going. Chapter 183. I try to adjust my new armor. God damn it, but this is uncomfortable. For all the jokes I used to get for wearing boob armor, at least the perv that made it was a good leather worker and made it fit me perfectly. This new armor, however. I shuffle forward, trying to get the leather strap back into position, which takes me another few seconds, and then I let out a sigh of relief. I need to get another set. This is not okay. As the pain is gone and turn the corner and come face to face with the pair of guards for our Lord's throne room. I walk steadily, trying to make a good presentation after I had been chosen to be his personal messenger. Near random chance that I was in the right place at the right time, or just the opposite depending on who you ask. I take deep breaths trying to calm my nerves, though even if his presence is overwhelming, at least I have enough vitality to make it through okay. He is not the worst guy after you get through the surface layers, assuming that you can ignore his death aura. As the guards open the doors, a faint stink wafts over to me, but I ignore it and press on. I look at him, past his bony hands, gaunt face, and the skull staff leaning against his ebony throne. I see the lonely person behind layers of masks not exactly of his choosing. The person that can't really stand near anyone else for more than a few minutes without injuring them. A system prompt shows up on the edge of my vision, and then fades with me knowing exactly what it says. An unnatural energy wafts over you. You lost 1 point of health. Oh, dear Valerie. What news do you have for me? Nothing new in the spot that the young man teleported to. The seeds are growing at an exponential rate, and any mana we give then only furthers that growth. Yeah, I don't care about that. Tell me of the disturbance I felt in Village 117. Anything new over there? Something similar to the last month, except this time, there was not just seismic activity and mana fluctuations, but something that seems to be a portal. At least that is our best guess. Ah, a portal you say? Yes. How large? About 1 millimeter or 2 in size. Anything that touches it is instantly obliterated, though over time it seems to be stabilizing ever so slightly. Also, the disturbance position is right at the epicenter the mages calculated. Their calculations had a 50-meter margin of error, but 1 millimeter or 2 in size you say? That is not large enough to send even the tiniest of my skeletons, if it is a portal. He looks at the corner of the room and, extending his aura, pulls a few small bones in the pile, probably from a rabbit or another animal I'm not familiar with. He folds and warps his mana, and I feel the aura around him intensify. My health starts dropping every couple of seconds instead of every 30 seconds or so, even with the near dozen meters between us. But in a minute it is over, and I open my eyes, stepping closer again. A tiny skeleton, about 3 inches tall, walks around in his hand. Yeah, can't do anything smaller than this with my current abilities. The skill just won't take hold. Well, it is decided. I will travel over and accompany the developments in person. That is the only way. My lord, I asked, confused. Why would he leave his capital? We didn't know, but many speculated that it was the source of his powers. He couldn't have conquered the instance without his armies of the dead, and the bones he found here are on a whole other level of power. Even the level 100 beasts on the other side of the dividing line can't stand against the mammoth undead and the undead lieutenants of his army. At least not without a large numerical superiority. And now he is going to stay away for a while? Did he give the impression that he was tied to this place just because he was in the mood for it, or were there strategic reasons? After all, only a few villages actually fought the evil necromancer. The rest just joined his banner and were allowed to continue with minimal interference. He nods and says, I have decided. I will base on this new village for the foreseeable future and only return after dealing with it or if unrest ensues. Now go away. I don't want you dying from exposure to my aura. Necromancer's POV. I watch the little thing hurrying along. She closes the door and I let my breath out, relaxing my aura. The runes around this building contain my power. The only place I knew that I could have built this specific rune setup without paying the prodigious amount of mana that would require to power them elsewhere. The insidious power of death didn't like being stopped, and the cost was great to stop me from simply killing the entire population of my capital. But this development was too interesting to forego. And if in the end, a village had to be quarantined, that was just the price that I paid for my power. Who are you, traveler? A friend of a foe? If you are a friend, I welcome you with open arms. But if you are a foe, you will regret the day you were born as I crush you beneath my bones. Nash's POV. Turu are you Ru. Abada are you. Karasayan. Maitre va ras tida turu. I happily sing along, a tune that nobody would enjoy given I'm still deaf tone even with all of the system's advantages. But I care for none else's opinion right this instant. The nonsensical words all fit together seamlessly in my mind, and I keep the tune up. I watch as over 50 new beings discover their bodies. They move around jerkily and slowly at first, but as they assimilate with the brain I gave them, I'm amazed at their sheer learning speed and my tremendous luck. This skill is perfect for a completely different purpose than it originally was intended. It is like they had always been missing a brain like this, and now they were complete. What else could I do with it? You can do anything you want. Aspen? I call out, already recognizing the mental signature. This brain is amazing. It even comes with remnants of your memories. Just the impressions I get from you translate not only to feelings but nearly fully formed thoughts. Oh, what did I do? You can talk properly. I'm still cute. Now I just have one more organ, and my capabilities have expanded, again. A tree by itself was never meant to operate at a moving being's speed. This new development. Well, you also got eyes and ears, but the brain is the main change. Do you think it was a mistake to allow hundreds of seeds to acquire this capability at the same time? Don't worry about that. Plants are adaptable, even with no genetic changes. You can mold a bonsai into a miniature tree and keep it there with no effort. Being orders of magnitude smaller than normal is just how much they would grow with the conditions they were given. Don't talk about torture like that to me. Shush, I'm the tree. I'm the one that should be angry. He chides me lightly, but even without another word, the tension releases as I get up. Everybody back to the inner world. I'm going to the village. I already spent too long working on this, and Merlin had called for help with the portal yesterday. Most have trouble understanding my English spoken words, but after a few understand the gist of my words and enter the portal, the others follow. Less than a minute later, I'm zipping along the sky in a quick and uneventful trip. Even before I hit the ground, the long and narrow flying craft fits inside the inner world at nearly full speed, leaving me flying midair. I push mana and chi through the runes in my body for those last few seconds. The inefficient flight and enormous drag of my body are perfect in this circumstance as I try to bleed off speed as fast as possible. "Hi, Nash," calls out the main operator as I hit the ground. "Do you ever go home?" I ask, curious, to which I get no answer, but a snort from the guy that seems almost tied to this place. Seeing that I will get nothing more, I ask, "The others?" Both Merlin and Burgess are supposed to get back here in an hour. Do you want to see the stats? I already read through them on the flyover. Oh well, you are welcome to poke it to your heart's content. That sounds delightful. I reach with my skills and fully extend the tendrils, trying to impart a bit of myself combined with the perception field to really absorb the changes to the last design I helped to come up with. There are no fundamental shifts, all the changes being just insular to the main mechanism, where they concentrate their attention as they try to increase the mana output. Even with all of it being subtle, those small changes are what allowed them to reach this far. They nearly doubled mana handling capacity. The sheer amount of mana used every second as the address got more and more precise seemed like a bottomless well. The concrete distance traveled is negligible and not the source of mana consumption. If it was, from a few rough calculations, a few inches would already exceed the mana we are spending each time we open the portal. At least the system didn't make this transition millions of miles away. That would have been flat out impossible for decades, if not centuries, as we barely even knew the first thing about the entire field. If Burge's experiments were any indication, even moving a kilometer would put the scale of mana needed so outside our realm of what we could currently accomplish that it wasn't even funny, though I believe that is because of our ignorance. It didn't make sense that people had to spend all these resources to accomplish these trivial distances of travel, at least not after they understood what they were doing. If Merlin's powers developments were any indication, less mana with higher control or quality could be just as useful, if not more so, than doubling down on quantity. Still, we didn't know enough to make real portals or remote controls to change the channel that would enable proper interaction with the people on the other side without relying on massive mana batteries. I connect with my runic language skill, writing with the familiar script forming channels for mana to flow at tremendous rates. Right below follows the beginnings of tremendous backs of batteries well suited to dump their entire loads in seconds. Other skills peek their heads out, from create to one step towards connection activating every other second. But even if it is still something new, the upgrade to my understanding of the world around me takes a large step forward, which is a tremendous advantage. Especially considering that one step towards connection works simultaneously with everything else. I look at the dozens of points along with the formation that I can add mana storage and the holes I bore in the current battery's designs, opening the way for thick conduits touching precise spots that mana needs to go while tying it all to a single large and stable battery. Though given its ability to discharge in seconds if with slightly reduced mana capacity, calling it a mana capacitor is a more apt description. I taste the individual runes that I'm connecting to and the impressions left behind. No matter if it is the silver, copper, or wooden runes, all of them have intent behind them, the very reason they are not just random shapes scribbled by a child, but powerful artifacts capable of handling mana and doing tangible things with it. I feel the intent behind them a lot deeper than I thought possible until something interrupts me. I push on growing a larger battery, connecting further with the whole engraving, but something keeps me calling me back. A hand grips my shoulder. Nash, we are gonna turn it on, calls Merlin. Oh, I say a little dazed, yeah, give me a second. I hope I didn't interrupt anything important. No, not really. Just growing a few more fast discharge batteries. I head inside just to check I didn't alter anything important and finish connecting things up properly before coming back. I'm done now. Okay, then it is time to turn it on. He turns to the main operator and simply nods. With a glance at the readouts and a final tap of a button with everything already in place, mana starts flowing into the portal with the main address and everyone's best success so far. Like I just turned on cables flowing more electricity than what a city would need. There is a physical jerk and the portal drinks in all the energy. Every single one of us, but the main operator and his assistant, stare at the formation of the pinhead-sized portal. The smallest we could make it while handling even a tenth of this amount of mana, and even that required a little gold alloyed in key parts of the runic matrix. A second pass, and the portal that was simply spatial distortions become a rough blob, then a foggy sphere, and finally a portal that we can almost see to the other side off, which is not nearly good enough. Not with the exponential mana consumption needed for this last small step to make a fully stable. Stability increased by 1.5% approximately. Mana's output is 12% higher. Estimated total time 9 seconds. I reach a small tendril of my roots trying to enter the portal, but while the reaction is not quite as violent as the last time, the difference is infinitesimal. Hold for collapse. 4, 3, 2, 1, collapse. Chapter 184. I spend the entire day slowly experimenting with the portal, and the changes in design were slowly coming to fruition, but there was a fundamental shift needed that would require another resource. Silver, while an amazing metal to work with magic, was just not good enough, and even alloying with little quantities of gold is not nearly enough to make it suitable for our purposes. At least not in the quantities we had access to, so I have to get that in order. I had a feeling that with a few pounds of gold we should be able to make a portal stable enough. Or rather, we could, because of all that I was bringing to the table. My capabilities of directly observing the space tearing, nudging space, and the perception field to be able to properly focus and project images on the other side gave us a big leg up. Still, even with all that, I failed to see any way to send anything physical over without the precision and mana handling that gold could provide. Any lesser metal would overheat and warp the runes in no time. My mind goes to the mines hundreds of miles away. All of the silver, with the 3 interspersed deep steel mines. Although we had only taken over the territory of the closest deep steel mine, it was enough for our purposes. I pull a tread of my chi, a much more precious and limited resource, while Aspen handles the droves of mana the rabbits provide me. Their population and stats were slowly growing, and I usually didn't need all the mana, so I exported what I didn't use, trying to strengthen the market for Pandos coins. But no matter how much mana I had available, portals were black holes that sucked in everything without a thought. The replenishing mana this time, however, goes entirely to the roots, as I have one goal in mind: expanding. Aspen alone could do a lot, but his way of working was also not what I needed here. He was more suited to other endeavors, like surrounding the HLZ and reaching all the villages in the instance. At least all the ones without mages actively fighting our incursion. If I moved stealthily or I pressed the issue with brute force, they could do little to stop me, but I didn't want to take either option. It's not like I can stay awake 24/7, and I don't need to cover every single square inch of the instance, just every other square inch. I wonder how long expanding to the middle of the HLZ will take. I have already taken most of the low-hanging fruit by seeding all around it, but expanding by simply growing the roots with mana would take forever. My gut was already all twisted up in knots at the lack of response on my incursions of the HLZ. For as much as I had yet to see any signs of it, one of these days the system was bound to surprise me. Everything but physically entering the HLZ or making large tunnels had gone too smoothly, and I do not trust that. I pick half a dozen different spots as I try to split my attention. Though this is not the tremendous task of pushing multiple perception fields out, just extending 6 streams of chi. Each of them heads into a long tendril extending into the HLZ, all incursions some 10 kilometers deep that the watermelon cannon helped make. Aspen pulls more and more until he is at 10 mana a second, which complements my deft touch and limited stores of chi with a bit of oomph to help thicken the roots after I push forward with new growth. Growth that the restlessness of chi kicks up a notch and becomes almost alive as I let it loose on new ground. Chi does not like to be contained, though it is not intelligent, not even in the biologically reactive state of normal plants. Chi is simply an energy form that, while lacking a will of its own, reacts as I do to many things. A small and select reflection of pieces of my being, the tendrils of Chi rage against the containment, extending the root tendrils faster and faster. I'm almost dragged forward by it faster than using all my system skills inside my mana range had been before the trial. It seems that every other second I'm extending a full meter as Aspen just tries to keep up. I choose to keep going on the places that are deepest inside the HLZ, some of which is a good 10 kilometers tendrils. I pace the ground at a decent clip, soon completing a kilometer beyond the furthest I have reached. The single-minded pursuit simply heads without an obstacle, but with each inch forward, the impending hammer gets heavier and heavier in my mind. Even if this slight fear was always in my heart, why didn't I ever take action and expand it like crazy inside the HLZ? Oh, wait, I was doing a dozen other things equally important before. Adrenaline rushes my veins as I gallop forward, finding nothing, but without stopping and purposefully extending my perception field in search of the other shoe. It would be folly to assume there is nothing. The beasts could somehow detect my intrusion, and it was so very rare for them to cross anywhere that I could sense. Unless I had my undetectable, but ultimately limited perception filed out, it was impossible to sense them. The efforts slow a lot as I start paying full attention to my perception field, though even as I develop my capabilities, despite the fact I had reason to believe that my field had nothing to do with the system, there was simply too much that I didn't know. It could only come from me, given that its size and shape are an exacting copy of the inner world, even when Aspen used it or I used it through his extensions. I shake my head and just explore the new tendrils back and forth without finding anything interesting at first glance, so I go back to the main job. Hours stack on top of each other, and the straight lines, which have advantages of their own, become meandering paths as I start following my gut in the search. I learn and try to make use of all my senses of nature, even if the system was the one that designed this place as a computer would. Months had already passed, and nature was starting to take hold and alter the terrain to suit its needs in small ways. Tracks that beasts followed, the underground water and subtle signs in the way trees grew. Even in the sterile environment of the system, nature was beginning to find a way, which for some reason sparks in my heart and warms me up. Go nature. I switch my strategy back and forth. From simply keeping to near the soil, then much deeper, making use of the existing flora, then avoiding it at all costs. I change who I'm in small ways, my mental images trying to impart what I want in my pursuit, not trying to grow beyond the level 99 skill cap, but trying to expand my underlying capabilities, make it go faster. I learn to leverage my increased stats in this small way, something that is only possible to the extent that I'm doing because of my new resource. Although mana would already have seen a decent increase in capability, it was nothing compared to chi. In the end, instead of complicating things, I find that proper maneuvering, adopting select routes from trees, and connecting with my roots while initially slightly slower, have enough advantages to see me doing more and more often. And any small damage that my lightning pass make on the existing flora was quickly healed by Aspen as he traveled behind. My mind expands and ideas begin to flow. I go to 8th and 10 tendrils and even beyond. Though it is not like I split my mind in 10, it is closer to dragging my fingers with foot-long glue on nails through sand while drawing meandering paths. They don't add all that much mental strain, though it does reduce how precisely I can guide their path, and there must be a limit to the number of mental fingers I can use. I feel Aspen's new spheric brain growing several nodules, like mini brains of his own. Tendrils half a meter long reach for the edge of the soup that formed when he took control of it. So far he had grown barely a percent back to suit his needs. I still can't get over how convenient this skill is. It provided something beyond what I could have hoped, and my gut was telling me that it had more mysteries to uncover. It may not have the depth that one step towards connection from my main class may have, but it did not lack in breadth in this area, and while all the knowledge that came with it the first time was gone, I already discovered a few key things like the proper mindset to make the most key part, the brain of M avatar. This exercise goes on for an hour. About 14 kilometers inside the HLZ, without me finding anything actually meaningful, but given how little area they cover, that is not wholly unexpected. In a flash, a tendril is gone, cut pretty much in half at a particularly fragile point. I frown, but just push more chi in the direction and move to reconnect it. The moment that I do so, it is severed again. Sending my perception field out, I'm surprised by a creature standing near the tendril. Not close enough that I can feel its weight on top of my roots, but still well in the range of even the most basic of perception fields. A goblin. clad in rough leather armor better than what most others wore and wielding a decent short sword. I think for a split second. Letting go of the other tendrils for the moment, I concentrate on just this one. I reach for a tree, given this is an independent route. I touch a single tree at first, then two, and grow from there. All side by side, inside their small networks, a dozen tendrils interlinked with each other and advance on the spot the goblin I stand guard over. It takes him a moment to realize something is wrong, but when he does, his uneasiness is so obvious that it is impossible to miss. I cross the second line into the HLZ that he has been trying to enforce for all of 5 seconds, but I don't relent. I watch him closely with the perception field, something that doesn't interfere with my use of chi or even takes much mental effort for a single small area like this. He pulls his short sword, and with a quick thrust, an invisible blade of mana passes through the ground and severs one of my roots, then another, and another. Interesting. Without chi, I would have a much harder time dealing with this, as I notice him moving the second and third in a much more effective method than the complicated methods mages from other villages use against me. Instead of simply going forward, I sever all but a single one of my roots and even withdraw the mana and chi inside to avoid their detection mechanism. The small enemy, likely a level 100 plus, from its stringy muscles and sharp movements, halts and looks at the only active connection. He runs a few meters to the side, no longer caring that he is stepping over the roots, and severs this last link. But even as I continue growing roots elsewhere, I flick a root switch, without even using any chi, and another place becomes a real connection. I can almost see him no longer just amused at my antics, but nearly twitching from anger. The dozen redundant paths spread over some 50 meters wide and making use of the existing root network become his nemesis. But while there is just a single enemy that is only so fast, I don't have to worry about anything. 10 mana blades, 20, 147 if my count is to be trusted, and finally he runs out of mana. A simple resource. I grin enthusiastically at my success. Over 100 minds back me up, all doing their best to support me with plenty of mana to spare. I think of keeping my current pace, but that sounds unwise. Instead, I hold most of my power back playing along, not pushing beyond what he can do, but it takes him just 5 minutes trying to stick his sword on the ground trying to stop me to realize that the game is up. I do my best to encourage his efforts and make them seem more effective than they actually are, but while a mana blade takes a few seconds, covering meters of the ground with each swipe, without a platoon of goblins, they would have no chance to overcome me. He moves away, and I try to follow him. He heads in for some 50 meters to the south. A curse comes out of his lips, and he turns nearly 90 degrees from his original heading. I accompany him for as long as I can, and the last second, I send my chi to the crazy space cannon Merlin made in the inner world and press the button, pushing tens of thousands of stored mana points and about 100 chi. A storm shoots out of a cannon, extending the perception field for a second or two, and to my delight, I see him turning slightly again, though only a few degrees north. The mana runs out, and silence returns to the inner world. Back to my normal self, with not enough mana and the correct batteries to try and pulse it again, I let a sigh. Well, at least I got a heading. Now it is just time to make use of my knowledge and prepare for the next time. Though if the system was calling its minions to help, perhaps I could do the same. I still hadn't figured out how to remote control the avatars from this far away, and so many of my skills in that platform would be gone. But with a little tinkering, I should be able to connect seeds to avatars that I grow on-site, and that will give me unprecedented mobility and capability at this distance. Chapter 185. After the newest development, I simply cannot leave this for later. Goblins in the HLZ. Even if before they didn't care much about my intrusions, now they were taking it a little more seriously. The hours pass in the afternoon as I madly prepare. I call every single one of the avatars, and all the seeds mature enough to understand what I was telling them. This will be a dangerous task, and if I don't pull your core seed back in time, you may die. Any volunteers? At first, just about every single one of the seed's piloting avatars raised their hands, but after explaining in minute detail the dangers, only 3/4 keep their hands up, so I chose 10 to head over. Most of the others sit and connect to Aspen driving and using the main mana battery liberally to expand our area. Given their protonic and very rough control of mana, I nearly call them off, but if they never start, they will never learn. Their straight-line speed of growth is not that impressive, but the sheer number of tendrils the entire group can grow covers a lot of area quickly. That is not a capability that I can refuse. Oh, my 20 million mana in the main battery of the inner world. How fast will you be gone? If before I was exporting loads of mana that I simply didn't have enough storage for with the ever-expanding number of colonies in the inner world, now things are likely to change if I keep this exercise for any amount of time. 10 root bodies sit on the ground, simultaneously grown with an abundance of chi, though I take my time to make each brain individually. Deeply connecting to the seed and the consciousness tied to it, I transfer them over the network to another identical seed in the middle of another brain. That single action that is essential for my plans is successful. One by one they get up and explore the surroundings. What I just did ought to have sent out a signal throughout the HLZ area, but no beast, goblin, or even a scout shows up. I grow cameras and life force sensors in the region. The beasts and HLZ inhabitants seem to be able to sense them, so I usually don't rely on them simply staking over the territory, but they are a nice addition for now. Each second a near-complete mesh with so many tendrils that it nearly boggles my mind, extending outward even faster than I expected. Each of the root avatars runs in circles shooting hundreds of seeds, all with plenty of mana, and the team with about seeds is masterfully directed by Aspen and connecting up everything on the ground. Like bacteria growing in a petri dish, we take over territory seemingly at an exponential rate. An hour after we get to full steam, everything in less than 3 kilometers of the center is part of my territory. 2 hours and everything less than 5 kilometers as I begin to run into spots that were the territory of beasts, but before I hit 6 kilometers, it all comes grinding to a halt. Out of nowhere, an attack comes obliterating one of my avatars. I instantly call out the other 9 seed-controlled avatars and they drop to the ground. Pulling their consciousness roughly towards safety, only their bodies remain. Then I head for the injured one. I focus my perception field and find half of his head that was blown off, but the main seed is intact. Excitement wafted off him, hiding a hint of fear just as I pull his consciousness underground. Moments later, entire swathes of the network go dark. That should be impossible. But even as the thought crosses my mind, I realize what happened. Gigantic attacks like the Mana Blade target all plant matter along lines. It takes me a moment to reacquaint myself with the whole place given the distance and relatively narrow bandwidth from hundreds of miles away. The mental map comes back fully into place, and I see that the damage is worse than I imagined. I only managed to keep most of the area connected through sheer redundancy and the few roots deeper underground, some of which are more than 50 meters underground, but they are the exception. I move my perception field out, taking in the hundreds of goblins and several types marching forward in a circle around the entire place. About a third of them focus on a spot that was there for months, trying to simply sever the 10-kilometer-long tendril reaching into the HLZ. Just about every single one of them is a common fighter, not a single shaman or higher-leveled enemy, but they can use this cursed skill. With their main troops all level 100+, their extra skills and stat advantage are annoying, but this mana slash is the worst. Not because of the distance or damage, but the capacity to partially bypass meters of earth and focus their power on the living targets underground. The only slight upside is that the dirt did consume a lot of the power of their blows, and they managed to cut the thinnest roots deeper underground. They could cause havoc in the village if they attack now. Attacks targeting only living things bypassing the walls are a nightmare-fueling situation. Even the squishiest of mages had both mana shields and at around 20 points of vitality that made their skin more resilient than normal would, let alone the supple green roots they are severing, but being attacked when you were not expecting. That is dangerous. I should take this opportunity to test the limits of their skills, and how to not only defend against it but make parts of the network invisible to them. After all, it is not like each of them was a druid that could connect to nature and sense at least some distance from them. Eager Goblin's POV. This is your fault. Screams out the Underchief right in my face, and I retreat to the corner of the War Council room. Don't be stupid. The Arch-Shaman chides him. Just because he brought a giant seed, and though it was sent by the spirits, doesn't mean he is in collusion with whoever is out there. He hasn't done anything to help the invader. All it means is that he is kinda stupid. I swallow a dry lump, already knowing that I will get a few knocks on my head from the Underchief for having incited the shaman to call him stupid. Goddammit, I appreciate the intent, but why do the big ones always make things worse for me? He is just a burden. His malformed and dwarfish body makes him all but useless. Even you kicked him from your apprenticeship because he has no talent to communicate with the spirits. Come, no fair, they don't want to talk to me, and I'm not malformed. I'm just small and weak. I take painstaking efforts to not say that aloud or even show it in my face. That would make things even worse. The Underchief moves to kick me out, and I don't make a fuss, but right that instant the actual chief shows up, and he holds himself back. After all, even if I'm nearly useless, mistreating me too much would just worsen my job performance, and the chief is not keen on that. I think to force the issue after the chief has shown up and for once in my life show some spine, but as I stretch my arms back at shoulder height, the result informs my decision. My very bones almost bend and my joints nearly pop out of place as I touch my elbows together. A lot farther than even full dexterity build warriors could do, but a sign of my weakness and strengths. I will not survive playing by their rules. I just need to be like a bamboo shoot and bend with the wind instead of trying to stand for that as my strength. Flexibility. Although they were right that the seed didn't come from the spirits, they are the stupid ones for not seeing its majesty. A pang of fear as the ruthless eye in the sky senses my thoughts, but unlike the slow change and adaptation of a few moments ago, I meet the wave and fully comply in an instant, becoming the shape I need for that brief interaction. Nigh infinite flexibility. Wheezing and shaking on my simple walk away from the hut becomes a spectacle. A few goblins poke their heads out as stare at me with a mixture of disgust and pity seasoned with a smidge of fear. How little do they know, if they knew that I stand against the orders on the eye in the sky this effortlessly. They can only dream of doing that, for their heart would stop and their bones be broken if they dared to not fold immediately. I get to my home, the smallest and crappiest one in the whole village, a dilapidated mud hut that no female goblin would be caught in even if I managed to drag one inside with my weak arms. Even if I had the strength to take one inside by force, they would care little for dishonor and would willingly enter the hut of any warrior in the middle of the night until they found one that didn't kick them out or slit their own throats if no one else wanted them. But that is my lot in life. At least I have a little friend. I pull my cot and look underneath it. The same seed I was supposed to bash into a pulp. I did bash, spending days grinding a similarly colored nut that I stole from the food stores, and after presenting the proof of my work, I gorged on the delicious nut flour. I now knew that it didn't come from any god or spirit, but as I touch it and send nature mana through it, a large network comes to my mind growing ever so slightly. For all their vaunted wisdom, the shamans didn't really know much. Were they even telling the truth about the spirits talking to them? If the ruthless eye in the sky didn't tell them of the incursions in the HLZ, they wouldn't know jack. There you are. A voice calls out from behind me. Shit, shit, shit. I shrink in instinct fear, though luckily my body blocks the seed, and the narrow opening of the door blocks any other angle. He can't even enter my hut without pretty much crawling, nor stand in the 5-foot-tall ceiling. I exaggerate my trembling and pull my bed covers to the side, hiding my little secret. What are you doing? I'm just praying for the spirits to forgive me. You can't talk to them, you useless piece of garbage. I'm just waiting for the day the chief will realize that your work is not even worth your food allotment and the meager work you do. I see in his eye that while he doesn't want to enter, even a thick skull like him managed to see I was hiding something. He feigns disinterest as he talks, loving the sound of his own voice. But for all his vaunted strength, anyone with half a brain would know that he barely has the wits of a bird. The purposeful way he doesn't look at what is behind me is so obvious that I don't even have to look at him to know with certainty that the jig is up. I let his feigned dismissal drop my shoulders slightly and relax my whole body. His smile is confirmation I don't need. He walks away without another word, and I pretend to simply lean against the outside of my house. My mind, however, is moving faster than ever. No, what the hell I'm going to do? He disappears around the corner, and I turn my head so I can keep a lookout. A few seconds later he peeks back at me, but I'm languishing there looking at him from the corner of my eye. As soon as he is out of view a second time, the plan coalesces in my mind. Bag, food, my weapon as useless as it will be, and finally the seed. I reach and try to yank it from the ground, smaller as it may be after growing so much, but it is firmly attached to the ground. I send my mana pushing and pulling, but nothing succeeds until I send a plea its way. Though it doesn't answer with words or even impressions, it disconnects from the ground. I cover the small hole in the ground and try to pack dirt on the off chance that it will delay them another few minutes. I walk out seeing a pair of other goblins. Low on the totem pole, but nobody was lower than me, not even the females. I stroll and sing in my out-of-tune voice. Patrolling again. Bloody patrolling again. Working all day and night long. They chuckle at me. I round the corner in the opposite direction to where the underchief headed off. Seeing no one else, I take off in a jog. I may be physically weak, but at least my stamina is up to snuff. I almost reach the average. For the 100th time, I set out from the village, though for the first time I know I won't be back one way or another, at least not alive. Chapter 186. I grow and grow and grow. I repair, heal, and overcome, but while my enemies, high-level goblins, don't have unlimited mana and stamina, I'm only one being and therefore limited in scope. A large limit that I can slowly improve to be sure, but limited still. Even the dozens of seeds helping are just young and inexperienced pups, tiring out before the hundreds of enemies standing against us. Nearly 2 hours of frantic fight yield no progress. At least when it came to growing my network. But even if in the end I technically lose the fight, the knowledge and skill gained are of much greater value than my pride or anything of the sort. And I do all that without giving away all my secrets. A steady stream of enemies enter and leave the combat areas, giving me the impression that they are still not taking me seriously, and I do all I can to make sure they underestimate me. I limit my skills in breadth and depth, though I do keep at it until my mental stamina starts to flag. I don't push too deep underground, nor do I push it too many places at once, though I don't know how much difference that would make. As I prepare to keep fighting for just another hour, so as not to overexert myself, I sense a ping in the life detection network around the HLZ, a much more robust and extensive network after so long. I drop the effort, leaving only the seeds holding the fort, and pull my perception field to the region before the advancing beast leaves the HLZ. Why? It is not time for their next attack. Did I poke the bear? The few instants that my perception field takes to hone and send my mind on a roller coaster, but seeing the single goblin child running brings a frown until I realize why there is a familiar aura about him. Instantly I know why. He is carrying a large seed in his backpack. That is new. What are you doing? I estimate his trajectory for a minute, and then start building a basic avatar. It won't be useful for me at this distance, but I can simply send over the consciousness of a seed through the network. I look for one that has the most experience midst of the sea of volunteers. I concentrate only on the brain while the others make it a well-protected skull and the rest of its body making as good of a runner as possible should this scrawny goblin be hostile. Just 10 minutes in, I throw the seed's consciousness to it and it instantly sprints off like it was for that. I go back to the goblin and realize that he has changed his heading and will miss my avatar entirely. I grow a few roots in his view, making them the most intense colors without taking the time to invent new pigments or make the complex structures that vibrant flowers would require. He stops, nearly tumbling, and he looks side to side wildly, but instead of just pushing faster movement, I concentrate on the single growth and keep a constant thin stream of chi to it. So it will grow very slowly upward while relying on my knowledge and experience to grow colored leaf-shaped petals more eye-grabbing than anything a root or branch could become. Acting in a mixture of a cornered animal with a child's wonderment, the goblin locks into place, and I try to maintain the balance until the avatar gets nearby. He looks, seeing the strange root coming out of a trot and walking slowly to him. A wave of the system's attention passes over my senses. The subtle pull from when someone that is not me acts, and the system takes notice. He moves to tighten his fists but chooses to relax his body instantly. It lasts a moment, as even this far away, I can feel the gaze of the system. Finally, his expression returns to normal. His heart pounds and his sweat glandules produce the foulest of chemical compounds, but he survives. The ruthless eye in the sky. So you may be a child, you have some spine. I ask the avatar to move forward, approaching him. The system gaze descends on him, again and again and again. It is all he can do to simply stand still. He doesn't take a single threatening action, nor he even prepares for combat. Cold sweat drips from his face as he waits for the seed to start communicating. Though even if it now has access to a brain substitute, it is still very young. Mil3's POV. I'm the leaves of a willow. I bend before the ruthless eye in the sky. Most weeks I don't get this much attention from the system, but it is really intent on making me fight. That is where you are wrong, eye in the sky. The further you push me, the more I will defy you. We need to leave quickly, but this being is just like the seed that fell from the sky. If I can meet its progenitor, I would be even better than defecting to the human side. After all, I'm not that stupid. The humans will leave in time, and I will be dragged back to my planet with 1,000 clanmates angry at me. He touches my arm and I sense something. Friend. I am also a friend. You escaped the system? Yes. No. Escape the ruthless eye in the sky. I'm not a user. I'm a toy in its grasp. As are we all, in a lesser or greater form. We should move. There may be pursuit. No way to know. A wave of agreement, that is a lot closer to what I always imagine spirits sound like, passes over me as the being of the forest, made entirely of wood, takes off at a decent speed. Just about the exact speed that I can sustain. So they were watching me. We keep going for another 10 minutes deeper into the enemy's territory until I find a cursed thing. I look at its unnatural shape and another prompt from the ruthless eye in the sky hits me. Destroy. Why would I destroy something with such beauty and usefulness? The pinnacle of speed this early in the game. A bloody flying machine, unless I was off my rockers. The enemy was supposed to have plenty of these flying craft. Their only drawback is a high mana consumption. Though the tribe's scouts were seeing more and more of them even as the roots encroached and limited our scouting efforts. The wood being invites me in and I enter just behind him, nearly laying down before a thin panel is pulled back into place above and melds itself shut as we take off through the air. He pays a modicum of attention to piloting the craft, but soon he puts his hands back and I only pay insular attention to what is on the other side of the mana's shields. I try asking a lot of questions, but instead of answering, he just gets more acquainted with my way of speaking, likely to not give information that the original being doesn't want to be dolled out. I could be totally wrong, but these plants don't feel like naturally developed ones. They are the progeny of a superior breed and contain more intelligence than most sentient plants. How the hell did the ruthless I miss something like this? Only humans and the trial's inhabitants were supposed to be here. But if only death awaited me back on my village, I might as well go the full distance instead of hesitating. Now I just hope that this plant being doesn't see fit to suck my brains out so that it can birth more of its progeny or something stupid like that. Nash's POV. I let the back of my mind listen to the reports from the seed piloting the craft. A much better pilot than any few months old human baby could have managed. In the end, however, after the first few minutes that I could mat in constant contact through the network, I stopped getting even those reports. For as amazing as the comm runes are, they have limits and high mana costs as distance increases. If it was time sensitive, I could dedicate a lot of attention to it, but it seems like too much effort if in a few hours they will be here. I use the time to go over what I learned and start expanding a few other locations, none quite as wildly as the first, but all simultaneously. Concentrating on the roots and tendrils already in place for anything close to the surface, the connections will enjoy the protection of much thicker and sturdier defenses than growing hair-thin tendrils from scratch would yield. I also head deeper with a few roots to provide even more protection and redundancy, some of which will eventually reach about 50 meters underground. I nearly give up on the wide swathe that the goblins attacked, but even a thread of my attention and chi can bridge gaps and reconnect dozens of acres, or even square kilometers of territory. And what becomes glaringly obvious is that the goblins don't seem able to tell where the network is in the disconnected pieces, but the continuous stretch is still connected. Everything else instantly goes dark for both of us at the same time. I try testing what makes them become aware and attack a set of roots, but while I have some initial success in learning their habits, soon the quick tests are over. Hopefully, this second goblin defector can shed some light on the situation. I reach for smidges of life and a lot of vigor. Though life is a precious resource, and I only use the amount I will regenerate in a single day of meditation. Along with chi, the triad, a mixture of resources that made sense and worked for infusing my body heads out. With as deft a hand as I can manage, I take fractions of a droplet of my life, like it is the strongest of food colorants, and mix it in liberal amounts of juice in the form of vigor and a single dose of the hard liquor, chi. The resulting punch packs a lot of power, and even if its use will be limited, the extra few percent in speed is already a magnitude more than is needed to make it worthwhile. But this is not the end of my efficiency gains. My second attempt is better, the third even more so, and that continues for hours. Adjusting the formula, trying to find the perfect balance of kick, flavor, and cost. I leverage every smidge of my stats, slowly developing a greater mental dexterity and the needed muscle memory for this endeavor. Aspen, can you send me a little of vigor? I asked to avoid waiting the couple of minutes that refilling my pool would take if I meditated. Only a little bit. He sends it back through our link. I open myself, expecting to receive something closer increased natural recharge rate that I got while in forests, instead of the torrent that Pando can dish out. The droplets of water in the desert never hit my mouth, for a torrent washes me away. I couch and wheeze from all of its water rushing up my nose and nearly drowning me. Wait, I call, trying to get control of the vigor that he is sending me instead of opening up the way. Felling off, I take a deep breath and mentally clear the channels to my vigor pool. Slowly recharging it, I say. You say that this is only a trickle. Yes, Pando could do even more and his stores were legendary. I think your memories are a little corrupted given that you never saw him giving me anything. How the hell I could have spent all that vigor in a blink? Look at the size of my body. I'm not even 2 meters tall. Oh. I feel Aspen turning his thoughts over. Never mind, I say with a chuckle to hide my sheepish self as a thought strikes me. How strange is vigor? Pando seemed to have used it millennia before I was even alive, but the system implicitly seems to consider it one of the 3 resources that were mine. Our connection was deep, but I could gift others vigor with no problem. Chi and life, however, are completely different. While life could affect Aspen, he couldn't actively use it, and when it came to Chi, the rules changed yet again as he couldn't even influence it. Sometimes I could barely tell the difference between me and Aspen. Other times the lines couldn't be more clear. Perhaps there is more to this bond than I know. I need to learn what it is all about. Though Pando is light years away, and I only have his progeny with me, I should still be able to make a few educated guesses. I try to make it as good as possible and push it as far as possible while holding my breath. I extend my perception field throughout this external part, past the firewalls, and my transition is nearly seamless. Goblins lays about guarding the area above, completely oblivious to my efforts. Even the HLZ normal beasts can't sense my gaze. This gobbling attack party, however, steps over the roots and gets within range of even the smallest of perception fields constantly. Still, not all is roses as I struggle to even direct this protected network to grow in the direction I want at their normal plant growth speed. Audra, the arch-goblin, clears his throat, which brings a smile to my face just as Mil3 launches into what seems like a long tale of his adventures. He may have demonstrated patience for the last hour, but it's clearly not infinite, and as the new goblin looks to the side, the raspy and strange language of the goblins comes to my ears. Grudra Ayashiodra. I tune out their words as I move another pair of portals around, making skin contact with both of them and getting a read on their emotions. Though I miss a lot, what I do get is definitely worth my time. Mil3's POV. But you are not my shaman, I reply simply through the small portal to the person stuck inside a shielded cell, the least he deserves. You are a failed apprentice, and I take you as mine to see if you really are without hope. What would I ever learn from you? I already escaped because there are no redeemable creatures to be found in our race, and you want me to just go back to being an underling? No, I like being the boss. There are reasons for my actions. Yeah, you are going to make use of my skill to defy the system and loophole your way to not even suffering from its judgments. You are attacking and wasting mana right now exactly because of your own inability to resist it. What could I ever learn from you? The captured shaman lets out a broken laugh after failing to contain it. But slowing himself, with each heave, soon the sound is nearly echoing as loud as ever. Who do you think I'm? He asks. With gusto I start. From the pathetic thunder you are throwing, a 2-bit shaman that can't even talk to the spirits and relied on the system's blessing to even get the skills levels and stat points to qualify to assume your current position. Can't fault you for that. But then my question stands. What could you teach me? If before his laugh was a pair of people playing violin, Audra becomes the whole concert, and I stare as the faint stream of uncontrolled lighting becomes a beam of purple death. Only a smidge of mana flows from his mana pool, but is pushed in a hair-thin ray that pokes a hole in the shield an inch from his fingers aimed at my head. I try to back away as my mind screams. And then it halts mid-air. You may have the bravado of youth and defy the system in minor ways with near impunity, and that is an amazing accomplishment. But I've long surpassed the standards for a simple arch shaman. I open my eyes and I look back. At the purple stream of death halts a finger from the portal. The purple death ray is blocked by a shield. With trembling hands, I reach out and try to see who has protected me from this crazy old coot. But after just an instant, even as I see Nash wide-eyed, the mana flow coalesces and I realize there is no mana powering the shield from anywhere else. It is self-sustaining. A projected shield powered by the transformation of lightning back into mana. That I didn't know was possible. Like I said, I'm no common shaman. Not even a prodigy arch shaman. I stand above all that. I try to hold still, but saliva accumulates in my mouth and I'm forced to swallow it. Kneeling, I call out. Master, what would you have of me? A loud laughing sound assaults my ears again, but this time it is not dry. It is full of life and cheer. I take you as an apprentice and assume your state purpose is my own. What? Nothing. He says, touching the shield around his cell and breaking the entire thing with perhaps 2 or 3 mana points and raw willpower. You. I want to learn how to do that. Now. He continues. Tell Nash everything he needs to know. His chin points to the human. Nash, instead of being alarmed at the display of power, just shows his blunt teeth and grows the portal so my master can walk out. Well, he has a much greater grasp of the situation, and I did agree with him to become an apprentice again. Why did I do that? He is strong, but I like being my own boss for the 5 minutes it lasted. Never mind. I did agree, and so it is time to keep my word and spill all the secrets I managed to dig up in from the tribe. I try to make it as good as possible and push it as far as possible while holding my breath. I extend my perception field throughout this external part, past the firewalls, and my transition is nearly seamless. Goblins lays about guarding the area above, completely oblivious to my efforts. Even the HLZ normal beasts can't sense my gaze. This gobbling attack party, however, steps over the roots and gets within range of even the smallest of perception fields constantly. Still, not all is roses as I struggle to even direct this protected network to grow in the direction I want at their normal plant growth speed. Audra, the arch-goblin, clears his throat, which brings a smile to my face just as Mythos launches into what seems like a long tale of his adventures. He may have demonstrated patience for the last hour, but it's clearly not infinite, and as the new goblin looks to the side, the raspy and strange language of the goblins comes to my ears. Grudra Ayashiodra. I tune out their words as I move another pair of portals around, making skin contact with both of them and getting a read on their emotions. Though I miss a lot, what I do get is definitely worth my time. Mythos POV. But you are not my shaman, I reply simply through the small portal to the person stuck inside a shielded cell, the least he deserves. You are a failed apprentice, and I take you as mine to see if you really are without hope. What would I ever learn from you? I already escaped because there are no redeemable creatures to be found in our race, and you want me to just go back to being an underling? No, I like being the boss. There are reasons for my actions. Yeah, you are going to make use of my skill to defy the system and loophole your way to not even suffering from its judgments. You are attacking and wasting mana right now exactly because of your own inability to resist it. What could I ever learn from you? The captured shaman lets out a broken laugh after failing to contain it, but slowing himself. With each heave, soon the sound is nearly echoing as loud as ever. Who do you think I'm? He asks. With gusto I start. From the pathetic thunder you are throwing, a 2-bit shaman that can't even talk to the spirits and relied on the system's blessing to even get the skills levels and stat points to qualify to assume your current position. Can't fault you for that. But then my question stands. What could you teach me? If before his laugh was a pair of people playing violin, Audra becomes the whole concert, and I stare as the faint stream of uncontrolled lighting becomes a beam of purple death. Only a smidge of mana flows from his mana pool, but is pushed in a hair-thin ray that pokes a hole in the shield an inch from his fingers aimed at my head. I try to back away as my mind screams, and then it halts mid-air. You may have the bravado of youth and defy the system in minor ways with near impunity, and that is an amazing accomplishment. But I've long surpassed the standards for a simple arch shaman. I open my eyes and I look back. At the purple stream of death halts a finger from the portal. The purple death ray is blocked by a shield. With trembling hands, I reach out and try to see who has protected me from this crazy old coot. But after just an instant, even as I see Nash wide-eyed, the mana flow coalesces and I realize there is no mana powering the shield from anywhere else. It is self-sustaining. A projected shield powered by the transformation of lightning back into mana. That I didn't know was possible. Like I said, I'm no common shaman. Not even a prodigy arch shaman. I stand above all that. I try to hold still, but saliva accumulates in my mouth and I'm forced to swallow it. Kneeling, I call out. Master, what would you have of me? A loud laughing sound assaults my ears again, but this time it is not dry. It is full of life and cheer. I take you as an apprentice and assume your state purpose is my own. What? Nothing. He says, touching the shield around his cell and breaking the entire thing with perhaps 2 or 3 mana points and raw willpower. You. I want to learn how to do that. Now, he continues. Tell Nash everything he needs to know. His chin points to the human. Nash, instead of being alarmed at the display of power, just shows his blunt teeth and grows the portal so my master can walk out. Well, he has a much greater grasp of the situation, and I did agree with him to become an apprentice again. Why did I do that? He is strong, but I like being my own boss for the 5 minutes it lasted. Never mind. I did agree, and so it is time to keep my word and spill all the secrets I managed to dig up in from the tribe. Chapter 188. Mythos is a gift from heaven when it comes to understanding the new inhabitants of the HLZ. Before now, we didn't have a hint that anyone but the HLZ beasts occupied over there. They both talk in my hut with the ever-growing number of people as more translators in the inner world arrive. And that is not all. The arch shaman has a lot more leeway in what he can discuss all aspects of magic. Most of it doesn't translate well for us humans, But it is a couple of steps up the ladder in deciphering theirs compared to simply trying to decipher their runic working that relied integrally on chanting to complete the circuit and make things happen. But as awesome as all that exploration sounds, we focus on the Goblin Village for now. Mill 3 was on the lowest rung of the ladder, but even that is much more than we knew. Even seemingly unimportant things, like culture, will have a deep impact eventually, even if not immediately useful, by helping to provide context for us to understand their actions and movements. The last thing he runs through is the main goal of their village, 3 spots they need to protect. A gold mine in the heart of their village and a pair of flowers nearby. Why didn't you start there? I ask excitedly. Oh, the flowers don't seem all that important, and I thought that you knew about the gold mine. He sends back through the telepathic link, even as the translator team takes a careful note of each of his words. After all, he is not restricted in what he can tell us, at least in the sense that he can simply ignore all the warnings from the system, though not all punishments from the system are so immaterial. I look at the arch-shaman, ignoring him for just a few seconds. The gold I could gain. Even he can only slightly bend. Perhaps this is just a case of sheer ignorance, but just as likely this is something extremely rare. Our instance seems to be different, perhaps, not just villages, but entire instances also had the tendency to attract similar kinds of people, and we had an unusually high percentage of talented troublemakers. The automaton was assigned to come to our village. We have both Merlin and Alex, besides plenty of other talented people at the level that whole instances may lack. Even Blackwood seems a lot more constrained than the occasional minutes that I take to watch other blacksmithies work. After all, he is not a talentless hack or noob propped up to the position by the system, but instead someone that got forcibly drawn down the ladder a lot. The system could be doing this purposefully, and although it saw the confluence of people in this place and sent the automaton to keep a personal eye on us, but in the end, it might as be luck that all these people were working with similar goals in mind. I shake my head and start thinking. Another 3 kilometers after the farthest tendril, if I understand his distance measuring correctly, heading straight east with a slight tilt north from the center of my invasion. While the 2 other plant locations were dozens of kilometers away and only protected by rotating small squats. The plants I knew I could deal with, but the village. I will need time and effort to slowly expand it. It will be uncomfortable, but using life I might be in a good position to remain stealthy, given that I only need a thin tendril to connect it to the massive roots already in place. With some work and given my much greater understanding, I have a shot at remaining hidden. Something else I can do that should be impossible for even an archdruid or something similar. They would require loads of mana continuously running to repeat my actions. My connection to plants precedes the system, and perhaps that is another small way in which I'm different, though exploring the system was helping me deepen that connection. For all, I know this is not inherently from myself, but a skill I got from Pando with all that entailed. I look at my health stores and shift my gaze so that I will see only my life. In a general sense, people tended to think of these resources as simple things. While they don't leave their pools, they are something closer to raw willpower with only a flavor of mana, stamina, or health. Pools of potential to be converted into a useful form of energy, and only after leaving do they become active. That is the very reason that pulling mana out of one's pool is the greatest strain one can put, and even pulling it from a battery. The effort the mind takes trying to switch it into something compatible with the caster. That mental strain limits how much mana someone can handle in a sitting or a day. Though I guess that emptying someone's own pool would put a greater strain than just shifting ready mana from someone else into a useful form. Very little of that is even hinted at a single one of our books we bought or the research from other villages, and though these concepts haven't been terribly useful, it is another piece from one of the puzzles I'm trying to assemble while trying to understand the system. I pull a tread of life, and that strain of transformation echoes in minor ways around the entire pool, and I notice the regen rate that had returned to normal a few moments ago going down again. So while messing with it on the chi side of the equation can lead to higher regens, life takes an opposing stance. Given that I can freely absorb vigor back into my pool, at least when it comes from Aspen, and even the slightly greater regen that I find in the forest can be stuffed back in the bottle, that just indicates that the rules for life would be different. They each are different resources, and I need to stop thinking about them as replacements for the system's resources with small quicks to them. For as slow as life's regen may be, at least the resource is potent, extremely potent, and that adds another dimension to my fights. With a little less of a deft hand, given I don't have all year to slowly grow this gap, I put the life on the furthest tendril in the HLZ and push it forward. If before the hundreds of miles felt slightly like being squeezed in a tunnel were uncomfortable, Without crossing into claustrophobic, crossing the firewall makes that 10 times worse. The sheer weight atop my chest makes breathing hard, and my mental muscles have to be both stronger and limber than ever. I push and push until that is all that echoes in my mind. All the world reduces to the straw, the ink's reservoir of a pen, as I try to push the ink forward, ever forward. Slowly, even as the exercise gets harder, I learn. I grow. I become that who can overcome this challenge. I try to extend my will through plants that the system doesn't recognize as being a part of Aspen's network and therefore has no reason to warn the goblins about, and I succeed. Each step is arduous, like hauling a truck loaded with rocks up Everest with only reche straps. Certainly possible, but such a monumental task that it doesn't even bear consideration, at least not before the system, now. People are probably going to try stuff like that. Thousands of points of strength along with mana and stamina lifting trucks and maybe even small ships. We didn't know the limits of the system, but I doubt what we saw was all there is to learn. We were kids that saw a pole and thought that is as large as a body of water can be. Maybe it is, but I doubt it. We need to find our path, and though everyone else was focusing on magic occasionally mixed to very low levels of engineering, the very fact that the system interferes with technology hints to me that going that route is a viable path. If I can figure out how to stop its interference. Even the most basic of our flying machines, just a kite with pieces of string attached, still get interference from the system so they won't fly. The only alternative at our disposal for flight is the lucky find of the repulsing rune, which only works at a set distance from the ground, pushing someone up to roughly 3 times the size of the engraving itself. And even that didn't scale well for larger engravings. We could probably extend that a little by adding a similar set on the ground, but that will also eventually run into limits. With just what we learned until now and very small leaps of logic, we could add tremendous capabilities to our tech tree back on Earth and make real spaceships with basic shields and everything. Not very impressive at first, but real spaceships. Not tin cans with the top giant mildly controlled explosions. Even getting to orbit could instantly become an order of magnitude easier. Why does the system limit our actions, and how can we counteract those effects? My mind keeps grinding at the problem, even as all my active willpower is on the mind-numbing task of driving deeper into the HLZ. My willpower starts flagging, but I'm getting closer. I push and push, digging my way through the dirt as if I am the root tendril reaching for the promised land. Minutes, hours, or days pass. I have no idea, for time has little meaning in the struggle, but eventually, a new sensation arrives. A piece of home, something that is more alive than any of the flora that the system placed here by an order of magnitude, and I relax. I taste the similarities and differences. Something slightly alien. The same desert I had grown used to, but with a different sweetener. I widen the connection, and it is like I poked my head into the fresh air after breathing only dust in an eternal tunnel. Instantly, I'm half okay. I can't stretch my legs given the connection all the way from my body, but at least each lungful doesn't accumulate ounces of dirt in my lungs. How does the other half lives? Everything is mud and rough leather. Hand-broken pieces of wood for structural material and a tribal feel. The stereotypical goblin village. I pass my perception field all around, circling the entire village before coming to the central building. Though there are no grand palaces for the chief or worship places for the shaman, that is simply because something else takes that spot and they sit around it. In the precise middle of the village is an entrance. A raised dais of carved rock inviting everyone inside. But I do not rely on vision. Instead, the perception field already created a mental picture of everything inside down to the grains of sand. I look at the small mine, this one with only a single round room about 5 meters wide with a total wall perimeter that is not even half of a silver mine. But the all-important gold fills its walls. That metal that could take so many of our high-level engraving efforts to the next level is sitting undisturbed. I take a final snapshot of the whole place before starting my way back. But a strike interrupts me. I take a deep breath, even if my stamina is not down by any appreciable amount, and calm down. It is okay. Everything is okay. Pain. The world becomes pain. There is nothing beyond deep, searing cuts across my soul. I reach deep within myself, trying to find the small island and tuck myself in it, but my willpower is foggy and laggy, and not only from the intense and constant signals. Seconds afterward, it is over. I marshal my will and try to look inside my soul. Below me, deep cracks let me see familiar lights from underneath, inside the place that I think of as my actual soul, but I watch it from the outside. Above there are also cracks letting me peek at my resources. This confusing shared place is not what I had grown used to. All of it is part of my soul. That moment of realization is gone and the injuries remain. I stare and try to draw the walls in to heal, but they are too strong. Soon, a strange effect shows up, making everything more malleable. The cuts start healing nearly on their own, and I use my remaining willpower to speed up the process. Something reaches the outside walls and slowly perfuses it, making it ever so slightly more malleable. Healing. The entire wounds are hundreds of meters away, and the cracks are only some 10 meters across. Above and below are the other places I found within myself depending on my type and depth of meditation. If I was in the black void amidst light, any transformation should be nearly impossible. The strongest ping ever comes from the system, and even the mere wonder about what it is makes the prompt show up. Unknown damage type affected the user's soul. No detectable entity attacked the user's soul. Monitoring situation. What the hell? If you don't know what is causing this, what can I do? Chapter 189. Hours pass in my little hut, and I learn nothing about what could have damaged my soul. Even as I leave the mystery to the wayside and continue with my more immediate tasks, the thoughts keep coming back. After just a few minutes, only the searing memories are left behind, but those memories are more than enough. If I got hit like that during a fight, I can't even properly train my skills, and even my magical support will become less reliable if I'm always worried about suddenly becoming useless. Still, there are no answers within reach for this dilemma. So I go back even more determined than ever to get done with the whole business of acquiring a bunch of gold. I crowdsource the possible solutions for that project. I could have slowly dug tunnels from the goblin village to the edge of the HLZ, but doing it without chi or mana would make the quick endeavor into a long and prolonged trial. A shorter tunnel just so I can move the gold out of their village, and then stealthily load it all up in a flying craft or something sounds workable, but that would rely on luck more than I was comfortable. I got an idea, says one of the researchers I invited to my little hut in the middle of the forest. I jerk my head upward and look at him in a bit of surprise, having almost forgotten about them, and that is enough for him to continue talking. We just need a distraction. But what could be such a good distraction that they would ignore a flying vehicle, even if it is fleeing from them? That I haven't figured exactly, but it can start with you driving an incursion inside their territory. That won't be enough. Only about 60% of the goblins were attacking my routes at a time, so assume at least some 30 was back in the village. This time a scout volunteers in an easy tone. Just make 100 decoys moving around crazily. I say, contemplating the interesting thought. With enough distractions. It likely wouldn't work a second time, but, with surprise on our side, we could probably pull off this heist, once at least. Can't the HLZ beasts pull them from the sky? Won't the goblins would be able to do the same? Another researcher volunteers. I see just one big problem with it. The distance is about 18 kilometers from the edge of the HLZ, if I'm not mistaken. At a nod. At that range, we don't have a craft capable of this level of mana storage, and even if we somehow made it through, how much gold, or could we even bring back? Every pound would just tax the limited mana stores of vehicles that can barely even get in range of the village, let alone have enough juice for a return trip. What is the concentration of gold, or a few grams of gold per kilogram of, or even if we only stick to the high quality and slow regenerating stuff? Can't we smelt it in place and bring back only the pure gold? The first researcher asks. I could probably work something out to smelt the gold. Gold is one of the easiest metals to work with. Even a wood fire should do the trick, but would add complexity we don't need to the plan and take too long. By that point, I'd rather just dig a long tunnel with multiple cutouts and bring in the stealthy, which may remain an option if we apply enough misdirection. We won't succeed another time if they take just a few basic precautions, but if they don't look at the gold mine as our goal, but think that it is an assault, or better yet an attempt to find their village, then they might not post guards inside, which would preclude any stealthy mining operations. I say, they can't get the gold, except for a very small tide that the system allows, but they could post guards inside around the clock. I don't see why not, I say. I have an idea to avoid the limitations of our current batteries in the flying craft. Solve the mass problem like a rocket. Just drop the useless weight as each battery empties. The first scout says. To which a researcher spins his head up and continues. Oh, and if we could add a few runes to the track that already reaches some 10 kilometers inside the HLZ to recharge both the crafts heading inside and the little battery dropouts. They could be fitted to return so we wouldn't even lose them. My mind starts spinning wildly as the idea comes together. Ideas on top of ideas, each an addition or refinement to the plan. But all of that, while it could benefit from my experience, will require a more fundamental job that only I can do. So I start. I take a deep breath like I'm heading inside a sewer, reaching to the roots around the village and the gold mine to start to work in earnest. Hours upon hours drag on together. I sleep, eat, and take regular breaks that all go into helping mold the next iteration, and I almost forget the pain that I was subject to just the past evening. Another day passes and another until the fourth. Just when I think everything is going smoothly, preparations are coming to a close and I have gathered enough, I fall to the ground. My consciousness is stretched way past my normal limits and I reach for my inner world, trying to get some balance and tuck as much of myself into the little island inside my soul. The patch of protection is small, some 3 meters wide, and no matter how well I'm tucked under its umbrella, the chilly wind and droplets of razor-sharp water still get to me. I fight the pangs of pain from outside, remaining calm and slightly detached from the chaos of the world, but instead of just a few 10-meter, longer cracks show up this time. I see the original place I thought of as my soul and the place where my resource pools sit. Ether constructs from the system and my island, all part of my soul. Try as I might, I can't shake off the wrongness, the sense that what is happening should be so, and the slight disgust at my failure. I should know what is causing this. I try to meld together and heal the cracks using all my will to make myself whole again, but the effort is too much. A wailing cry hits me in the distance and then it is gone. It is all gone. The calm after the storm. The cracks start healing in a process that is nearly as painful as the injuries, but luckily it is focused on only a few spots instead of reverberating all around my being. Nash. Nash, are you okay? Don't worry, I'm back, I say, but the deep sense of wrongness is left behind. Whose cry is that? It is both like a child's and an old man's cry. There is something familiar about it, yet so strange and alien and warped from so far away. Shivers creep down my spine, but I don't know who is being tortured. Goddamn it must be the system's fault. Just about everything else's. I couch trying to get my bearings again, and in minutes I'm back at work like nothing happened. For as painful as that may be, it is over and I got stuff to do. And I have a feeling that it won't be able to escape. From the inner world, however, comes a strangled cry. Pain. The remnants and echoes of pain. Did you feel that? Yes. Though best as we could determine, he only got a whiff of it because of our connection, but I still spend a few minutes reassuring him. Time waits for no man, and I continue with the last preparations for the raid on the HLZ. Especially given that any delay might mean we have to wait for after the end of the month in the village attack to come. Especially as this one is going to be larger than ever. The next day, everything is in place. All the preparations we could accomplish in less than a week. I walk to the central square for the first work of art that is going to make a difference in this endeavor. The largest flying craft we had designed until now, but that is not for the 4 high-level squads, for they are going to be on the ground. Opening a portal to the inner world, I allow everyone to enter, before turning on the enchantments on the flying craft. The 25-meter-long and 6-meter-wide smoothly shaped wooden craft slides inside the inner world with no effort. Close to the largest craft we could have made without having the repulsing rune collapsing on itself. And all of its nearly 1,000 tons with surprises out of it, but ready to be put to use. I get in a much sleeker and narrower draft, one that only fits myself and a single pilot as everything and everyone enters the HLZ. With no good way to connect to the network besides turning on and off connections every couple of seconds, I use the time to go over the plan, and that brings a smile to my face. A manic smile at the surprises the goblins are about to have. Getting in place, only a mile away from the HLZ, we stop. I call out to the inner world. Everybody ready? Yes. The 4 squads say in unison, ready to drop and give the enemy as little warning as possible. I stretch my will and a dozen portals form. 1 for the teams at ground level, 1 in the sky for the main craft, and 10 spread out as far as I can reach for the smaller craft meant to be distractions. I fully encase myself in a cocoon of roots and then use earth mana to meld with the surroundings sinking into the ground. For as little as that is likely to help given the powers they have demonstrated. Linking the calm runes inside the inner world to the outside directly reduces the minimal chance of something going wrong as the controllers take charge of the swarm of crafts by remote. Spread over the full distance I can reach with my perception field, small craft float out and right on top of the main attraction. The squads rush forward in formation at just faster than most people sprinting speed back on Earth, with our favorite warrior as the tip of the spear and half of Merlin's usual retinue as magical support. I connect the inner world's batteries to the massive formations underground spreading miles in the HLZ. The prodigious rate of mana consumption of a formation that largely helps keep the crafts aloft dwarfs nearly all our previous efforts, and that saves mana from the batteries of those crafts. The main attraction looms over the sky, heading pretty much for the village, though keeping to the line of advancement in that exact direction that the tendril went to not hint we have any prior knowledge of their village. The entire massive invasion speeds up to a full sprint, even before entering the HLZ, but the preparations underground have paid off. As the repulsing runes reflecting with much more ease off the formations underground will mean nearly no mana consumption for the first 10 kilometers or so. At over 200 kilometers an hour the main craft rushes along. I send my perception field, and seconds after the craft enters the former border of the HLZ, the goblin village makes an impression of a kicked anthill. Though in contrast to most of the goblins running like headless chickens are a core of organized warriors. A minute later they are marching out with a portion of the village in our direction. 2 minutes, and the expected beasts also stream in and I warn our side. The squads start retreating closer to the edge as planned. Still deep in the HLZ to attract plenty of attention, but standing atop powerful defenses to delay and make a ruckus while minimizing the chance of someone ending up injured or worse. A much larger group of beasts run in, 22 of them. A fifth of our squad numbers as expected. The mass of goblins passes the point of no return given their expected travel speed, with the only one still in play being the 400 remaining in the village. The main flying craft passes over their heads, imposing, and just as I feel the pull of magic dozens of miles away to strike against it and try to swat our flying craft like a fly. The controller responsible for it hits a single button in his panel and the imposing machine of war becomes a swarm some 500 flying craft strong as it breaks apart the outer layer, discarding it like an eggshell. So, do you like our surprise? Chapter 190. Goblin Chief's POV. These cursed humans. I spit out. What are your orders? Asks one of my lieutenants as we march, but I just ignore him as I look at the only person with actual knowledge of what is happening. I can see as the arch-shaman with his retinue tries to make sense of what must be a cacophony in his head. It is hard to tell exactly, but the spirits tell me. There are several hundred enemies in all directions. There is also the large flying craft and about 100 fighters marching our way. It's hard to get accurate movements, there are too many and most are not moving in concert. Right? The spirits. Can't be telling the rank and file troops all that nonsense is bullshit intended for the masses. Even telling that we are just communicating with other shamans would not be ideal, let alone when the knowledge comes from the ruthless eye in the sky. Oh, the humans in the main invasion corridor just started retreating. Oh no. Now we won't be able to crush their skulls. Another lieutenant, this one even taller and physically stronger than me, but with a lot more resurrections to his name and the accompanying loss of self. Even in his prime the gap in experience and skills would be too much against me, but he was a useful minion. Have patience. In a few days, the HLZ will be ours, and in a month, we'll start taking over the entire instance. Now, I call out and look all around in each of their eyes, giving me time to think and still seem decisive. Then I turn to the arch-shaman. Destroy the large craft before it gets in visual range of the village. He nods and I feel the thrum of magic building. The combined power of the shamans as they halt their march. They draw on the latent mana of the entire army. With plenty of this resource in hand, power builds in the sky. Even my few hairs can sense the change in static as one of the more powerful magics we can use in the current circumstances spins up. Even if won't be at full power given the lack of storms to feed the lighting, and its cost will be increased, at least we are close to the end of the month and the sky is darkening. A loud crack that nearly sends my hands to my sensitive ears hits the passing craft some 200 meters off. The entire surface is scorched and the magics holding it aloft fails. We have brought down the flying craft these cursed humans had made in a single blow. The natural order back to its proper place. They shouldn't have anything like this so early. Not even the bastardized version that can barely get off the floor like these. My smile freezes. Damn, the arch-shaman curses in perfect agreement with my thoughts. The large craft cracks splitting into pieces, but from its guts, hundreds of smaller intact flying craft swarm out in all directions. If they are smart about it, which see no reason they wouldn't be, it will be nigh impossible to stop without just about every single one of us in a position to block them, and we are not in position. Even the few I see losing power over the next few seconds as the HLZ beasts and the shamans get the closest craft barely put a dent in the swarm. A moment passes and the implications settle in my mind. Why did they do that? Are they throwing out so much preparation and gifting as literal tons of copper? That is what must be powering their flying craft. Are they so stupid they don't realize the gift from the heavens they just delivered us? Even if they learn the precise location of the village, the trade is worthwhile. No, they are not stupid, just ignorant. I can't forget that. A smile builds as the hundreds of things we could do with so much copper come to mind. Alex's POV. Slash, sweep, bend, fold, and spear butt. Amidst the chaos, with formidable defenses and one more level in my main skill, now sitting at a cool 102, the beasts around stand no chance. Though the fact that my active skills are all on cooldown means I won't be skewering any more beasts alone. 3 already fell to my blade, not counting the 2 assists I gave. Assistance that no one else could have provided, except maybe Greg. As the days pass, he is just pushing harder and harder on the tank roll and trying to figure out how to become a human turtle. Each move flows from the last until there are only 5 beasts, and for the first time, they don't stand until the last one falls. They tuck their tails in their legs and run. The numerical superiority, or maybe something about their territory and our larger group, push them to the limit. As those thoughts hit me, I let the exhaustion creep in, not all of it, not all at once. If I did that, I would fall to the ground well past all my limits as my skill pushed me beyond the ordinary. But let in enough that I know what I'm working with. Even before the others turn around, I'm in my slow march back, and not to my surprise, all of our comm medallions soon chime. Retreat. I push on faster and faster, slowly getting to full speed, and as soon as the people with faux inner worlds like mine pull the corpses back, everyone sprints off. I look at my stamina gauge nearing the bottom. I should probably do some training like Nash to increase my stats. Though no one else managed to even get a single stat to 30 on their own. I may not have quite his distinctive advantages of a body that broke all the rules of training like him, nor losing a single stat even after stretches days long without training, but at least I had ether, and I could probably figure something out. Putting one foot in front of the other with no feeling but bone-deep tiredness, we retreat in muted triumph, for we accomplished our objective. Nash's POV. Dozens of crafts bring back all the ore they could stuff inside their small holds. The overwhelming attack and large number are not even that much of an impediment to our coordination, but the enemy didn't know what to do, nor did they seem to know our real objective. I fully connect most of the network back, extending the range of our controllers and allowing for even greater recovery of the batteries and flying craft. After all, even if it is only copper and we haven't seen the enemy using it, no sense in being sloppy. Gift wrapping so much of the metal could come to bite us in the ass. Nearly all the equipment returns, including the stream of mana batteries used to power the main craft before it split up. I try to send mana to the fallen craft through the network to bring them back, but the severing comes back in earnest, and only embers to destroy the wooden parts are left behind. While they can't eliminate the main branch that has thick redundant roots hidden over 100 meters underground, the more recent thinner additions responsible for the bulk of territorial acquisition are all fair game. I try until the effort becomes futile. As a last-ditch effort, thousands of mana head out, and I fireball all the batteries still in my view, trying to melt the burn all the runes into scrap metal and make their job as hard as possible. Not a single enemy remains anywhere I can reach. I open my eyes and stand down the dozens of seeds still trying to reconnect the network. Too bad that young as they are, they can't even come close to Aspen and being able to wield mana for anything other than growing roots at the wasteful mana rate that they manage. I could probably think of other stuff for them to help me beyond just handling the root network. After all the craft land in their place in the inner world, I mentally tally all the equipment losses. Just 8 tons of copper missing, which adds up to about 10% of the medium-sized crafts. Most of which were on the main attack corridor, not the craft designated for distraction that managed to survive much better. Even the HLZ beast paid little attention to the smaller craft buzzing about. I replay the recorded data on the attack alongside a walk in my memory palace, trying to make sense of everything that happened. A grin blooms on my face, not only as Stuart's assistant starts processing the gold inside the inner world, but the success that the multi-layered repulsion runes had in keeping the craft aloft. It is not an adamant shield, nor would the strategy be as effective for small crafts skimming the ground given the small delay for it to kick in. But anything at least 5 meters high could benefit. It would take at least 2 or 3 ghostly hand attacks in short succession to drag a craft to the ground. With a craft large enough, and a lot more redundancy that I could fit in a small mass-produced vehicle, I could probably make something nigh immune to the HLZ beast's attacks even without any support from underground runes. At the very least, a resilient platform that could take dozens of attacks from small groups of HLZ beasts. Yes, I'm definitely putting a few people to work on this. Nash. Stewart's assistant calls out. What? I ask with a large grin still plastered over my face. You wanted an estimate after we were on our way back, and your original projection was correct. Nearly a ton of ore, most of it the high-quality stuff, which will refine into about 4 kilograms of 24-karat gold. Relief hits me at his words. I felt it all with my perception field for hours, but even with its amazing usefulness, I was not just trying to measure the weight of a piece of rock, but the flakes spread inside or that I never touched. There was no way to calibrate my impressions. This should be enough for the next attempt at the spatial runes. When I'm nearly back at the village, and I get ready to continue my current project, a familiar nemesis strikes at my soul. Pain. Goblin Chief's POV. What do you have to report? I asked the messenger after his interruption. He wouldn't have interrupted a meeting if it wasn't important. The enemy made off with some gold or... What? Why didn't I hear that immediately? Because they were sneaky. But we found a little dust in the forest, and the blacksmith confirmed is real gold, likely from our mine, not somewhere else. Shit. Still, how much dust? I ask, interested in any source of magic metals, but he shakes his head. A few handfuls if we try to collect it. That is a lot of gold. Why wouldn't we? And then it hits me like a boulder. You were talking about the ore, not the refined gold, so not even enough to make a ring? Yes. He replies downcast. I dismiss him back to his duties as my mind keeps running. With a good look at everyone else around the table, they all stare back, not in challenge, but there are none here so beneath me that they would be cowering in fear for no reason. That is a disappointment. At least we have plenty of copper now. I say. Yes, says the arch-shaman in a strange tone. What? Don't tell me. Oh no. It is copper all right with nothing alloyed into it, but they managed to recover a lot more of the fallen craft than we had expected. 300 hit the ground, and we only kept 100 of them. Even in that number, a dozen of them are melted puddles on the ground, and we will need a while to gather everything up. Also, the wood was not just for the shell, it substituted for some of the copper and was part of the runes. We don't have a single complete example of the flying runes, though we can guess a bit based on the copper wiring and the ones that only burned instead of melting. Okay, how much did we actually get? Best as we can tell, over 6 tons. Probably closer to 8 or 9 after we scraped the ground of the melted ones. That is enough to surprise them. I don't think things will be so simple. The arch-shaman says ominously. Oh, I know. This is a daring enemy and I will enjoy every second in our march to crush them. Dreams of glory, even if I was being hampered every step of the way, come to mind. It is not perfect, but this will serve its purpose. Soon we will take over the instance, and they will despair so much that they will all choose to return to their planet in short order. Chapter 191. Pando's POV. No. No, no, no. An even stronger archdruid. I struggle, but it will be futile. Thousands of magical and mundane attacks destroy my limbs way past the healthy renewal point and into pointless destruction. The main retinue of enemy magic wielders are all heavily protected. The archdruid doesn't even try to control a single blade of grass or try to turn my generation of plants into fertilizer, instead saving his strength. They sacrifice a greater number of orcs and other physical fighters, including a few of their blade-wielding elves on the outside, while keeping almost all the magic users protected and well-rested in the middle. They rush the most vulnerable corridor, chipping away at my domain with skills that I still don't understand. Not only does the main mass drive deeply into my territory, but the 30 or so groups that fleed in past attacks start pushing and dividing my attention and resources. Individually, they are barely a concern, but instead of fighting my will directly, they destroy anything in the territory I lose, no matter how briefly. While the soil grows richer from the decay of the current generation, I don't have the time to make use of that. Enemies encircle me, extending inside their territory in my perimeter. If I'm not careful, they will join together and eventually would cut me off from the outside. Even cut off, the area was enormous, more than I ever thought I could cover before my survival depended on it, but being cut off would just lead to a quicker demise. I will need to eliminate them if they keep this up, but my attention focuses elsewhere. I dread the approach of the main mass of enemies. If they brought that thing, I'm not sure how I could survive. The last attacks were painful, sure, but they lasted seconds as the archdruid was on its last dregs of mana. If they brought that thing again, the damage from the last bout that had been hard to heal from, swathes of forest empty from the decay. Dozens of powerful warriors fall every second in their march over my large territory, and the closer they get to the center, the greater the force I can exert. But with each step, a few more candles of hope die. They get to 200 meters of my oldest still living limb, well in range of my innermost defense ring around the largest and most majestic of my limbs, what my friend calls the heart tree. It stands some 4 times as tall as my adult limbs used to be and some 10 times thicker standing above it all. It takes the energy and nutrition from such a wide area and only continues to grow, but it seems small in comparison to the enemy marching over. My magical senses feel the wrongness in the air. A summoning. They are bringing that thing, and they have plenty of protection and mana left. I'm done. A seed that is not wholly physical, a warping in my domain as a rush of mana pushes to touch elsewhere. Something that is not of this realm, a black being of roots that is anathema to nature comes into existence. Dread hit me, worse than ever. This thing is larger, stronger, and more real. I will not see another sunrise, nor feel the sun hitting my leaves again. The thing opens its maw and charges. If I try to marshal my will, I won't last for more than an instant. I'm large, but this being can devour all the land with enough time, and I'm only a small piece of it. I try to make sense of the numbers, the bastardized version that I used. The number of remaining soldiers, the total mana pool that they can give to the druids, and the perfect condition to handle all that mana they are in. Even in my most optimistic assumptions, I'm finished. I'm thankful that I called the protectors of the forest away. Little beings like them wouldn't survive more than a brush against this thing. But even as it springs at my main limb, the very place I usually keep most of my nebulous consciences, I move miles away. The smallest of my tendrils of will stands in place, and the vivisection starts. The pain is as bad as ever, if not worse, but I'm martial all I'm, and the call goes out. Escape. All the animals that for so long protected me and were hidden miles away from the path of the army would simply be fodder for this new enemy. I struggled and held out for as long as I could, my friend, but it was not enough. I know that you would not have abandoned me if you had any choice, but today is the day I die. But if I'm to die, I can lay a seed for another day, or I can fight with my whole being. Hope or despair. Those are my choices. For I have already lost. Time just hasn't caught up, and with a choice between those, there is only one answer, a small chance for the future. I gather all my mana and I drive it deep in a lake near the edge of my domain. I grow a seed in the deepest crevice, the furthest any of my roots ever reached underground. Through cracks that none of my enemies could pass, but my roots extend everywhere and I pull on the ground. No light, a lack of life in the soil and a slow cycling of the water from the lake, but I grow a single large seed with enough nutrient stores to survive in hibernation. A chamber in which will lay another of my progeny. It grows unnaturally fast even as I feel the wave of death coming. It's not content to slowly suck me dry from a distance, but wants to destroy my will in an instant. I make a place too small for me to survive, but a young being won't take as much as me to make it. A deeper wave of pain strikes me. No, it is too soon. I didn't prepare. I never thought I wouldn't have the time. The end came too suddenly. I can't lay another seed. A severing. A splitting of the world. Pain that makes all the previous tortures come into perspective as scratches rather than wounds, and then it is over. The walls close in. My reach extends only inside the egg and a few meters out with a few severed root tendrils. I reach for my ether hoping that can tell me something. Anything. My tendril heads back to where the beast is, and then suddenly I can nearly see the fight above. Another piece of myself, except it is incomplete. It has most of my ether and a decent chunk of consciousness, but that part of myself moves listlessly like a beheaded corpse. Weakness gets to me as the unnatural thing reaches out looking straight in my direction. How? Nobody else could sense ether. Even though it can see my consciousness and attack, it is already a surprise, but this seed that the enemy brings over and over, this unnatural thing they feed so that it enters our realm. It has come to devour me, but first, it gobbles the tendril of ether reaching out between us while dragging a bit from the pool of this other half of mine. As soon as it does that, I feel the attention of another being in the sky. A frightening being that was not on my side. Its gaze locks on the ghost ready to devour everything. Judgment from the heavens has arrived. Meaning not encapsulated in words comes through clearly to me, not their contents, just loose concepts. Ether devourer. Punishment. Death/banishment. The partially translucent black roots making its ghostly body splash over as an attack faster than I can conceive mashes it into pulp. I tuck my ether in myself, not ready for it as weakness hits me. The situation is over, but its effects are far-reaching. The gaze from that being hits me, and then I'm dismissed. I'm inconsequential, a shell of my former self. I can't leave this place. I can't even extend my ether to see or reach for my roots. What if there is another of those beings out there? What if the being in the sky changes its mind? The small egg gets smaller and smaller as I look around. I won't survive here long without the sun to refuel. I could grow again, but that is also death. This is just a seed that will never grow with limited nutrients and energy. By chance I'm still alive, but not for long if I waste the little I have. So I tuck in. I draw my whole being in a tidy little ball and do something I had only witnessed. I sleep. Hopefully, that will be enough time for my friend to find me. Come, friend. I don't have long. Please. Come quickly. Elves-Art Shaman POV. No. I mumble as my gaze is locked on the ruthless eye in the sky. The stupid creature. My seconds in command express my thoughts much more eloquently. What is wrong? A younger and oblivious elf asks. It is over. The system's quest being complete makes that clear. The Void Wraith must have tried to eat some ether from that creature. That is a big no-no, even for one without protections as a system user. It is the only thing I know that would cause a reaction like that. We carefully instruct it, but they are. How stupid is it to steal the ether from a living creature under the system's nose? Ether we were tasked with retrieving. He asks. Not really stupid. He just doesn't care about the consequences as much as we do. Well, summon it again and flail it alive. Calls the young elf in a bloodthirst tone. We can't. I sigh. Why not? Just get the seed and throw a bunch of mana at it as always. Even if it is injured, it will just take more mana and cause a small delay. What seed? The ruthless I tried to kill it. Even if it survived by riding the attack back into its realm, there is nothing behind linking it to ours. Such a valuable prize lost in the blink of an eye. 10,000 years we kept it, and it was the perfect tool for dozens of small invasions, but this is the risk of using a tool. It can break at any time. Oh shit, the matriarch will skin you for losing it. That single seed cost more than the expected output of this planet for a decade after it is developed. And it is not like we will take the lion's share over here. I'm not so sure that this planet is so simple. That is the very reason the matriarchs even allowed us to bring the seed over. Otherwise, they would have let the months and years pass as we slowly got stronger troops to overwhelm this ether icon. Even losing it to another faction would not be such a bad outcome with the low level of investment that just sending a few troops over requires. Pulling up my quest, I stare at the results. Quest complete. Banish or kill Pando, allowing for ether retrieval. Reward: territorial acquisition equivalent to Pando's expected territory. 1,000 square kilometers times 170% completion rate times 70% penalty. I didn't fucking steal any ether, and I'm being punished for it. Bah. At least we return to our planet with a prime invasion slot, and even a large initial territory. Even if the cost was great, this should develop into a decent investment after our return in a century or two. Nash's POV. I hold myself tucked in as the waves buffet me. Faint cries reach me but are muffled by all the other noise and pain. All thoughts leave my mind, though Aspen's concern still gets to me through the longer trial than any other before. For minutes no new cracks arrive, though the damage this time is not shallow. Dozens of cracks that are not healing took me to a tipping point. I feel as sap enters my blood melting as it slowly cycles. I let go of everything and leave Aspen to take care of it, just focusing on surviving, on making it through it with my sanity intact, but that fails me. Meditation is not simply emptying a mind. That is not a very useful concept and in most cases a nigh-useless mental image. I need to fill my mind with something else and my attention fills with my soul. This trial, I don't know how it will help me, but as painful as it may be, I will grow from the experience. I will survive. I will thrive. I will. Cracks above and below, shift and grow. Deep wounds that make no sense, as even the system is clueless to their origin or so it claims. If each of the pieces can't survive on its own, I will draw it all in. I will make it all one stronger whole. Each shift only widens the cracks, and I fear what will happen if I just let it continue. The system tries to send healing waves, but they barely affect the outside walls of my soul. They become a little more malleable and I feel a little of the pain fade. Trying to hold everything in place is not the answer, nor is trusting the system going to protect me. I take a deep breath and finish ripping a few of the cracks in the internal walls so they won't worsen the outer edges of my soul. I take the roof and bottom, keeping pieces of my soul separate, and start overlaying them on the outside. It is like making surgery on myself, without anesthesia, but my focus is absolute and dozens of little beings, young and ephemeral in this realm, come to give me strength of their own accord. I let them in, to support me, to let me overcome the madness, to do something useful. I enjoy my island as I redecorate my soul. I don't understand how everything is so malleable beyond nebulous faint help from the system. But I roll with it. I reach for my pool of ether and spin the ever-emptier well, rushing out and trying to become myself. To expresses what is in my heart with such depth and feeling that it cannot be denied. Before, anywhere in my soul, the only thing I could affect was the resource pools including ether. Now, I draw all tree spaces to occupy the same volume, stretching the walls from a short cigar 3 stories tall into a sphere. The strongest and most efficient shape I could think of. Space recombines into one, but then it begins to draw in layers overlapping each other. I stretch the pieces of wall fold and cut them up, melding everything back into an organic hollow structure like spongy bone or interlinking roots. And through it all, I write. I treat the runes like a language, even more than before, telling a story of an impregnable fortress, a piece that is the mirror of the small space in my middle. The ether field feels the change and it shifts. All the runes I know, even the one that a friend asked me not to look too closely, to start to repeat over and over, layered inside my soul. I'm no longer just myself. I'm Pandan's guardian. I'm his friend and keeper of his progeny. I'm one with the world, understanding and connecting with everything. I'm a lot more than I was a moment ago, but also the same. Untainted by the misapplication of ether, of the polluted artificial ether that the system provided. I keep layering thinner and thinner strands and making it a lot more structurally sound than a sphere-thin wall, even as I keep telling a story. I'm careful in how I apply the system-attuned ether, keeping it only feeding my natural field outside and using the supposedly inferior pure version trying to make my vision become reality. But even as action nearly takes over my thoughts, I know there is something wrong. My injuries must be the system's doing. It is being too helpful. Sometime later, probably at least half an hour, I take a deep breath as soon as I trust my soul to not fall apart as soon as I look away. I open my eyes and laying before me is someone I had never expected to see in my flying craft. The automaton. Spader 192. Oh boy, are you okay? The automaton asks me. I take a shaky breath, trying not to think of the pain that only now receding. I think so, but I feel like crap, like every muscle and tendon in my body was worked over, but luckily it is over. No, it is not. He says. What? I ask, fearing that it will come again. Look, even with the leeway the system gave me and a lot of information, I can only roughly tell what happened. It shouldn't happen again, but that's not the problem. I sigh, guessing what the problem is, but even as memories and dread over the prospects try to rise, I'm drained. There is little emotion left in the tank. I know. Pando. This is about his injury. I see the sorrow in his eyes. You said it is not over. He swallows, his action a lot more ingrained than the human tics he usually imitates. Don't you fucking tell me the system. I will. I'm sorry. Best as I can tell, a void wraith ripped his soul in half and even ate a bit of his ether. The wraith is dead now, but nothing could survive after a monster like that gets its fangs on you. There are no defenses against their type of attacks this early in integration. The thing is, you are a system user and still under protection. I don't know how you could be affected from so far away, even if you somehow shared a soul with Pando, but the system is offering recompense for your troubles given the statistical likelihood that its actions caused your injuries, even if in a roundabout way. Take me to Earth. Just like that. He asks, surprised. There is nothing and nobody that matters more right now. You have no idea what you will be giving up by returning so early. Hell, you won't even get there for centuries if things develop the way I think. I'm talking about returning now. I don't care about anything else. I have my priorities straight and Pando is at the top of my list. That is a short-sighted view, he whispers, but then sees my face. He won't change my mind, but he gives one last effort anyway. You need the power that you will gain here to protect Pando if he is even alive. Power I can get anywhere. I only need to desire it enough. People, however, once they are gone there is no coming back. Even whatever magic the system uses for resurrecting the troops attacking us is highly restrictive and unreliable from all accounts. I know Pando is alive. I can feel him, for if he wasn't the very stars would cry at the loss of such a being. But that is likely to change. I got too comfortable here. I turned into someone else here, and he needs me, so there is nothing that will stop me from coming back. I cannot take you there. I might be able to bend the rules slightly and take you back with the first wave coming back from the instance. But from Pando's point of view, you will arrive in a couple of centuries. Hell, Even the judge couldn't overrule such a fundamental principle of the integration process. And if before you had a chance in 1,000 to succeed, now you have none. I won't convince him to work against the very rules he is tasked with protecting, but... What do you mean? Can't you feel it? All I can feel is pain. In every single cell of my body, pain and weakness. Take a look at your stat screen. With a frown on my face, I open it. What the hell? I tap my class. Unknown damage type to systems user. Class damaged, level damaged. 50% penalty to all stats applied from the system. I thought you knew this, Void Wraith. So did the system. We have never seen something quite like this. Usually, the person dies quickly, is crippled beyond the need for reparations, or they are strong enough to resist entirely. In that sense, your case is unique. Well, I want my stat points back and high-tier title for having survived an encounter with a Void Wraith. It doesn't even come close to repaying all the system owes me, but it is a start. I don't. Neither of those is an option. The title because you didn't survive an encounter with it, and the stat points. The system already repaired as much of your soul as it could. What? Yeah, I suspected it was the system helping me. You felt that? Yeah, I used the chance to reorganize a few things and strengthen my soul. Not sure how useful it will be against another attack, but there is at least a little redundancy and rigidity in the outer layers. He passes his hand over his metallic hair in frustration. Messing with your soul is dangerous. But perhaps that is why you are not a drooling idiot in a world of pain on the floor right now. You could interact with it enough to properly heal it, but not fully defend yourself. The question stands. Your class and the system are not part of your soul. They are just ether add-ons. All the system can do is send more pieces inside and slowly grow them. In the very rare cases something breaks, sending a replacement usually makes things worse. That is the reason you need to stay in the instance. You need every advantage after losing so many stats, especially given your balanced approach to stat increases. I disagree. I decide what is important to me, and like I said, listen to me. It was all fun and games when you were playing with little firecrackers that in the worst case would burn your fingerprints off. You are piling boxes of dynamite underneath your bed while using open candles as your lighting source. I have seen the results of ether wielders more than once. You can rush past a few bottlenecks. You can cheat the system and get access to stuff earlier than was intended. You concentrate on rare titles. But that is it. You work best skirting the line to achieve amazing things. But eventually everyone comes back and falls into line. His voice is strained, but he keeps going. It is the nature of things. Even the council, weight increases around him, and his elbows propping him up crack the wood floor as we suddenly drop a few meters. I reach with my chi, trying to approximate the shape of the runes and directly power it, extracting every smidge of lifting power, but even as I start to halt our drop, the weight is gone. Ah shit, he says. Don't worry about it. I get the gist of it. With a sad twinkle in my eye, I say, considering that and what I already know, I have to say 3 things to say. First, thank you. Second, the council has different goals from me, and I will cheat my way right to the top or as close as I can get. Third, you don't know me. It doesn't matter that the world is against me. It has been before and may be again. I didn't give up when Pando was dying the first time around, nor when people tried to stop me from expanding his reach. Now, the task is just larger. Entire universes have said the same, and I have yet to see a single person succeed. The system, being a simple system user at low levels, doesn't give that many advantages, but they stack up for those at a high enough level. Inventing and making a better incandescent light than what is on the market is trivial. Inventing a better entropy light that sucks in the heat from an environment and transforms it into visible wavelengths. Your science doesn't even have the prerequisites to understand how that would work, let alone how to replicate the most basic of applications of that tech. I don't need to rule the universe. I just need to protect a planet or 3 in my corner of the galaxy. Help me do that, and I will be eternally grateful. You have seen how developed your friend Alex has become. Sure, he is skirting the rules, and if the council had their way, he wouldn't even have that. But all he did is develop a little early. There is value and protection in that. Do not stray too far. You are one to talk about. My situation is different, and in the grand scheme of things, it is like Alex's. I'm not really moving against the system. I'm just bending its rules in a way that is acceptable. Hell, most of them are not even the system's rules, but the council's. You don't care for the system, and while there are some advantages to that, do not underestimate the danger. I hear his words, the words of someone concerned with my well-being, someone older and in many ways wiser than I am. But though he has lived longer than me, sometimes a child could cut through all the bullshit and see the truth in right now. I am the child. Pando. My will. That is more in line with my path. I can't just move off of it for a few pretty words. If I'm wrong, I will pay the price, but it is the only chance I have. Not even all the riches and knowledge of the entire galaxy would be enough recompense, not with the system trying to kill Pando. That said, how much can I take it for? What should I choose? That is simple. Ether. A lot of ether. And then, for an instant, our minds are one, and even with the inherent danger that misusing ether, the glimpses of madness that I had, the way that rapidly shifting my course for someone without a single defined path like me was absolutely perilous is gone. We both smile and a hint of greed creeps, as I wonder what would it be to work with a lot more ether, and I even ask, how much? Probably the maximum allotment for this millennia. So about 5 times the initial tide of ether. Perfectly attuned ether. It will cost something, but you can handle it. Even if it was possible to get more than this, I wouldn't recommend getting it all at once. I look out of the flying craft, as we fly with every word he speaks bouncing off a privacy ward. Interesting runic formation. It even has a few hints that are similar to another set in the depths of my memory, but I promised I wouldn't look too closely at Blackwood's work, so I try to put it out of my mind. I let myself feel for a moment what it would be to have that much ether. About 8-fold the amount I arrived in the instance with. With my ever-improving use of ether, it will never run out, or rather it will last lifetimes. Still, I can't just pick a reward for the system's actions. Even if these are only reparations, what would the system care that comes even close to as much as I cared for Pando? Ether sounded good, but I don't want a finite source of it. Back on Earth, there was enough loose ether that Pando could absorb it slowly over the years, but even then, that seemed to have been influenced by the ether that the Council used to speed up our integration timeline. Even making the system pay like this is not a lesson. It needed to voluntarily give up its resources, to acknowledge its mistake, and maybe even desire to change, as much as its artificial mind can grasp. I cover my bases, just see what's possible. Is knowledge, specifically relating to traveling the void, on the table? No, your case has nothing to do with the void. It makes no sense for the judge to sign off on any deal trading such information. What is on the table? Ether, money. Healing might have been if it was possible depending on the type of injury, but not in your case. As an insular option is the changing of minor rules that may have caused this situation and to help prevent future instances, but nothing that would be effective in such an edge case. Even telling you this much is reducing my information allotment, and eventually it will eat into the reward that you can get. Do take that into mind. Then I know the only thing that would come even close to being as dear to the system as Pando is to me. I want an ether spring. His eyes widen. What? How have you heard of that? I haven't. I say, simply not trying to capitalize on his shock. Just one question. Can the system simply turn off an ether spring? Not based on its rules. Just like the system can't enter your soul to either heal or change anything, it also can't turn off an ether spring. The most it can do has to do with the external assistance powering your stats. Okay. Then I will stay the course. A single payment of ether is not going to make a difference. You have no idea what an ether spring really is. Even a level 0 spring. Unless the system killed all the users in your planet by mistake, and it was for some reason paying reparations to you, it might balk at giving you a spring. I look at him, and my resolve firms. Not in an attempt to negotiate, or any kind of power play, but simply laying out my point of view. I will take nothing less, for that would be a disservice to Pando. The very fact that it won't let me even check back with him just compounds its mistake. Any lesser offer is hereby refused. Almost unwilling, I feel as space grabs him for an instant and his instinctive attempt to remain in the instance, but the system was paying close attention to our meeting. I speak in the suddenly empty place. I told the truth. You will never understand anything if we only continue to treat you like a machine. I may never succeed, but the sun will die before I compromise on something like this. Even if I made mistakes, I cannot simply grow numb. I will find my way back to Pando. I will be. Chapter 193. You did not see his eyes, I say, trying to convince the judge after my hour-long trip through the void. The equivalent of thousands of light years in real space. Nash is so resolute that his very words act like binding contracts for the system. I couldn't even explain things to him properly, not that it would have made any difference, but still. I have seen many determined eyes. You haven't seen his, not after you learned. What is it you fear? That he would enter a motion himself and extract an even higher price from the system? There is no chance of that even with the best lawyers in the universe, let alone anyone he could scrounge up in the short term even if he filed for an extension and waited until after his planet's integration in this backwater galaxy. That is not the problem. Even if he knew all the rules, I don't think he would enter any motions. Then the problem is solved. He says, getting a bit impatient, but the situation is unique, and I can't let myself be cowed, even before a judge in his position. We should bend all the rules and use every smidge of our leverage and influence, for I am scared. Not about what will happen now, in a century, or even in 1,000 years. But in a few scores of millennia, even if he ends up even more crippled and at a dead end in his progression, his will is iron. No, it's mithril, eternal, unyielding, and capable of manifesting real magic. He won't just be a thorn in this galaxy. I'm not any friend of the Council, and I believe the same is true of you, but I'm not signing up to be a resistance fighter. Nothing is certain. He can die before the end, but that sounds unlikely, and if he makes through. Those are bold words, in this talk of the resistance. Anyways, without an ether warrior like him at full strength, he will lose his planet. I grit my teeth until it hurts. Adopting a little of the human's physiology really affected me, but even as it makes emotions so much stronger in the positive, it also made me even more stubborn. Do you bind our conversation as privileged given I will be volunteering instance information? Yes. No word of this will be repeated. He says. Hearing that the court's witness that wasn't even recording anything gets up and takes his leave. Speak in plain terms, for I do not have the time to waste. 2 other people can wield ether, and although not everyone will be able to do the same, even in developed worlds ether wielders are rare. Plenty of the strongest warriors get there the slow grinding way. Rare, but not especially exceptional. Except, they did not learn that back on Earth with Nash's help. He only started teaching them after entering the instance. But, isn't the instance only a few months old? Not even 5 months yet. But this is just one of 100 things I could tell to surprise you. We shouldn't really be afraid of his power. He does not play by the rules. Even if he does lose his planet. I got that. I remember why he came here, and that perception field of his. Really interesting and useful, but also limited as you well know. Man, you are still trying to fit him in a box. I'm not going to lie. He hasn't yet come into himself, and I don't know how much of a hindrance that delay will cause. It may even cause him to fail in saving his planet, but it doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. I don't know why or how, but he would figure out a way to throw wrenches into the system's plans. I don't think we have to worry about the second coming of Wrath, as he teleports, killing entire planets and integrating sentience while he is still under protection from the system, but you know how little it sometimes takes to tip the balance of power. And you want to give him an infinite source of ether and make that an exponentially worse problem? One that if your predictions of his capabilities are anywhere near accurate, he will be able to upgrade. We both know that it is not really infinite. It is just tapping into the system's ether well. Semantics. The system won't just die anytime soon, so it might as well be infinite. Either way, you talk like he is inevitable. He is a curiosity, maybe a star that shines a little brighter than usual, not. No. He moves outside our structure of power. He has his own resources. I look at him, and I wait for the truth to dawn. Confusion gives way to pondering before a bit of horror blended with resignation shows up in his face. Then why are you worried? He will just die if he got the second resource. No, best as I could piece together, he spent at least a month from the second to the third resource and the imbalance didn't kill him. Why? How? I have no idea. I'm telling you, he may not be the most straightforward power. If we give him a fix of ether now, he is going to be pissed as we tarnish the memory of Pando. Which, by the way, he doesn't believe is dead. I do not want to see him even more motivated, no matter his intentions. The best we can hope for if we care about his galaxy and the trillions of beings over here is to delay his rise and guide him, hoping that he grows wise enough to know that while keeping his planet out of the Council's grasp is certainly a worthy and acceptable goal, pushing beyond that is inviting open rebellion. He really survived weeks from his second to the third resource? I think I'm starting to see your point, and if someone like that survives long enough. He is a bit of a cockroach. I have seen him hitting 0 health, and he took it better than I have seen in a while. He knew he was going to live, and if you see the effect of his health resource equivalent. Resources are a short-term boost that do more harm than good in the long run. Nothing but a dead end. Eventually, he will fall behind if he doesn't come back to the system. He argues, but I can see in his eyes. The doubt, the shifting in his thought patterns and openness to the possibilities Nash brings to the table. I know that I can take him the rest of the way. I have trillions, maybe quadrillions lives on the line depending on me stopping a well-intentioned, but ultimately young pup turning the gas on the stove without lighting it. Aster watches as a pair of young rabbits dig into my back to climb atop my head. The small meeting draws to a close. The arch-shaman and his apprentice and the hundreds of seeds that had an interest in developing further also send a pair of representatives as I act as both a mediator while adding a bit of a human perspective to the discussions. My mind whirls from all the revelations from the battle throughout the meeting, let alone the automaton's encounter and my soul damage, or rather damage to the system's constructs in my soul. I take deep and low breaths and let the oxygen invigorate me, reaching all the way to my brain and not only calm me but help me make good decisions. I call out with my telepathy. Then everyone has their own parts to play. Anything more to ask? A clear wave of denial hits me from everyone ending the meeting. They all enter my inner world and each head to their own projects. The only group was the absent wolves, but I ignore their gallivanting ways while they try to level by hunting and sparing with other beasts. Let him run around and poke at the HLZ to his heart's content. The ever-growing horde was something that a few people worried about, but I talked to him, and he would not attack unprovoked. Other plans for the future fill in my mind as I reach for my chi. It comes slightly more sluggishly and slower than before, so I push harder. I bend my mind and try to make my body be like it was before, but I fail. My stats. This is about my loss of stats. Even my chi lost a little raw potency likely from my intelligence stat decrease. Higher intelligence had a marked improvement in damage or work per unit of mana, but I never felt any meaningful improvement in the raw resource that is generated, just on the end result based on the intelligence stat of the final wielder. I file this away, adding one more line back to the list seconds after taking a dozen items out of it and assigning them to the others. I walk back into the village after my quick stroll to see and feel the changes coming into place. Thousands of people work diligently dragging pieces of enormous works of magic and defenses, some of which weigh more than a ton, except they don't need heavy construction machinery in most cases, just the power in their arms. A few levitating cradles do help reach spots that are too high or have some other factor restricting movement, but massive work has markedly changed. The wall doesn't get a single inch higher, but the magical defenses it boasts, and even the teams of mages comprised of stone singers and earth movers, go over every single inch of the whole endeavor, making sure that it is pristine and ready to survive anything the enemy is likely to throw at us. Just another couple of days until the attack. For now, I have other concerns, and the portal project is the perfect opportunity to take my mind off the bustle in the village. Though as I get there, there is a tall covering of tall foot-wide poles integrated into the buildings around the village change. Something of a dome stretches from the wide gap without buildings. Over 20 meters in width at the narrowest point. Runic patterns ready to empower the overhead shields, should they ever be needed. They won't be exceptionally strong given the wide area and large gaps between the poles, but they still have their place. No base was larger than those 20 meters, but even that was a small victory as the few subclass nature mages started making headway and connecting to my roots and growing something stronger than should be possible with traditional woodworking. Though the magic seemed pretty unsuited for direct combat relying on slow but wide area growth and shaping. I stopped near the portal admiring all the changes. Gone were the control panels just a few meters to the side in the open and the small runic battery underground. In its place, nearly 100 enchanters toil over a 7-meter-wide 3-dimensional wireframe of copper, hiding a 1-meter pure silver work, and in the middle of that a delicate sculpture with hair-thin strands of gold stretching from small plates not even a handspan wide. Merlin sits to the side, so I move over and wait for his head to leave the clouds. Oh, Nash. Hi. Nearly finishing up? Yeah, another half an hour at most. But I was just thinking if I could make an alteration or two on the overhead shield. I think I can increase its base structural integrity by adding a ring just on the walls or the central square, well, probably both for and even power distribution and redundancy. That would avoid most local overloads of the shield. We are still having trouble with very large shields collapsing entirely from concentrated attacks, but I got a few ideas. A demonstration that 2 heads are better than 1. He looks at me with an ease that I wouldn't have dreamed he could reach a couple of months ago. Roots grow from the ground into diagrams. My perception field and my entire being look at it, not as layman using a dictionary to translate it all in my head, but with the ease and masterfulness of a native speaker in the language of magic. This half an hour would be fun as we waited for the portal to finish up. Very, very fun. Chapter 194. Nash calls out the operator just a few meters away. 1 minute. Do you care to do one last check on the root engravings underground? I nod simply and my task begins in action instead of just waiting for a countdown. I reach for that same feeling of time slowing down that my higher stats helped me achieve in battle, and it comes. It is sluggish and different from last time. Just like chi, my other resources, and every meaningful measure of my physical strength. The one thing my loss of stats doesn't seem to have affected is my will, which I leverage for all I can. Getting a feel for it, I realize that it is not just the same, but it has grown with my soul stat increase, luckily a stat entirely unaffected by the damage to the ether constructs inside my soul. Letting out a breath, I try to make the world stop while going over the roots underground. I spin up my creation field, while using both one step towards connection and runic language, each adding their own perspective on the work before me. My mind bends and folds as I can see everything. I can understand and I absorb it all. I become one with the engraving, not in the same way as I do with Aspen. This wonderful state is closer to myself disappearing and only what is before me existing. I can faintly hear in the background the timer. 40 seconds. There are a few twists and bends. 30 seconds. My will and skills nudge the runes into a better alignment by fractions of a millimeter. 10 seconds and I exert all my will, even beyond what I thought possible to say. Everything in order. But even after the words leave my mouth, I don't leave this state. I take it all in, even as mana starts flooding the channels. I push a little of my chi with it like I do when strengthening shields, though I don't know how this iteration of the portal will react. Massive underground battery banks discharge at a greater rate than in any attempt before. If before we spend 50k mana in an entire test, now that goes every second, but barely a blink later it is over. The stabilization models we established are not matching up, says the portal operator. That is my fault, I say. I send a bit of chi along. We should double up all the tests programmed for today. We were already planning to spend 3 million mana today. Are you sure you want to double it? Don't worry about that, I have a few sources to call upon. All the village's batteries will be filled before the attack along with the main one in my inner world. You are the boss. Minutes later the same test is repeated without my chi. With each test, we make small adjustments. More mana, then less, varying the mana rate. Other times making it as smooth as possible. Stabilizing it before the portal opens or waiting a few seconds. Shorter-lived connections than longer. Everything we can think of has a proper test, sometimes multiple ones trying to isolate the variables. I push everyone's skill a notch higher as each of the engravers and even Merlin steps in to modify small details of the main engraving, and I work on the supporting structure of roots underground. Others could do the same, but none so easily and effortlessly as myself. I pulse the creation field out, but the strain is great while the gain is limited. Knowledge of the perception field and runes that the others pluck from my mind are doubtlessly useful, but the creation field is not as transformative in engraving as it is in blacksmithing. I still keep it up, because for someone as advanced as Merlin, each inch of advancement pushes all our capabilities forward. Each trial we improve and learn. Something familiar bubbles up, as new ideas start to pop up, and the trials I'm under and my desire to go back to Earth is sated for a moment. I'm making progress. Even if for now I can't go back, nor is a portal like this a realistic path to returning, it is at least progress. A step in understanding the rules of the world, for I cannot know how to break something I do not understand, nor how to fix it. I feel my natural ether field stirs up, and instead of letting it be, I feed it with even more ether from my pool. I would eventually run out, and harvesting it from anyone else is not an option, but I would make do with what I had and find a path forward for when a dead end arrived. There was always another path forward. I try to get a sense of the warping of the portal, but the way runes powered by mana interact with space is so very different than what I can do. Punching a millimeter-wide hole in space is like taking a crowbar and trying to lift a ship. Power folds and amplifies itself in a cycle, concentrating on a spot, creating a hole in reality and touching this other instance. Some interference is expected, and I try to taste the edgy currents, the warping flowing from it. Like a molten droplet of metal, the heat is too concentrated for my senses to get anything useful. I can't touch the very hole with my space sense, because there is only white noise. I inch forward trying to get at that perfect distance. Cacophony, a pinprick of pain, and I jerk back. I'm either too fast or too slow. Each time I get close, the portal turns off. I try 2, 3, 10 times to no avail. Frustration gets to me and I curse out. God damn it. Do a 10,000 mana per second portal, stabilize it as well as you can, and keep it active for a minute. Oh, sure, boss, says the main operator unsteadily. I take a deep breath and then I continue. Sorry, it is just I'm trying to do something, but the portal keeps turning off on me. Oh, no problem. I wait patiently as he spins the dials, controlling the mana, accounting for everything he learned today in the last couple months. A beautiful thin needle punching a hole through space. In my senses, I get only the after effects from far away or white noise as I push against the portal. So I approach slower ever until I finally get a good look at the torus of power. But there is something funky with my perception, so I move around and realize that from any angle, I can see the same thing. A donut aimed straight at me. My sense of space is amazing, but it sometimes has some strange interactions. The torus spinning on the outside edge of the tiny portal overlaps the power of space, folding itself, inducing most of this instability. That phenomenon is nearly absent in the much easier to observe portals to the netherworld. The system doesn't want us communicating with other instances, but the way this is happening, it is not just a random quirk. This is intentional. This is what has made our task nigh impossible. The minute hits its end, and the spinning reduces as the mana flow is cut off, and I let out a sigh. What did you learn? Merlin eagerly asks. Your pessimistic predictions, I don't think they're nearly harsh enough. We won't be able to fully stabilize the portal even with 1,000,000 mana per second. I might not even have realized if you didn't explain your thought process, but the problem is much broader than you imagined, and as we input more mana, are we going to have to chase the precision that I imagine only pure mithril would be able to give us? No, I don't think even that would be enough, not if we try to brute force it with our meager understanding of the field. We have to think sideways, otherwise it will be a self-perpetuating problem, put more power in, cause greater destabilization, feeding an inescapable cycle. There might be even a hard limit we could never cross, no matter the precision materials or anything else with our current method. I can almost feel the system's touch in the way our instance interacts with the other side. They all go silent, but a single tech walks back, wafting off a grim demeanor like he just saw someone die, and I pay attention to him. What is wrong? Everyone around looks at me, and soon after the object of my attention. With 100 stares, he calls out, a high price for each time we connect. I furrow my brows. Speak plainly, if you please. He points at the gold right in the middle of one of the largest fully metallic engravings. Definitely the most intricate formation we have made to date. I train my perception field on it, and for an instant only an instinct in the back of my mind warns me, but soon it all comes into clear and sharp focus in my mind. This is eroding the gold runes. If we keep this up, soon the entire engraving will become Swiss cheese, or even worse, metal styrofoam. Merlin, an expert as always, reaches with his humongous will and pool of mental stats, tasting the runes and their metaphysical elements, trying to be certain of the changes there. As I spread my will to the outside, I see that there were infinitesimal holes all throughout the silver and copper as well. If we keep this up, soon there will be nothing left. The power of the runes is eroding, but we could probably run 100 tests like this before any significant change. But why do you think this happened? One of the leading engravers asks. The only variable that meaningfully changed is the timescale. I don't think any other test lasted more than 10 seconds. This one went on for over a minute. The portal controller nods from his seat, tapping buttons, trying to find any information hidden in the logs. We need to test how and when this happens. That is the only way we have a chance of gleaming why this is happening and what countermeasures to add. Let's get to it, I call out. The next few tests confirm our suspicions and give us more concrete data to work off. Any portal lasting more than some 15 seconds with at least 5k mana running through it per second is affected. Even with my perception field, I couldn't feel what was causing the erosion, though at that power output it was so weak it barely merits a mention. At some 10k mana it was a greater problem. But from some 30k and above it no longer becomes manageable, and it was the one test we cut short. I try to make sense of it, and this just seems another layer to what is stopping our actions. Not a natural development, but making use of the harshness of the environment and layering the burden on our shoulders. We can make a dummy structure to take the damage, even if it is wasteful in its mana usage, and that might be enough to protect at least our limited supply of gold. Burgess volunteers as Merlin nods. I could make a few critical components of roots, and that should further mitigate the damage. I feel they would be able to at least partially resistant, but it is time-consuming to make roots absorb enough gold and silver. I'm talking a month for a pound of gold, and that is counting the expected improvements from 100 different ideas I have on how to speed it up. 100 ideas? Merlin calls out with a smirk in his face. Fine a few, but you could let me have a score to brag about. Burgess and the few others that could contribute to a project like this and aren't occupied with the preparations for the attack sit around grinning. All except for Merlin. I will magnanimously allow a dozen. Do not make me regret it. He says, pointing his finger like he is lecturing me. I bow in mock reverence before my mind turns to the problem. Those are all possible solutions to half of the problem. The other half, however, still remains, if it hasn't grown worse given the ever-increasing complexity of this setup. The one chance we had of stabilizing the portal without spinning the mana pool of every single person remaining in the instance every second to somehow get access to the other side like we used to do. But this is a chicken and an egg problem. We can't get access to the other side, because we don't have anyone with blueprints to engrave on the other side. And to get there we would need to have an already functioning portal. I asked them to turn it on one more time. At the barest of portals, pushing just shy of 5,000 mana so I won't be degrading the integrity of our limited supply of gold, I send my perception field out. I reach for the other village with my perception field. The flattened space around it, but this time there is something different. That same dizziness and lack of control from putting my perception field in contact with space warping phenomenon come back in full force, but I handle it much better than my first few times. There is something new on the other side. It is the same instance, but some 30 meters off inside one of the houses and protected by a decent mana shield, stands an old man, maybe middle-aged. A man with strange, slightly warped bones. Tall, lean, and extremely gaunt face exuding death. Strange even compared to myself in the last days of my trial after weeks without eating. I wonder for the briefest of instants if we could trust him. He looks to be just short of a lich wielding a bone staff and clad in full black attire, but that doesn't make him bad, does it? I strain my perception field across the portal. I try to feel the magic in the air, and anything that might help to tie the other end of the rope. After all, a bridge was a lot easier to build from both sides of a canyon rather than just one. But as the sigil in his robes light up and magic starts taking hold, I'm dumbstruck by my own stupid assumptions. We already have people on the other side. We just need to tell them what to build. Chapter 195. The wind picks up from the pinprick in the epicenter. I knock my bone staff against the ground and try to extend my proto-domain out. Mana rushes out as I fight a storm. The only things missing are water and lightning. Though those are most of what makes a storm, so perhaps nothing like a storm. I try to glean anything from the portal with my magical senses at this distance. Today it has opened a bunch of times in relatively quick succession. Sometimes it stays on for longer, other times the other side is a little clearer, but it is time that I don't just observe it, but interact with it. I have no idea how this is supposed to work, and my council of mages is even more clueless than I am, but my ignorance doesn't reduce my fascination. Sending a weak magical skeleton marching forward to stand just a foot away from the precise spot the portal forms. Standing so close, it will likely be destroyed if anything goes wrong with the portal, but this is the only way of reaching out that won't expose myself or anyone else to danger. While common skeletons were much easier to make and a lot more disposable than my few magical troops, they couldn't wield any magic. I reach out from deep within me and I assume control of the avatar. My field of death pushes out and even the few wisps of life nearby all fled. The next portal opening takes a lot longer. Did I wait too long and now only tomorrow will they turn it to again? No, I need to be cautious. The common skeletons I send were worse than useless, and even if it costs me a magical undead slot from my army, the risk is worth it. I reach out in earnest, watching its eyes and feeling through its mana sense. There are no other sensations. Nothing from its skin or tongue, for it has none. Even its sense of hearing is so muted as to be useless given that I can hear the wind better with my own ears 100 feet away while indoors. Magic can make up for a lot, but to give all the senses to an undead, that is a tad much for someone like me just starting out on this path. I'm only level 150, still stuck there as I wait for anything decent to show up as a subclass. The next portal comes as I work on my mana control, some 20 minutes later. I pay attention, but this time it seems different somehow. The way it stabilizes is strange. Not a uniform dome, but just one side being reflected. My mage skeleton senses nothing but faint wisps of mana. A moment later, strong light shines through. Like a projector hitting the ground, and I look downward. A warp projection slowly comes into focus. Instantly, the fraction of a mana point per second going into my aura becomes a lot more. By the time the portal closes, only a larger rune in the middle and a few English words are legible. I keep grinding the weaker bones in the pile nearby into dust with my aura and reshaping them into a rune. I reach as deep as I can and make it into reality. The magic and the engraving skill take hold as only I can do without using the slow process of tapping with a chisel a sheet of copper. There were other methods, but none useful beyond the simplest of tests. As it takes hold, however, my suspicions are revealed to be true as its effects are simply absent. I will need a little bit of testing and the rest of it to make it work. Just seconds later, my skeleton mage drops to its knees and starts carving on the packed dirt ground the symbol overlaying it with the image. 30 seconds in total and the portal blinks out. I wait with bated breath for what is going to happen, but as the crackles of space start, I know that it has come again, the next piece even before the overlaying, and this time a little more of the picture comes into focus. It may not work on the first or second try, but I will succeed. Nash's POV. Are you certain? Burgess asks me. Yes, we only need the barest of breaches for the calm rune to work, and it doesn't even need to be particularly well-timed with the amount of mana we are pumping out. We may have sent text explaining its purpose, but the first few tries without someone personally showing you how a rune operates are a bit funky. You know that. But we can at least increase the time window and make the portal a little larger. Look, if in another 10 minutes he hasn't contacted us, we can discuss changes. I don't want to waste any mana without the need. His bone dust runes may be mana expensive, but it's fast. I say we wait an hour. Burgess starts. Hello. The words echo just as the portal opens up once again. Anyone? The comm operator takes his hands off the controls so we can respond, and with everyone silent as mice, I say in the most nonchalant tone I can muster up. Yes, the magic man. No, you're not. He answers in a knee-jerk reaction. There is only one with that title. But with magic like this, you may hold a candle to his blaze. I hold back a snicker, but instead of debating my fellow Pando enthusiast, even with the couple people around that knew of my moniker back on Earth. So I just enjoy the joke without halting the communications. We will have time for more later. We claim the title of Prime Instance as the first one reaching others. Do you have any preference? Chuckles reach my ears. You can have it. I have no idea what you are doing. You must have found an even more amazing legacy than mine to be gifted such a class. I imagine how to unpack what he meant, but instead choose something else. Let us leave such discussions for later, especially given the mana cost for us to talk. I have a couple of things to say that you can relay to your village heads or whatever form of authority there is in your instance, though don't get too caught up in my wording. I'm not a diplomat, just a curious person. You are already talking to the right person. I nod slowly, though he won't be able to see it, and just continue, also choosing not to unpack this second statement. He and Charlie can deal with the other villages in his instance. We are peacefully reaching out to other instances. You are actually the first we managed to talk with. We seek trade, at first only knowledge given the limitations of our magic, but eventually, I hope to fix up the bugs in our portal and more should become possible. Knowledge and learning are concepts I hold very dearly, and I hope our instances can develop closer to each other. We have a lot to discuss, but for now, let us leave it just at that. On the next topic, I would like you to replicate another runic working that will help make communicating much easier and less mana intensive. Okay. Be back within the hour. Signing off. The mana after just 2 minutes of talking hit 100k if I'm reading the printout correctly. Not all that bad, but for so little interaction it is a shame. Just as I turn around I realize I didn't even ask his name. Well, we can get to that in time. For now, there are designs to create and modify. Also, Charlie should be here for the next contact. I'm just the inventor. He is the actual diplomat. My work goes at a lightning pace. So far, each and every smidge of progress forward seemed to have been fought tooth and nail, and this is no easier. But while we won't suddenly be able to cross physical matter to the other side, analyzing the changes to his instance and comparing notes on the magical phenomena on the other side, we can learn a lot, opening multiple avenues for improvement on our current designs. Which is not an entirely foreign concept to me. If my perception field could encompass what I was making in the relevant fields, I could progress much faster than usual and reach greater heights and insights than anyone else had any hope to. The precise shape, any distinction and microcracks forming, the temperature of each particle, and even the size and orientation of the grain in the metal. Contaminants and other invisible concerns all become clear as the day for me as I see everything to a precision that no technique from back on Earth would have been able to achieve without a lot of time and destructively altering the piece being tested. Every meaningful realm that a physical piece of metal touched, my perception field could see. But mana was inscrutable and magic was not its domain, yet. I was working on that, and when I crossed that barrier, my creation field would stop being a fun little addition and become a practical tool and could help Merlin reach whole new heights, let alone myself. But it was not here yet. Though the information we glean from Stragan, a bona fide necromancer watching the portal from the other side, is still invaluable. Though even after learning to see mana, I would need to filter out the interference that space subjected my perception field to so I could make sense of the flow. Perhaps that is an even more important aspect that I should try to acquire with haste. I pull a rough notebook and note it down on its 4th page along with my other developments for the perception field I want. Coming back to the task at hand, I look at the others and then at the portal. Merlin had the immediate task well in hand. Perhaps my efforts would be better served coming up the next step. I poke a single hole in my hand and extend roots just under the surface just in case using the carefully cultivated magical properties would have any impact. Dropping a few pounds of silver and a few droplets of life, a profound transformation occurs in the process. The roots drink in the metal orders of magnitude faster than usual. I get excited at the prospects given the sheer speed, but soon I realize the limitations. Instead of the carefully balanced and perfectly attuned version of the roots inside my body, these broader brushstrokes may be faster, but they are also inherently imprecise. I stop a lot sooner at around half concentration in seconds, instead of full saturation years or even decades for a mass this large. Going for too much too fast is risky, though I should be fairly grateful that even this much is possible without causing harm through some of the system's bullshit. Over the next half an hour, I draw on our limited supply of gold and make 2 tiers of living base materials to engrave, with showing the best magical handling capabilities of its class. I wonder what the actual best way of handling things would be. I suppose with my other bullshit skill, create, I could simply conjure up slivers of mithril, but unless they could last at least an hour for us to have the time to mold, they would be of little help. Chi is the answer. Chi sometimes breaks rules. What could it do with this aspect of the create skill? I knew that it helped the creation field, but even that was subtle. I draw my power and concentrate on making a sliver of mithril, 100 points, 1,000, 3,000, then I cut off the flow. Before me in my hand is air, a spot with nothing but air. Well, shite. I couldn't expect everything to go my way, but for Chi to have no capability to create. Could I make something less impressive than the wonder material? Learning that sounds important. Chapter 196. The night wore on, even as most people take short breaks fitting their own sleep schedules. But the group never dips below some 50 people working diligently. Dozens of engravers poring over the runes and making the smallest of tweaks to smooth out the mana flow with help of a couple of metalworkers that got enough magic to melt the material back into place in small spots. The permanent team keeps scouring all the data acquired and seeking clues on how each minute change affecting the portal. A pair of them accompany and discuss possible changes over the dozen blueprints that interlock with each other. Time marches forward as I do my best to come up with the next steps even as I take the input of what they learn. Through all that, Chi's failure to make something out of nothing, to create matter like mana could, even if only temporarily, strikes me. I try to make even copper or wood instead of mithril, but that fails as well. Each brief break sees me experimenting with the concept, but nothing succeeds, not until I try to replicate dirt. Just a mote of dirt, as I carefully draw on my limited stores of chi made even worse by the reduction in stat points and regen speed. At least it lasted a little longer compared to mana, but anything more complex than dirt strained its capabilities. With just a single day before the end of the month, the automaton will come again to deprive us of some of our hard-earned coin, and right after we will be attacked again. I want to be done with that given my future plans. While it is not a certain thing, I can see things on the horizon, especially given that I started to see the shortcomings that the automatons hinted Chi would have. At least it is a superior resource when it comes to wielding space. I move and joke like always. I concentrate and act in conformity with everyone's expectations. Even when I do surprise them, it happens within a familiar frame of reference. Beneath it all, however, every time a new setback shows up or I discover one of my plans will need to change, a small twinge bothers me. I need to find a way back to Pando. I want to rage, but my small progress and hope hold me back. While there is a chance that I can save him, I need to keep a grip. I may take risks, I may even do something stupid, but all in my effort to come back. And this is the step I need to take now. Though as the decision solidifies in my mind, a small idea pops up. 5 minutes won't hurt anything, will it? Cross-legged on the dirt floor just a dozen meters away from the epicenter of the hustle and bustle, I take another small step. Life. It was another resource of mine that I used in sparing terms, but with the right approach. I draw a tiny tidbit of it and let it go outside my domain. Outside my body. I really should make that distinction clearer in the future. The deep red resource keeps its ball shape as it falls to the ground with only a loose relationship with gravity. It splashes in slow motion with droplets of it returning to my body and quickly phasing into my pool. Suffusing the ground, the resource is absorbed like colored water and pushes growth around it even without any prodding from me, which is not an unexpected result given other tests I had run. Next, I prepare to do something just a little bit crazy. I reach for all the instinctive and easy knowledge I gained by making and later expanding the food catalog of our instance. Even my experimentation with the hundreds of similar plants helped our Regan speed. I still didn't really know what mechanism these herbs used to accomplish that, even while being a relatively constant user, but this time, I take a much more radical step that is likely more up Dr. Frankenstein's alley. I try to mix plant DNA with my own. My limited testing indicates that mana can't do that, but a mixture of life and chi is a potent glue. I try to create a single cell, wielding all I am to make it into a reality. The first 100 tries bring to reality misshapen and dreadful things, but some are slightly more successful, exuding a hybrid nature. I can still affect it with my nature mana or rather nature chi. With a particularly successful example, I feel each second losing energy, burning it in the incessant drive to keep itself alive. I ask Aspen to send a bit of sap containing the basic nutrients to it. He does so, and for a moment it seems to alleviate the struggle, but that isn't enough. I try a few things, not wanting my first successful creation to die in such a pitiful way, even if it is no more alive than any other random cell in my own body. I reach in with my entire perception field, training on the little thing to connect with it as I would with a plant. One step towards connection, a little pain, a burning, too much lactic acid, and carbon dioxide. Oh, is it lacking oxygen? That is not something a plant can transport efficiently, not without a lot of modifications. I cut the connection and get Aspen to help. More of my blood flows into his network, making its way to the hybrid cell. As soon as a single red cell touches it, it is re-energized beyond belief. Now I have finally imitated Pando in the smallest of forms and made a creature that is part of myself. It's still close enough to the thousands of trees in the original growth. Now to see if my idea holds merit, I send a bit of my life to it. It is instantly overwhelmed, blowing up into 100 other cells. They all grow at a rapid rate from even the smallest of amounts of life I can wield, fractions of a point of life. But soon, the minute draw slows as the single cell becomes a small sphere capable of supporting the last remnants of my life resource. I wait patiently, purposefully fully withdrawing my will to watch its own path. A wonderful state begins to form, as one step towards connection almost seems to draw me in deeper than before. But the ease and depth of it are to be expected. After all, if I couldn't reach inside it like my own body, there was something wrong, right? A lot of information is missing, and I don't learn it all. But just because I don't extract 13-volume encyclopedia in a few seconds, doesn't mean that the 1 or 2 volumes aren't immensely useful. I can tell that changes that nearly starving and later running out of oxygen through. Changes in their composition. Their desire to create a specialized cell in the middle. A few large adipose cells store fat, but the largest change is oxygen storage for lean times. Happy at my success, even if only the very first step, and with a lot still to figure out, I end my brief break and go back to the next iteration of the formation. Something that I could add underneath it all and only make a few tweaks on the main formation that should make a difference with the full use of my resource. Chi. Just throwing it at normal formation usually saw a decent increase, though even that now seems more luck than anything else, but the subtle differences that it shows from mana ought to close the gap to the final version. And that was even more prevalent given how difficult each tiny step forward is. Slowly, as the sun is rising, the few gawkers and remaining magic user return. Not everything is ready, but even Charlie shows up for the next opening even after the previous day being full of halting attempts. We learn more about each other, though the necromancer holds back on a few things after he realizes we didn't know anything about the legacy classes he mentioned. The first portal of the day opens up, but I mostly ignore the voices of dozens of people, each with their own communication channel. I look at all my hopes and dreams around. I wanted to make a rune that could teleport not only information instantly no matter the distance, but also matter, though that was always a distant concern. But if even making a portal work was such a hustle, at least we understood it, and using it correctly was safe. I shiver at the thought of asking Scotty to beam me up. while the calm rune itself may be capable of much more. So far no one had even the smallest of hints of success, dematerializing and rematerializing even a grain of dirt. The whole effort could be futile, and if there is an easier way to accomplish it, we should pursue that. As the teams of diplomats all talk simultaneously, I reach out. The millimeter-sized portal, powered from our side, rebounds off a small formation on the other side. Nothing too complicated, nor mana-intensive, but while it would be a nice thing to have a balanced formation, each supplying half the power, even this much helps immensely. Like a small permanent magnet in the middle of dozens of coils of wires and electronics to control the energy generation. Not quite the most efficient compared to something more appropriately sized, but still better than nothing. I feel the mana consumption. Just 50 mana a second on our side. The other side, however, is inscrutable given my perception field can't sense mana, let alone my more common senses. They said the bone plate less than a meter in size was consuming about 1 mana a second, which is in line with our expectations, but I couldn't tell either way with my perception field as it is, no matter how much I wish it so. At this reduced but still significant mana consumption, the former minute-long talks were lengthened until we were sitting at 1 hour on and 1 hour off. At the comparatively low mana consumption, we didn't have to worry about the erosion of the materials, but even with everything we learn at this junction, the 50 mana is not nearly enough to pass anything but the waves of my runes. Passing coherent light through the magical projector, I painstakingly helped to align and account for the dynamic shifts, and the portal transition was still expensive. It requires nearly 1,000 mana points rather than the required before the formation, helping on the other side. Can we pass matter through the portal, even if get over there is dust? Merlin asks me, starting me out of mind. I was thinking about that. One thing I have started to figure out was the underground support network, even if temporary, would mitigate a good portion of the damage from the higher-powered portals. After we succeed, we will probably learn something, but it should help us figure out how to improve much more than by taking small steps like we are now. I wanted to wait until their engravers got better materials. They may not have as much silver as us, but they have more gold, comparatively speaking. I have the feeling that he is not telling us the whole story. From a few of his hints, I would guess he controls most of the instance's wealth, even if just in a managerial capacity. Why do you say that? I can't describe it, but I have seen him with my perception field, and there is something under the surface, a realness and weight to his actions that I find in no one else here. Not lessening yours or Charlie's accomplishments, but he somehow got an early lead, and now he is the undisputed top dog in multiple domains at the same time. I think I get what you are saying, but that is still a long way from having thousands of gold coins to waste by melting. And I guess silver is in the same boat. Sure, for the time being. But what if we trade our bulk silver for system currency with him? We learned a few interesting runes and a bit about magic from his sources, which seem more in line with the normal progression the system expected, but the rules for him are a little different. He didn't get the storms, nor are the attacks in his village as large as ours. Even the beasts in the HLZ don't react the same way. He invades their territory and they keep coming until he withdraws. They're a lower level. Yes, but if he can't take territory, his silver mining efforts are much more limited. He has his advantages, we have ours. We should take advantage of that. Okay, but first things first, we can't even send raw metal that gets shredded on the other side yet, let alone an intact coin. I grin and say, well, I still haven't really shown what she can do, and I have a few ideas. Chapter 197. Isn't that a bit risky? I mean, over 1 million mana per second into space runes? Merlin asks me as we stand in the secondary control room, some 30 meters off the center of the formation. Everyone in line of sight of the area already evacuated. Also, don't forget the multiple layers of mana shield specially tuned to contain and disperse the space distortion, the meter-deep blast shield of roots all around it, and the earth barrier around it all. I know the shields. I did most of the design after that mishap in the inner world. And I can see the protections, but I still got a chill in my gut. I still have the feeling something is about to go wrong, not quite decapitation wrong, but still. I take a step back and run over all my preparations. Everyone should listen to their gut, and I take his words seriously. But everyone also cares about different things. The possible consequences of running this experiment are worth it. I don't want to give up so soon. I know that my idea precludes me from being able to cross to this other instance by myself, but I didn't just want to send and receive a bit of gold or silver powder. I need to at least send the smallest of physical objects, though, because that would open up untold possibilities. Growth for both our economies and access to wealth that would put all our current efforts to shame. Since time immemorial, one of the most important aspects fueling economic growth was around increasing the number of people in the game, and now we had a chance to link our economies together. I firm my face and Merlin just nods. I need to find my way back to Earth and I will take this first now. Delaying may be wiser, but everything was a trade, and I would pay any price on my path back home. T-minus 60 seconds. 59, 58. The operator's voice takes me out of my thoughts and to everything around me. I sit on the ground in a mana plate, with direct links all the way to the central engraving, but instead of relying on its help, I open several pairs of portals. Extending chi through them and bridging the gap of dozens of meters, suddenly, everything is nearly touching my skin. Each pair of portals goes to a different seed to sustain as I start clearing my mind until the familiar sequence and mana buildup starts. Space seems to warp just from the concentration of mana, something seemingly fueled by everyone's expectations. Through the instance, thousands of allied mages watch the remote stream, even if they can no longer affect the results. Ether spins in the sky, reaching beyond this small group, even with all the new additions to the teams of engravers from other villages that could come over and put their expertise to practice. They do all they can, adding their capabilities to our own and making the whole greater than its parts. A collective will as everyone holds their breath, but there is no one panting after 30 seconds with the immense physical growth the system allowed. My pool is full and more chi than I can leverage in a moment just accumulates around me. But while I pay a small long-term penalty for the lack of chi regen, I waste none of my while cycling it out without even counting the fact that it is conveniently all around for near-instant usage. 1, 0. The batteries in the inner world and underneath the formation buckle. The mana discharge blinds everyone with even the slightest mana perception for miles. This is no slow transformation powering a widespread shield or something similar. The entire trove of mana is instantly and violently transformed into a warping of space concentrated on a pinprick. Light even stronger than an arc weld leaves a black hole in my vision as I send hundreds of chi points out. The portal forms wild and unstable, much more than usual. Given the brief seconds it will be open, we don't have to worry about the corrosion instantly melting it into scrap and absconding with all the gold, and a little of Merlin's hesitation gets to me before I brush it aside. I train my perception field on the space and try to use all my senses to feel the warping, even in the unstable form that is before me. New sensations of a magnitude I have never come across reach me, so I file it all away, filtering what I need at the moment. The bluish light may be pretty, but it is not my goal at this instant. Something is missing. It hasn't begun to stabilize 2 seconds, and even considering that most portals to instance number 5 are well underway in half a second. Time is slow as each second seems to tick forever. Each time the mana and chi push in one direction, something fights back. It has more disturbance and more attention from the system. I grab the chi directly, in the same way as Merlin described, and leverage it with all on. I play the mental imagery of excluding the system's interference from the space that I claim is mine for a little while. But that image gives way in totality to the only thing remaining in my mind. Connecting both places. That is all of myself for the next second. I speak the language of magic, and for the first time, I see a bit of what Merlin meant when he described his overview as a metamage. I can't hope to compartmentalize and automate hundreds of sets of runes on the fly as he seemed to be able to, but I don't need to. I just touch and reinforce the flow with everything I'm. Merlin's efforts trail mine, taking direct control of a significant portion of the mana even as a massive ether spins around him, though I don't even take an iota of my concentration to also wield my ether. It all goes to the single task. 2 places or 1. Both my chi and my natural space warping take the edge off the disturbance. Merlin sees a broader area while I focus on the very center of the formation like no one else can. In some ways I let my chi loose, to follow its desires while I speak the language of runes. 2 places that are no longer 2. A small impossibility coming to life in a way that the system abhors. But its attention is only insular and its interference only in creating turbulence. Keeping it balanced and feeding from the very power we try to power the portal with. I use my seemingly telekinetic power capable of warping space with all the strength I can muster, well past every limit I thought I had, which is the equivalent of lifting a book, but I apply it perfectly for an instant. I will my chi to bridge the gap nearly free from interference from the system, and then it clicks. 2 places or 1, even more deeply than a fully stabilized netherworld portal. Send it, I scream. Instants later, as the hand of the operator pushes down, A dozen small pockets shoot out faster than an arrow. They cross in fractions of a second, and then the price for our success arrives. Corrosion, something unnatural, like a liquid void eating into reality itself, sizzling the ground and our runes. A black thing that simply munches on everything in range. The mana flow fully destabilizes, and then I feel the full attention of the system. Power like I never felt locks down space, and the portal collapses even faster than normal after losing the runes. But the corrosion is not to be trifled with, and as the corruption splashes, it crosses a pair of portals hitting my skin. Even as all our runic structures stop powering the portal, it is too late. The thing got its claws on our realm, eating the thick wall of roots after only brushing against the mana shields. I reach out with my chi and reinforce the shield still up. That stops the innate power to eat away at its structure, and if before I thought the system's attention was full with us, I'm proven dead wrong. A wave of mechanical displeasure hits me like a stone building. I can barely make anything that is not the infinite being in my presence, or rather its will. No one misses the coming of the system. Until now, I was the only system user that could sense its gaze, and that was my own capability, like being able to feel the heat of the moon's light, so faint that it didn't seem possible before the system. But this is impossible to miss, worse than T-Sahara in the middle of the summer. It doesn't matter if you can't see infrared. If a wave of heat so strong hits you that your skin boils, you still know what is happening. Or at the very least that something is happening. The frozen black thing puffs out of existence. But not just the unnatural thing. The system takes with it pounds of gold, hundreds of pounds of silver, tons of copper, along with a good chunk of my roots. Everything in a 10-meter sphere just vanishes. I feel a prompt arrive. As wired as I'm, and it nearly leaps out so strong as the warning. User will suffer penalties for inviting permanent damage to the instance plane. Damn. The system does take this seriously, very seriously. Regardless of the reason, I now have two endeavors to put back in order. Regrow a basic portal to talk with the other side, and figure out what happened there, including what I send through like Pando's coin, the small pocket of space, and most important of all, the seed I send over. It is not a fully living seed with a consciousness that I would not risk until a lot more testing, though a more basic one I still risked. I will need to scrub my memory palace for any clues. Then I look down at my arm to see the tiny red mark left by the corruption. It ate away wood and dirt like an acid 1,000 times faster than anything we knew of back on Earth. I would have expected a needle-like hole in my arm, but maybe it is just the absurdly small quantity or distance from the main body that limited the damage. While the entire thing may have lasted only 5.4 seconds if the timers are to be trusted, it is clear as day that I have a lot to learn. Amongst the dozen interesting developments, I will start with the memory of a blue flicker in the distance that my perception field captured. Hopefully, that is my first real crack at being able to sense mana. Judge's POV. A voice grates on my nerves. A flunky of the council with a modicum of power, pretty low to not even be the top dog in this back corner of the universe, keeps screeching. And it is because I fall under Section 3.65.49.1-3 of Code 65-4 while simultaneously keeping the restrictions I just mentioned in mind that I'm exempt from paying taxes on all my personal earnings in this galaxy. I take a second to review everything he said, after his hour-long speech, that I paid absolutely no mind to. While it is clear that the statutes are not meant to be applied in the interpretation he used them with, there is also not much room to argue that this is the letter of the law, but I know the exact way to deal with this. It seems you are correct. I will send a pair of investigators to check that you are following the restrictions you put yourself, user, to qualify for this exemption. That is the only proper thing to do. What? A pair? Why? I don't want to give the wrong impressions, especially given your creative use of the legalese. A single investigator can be worked around with enough influence, and neither of us will benefit if I put my stamp on anything I'm not certain about. So I will be through. You are hereby exempt from taxes, but I will do my due diligence. My decision has a millennium to run its course. The least I can do is check everything is as proper. Of course, my lord, he says. I watch him with a version of Nash's perception field. Nothing as overt as his. Even if his version is undetectable by the system, the very intent he gives while using warns other people of what he is doing. I still don't know what or how he did it, nor can I really replicate its effects from staying under the radar outside my courtroom. But inside my domain, I have a lot of power and wide latitude. I see the flinch hidden under the layers and layers of illusions in the calculating looks in his eyes. Just like I expected, a pair of investigators won't be enough. Each will of course go with a retinue of assistants, and if one or two of these assistants are also good investigators and they uncover something he is trying to hide, oh sweet justice, as he will have to not only pay for all the proceedings of the court but reparations for all the taxes he has skimmed and any future occasions of such, given that he tried to get a decision for a full millennium. If they fail this first time, given he is forewarned, in a decade or two I can send another team for a surprise inspection. I dismiss him and send a system message to a pair of good investigators, one of them the second best investigator I know. The best one alone could probably deal with anything in a single visit, but he has more important concerns at the moment, and he isn't even near this galaxy. A ping from the system, something that would have been painful, maybe deadly for anyone a newly integrated user, though the system has safeguards on that. It only sinned with such vehemency because it knew I wouldn't be injured. Instance breakdown after attempted incompatible dimensional interconnection. User. Nash. HA. I don't even need to read the rest to know this was his work. Still, this is no laughing matter. I look at the few hours that would take for me to make an in-person trip to the comm center in the middle of this galaxy so I can communicate in real time to my superiors. But after he pulled a stunt like this, the minute chance he had of acquiring an ether well is forever gone. He is no longer the harmed part. He is the little kid breaking toys after getting pissed. Even with all my influence, I can't push things in the direction Automaton wanted. We will have to work something out, for if it only took Nash a couple of days to pull something like this, what would he do with years, or worse yet, millennia under his belt? Chapter 198. Strolling through my memory palace, I can't believe half of the stuff I discover, though I see no reason to doubt my senses. I have an inkling of how to replicate the effect in the portal we are building without having to power it with my chi. I seek the remnants of all I learned with one step towards connection, even if only a superficial connection. Rebuilding the entire thing, at least without the gold in the middle, is a fairly easy process by reutilizing the swapped pieces of the formation. It has a very small gold focus in the middle, nor is it an extremely refined design, but an hour later, we have something workable without having to go back to the completely wasteful original design. A lack of precision, small glitches from the rush job, and a near lack of gold to power the portal, double mana consumption for the minimum viable portal that a comm rune can work through, but work it does. And with the much smaller formation on the other side, they get it up and running before us. As soon as we connect, I hear the voice of our main point of contact so far. I may be a necromancer, but that black thing beyond death. Luckily, there was no one nearby. Did you get the packages? The comm operator asks as we stand at his sides. Oh, yes. They were scattered a dozen meters away from the small goo explosion. Though what is the seed about? It is a gift from our resident magic man. Just plant it nearby and feed mana, preferentially nature mana if you have any such mages. I will have to call upon. Wait. It's the person you keep calling Magic Man, one that threw a bunch of seeds out in the middle of nowhere? I lean forward interested, but before I have a chance to answer, Merlin laughs from his belly. It is that instance. The one with the boob armor girl you told me about. A shrill voice reaches our ears, making us wince before the typical noises of mishandling a microphone while trying mute it comes through. Though after a brief pause the necromancer's voice is back. Well, while I prefer that you be more respectful of my people. Yes, Valeri saw your magic man throwing a bunch of seeds out. I don't suppose you would do me the favor of connecting the seed you plant there with the one spread over, right? Well, it will take a while, but I don't see why not. I send a few of our mages, and the types of growth we occasionally see from it add a bit of variety to our diet. We even got slight improvements on our healing salves, so this is the least we can do. I widen my eyes at their discoveries, not at his hinted meager gains, but the fact that there were any gains at all from mixing different plants with similar properties. Our resident potion maker continued to improve with the healing salves and connections. But this could prove to be another avenue for easy growth. And this might also be helpful when he managed to make a proper potion. If I detect the specific mechanisms they achieved, that I may be able to modify the leaves to extract even more out of them. I start thinking of my next step. I only have another few hours before people will stop by and prepare for the trip tomorrow. But just as I pull my new notebook, a much better way of organizing than the previous iterations of my list, I feel a pinprick, the barest of threads just reaching and grasping myself. I would normally not notice this latch, especially given my reduction in stat points, but I had taken the first step toward at least navigating the void. Though being able to aim my landing similar to jumping out of a plane was really useful, I couldn't do the reverse and leap from the ground into a flying plane of my own volition. The ghostly frog tongue wraps around me very faintly, getting my measures more precise, and I concentrate on it. I let go of all the concerns, with a good guess of what happened, and for the second time today, I reach for a connection. Nothing happens for a couple more seconds until the automaton's probe gets a firm lock on my position. Strength that even someone without senses capable of seeing space warp sucks me in, and then I'm floating in the void with nothing and nobody else in sight. So he hasn't come this time as well. I reach out with my senses all around me and make use of the opportunity, even if it will likely be a couple of minutes at most. I navigate, sometimes fighting the current that surrounds me, accelerating me. Then I go with it before turning every which direction. I try to get as used to the movements, but as I expected, I'm plopped back in reality way too soon. In the courtroom are only two people, a tentative friend and a person of authority that is not amused by my antics. This time you screw the pooch. I make a small effort to feel regret. The system may be callous, and in the end what I did involved unexpected dangers, but if the system denied me access to Earth, I would reach out and grab what I could in whatever manner was available, and knowledge. That was scarce. I will admit, I'm pushing the envelope. But there is a simple answer to it. The system just needs to stop denying what is plain would answer my needs. For the record, what do you refer to? In the short term, I want to go back to Earth to fix the mistakes and problems it has caused. Healing my soul would also be another good step. But it all comes back to a single denial with no rhyme or reason, denying us essential knowledge. That is the fundamental problem. And opening a hole in reality fixes that. How? He asks genuinely. How else am I supposed to learn? You are a few decades too young to think of messing with something like this. I don't even know how you overcame that last hurdle. Even if your chi is impressive, there is only a single being backing its usage, and higher applications of it will remain severely limited. I take careful note of his offhanded words. Another piece of the puzzle fitting what the automaton has hinted at. It is perhaps a small aspect I could start looking into. Though as the weight of his first statement comes back, tiredness I didn't know I could feel slams into me. I don't have decades. I need to learn in months, or better yet weeks, what careful and methodic exploration should have given me. What you are looking for is impossible. Impossible implies an absolutism that I don't believe in. If people are attacking Aspen, it is possible to go back. Their circumstances aren't your own. I will make the circumstances in my favor. I will bend the world to my will if I need, or I will come up with a never-before-used method to bypass those restrictions. You yourself said that you didn't know how I finished the connection, how I warped space with my bare will and brought an instant of glory. Before it all went to hell. Glory. You nearly killed all of humanity. I let his words sink in. The beginnings of a chill creep down my spine, but I take a breath and feel his words. Do they resonate as truth? I absorb his words, trying to extract the meaning beyond ordinary movement, but there is nothing else. The vibrations are empty, a mechanical sound constructed to make me believe something different from reality, likely for my own good. So, if I poke a needle in a zeppelin, the gas leaks and blows up, nearly killing everyone else in a cascade that will reach all amongst thousands of other craft flying in formation, and it is somehow my fault? A kid exploring its environment? As his mind shifts to counter my weak argument, I really lock gazes with him, bore down into his soul, and drive home the heart of the matter. If what you say is the truth. He looks at me as I firm my jaw and lean forward. Nothing he says will convince me. I make sure he knows. I won't change my mind without a good reason. But then he changes his tune. You stubborn? Yeah, not that much danger for the whole of humanity. Still, there was a chance that the system wouldn't have caught it in time, and it could have easily consumed your entire village. If a single droplet had flown away, it might have killed a few unlucky people. The system doesn't deal well with people that walk too far from the normal path like you. You do not have the prerequisites to even imagine the forces you are playing with. A few thousand people are just a rounding error when the scales get big enough. Then fix the system's mistake and take me back to Earth. I will forfeit any possible reparations for this single action. Just a gesture, showing me that the system is capable of growth and acknowledging its mistakes. Not even the Supreme Court could give you that. And you are one to talk about mistakes. A different set of portals, a stronger entity reaching through, and a failure of the system could have killed billions. And wishing a black hole into existence could do the same, but I will own up to that. I poked somewhere dangerous, without knowing what the system had done, and it could have had disastrous consequences. So you will stop? No. No? You just admitted your mistake. And I learned from it. I learned a lot. The next test will have an enormous redesign, but the system can't deny human interaction, putting us all in isolated balloons that could pop with the barest of pricks and call itself righteous. To expect us to follow its rules or die. Unless the rules change again, I know how to avoid that thing. What if I tell you that that thing is not all you have to worry about? You already implied that it was not. But this is the only way forward I know, and I will not halt my efforts until I achieve my goal or it is no longer required. I tell you now, only death waits if you keep this path. How? What are the pitfalls awaiting me? Give me concrete details and I will stop endangering anyone right this instant. I can't, but just because of that you are going to keep risking all of humanity alongside you. I will be more careful. I learned from my mistakes, probably more than you realize. The judge seems ready to tear his hair out before he purposefully leans back and composes himself. It seems you will not show remorse, but that's only an insular problem in your case. You forfeit most of the reparations. Even if you had killed all of humanity but still survived, I couldn't entirely withdraw the reparations. So I will render my verdict. You will get 41% of the integration portion of ether perfectly attuned to yourself, or roughly 8% of the total expected reward. The rest is forfeit. As much as it pains me to puff out a candle flame that has the smallest of chances of becoming a sun one day, you are hereby banned from ever receiving an ether well as a reward from this court or any other. Furthermore, if you want to go back to Earth, I will nudge you. At each end of the month, the cost of your stay will multiply tenfold. His ruling, in the gaze of the system, dawns upon us. His words are law incarnate, binding in a way I didn't know was possible. This is no simple decision. Is it a punishment meant to take my attention? I blurt out the first things that comes to mind. What? No, that is not fair. Actions have consequences. Ignorance of the law and said consequences may be taken into account, but they don't excuse your actions. Nothing else I could have done would have been more appropriate. You have nothing to complain about. You were getting orders of magnitude more ether than most people get in a lifetime after the initial integration process. I sense as the system's ether stirs around me and it reaches into my soul. Except this time, it is not just sending constructs into my soul, but interacting with it. I shut out everything around and cross my legs on the ground. The system's will moves, trying to scoop up something fundamental to myself. Meaning, will, flavor, spice to be mixed into the ether and make it more than this free-floating stuff. People put a lot of emphasis on attuned ether versus unattuned. The price for an attunement perfect for someone is the difference between the heavens and earth. And even the pure ether is more expensive than mithril. I still couldn't see the whole of this picture. Why? The system gifted everyone a lot of ether. As far as I knew, it was attuned ether. So why this emphasis? The system's attacks on Pando seemed to aim at extracting the little ether he had. Could it be just because of the attunement? Even if I got a much larger portion than anyone else and shared some of that with Pando, it still didn't make much sense. I may not know the normal allotment very precisely, but based on Merlin and Alex's polls, I have a decent guess at an average portion. Was it just hype, or did this attunement business have more to it? I pay attention to the ether spinning around me, but just as I think the system is going to take away this dust before mixing it up with ether and returning to me, a faint sense of ripping in my whole being takes me out of my good mood. Like the system is taking spoonfuls of myself. My senses are not numb. I open up to see its actions, and now I can't close my eyes again. It is a subtle feeling, something that I definitely wouldn't notice the first time around that it gifted me ether. A tread of ether streams to my pool. I try to feel the changes, but as I wield it, I realize it hasn't just mixed my sense of self so it could attune the ether. It only used a pinch as seasoning before putting a lot of filler in. Like it was trading the best Himalayan salt by chemically refined table salt with pink colorant. The rest of my meaning is taken away. God damn it. Rage and a sense of loss threatened to overwhelm me. A diminishing of my very being that in my ignorance I allowed. Get out of my soul. I push and lock down the skin of my soul, now much stronger and thicker after the last attack, and the multiple thin layers add backing material I added to it into a more efficient defensive shape. But the system is inexorable and it pushes back, for its help will not be denied. Chapter 199. Given the high price, I'm thankful that the process is slow. Each spoonful the system takes from my shed feelings, memories, and very self takes time. It steals the production of meaning that made me a sentient being capable of overriding the biological imperatives. Each time just a second or two, but that was another opportunity for me. I never really noticed this. Dust was there, and given the changes in the structure of my soul when the three spaces melded, I may have lowered the threshold for me to sense this intrusion. The milky white background with the black, floating balls of lights and so much else. Even the contrasts help me find everything no matter how small, especially as the system's movements make it obvious there is almost like a dust cloud orbiting the center of my soul. And once you see it, it is impossible to miss. Last time around, it only took seconds to gift a good portion of my ether to Pando, though I have no way of precisely measuring that time. I struggle to push a few words out even as my will tries to fight the system. Stop. It cannot be stopped, the judge says even as the automaton remains silent. Why would you deny such a gift from the system? I marshal my will and ask. I thought the system couldn't steal pieces of my soul. It can't even heal. How could it do this? Oh, you can feel that? Don't worry. Those are just like dead skin cells. You don't need more than a handful left. Its only use is to make attuned ether. That single statement makes it clear. My path is not theirs. She is my path. Breaking rules, arbitrary rules of those I don't recognize as my path. They don't even see. They wield immense power, and they could end my life with an errant flicker of their finger, but they don't see. The judge likely wouldn't even need a full flicker of his finger while inside his courtroom, something that feels a bit like my inner world. But all their vaunted strength is based on the system, is based on following a narrow set of rules, and I want to trailblaze. Even ether, that is in a small way breaking rules such as Alex's advancing to level 101 plus and skill narrows down to an early achievement that many others are expected to match even without any extraordinary effort and time. He just got a shortcut. But how could they not see the system stealing this from right under their nose? And unlike most other aspects where the loss was subtler, this time the return is not the usual steal 100 to return 99 deal. It seems to be stealing 90%, though my senses outside my soul were limited. My very being was going down a drain, entering the void to never return. But each clash teaches me. I change and become who I need to be, the dust that the system steals. I can feel it changing how much I'm. It may look to be dead skin, but it's so much more. Just like our skin is abrasion protection and hair is thermal insulation, these motes, discarded from my very being, seem to be an integral part of fueling my natural ether field, and the system was trying to palm most of it. I do not agree with the trade-off, and so I give myself entirely to the task. I refuse. I harden my soul against the system's intrusions. I prepare myself and try to at least misalign and blunt the effect of its limbs reaching into my soul. Mine. I claim what is inside my soul while cursing whatever loophole the system is using to enter. Dumbass rules. Home. I try different concepts, images, and phrases, like I did to discover how to best push my perception field. That's when I push out a single concept. My body. My soul. Something very similar to how I came to think of my perception field, but there is something still missing. The stream of particles floats away, and my very self leaves before a fraction returns. But with each cycle, I get closer to achieving what I desire. The system may be the closest thing to all-powerful, but it followed rules and it couldn't apply its entire might everywhere at once. I get used to the concept and cursing my choices even spin a little of the very ether it returns to me. I make it my goal to interfere. A rune forms in my mind, dragged from somewhere I mostly avoided before, but now I have no choice. I just hope he doesn't get in trouble. So far I managed to keep Blackwood's system surveillance stopping rune, just as a footnote in the back of my mind and in the modification on the walls of my soul. We both knew that no attempt to stop me from seeing the runes would be successful, but I hoped to not have to use them during integration. In a roundabout way, all he did was ask me not to use it, and I gave my word. But there is little choice now. I push out, drawing the runes with roots both inside and outside my body, a formation very similar to the one inside my soul. I modify and add pieces that I feel are missing back to it. I make it so much larger and more complex than what I remember, with all the insular runes around, that they are liable to only bear a passing resemblance, but as I gift ether and chi while holding its concept in mind, as I make it part of my body, an extension of my will and protected from the system. Boom. The system's will batters at the gates. It tries to enter my body and head into my soul, but it is repelled. Not in that it can't get through. For even the much more impressive and powerful runes that Blackwood drew are unable to do that when the system is ever so slightly determined. But this is supposed to be something I should actually want. And so its strength rivals a 1,000-pound sledgehammer instead of a 1,000,000-pound one, or even something forged out of neutronium and heart of a dying star. I almost cry out in excitement. But then the system's will turns around and enters my body from the other side, where there is no barrier. My body, my soul, my domain. I start making more and more copies of the runes, trying to stop every approach that the system could take. It hits again, and after a couple of times, it finds a crack in between shields. I draw on my life resource and quickly grow the few roots inside my body and concentrate around my chest. I try to form the simplest shape and follow the angles fairly predictably, making the effort airtight. I just hope the system is not as enthusiastic as Chi, for Chi would always find a way to escape. Each iteration, even as the first hour pass and I draw my entire being to make it better, but it's not enough. Perhaps half of the ether has entered my soul, but that just pushes me to try harder. I try to push both efforts simultaneously, to power my formation with Chi and push out the system, and when I start doing that, I see the first signs of success. Instead of the instant it took, I push the time that it takes to enter, to 1/10 of a second, then a fifth, half, a full second. Each clash exhausts my will, but they are victories worth 1,000 shots of adrenaline. Ideas form, and I redesign the defenses slowly, them going back and throwing my all against the system, wielding the very ether it is giving me to push back. Then, I realize the lack of attention that the system is paying to the unattuned ether compared to its initial control. Listless and nearly unraveling currents floating, and I see a chance. I reach out and grab this pure ether. Aspen and I put our backs into pulling it inside my soul, not letting the system have a chance of messing with it. The system tries to fight, but its efforts are too little too late. Barely a few drags remain behind that I couldn't drag from the system's tenuous grab, and it still tries to push. I think of giving up. The motes containing pieces of my former self, discarded, but an important part of my history, are a small fraction of what it took until now. But when would I have such a good chance to fight the system on equal terms? The desperate struggle grows easier and easier, even as the growing muscle-pulling problem arises with a headache. I push my will and new muscles much harder than ever before, like I blinked 1,000 times with weights on my eyelids. That is not the exercise they are intended for. The second hour passes and suddenly, it is gone. The whole thing just teleports away, even taking the last drags of aether with it. I sigh, already on my knees, and drop to my hands, before rolling to my back. Get yourself together. I hear a voice, and for a moment I can't place it, but, oh, it's the judge. I get up and pat down my clothes. I'm sorry, I got carried away. You may be a headache, but it is fine. Try not to do anything outside the realms you are already exploring, otherwise, I will be seeing a lot more of you. We can also keep our encounters cordial. Even if for some strange reason you see us as the enemy. You aren't the enemy, you are a cog in the machine. The enemy is the council. Pretty much proof of that is the fact I couldn't even opt out of the system's help, and the fact that it can enter my soul after I have been explicitly told that was not allowed. For most things, it isn't. But there are narrow exceptions, all of which should be entirely beneficial for the user and strictly required by the system. There used to be an exception for healing, but it was closed given it was misused. I look at him and try to relax. Not his doing, nor would any anger at him would help me fix it. Okay. Anything else? I will just reiterate. Try to keep out of trouble. Even if you are under the system's protections, pushing your luck the wrong way will have consequences. I nod at him, and he just shakes his head at me. We both know that his advice will have little effect. You are so weak in so many ways, yet you keep surprising me. You don't even come close to strength as even the worst of the ether wielders in early integration, and yet, he pauses, failing to find the words, before a sigh. I will do you one favor and not look at the source of those runes. Just explain to me why you deny yourself attuned ether. Most people would kill for a fraction of what you got, and you shunned it. I told you, the cost. Can't you feel the very marrow sucked from your bones, as the system steals the motes of yourself, of your former self that fuels your future growth? No, I don't feel it, because it doesn't happen. Like I said, it is just dead skin. Even dead skin is there for a reason. I only need enough to protect against unexpected forms of abrasion, and the system never pushes beyond that point. Also, a word of caution, keep your baseless assumptions to yourself. I do not want to see you spreading rumors to the more radical groups. They have enough conspiracy theories by themselves without you adding fuel to the flames. I look at them, and I know even more deeply than a moment before that our paths are not the same. Even the automaton is nodding along with the judge, and he did not love the system. He waves his hand, and I feel myself being thrown out and driven back to the instance. Except nothing is grabbing and guiding me. Well, if the automaton is not here, I can push my experimentations even harder. Automaton's POV. Aren't you going to go with him? The judge asks me. In a minute, let him explore the void a little bit. I will be close by if he drifts off, though I can't protect him if he screws up entering the instance. He looks a bit horrified before I explain. He already left my grasp once and entered the instance on his own. I was worried for an instant, but if he survived the blender once, he can do it again. I can see why you say he is trouble. Last time, I thought of him as just another ether wielder, and not even a good one at that. His circumstances are different. He only got access to the system minutes before everyone else. Then how? Best I can gather, he had access to enough ether to learn to use it beforehand, but not enough for proper system integration. And there was that magical forest that I mentioned, Pando. He learned to wield ether decently without the system's interference. No skill levels or anything. He also gave up raising skill levels with ether quickly. His pool is low because of other endeavors. That could explain part of it, but, he says, a single concept cannot describe someone like him. The judge lets silence stretch for a few minutes before continuing. I believe when you say he is trouble for this corner of the galaxy. I saw his eyes, that determination, that belief that he can warp reality to his will. He will cause a lot of damage before he dies. Why do you say that? Because all like him have died. Otherwise, things would be different. Or he will change so much that he might as well have died. He cornered me with his actions, so I can't even try to blunt the damage he may cause by placating him with an ether well. If that would have even worked. I'm not so sure that the hydrogen within that particular star would have burned out by the time he is strong enough to matter. And that talk about the system stealing his sense of self. I take a deep breath, an imitation of my new human form, and it calms my racing heart in a way I wouldn't have believed even a few years ago. I need to find a way to make Nash see the consequences of his actions before it is too late. Though a nagging doubt creeps in, is there even a way to do that? Chapter 200. After nearly an hour of flying through the void, I'm nearly lost amidst the sea of blackness. With an effort of will, changing directions and slowing down are easy activities. Speeding up, however, is something else entirely. Luckily, even as my stamina drains, I fill myself back up with plenty of vigor from Aspen. Our connection just grows stronger, and I shape a few of his limbs, like they are an extension of my own, and ready to shape a few runes. If I can't speed up the normal way, by relying on my will, I just need another solution. Opening the inner world, I look inside. Water, dirt, trees, plenty of mana, and even a few people besides the permanent inhabitants of the inner world. Water, I could make something of a water bottle rocket. Just pressurize it and shoot it out on the other end. Before trying, however, I open a portal about 10 meters deep in the deepest water reservoir. The centimeter-wide portal turns on like a hose, expelling water and pushing me forward, imparting a bit of momentum. The seconds pass, and although I start to lose a bit of control, the slow but significant gain in speed is more than I could have hoped for. Closing at the gate, I watch as the slow-moving water disappears into the void moments after it leaves my immediate vicinity. Plans for improvements start to spin in my mind, and I end up starting a small and basic wooden rocket nozzle, making it as strong as I can. Around its throat, I put a few force and fire runes aiming outward, while trying to keep it strong in a smooth shape. I open the portal again, carefully regulating the mana output. As water and mana mix, a water flow is violently shot backward. Steam and droplets of water hit the walls of the chamber, and by the mathematical change in momentum, impart their speed to me, and the vector I choose. In barely a minute, the rough work already achieved minimal viability. The steam backfires and is intermittent at first, but my next iterations improve the results. Though as soon as I keep the steam for more than a pair of seconds, a dull burning reaches me. The sixth iteration is good for 5 seconds before real damage occurs to the roots. I could probably push further if I layered deadwood inside the nozzle, but instead, I start on a 7th iteration. 2 minutes later, channels of coolant, obviously water, are carved on the insides. I turn it on again, and this time I manage to push for about 7 seconds before I start feeling the signs of overheating. On the next few tries, I discover that reducing fire and increasing force produces less steam at a lower temperature, and that pushes the time at the cost of efficiency. Slow and steady improvements and trade-offs. The water vapor doesn't seem to be supersonic, which is something even a candy rocket is capable of achieving, but I'm in the vacuum of the void with infinite mass in the tank, and even this slow exhaust speed of low-temperature steam is enough to slowly add up over time. Best of all, this time it is real speed, not the imaginary efforts my will could accomplish for short bursts of time. I can feel that same sense of the system trying to put me to sleep, but with my will and soul stat, as long as I have a steady stream of vigor, I won't be forced into unconsciousness. I don't push my luck too much and wander around parts unknown, still heading back to the instance, assuming that the initial direction the automaton shot me was correct. After all, I couldn't navigate in this void. Though moments later I sensed the infinitely warping of space in the middle of nowhere, and that faint sense that this is a spot where I could ride the wave to the ground and land safely. I turn slightly and propel myself again, adjusting my heading until I come to a dead stop at the edges of the disturbance before just feeling it. Though this is not thousands of kilometers in size that our instance has, just a single kilometer if even that. There are two explanations in my mind. Either this is just a portal to the instance, or distances in the void are not quite the same as in the real universe, or such spatial shenanigans. Without any clues as to which of the two applies in the current circumstance, I push my perception field into the currents of space, not in an attempt to answer that question, but trying to learn more about how they work. Like last time, I don't touch the actual folding of space, but instead feel the edges coming out and get ready to grab one of them, to twist and survive against the powerful streams. My perception field enters quite deeply, getting nearly nothing from most of the blades of space swishing around, but a few return 1,000 overlapping pictures that cram into my mind. I see into the void, but manage to hold on. Even as I try to not lose myself, I pulse the perception field again and again, but it is like trying to hear a single note from a piano in a world of noise. I stop after a dozen attempts, not yet ready for this particular trial, and while it might be an option to remain for longer over here, I will need a lot more stats and skills to be able to handle the overflow of information. After just a minute of getting my bearings and preparing, I have the list of my actions prepared should I be teleported to another instance like last time. I center myself and communicate with not only Aspen, who already has a decent idea of what I want. We coordinate the dozens of more developed seeds to be on standby. None but myself can actively warp space, but they can help my will hold out during the brief moments of transit, and their warping space muscles are not non-existent. As prepared as I could make myself, I grab and twist space, intuitively knowing what I'm supposed to do to return. For an instant, a cacophony invades my mind, but I filter it all out, looking for any signs that I can guide my direction. It makes no sense that my placement would be random. Instinctive knowledge pours into my mind, a sense of connection, how to navigate around in the simplest of senses, how to make sure you are on the right track. I find a reference frame, but instead of calling home, I just try to lock down a familiar position while leaving the instance. I will be teleported in the open. I'm dragged like a rag doll, and it is all I can do to hold my will, but with the help of dozens of beings, most of which are at least my size, I have plenty of this ethereal force. Suddenly, in that instant that seems to last minutes, a jerk surprises me and I'm thrown to the ground so fast that I twist my ankle. I fear that it just popped out of place, but the brief instant before the system realizes I'm here is important. Opening a dozen portals at the furthest range I can reach in a ring and one larger in front of me. I pull out 2 seed guns and shoot them like automatic weapons. At the same time, Aspen puts out a mana battery in root formation with a seed that volunteered to be installed in this other instance. Our combined will hide the battery underground as I shift the earth an instant before the system reasserts itself. I'm dragged, in barely a moment, back to my instance, not even passing through the void, which would give me a chance to screw with the system's plans. But a large grin pops onto my face. While I didn't find an infinite and free slot machine that I only need the time to win all the prizes, I already hit the jackpot. Reaching out to the network, I sense a tight mesh underground. A mesh that is only present in one place. Without activating my runic GPS, I know I'm close. I extend my will and sense in a circle. About a mile is the village, my original village. It all sinks in as I fall to the ground, letting my will loose and the sense of tiredness from the last hour catch up to me. I look to the sky, still a few hours until sunset. I should get to my little hut and benefit from relaxing a little bit. Pando may be a priority, but it will do me no good to spiral into nothing trying to get back. That would be immensely counterproductive. I need to keep a balance for when I become a rocket hurtling back through space and heading to Earth. Now I just need a dozen small things, including a map of the galaxy. The void is large after all, unfathomably large. I sense everyone preparing frantically in the village, so I turn back in the direction of my little hut in the middle of the forest while leaving a pair of markers pinpointing the stop I returned. I will need a portal here later. It may even become the perfect spot for the new portal facility. I don't curse anyone for the ruckus they are causing, even if I think there were not the most efficient ways of going about it. To avoid even the smallest hint of their energy getting in the way of sleep, I find myself back in my hut. A few preparations for the next day, Another hour journaling and getting my thoughts organized on what is to come in my planned return to Earth, eating my typical large meal, this time cooked by my own hands. 4 hours of sleep. A small morning routine, and I get ready for the day to come even before midnight arrives. Nearly 3 times longer than if I rushed everything. But while that has its place, it is not today. I'm weaker than I was, with fewer stats by a significant percentage. In rough terms, I have some 2/3 as many stats as I used to have. My mistrust of the system was always there, but each day it makes all it can to prove me correct, to prove that not relying solely on the system is the correct course. My path has perils, and I may find myself cornered one day, but that just means I will have to find a way to make it through. And I will make it through. For now, get through the attack at the end of the month and fix up the rocket nozzle so that I will be able to not just fly in the vacuum at low power, but also in a place with gravity. There is no reason I can't do that, and the system can go stuff itself with its restrictions on flight. Though as the thought occurs to me, I think of a more efficient way. I don't need to wait until after the battle. I can start now. After all, what better preparation could I undertake than making real flight a reality? Not the floating platforms limited in acceleration and speed, with dreadful turning speed and high mana cost, but something that I could use in the middle of combat. I may not be able to hit all that hard and fast like the best spear welders or magic users like Merlin, but I'm a hybrid, and so much more, and with a whole third dimension to play, maybe that will make the difference. Oh, I could use Blackwood's help. I don't need to make the rocket nozzle out of wood. He can make them of metal. I know he can. Other plans may not have panned out, but I tested his capabilities extensively, and he doesn't need to make a working rocket engine, only the shell of one, while the rest is taken care of by magic. That way I will be able to raise the exhaust speed through the roof. Well, at least after I'm a few meters away from people. Steam burns are nasty, and while we had tougher skin than before, few could go much past putting their hands in boiling water. And steam is definitely nastier than boiling water. I will figure something out.